Before me stands an immense edifice reminiscent of a grand palace, its golden glazed tiles glistening brilliantly under the sun's embrace. The palace's gilded apex and crimson gates evoke a sense of solemnity, steeped in antiquity. From a distance, a haze envelopes the area, and the tiles appear as if crafted from a single brick. The vast expanse is so immense that it feels boundless. Atop the towering five-zhang entrance archway, the words Duke's Residence are inscribed in bold letters. This sprawling estate, exceeding 3,000 acres, does not belong to any city, but is situated 50 miles northwest of the capital, Xinglua City, of the Xinglua Empire. This solitary location underscores the esteemed status of its master within the empire. At this moment, the sun reaches its zenith, casting a radiant glow upon the crystalline tiles and enveloping the entire Duke's residence in a dazzling golden hue, visible even from the battlements of Xinglua City. The rear gate on the northern side of the Duke's residence creaks open quietly, and a slender figure stealthily slips out. It is a boy who appears to be around 11 or 12 years old. His physique is proportionate, clad in a simple, clean gray garment, and a modest bundle is slung over his back. His short black hair is neat, framing a handsome face that bears a resolute expression beyond his years. After uttering these words, he casts one last lingering glance at the Duke's residence before resolutely turning away. Instead of heading southeast toward Xinglua City, he races northward, his petite silhouette gradually fading under the intense midday sun. Though slight of frame, he conveys an undeniable sense of determination as he departs. The Duke's residence is flanked by broad official roads in every direction. As Hui Yuhao runs forward, tears begin to well in his eyes. Mother. The image of his mother's sorrowful and reluctant countenance at the time of her passing resurfaces in his mind, prompting Hui Yuhao to clench his teeth in resolve. Be strong, I must be strong. His mother taught him that one must rely solely on oneself, and only by being strong can one thrive. Flashes of memories cascade through his mind, each seem vivid and poignant. Hui Yuhao's mother served as the Duke's personal maid, having grown up alongside him. The role of a personal maid is fundamentally to serve her master, and 12 years ago, Hui Yuhao quietly entered his mother's womb one fateful night. After 10 months of gestation, he was born into the world. Regardless of his mother's station, he remains the Duke's son. Though his treatment within the residence was far from ideal, it was not entirely unfavorable either. His mother ceased to be merely a maid, having gained a modest courtyard of her own due to her son's noble lineage. All seemed poised for a tranquil existence, yet calamity loomed on the horizon. The Duke, representing the Xinglua Empire, ventured out to war, leaving the household affairs under the control of the Duchess, who had 2 sons and a daughter. She sought to suppress any potential threats to her children's future, and while the Duke was present, the atmosphere was bearable. Once he departed, the residence fell under her dominion. She was, after all, the favored youngest daughter of the current emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Hui Yuhao's mother, having grown up in the Duke's favor, became the target of the Duchess' jealousy. Consequently, she was deemed a primary adversary. The Duchess, citing his mother's affliction with a contagious disease, banished them to the servants' quarters behind the woodpile and severed all their financial support. At that time, Hui Yuhao was merely 2 years old. The harsh conditions gradually deteriorated his mother's already fragile health, compounded by the relentless oppression from the Duchess' servants. Ultimately, she succumbed to illness when Hui Yuhao turned 10, passing away suddenly. The Dolua continent, having been impacted by the collision with the Sun-Moon continent from the western seas over 4,000 years ago, expanded significantly, resulting in frequent warfare. A millennium ago, the Dolua continent consisted of only 2 nations, Tiando and Xinglua. Now, a millennium later, it has transformed into 3 nations. The Xinglua Empire remains, though a new royal family governs. Fortunately, they managed to pacify the various kingdoms within the territory, unifying Xinglua into a formidable power. The Tiando Empire, however, fragmented into the Tiando and Doling empires due to the insurmountable influence of several major kingdoms. The Sun-Moon continent, vast and resource-rich, is slightly smaller than the Dolua continent, yet it comprises only one nation, the Sun-Moon Empire. Following the collision of the 2 continents, war erupted immediately. The 3 nations on the Dolua continent united against a common foe, forming a coalition that endured nearly 2 decades of conflict before eventually defeating the Sun-Moon Empire, leading to the renaming of the continent as Dolua. The name of the Sun-Moon continent faded into obscurity, leaving only the Sun-Moon Empire on Dolua. Despite its defeat, the Sun-Moon Empire was not entirely subjugated, leveraging its inherent advantages and the pre-existing rivalries among the three great empires on Doloa. A precarious but stable stalemate emerged. Nevertheless, warfare persisted annually. The Duke's frequent engagements on the battlefield left him little time at home, and under the Duchess' deliberate obfuscation, Hui Yuhao and his mother gradually faded from his memory. When the Duke inquired, the Duchess merely claimed that Hui Yuhao's mother suffered from a terminal illness. Hui Yuhao's mother endured great hardships to raise him. At the age of 6, he underwent his martial soul awakening within the residence. The martial soul is an innate ability possessed by every individual on the Doloa continent. Although the Sun-Moon Empire diverges in developmental trajectory from the other three nations, the martial soul remains fundamental. Every person is born with a martial soul, which can be awakened at the age of 6. This soul can manifest as anything: tools, animals, etc. Animal-type martial souls are generally referred to as beast martial souls, whereas all other types are collectively known as tool martial souls. Some exceptional and mutated martial souls exist as exceptions. Following the awakening of the martial soul, only a scant few individuals possess a special power known as soul power. Only those who awaken with soul power can cultivate into the most esteemed profession on the Doloa continent, the Soul Master. Soul Masters are categorized into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest: Soul Novice, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Venerable, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, and titled Doloa. The higher the rank of a Soul Master, the more formidable their abilities become. Upon reaching the pinnacle of titled Doloa, one wields terrifying power, capable of moving mountains and altering the course of rivers. Chapter 2, The Boy with the Spiritual Eyes, Part 2, Soul Power, ranging from level 1 to level 10, falls within the realm of Soul Masters. When a martial soul awakens, the strength of the innate soul power that manifests indicates the potential talent of the individual as a Soul Master, as well as the speed at which they can cultivate. If one awakens with a soul power level of 10, it signifies the pinnacle of innate talent, often referred to as a genius Soul Master. Provided that the martial soul itself is not lacking, such individuals are bound to achieve significant accomplishments. Although Hui Yuhao is the son of a duke, he did not inherit the formidable martial soul characteristic of his noble lineage. Had he possessed such a martial soul, even if the Duchess held disdain for him, the mere existence of a martial soul from the Duke's line would necessitate reporting to the Duke, altering the fate of both Hui Yuhao and his mother. Unfortunately, Hui Yuhao's martial soul manifested as an exceedingly rare mutation, the spiritual eyes. Within the classification of martial souls, there exists a minor category that neither belongs to weapon martial souls nor beast martial souls, known as the intrinsic martial soul. This type signifies that the martial soul becomes an integral part of the body post-awakening, such as a hand or foot. Almost all body martial souls are immensely powerful, yet their occurrence is exceedingly rare, placing them above beast and weapon martial souls in terms of value. Thus, their emergence is met with great significance. Regrettably, Hui Yuhao's martial soul is an exception. The spiritual eyes, as the name suggests, are located in the eyes and are an extraordinarily rare psychic attribute martial soul. Under normal circumstances, Hui Yuhao would be accorded considerable attention. However, 2 constraints severely limit his development. Firstly, at the time of his martial soul awakening, his innate soul power was a mere level 1, signifying exceptionally poor talent and a correspondingly sluggish cultivation speed. Secondly, the rarity of psychic attribute soul beasts adds further peril to his situation, as every soul master must hunt a soul beast that aligns with their attribute to obtain a soul ring and achieve a breakthrough at each 10-level threshold. The absence of suitable soul beasts severely hinders Hui Yuhao's prospects. Soul rings are not only essential for breaking through these barriers, but also provide the soul master with a skill, which is the very foundation of their strength. These 2 limitations have all but condemned Hui Yuhao to a life devoid of remarkable achievements. Within the Duke's estate, even the children of servants, provided they awaken a martial soul, can typically reach soul power level 10 within 3 years, transitioning from the lowest tier of soul masters to higher ranks. Yet, at 11 years of age, Hui Yuhao has spent 5 arduous years barely reaching level 10, despite exerting effort thrice that of his peers. After his mother's passing, Hui Yuhao lingered in the Duke's residence for another year. Being so young, he could not afford to leave without any means of livelihood. Thus he bottled up all his resentment and grievances. Necessitated by life's trials, his heart matured far more swiftly than that of his contemporaries. His mother had imparted to him that the soul path to distinction lay in becoming a soul master. Even the most ordinary soul master holds a status far superior to that of an average person on the continent. Just yesterday, through 5 years of relentless effort, Hu Hao, against all odds of poor talent, managed to cultivate his soul power to level 10. This milestone coincided with the day he had resolved to leave the Duke's estate. He needed a soul ring. Even the most basic 10-year soul ring would suffice. With that, he could become a true soul master and possess a skill of his own. In the Doloa continent, soul beasts are categorized based on their years of existence, with the capabilities of soul rings intrinsically linked to the lifespan and abilities of the respective soul beasts. Generally, soul beasts are classified into categories: 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and 100,000-year soul beasts. A soul master must personally hunt a soul beast to acquire a soul ring from its lifeless form, remaining within the Duke's estate. Hu Hao understood that obtaining a soul ring was utterly impossible. No one there would assist him. Thus, despite knowing that seeking out a psychic soul beast alone could be tantamount to courting death, he boldly departed the Duke's residence. Fueled by a youthful audacity that feared not the ferocity of the world, he journeyed northward, soon finding himself upon the official road. Despite his tender age, Hu Hao, now a level 10 soul master, possessed physical endurance surpassing that of most adults. As he walked, he gazed into the distance, noting how his deep blue eyes grew increasingly clearer, faintly shimmering with a halo of light. With the enhancement of his soul power, his vision continued to improve. It was this transformation accompanying his cultivation that solidified his resolve to heed his mother's words. He must become a soul master. His mother had said that if he could acquire a soul ring, he would become a control-type battle soul master. His martial soul was not lacking. Although his innate talent was poor, he would compensate with diligent effort. Sustained by this unwavering conviction, Hu Hao cultivated as he walked. Drinking from mountain springs when thirsty and nibbling on the coarse bread he carried when hungry. Apart from his journey, he engaged in meditation, achieving an extraordinary feat for his age by covering 300 miles in a single day. Since the conclusion of the war between the Doloa continent and the Sun-Moon continent, the continent underwent thousands of years of evolution, leading to a unified currency system where 1 gold soul coin equals 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. In his childhood, his mother would occasionally take him out of the Duke's estate to forage for fruits and wild vegetables in the woods, ensuring he had enough to eat. Thus, Hu Hao became familiar with various plant species. Often, he hesitated to purchase even the cheapest bread, preferring instead to gather sustenance from the surrounding woods during his travels. Chapter 3: The Boy with Spiritual Eyes, Part 3. Ultimately, this was the first time for Hu Hao to venture out. Despite the guidance of a map, he inevitably took a few wrong turns. It was only through incessantly inquiring with passers-by that he managed to rediscover the correct path. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as beneficial as traveling thousands of miles. After several days, he felt he had learned a great deal. Freed from the oppression and constraints of the Duke's mansion, his spirits lifted considerably. The novel sights he encountered along the way filled him with excitement. After all, he was still young, and his body recuperated swiftly. The journey did not tire him. Instead, it felt as though he were a bird released from its cage, experiencing joy for the first time since his mother's passing. Having traveled for 6 days, he figured he must be nearing his destination. Hu Hao scrutinized the hand-drawn map in his possession and glanced at the shadows cast by the trees lining the path, concluding that he was quite close to the Stardow forest. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stepped into the adjacent woods, seeking a shaded spot to meditate and restore his energy. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water reached his ears, causing him to leap with excitement. Water meant an improvement in his living conditions. Closing his eyes, Hu Hao listened intently to the direction of the sound. As a possessor of a spiritual martial soul, his senses were significantly sharper than those of an ordinary person. Particularly when his eyes were shut, his other senses heightened. Soon, he pinpointed the direction and cautiously made his way through the underbrush, not out of concern for the uneven ground, but to avoid tearing his clothes on the thorns, a treasured garment made by his mother. In less than 200 meters, he found his target, a small stream approximately 3 meters wide, its crystal-clear waters inviting and refreshing. Hu Hao cheered, swiftly shedding his clothes and diving into the stream, which was less than 2 feet deep. It had been 2 days since his last bath, and after such a long journey, the cleansing waters provided an unparalleled delight. Emerging from the water, he felt rejuvenated, contemplating that since he was nearing the Stardow forest, he might as well rest here for a while. He changed into fresh clothes from his pack and washed the soiled garments in the stream, hanging them on a tree branch to dry. He then broke off a 3-foot-long tree branch. From behind his waist, he retrieved a short blade, its sheath a deep green, crafted from resilient leather. Hui Yuhao was unaware of the origin of the leather, whether it was from a soul beast or another animal. He only knew that this short blade was the sole gift his father had given to his mother, treasured like a gem until the moment of her passing. When she entrusted it to Hui Yuhao, the hilt measured about 5 inches, lacking any ostentatious embellishments yet exuding an antique charm. It fit comfortably in his hand. Drawing the blade from its sheath, it emitted no sound. The 7-inch blade, resembling a pool of autumn water, was so thin it appeared nearly transparent, sending a chill down Hui Yuhao's spine, even as he had grown accustomed to it. This was the white tiger dagger, as his mother had named it. Gazing at the dagger, Hui Yuhao's initial excitement morphed into profound sorrow. From the shimmering blade, he seemed to glimpse his mother's silhouette, grasping the freshly snapped branch. He deftly sliced at its end with the white tiger dagger. The blade, glowing faintly, glided through the branch as if it were tofu. In just a few strokes, he honed the end of the branch to a sharp point. Suddenly, Hui Yuhao struck like lightning, thrusting the branch swiftly into the stream. With a swift motion, he emerged with a half-foot-long green fish. For an ordinary person, spearfishing was undoubtedly a skilled endeavor, but for Hui Yuhao, endowed with spiritual vision, it was an effortless task. This was precisely why he had been so exhilarated upon hearing the sound of flowing water, aside from his own catch. He had not consumed any meat in the past 6 days. One small fish was hardly enough, but within a short time, Hui Yuhao had speared over a dozen fish, ranging from half a foot to a foot long. Excellent. This would suffice for at least 2 days, especially since roasted fish would not spoil easily. Elated, Hui Yuhao squatted by the stream, using the white tiger dagger to clean the fish. The sharp dagger made the tasks of scaling and gutting the fish seem effortless. Having worked alongside his mother since childhood, he found no difficulty in this endeavor. Within a quarter of an hour, he had prepared all the fish. He gathered large leaves from the forest, washed them in the stream, and placed the cleaned fish upon them. He then collected some dry twigs to use as firewood. In no time, a small campfire flickered to life beside the stream. Hui Yuhao's only seasoning was salt, yet it was sufficient for roasting fish. He fashioned several small racks from sturdy branches and threaded the cleaned fish onto thinner twigs, seasoning their bellies with salt. From his pack, he retrieved a type of leaf known as perilla, which he had foraged a few days prior, washed it, tore it into pieces, and stuffed it into the fish before placing them on the makeshift grill. Before long, an enticing aroma began to waft from the fire, rich and uniquely tempting. As Hui Yuhao slowly turned the fish, they gradually transformed into a golden hue, accompanied by the alluring scent that filled the air. Initially, he roasted only 2 fish, preparing the others for later. Cooking too many at once could lead to misjudging the cooking time. How delightful! At that moment, a melodious voice of surprise rang out, startling Hui Yuhao. Following the sound, he spotted 2 figures approaching along the stream. Leading the way was a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Her long black hair was styled in a ponytail cascading down her back, and she wore a light blue outfit that accentuated her youthful figure. Her phoenix-like eyes were large and expressive, complemented by a well-defined nose and an almost flawless oval face. Her beautiful countenance bore a hint of surprise as her gaze fixated on Hui Yuhao's roasted fish. Following closely behind her was a boy of similar age, tall and slender, with deep blue hair that shimmered like jewels under the sunlight. Though young, he exuded a refined demeanor, his handsome face adorned with a relaxed, gentle smile, as he, too, observed Hui Yuhao with interest, though his focus was on the boy rather than the fish. Chapter 4. The Youth with Mystic Eyes Part 4. The girl in front skipped eagerly towards Hui Yuhao, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she exclaimed, "Little brother, do you sell this grilled fish? It smells so delicious. How did you make it?" Hui Yuhao had encountered many beautiful girls in the Duke's residence, yet none had ever approached him quite like this. While the women in the Duke's manor were lovely, none could compare to the girl before him. She was not flawless in beauty, but possessed a captivating charm that radiated elegance. His cheeks flushed slightly as he stammered, I can treat you to some." The girl chuckled softly, "Little brother, you're still shy. Well then, I want you hold back." As she said this, she took the grilled fish from Hui Yuhao's hands, sitting down beside him, exclaiming in a dramatic fashion about the heat, while cautiously enjoying her meal. A young man accompanying her soon approached, raising his hand in a gesture of greeting towards Hui Yuhao before addressing the girl. "Tangya, this little brother hasn't he eaten yet, and you've already started." Tangya's eyes widened in playful annoyance. "What did you just call me?" The young man promptly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, All right, teacher Tanya. Is that acceptable? Tanya shot him a playful glare. That's more like it. Do remember your status. Despite her youth, there was a captivating allure in her glance that left the young man momentarily speechless, while Hui Yuhao dared not look directly at her. He then offered another grilled fish to the young man, saying, "Big brother, please enjoy this as well." The young man smiled gently. A gentleman does not take away another's enjoyment. Little brother, you haven't eaten yet. Hui Yuhao nodded, replying, "It's fine, I can grill more." He stood up, handing the grilled fish to the young man, while skillfully placing 2 more prepared fish on a wooden rack to continue cooking. With a warm smile, the young man introduced himself. "I am Bebe, and this is Tanya. What is your name, little brother?" Bebe sat down next to Tanya. His manner of eating the grilled fish far more refined than hers, avoiding any mess. By the time Hui Yuhao finished grilling the second batch of fish, Tanya was already eagerly waiting, and, under Bebe's amused gaze, she snatched a piece. However, Bebe refused to take another bite, gesturing for Hui Yuhao to eat first. Hui Yuhao, feeling quite hungry, continued grilling while also enjoying a piece for himself. Despite the simple seasoning of perilla and salt, the fish tasted remarkably delightful. Though the fish were not large, the 3 of them consumed them all. "This is delicious. I have never had such exquisite grilled fish before. Little brother Hua, why don't I hire you as a chef?" Tanga exclaimed, reclining on the grass and stretching lazily, her figure revealed without a hint of modesty. Bebe scratched his head in exasperation, feeling helpless. "Do you have any money, teacher Tanya?" Bebe questioned, dousing her enthusiasm. I will have some in the future," Tanya replied, sitting up awkwardly, casting an annoyed glance at Bebe for his interruption. Hui Yuhao then stood up, saying, "Big brother Bei, sister Tang, I must take my leave." Bebe responded, "Little brother Hua, this is a remote area, and we are not far from the Stardoe forest where soul beasts roam. Where are you heading?" Hui Yuhao shook his head, gathering the dried clothes from the tree branch and packing them away, smiling at the 2 as he waved goodbye. He turned to leave under Tanya's surprised gaze. Is he really going to the Stardoe forest? Tanya pondered aloud as she watched Hui Yuhao's retreating figure. Bebe shook his head. It's hard to say. I can vaguely sense he possesses soul power, albeit weak. Yet, he appears to be alone, which is indeed peculiar. Tanya stuck out her tongue. He has soul power? Should we recruit him into our Tang sect? Bebe retorted. You can't be thinking of recruiting him just because his grilled fish is delicious, can you? Caught off guard, Tanya blushed, playfully sticking her tongue out at Bebe. Bebe remarked, this young brother who must have experienced much. His eyes reveal a maturity far beyond his years. I wonder what his talent is like. Tanya's face lit up with excitement. So, you agree? Bebe sighed. The esteemed Miss Tanya, before you take me as your disciple, you are the sole commander of the Tang sect. Your ambition is to strengthen the sect. So, of course, we must recruit suitable individuals. This brother who seems quite composed. If his talent is decent, he could indeed be a good choice. From his attire, it seems his background is not particularly affluent. At this point, the Tang sect can only recruit individuals like him. Tanya looked at Bebe with curiosity. I didn't expect you to be quite shrewd. Tanya also stood up, smiling playfully. This time you are indeed clever, as we share the same thoughts. I will clean up, and then we can leave. Unbeknownst to Hui Yuhao, Bebe and Tanya conversed after his departure. He had initially planned to take some grilled fish with him, but that intention had fallen through. He did not wish to reveal his identity as a soul master. Hence, he refrained from catching more fish. His mother had taught him to speak only a fraction of his mind to others, never to reveal everything. Although he held a favorable impression of Bebe and Tanya, he chose to part ways after their meal. Despite his youth, Hui Yuhao was perceptive and discerned that Tanya and Bebe were not ordinary individuals. As Bebe had remarked, they were in a remote area, yet they carried no burdens with them. Thus, he concluded it would be prudent to distance himself from these 2 siblings as soon as possible. Not long after, a wooden sign by the roadside caught Hui Yuhao's attention. 50 miles ahead, you will enter the Stardoe forest where soul beasts inhabit. Please be cautious. He had indeed not strayed from his path and was finally nearing his destination. At that moment, excitement mingled with a hint of apprehension washed over Hui Yuhao. He touched the white tiger dagger at his waist, suppressing the unease in his heart, and walked forward with resolute steps. Becoming a soul master was his only path forward. This was the conviction that resided in Hui Yuhao's heart, and he had no regrets about his decision. The air gradually turned cooler. And with this chill came a unique gravity, as if the Stardoe forest were a great soul beast, waiting for a young life to enter its maw. Opportunity, or prey. Chapter 5. The Dream of the Ice Silkworm, Part 1. Despite his tender age, Hu Hao found himself overwhelmed with excitement after a brief moment of surprise and tension. After days of travel, he had finally reached his destination. The mere thought of possibly acquiring a soul ring and thus truly becoming a soul master sent a rush of adrenaline coursing through his veins. Although only 11 years old, he had dedicated over 5 years to rigorous training in anticipation of this day. In a state of exhilaration, Hu Hao instinctively quickened his pace, his eagerness propelling him towards the Stardew forest. As he advanced, a peculiar sensation suddenly washed over him, and he felt a slight sting in his eyes. Reacting instinctively, he channeled his soul power into his spirit eye. A faint current swirled around his eyes, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting to the left of the path ahead. As a rare mental-type mutated martial soul, his spirit eye possessed a formidable premonition capability, heightening his awareness of impending danger. With a sharp instinct, Hu Hao immediately rolled to his left, drawing the white tiger dagger from behind his waist with swift precision. A dark figure lunged past the spot where he had just stood, landing on the ground nearby. Hu Hao's heart raced as he beheld the creature, a baboon, approximately 1 meter tall, covered in tawny fur, with menacing brown eyes and elongated arms ending in sharp claws. Its exposed canine teeth gleamed as it emitted a low, threatening growl, its fierce gaze fixed on Hu Hao. Having missed its initial attack, the baboon let out a deep roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it toward Hu Hao once more. Although Hu Hao had yet to attach a soul ring to his spirit eye, its basic functions were still quite effective. With the infusion of soul power, the baboon's movements appeared to slow down in Hu Hao's perception. He had just rolled onto the ground and quickly executed a sideways roll, springing back to his feet while raising the white tiger dagger defensively. His heart thudded loudly in his chest, and his breath quickened as this marked the first time in his life he faced an enemy. No, a predatory beast. Sweat coated his palms around the dagger, leaving him momentarily bewildered about how to respond. The baboon, enraged by its failed attempts, thumped its chest with its fists, roaring as it bared its teeth and launched a white beam from its mouth directly toward Hu Hao. At that moment, even Hu Hao, despite his inexperience, could discern that he was up against a soul beast. The distance to the Stardew forest was still considerable, and he was wholly unprepared. As the white light hurtled toward him, he realized that if struck, it could lead to dire consequences. His mind blank with fear, Hu Hao perceived the approaching white light as relatively slow, but it reached him in an instant. Simultaneously, the baboon lunged forward, its ferocity evident in its eyes. In a moment of instinct, Hu Hao raised the white tiger dagger just as the white light collided with it. An extraordinary sight unfolded in that instant. As the white beam struck the dagger, the weapon erupted in a brilliant glow, absorbing the energy of the blast. This pivotal moment shifted the tide of the battle. According to the baboon's predatory instincts, Hu Hao, a frail human, should have succumbed to the force of its signature soul technique, leaving him incapacitated before being smashed to the ground. However, it had never anticipated that its own soul technique would be unwittingly neutralized by Hu Hao's dagger. As the baboon seized Hu Hao by the shoulders and prepared to throw him, Hu Hao instinctively swung his arms, causing the white tiger dagger to rise reflexively. Although the dagger was initially too short to reach the airborne baboon, in that fleeting moment, it released a blade of light that sliced through the air, grazing the baboon's body. Did I actually win? Hu Hao stared at the white soul ring materializing before him, his initial excitement gradually giving way to a sense of foreboding. The significance of the soul ring to a soul master was akin to a man's dependence on certain essential elements. It was a requisite for advancement. Yet, not every soul ring was suitable for absorption. Only those with a high compatibility to one's martial soul could be assimilated effectively. Chapter 6. The Dream Ice Silkworm, Part 2. The quality of soul rings bestowed upon soul masters is directly proportional to their potency. The strength of a soul ring is classified according to the cultivation age of the soul beast. Specifically, a white soul ring signifies a soul beast that has existed for a decade. Any soul beast that is cultivated for a period ranging from 10 to 100 years, when defeated, will yield a white soul ring. Undoubtedly, the baboon that Hu Hao had fortuitously slain was indeed a decade-old soul beast, and the white soul ring manifested itself before him. Regrettably, this ring was beyond his capacity to absorb. Although Hu Hao lacked experience in hunting soul beasts and could not discern the attributes of this particular baboon, he was certain that it was not a mental attribute soul beast. Its soul ring was ill-suited for him. As he attempted to observe the baboon's condition, he found himself unable to rise, his body succumbing to fatigue. The excessive tension had drained him of all strength, and the pain in his shoulder intensified. causing him to stifle a groan, nearly losing consciousness. After all, he was merely 11 years old. The recent upheaval had even shaken his resolve. The scarcity of mental attribute soul beast weighed heavily on his mind. This was merely the first soul beast he encountered, a mere decade-old one. And it had almost claimed his life. What if he were to face a century-old soul beast? He would have no chance of survival. Luck could not be relied upon indefinitely. The instantaneous wonder displayed by the white tiger dagger could not compensate for his fragile abilities. What should I do? Hui Yuhao struggled to sit up, leaning against the massive tree he had collided with, gasping for breath. I cannot perish. I must succeed. I must seek justice for my mother. I cannot simply give up. Clenching his teeth, he resolutely fortified his beliefs. Yet, the fleeting moments of combat with the baboon echoed in his mind, reminding him of his own limitations, just as Hui Yuhao was engulfed in confusion and despair. A sudden voice resonated within his mind. At last, I have encountered a human with mental attributes. Alas, I do not shed tears, or else I would surely weep profusely. Startled, Hui Yuhao could not fathom why a voice had manifested in his consciousness. At that moment, the ground beneath him began to tremble without warning. Cracks appeared 2 meters ahead, widening into gaping fissures, through which a faint golden-white glow began to emanate. What is this? Another soul beast? Instinctively, Hui Yuhao tightened his grip on the white tiger dagger, anxiously observing the expanding crevice. Had he not been physically drained, he might have fled in terror. A chilling breeze wafted from the fissure, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The crack widened further, reaching an impressive diameter of 5 meters. And the golden-white light revealed its true form. It was a rotund head, plump and over 1 meter in diameter, slowly emerging from the ground, its length exceeding 7 meters. As it appeared, Hui Yuhao's breath crystallized in the frigid air, and he shivered uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly a soul beast, resembling an enormous silkworm, vastly larger than any ordinary caterpillar. Faced with its colossal form and temperature-altering abilities, despair washed over Hui Yuhao. Surely, this must be a century-old soul beast. It's over. Everything is over. Do not fear. Do not fear. I shall not harm you. The previous voice echoed once more in his mind. The immense silkworm nodded, lowering its massive head until it halted 1 meter away from Hui Yuhao, emanating a faint, pleasant aroma. Hui Yuhao, astonished, inquired, "Are you the one speaking to me?" The gigantic silkworm nodded again, its voice resonating in his mind. "Of course, it is I. Are you captivated by my exquisite form?" Not sensing any malice from the enormous silkworm, Hui Yuhao's tense demeanor began to ease. "What do you intend to do?" The silkworm replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry, a soul beast of unparalleled wisdom and beauty, the unparalleled powerhouse, the dream-ice silkworm, having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan on Dolua continent. You may call me Brother Dream." Hui Yuhao's expression turned vacant. 1,000,000-year soul beast? This contradicted his previous estimations by a staggering magnitude of 10,000. Could such entities truly exist in this world? The most powerful soul beasts on Dolua continent were supposed to be those of 100,000 years. The dream-ice silkworm, brimming with pride, remarked, "Are you not astonished? Are you not thrilled? You are the first human to behold my true form." Hui Yuhao, still in a daze, asked, "What do you want?" The dream-ice silkworm's tone shifted to seriousness. "I wish to become your soul ring, the first intelligent soul ring in the history of Dolua continent." Huh? Hui Yuhao stared, speechless, at the dream-ice silkworm, momentarily losing his capacity for thought. Yet, regardless of the truth, this colossal silkworm was beyond his means to resist. Before Hui Yuhao could voice any objections, a wave of extreme cold enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. He vaguely perceived a white blur rushing toward him, and in the next moment, all thought was swept away. The 10 golden rings on the dream-ice silkworm pulsated with life as it pressed its head against Hui Yuhao's forehead. The golden rings rapidly enveloped Hui Yuhao's slender frame, while the dream-ice silkworm itself transformed into streams of white light surging into his being. Chapter 7. The Dream-Ice Silkworm, Part 3. So feeble, so pitiful. How wretched I feel. How many seals must I place upon myself to enable this frail body to endure? The Wisdom Soul Ring is truly a formidable challenge. An invisible wave of mental energy radiated outward as the dream-ice silkworm surged into Hui Yuhao's being. This terrifying mental force enveloped every corner within a 100-mile radius in an instant. Bei and Tang, who were hastening to catch up with Hui Yuhao, found themselves momentarily stunned by this mental wave. Though the mental shock bore little destructive power, it rendered all living beings incapable of thought for a brief period. At that moment, The southern expanse of the star-dove forest fell into an eerie silence. Just then, the previously clear sky darkened abruptly, and a thunderous roar echoed from above, instantly obscuring the sun's radiance with a shroud of darkness. An overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens, making it difficult to breathe. As the dream-eye silkworm endeavored to merge with Hui Yuhao, the thunderous sound caused its vast form to tremble violently, its golden eyes rolling upwards in alarm. Confusion mingled with fear in its gaze, as the oppressive atmosphere was clearly beyond its comprehension. A gray stream, as if drawn by a tremendous force, cascaded from above and swiftly entered Hui Yuhao's nape. What audacity to compete with me for this soul! The dream-eye silkworm seethed with rage, its immense mental wave surging forth in an attempt to expel the gray stream from Hui Yuhao's body. A vague silhouette materialized behind Hui Yuhao, an ancient voice emanating an indescribable authority, proclaiming, with the sun and moon in hand, "I am unparalleled." To its astonishment, the old man found a remnant of his soul still lingering. In the face of the dream-eye silkworm's overwhelming mental assault, this indistinct figure seemed unaffected, vanishing into Hui Yuhao's nape in a flash. The dream-eye silkworm hesitated to intensify its mental onslaught, for it noticed blood seeping from Hui Yuhao's orifices. Upon entering Hui Yuhao's mind, the gray stream transformed into a tiny gray orb, settling into silence. It neither clashed with the dream-eye silkworm's power nor was it influenced by it. Could fate be so cruel? After finally finding a human with a mental attribute, another intruder dares to contest. Am I cursed by the heavens? How unfortunate I am. Despite its grievances, the dream-eye silkworm moved with purpose. A dense white light gradually solidified, slowly infusing into Hui Yuhao's being, while its own form became increasingly transparent and diminished in size. At the moment it began to channel its power into Hui Yuhao, there was no turning back. Hui Yuhao's body transformed into a lustrous white, reminiscent of the dream-eye silkworm itself. The wounds on his shoulders healed at a visible pace. Ha ha ha. Regardless of the circumstances, I am finally liberated. Those who sought to feast upon me will find no opportunity now. The triumphant voice of the dream-eye silkworm gradually diminished, its vast mental force retracting at astonishing speed. Fading away. Deep within the star-dove forest, several terrifying presences stirred, as if sensing something, yet they were destined to return empty-handed. Just as the dream-eye silkworm's voice vanished completely, a luminous white halo silently emerged beneath Hui Yuhao, encircling him thrice before dissipating into his essence. Unbeknownst to Hui Yuhao, he had unwittingly acquired his first soul ring, an utterly unique one in the annals of Dolua continent's history. As the lustrous white gradually faded, a faint icy blue hue began to surface beneath Hui Yuhao's skin, lingering for several seconds before dissipating, restoring his natural complexion. His body swayed and collapsed against the tree he had previously leaned upon. A delicate, golden-tinted membrane silently ascended from the ground, swiftly condensing into a sphere that vanished into Hui Yuhao's embrace. The dream-eye silkworm left no trace of its presence. The gaping pit on the road mysteriously closed, leaving only Hui Yuhao's unconscious form and the lifeless carcass of the baboon he had slain. Everything seemed to revert to normal. Before long, two figures raced towards the scene at incredible speed. Oh no! A startled exclamation erupted, and one figure accelerated, swiftly reaching Hui Yuhao's side. We're too late. It seems that Brother Yuhao has been attacked. These soul beasts are becoming increasingly audacious, venturing beyond the star-dove forest. Tang cautiously lifted Hui Yuhao from the ground, her face etched with worry. Bei Bei approached the baboon's corpse, flipping it over to reveal a deep, diagonal wound spanning over a foot across its chest, even piercing its heart, an obvious fatal injury. This is a wind baboon. Given its size and muscularity, it should be a 10-year soul beast. It is already deceased. Bei Bei crouched beside Tanya, examining Hui Yuhao's condition. To their astonishment, although Hui Yuhao's clothing was heavily tattered, they found no visible wounds on his body. Bei Bei touched Hui Yuhao's wrist with his right index finger, summoning the white tiger dagger into his grasp, a faint blue glow flickering before vanishing. Instantly, a subtle blue radiance enveloped the dagger. This is a soul guide device. Yuhao must have used it to slay the wind baboon, though merely a 10-year soul beast. Its speed and strength are commendable, not to mention its innate soul skill for offense. For someone Yuhao's age to defeat it is quite impressive. It appears our earlier assessments of Yuhao were inaccurate. He is likely already a one-ring soul master. Tanya anxiously examined Hui Yuhao's body, lamenting. What good does it do to discuss this now? It's all my fault for wasting time washing my hands and face. If anything happens to little Yuhao because of this, I shall never forgive myself. Regardless of his talent, I am determined to persuade him to join our Tang sect. Bei observed Tang's distress, his gaze softening. He cherished her genuine kindness. Do not fret. He is fine. Have you not noticed how steady his breathing is? As for injuries, considering his position upon fainting, it seems he merely collided with the tree during the battle with the wind baboon, leading to his unconsciousness. A brief rest should suffice for his recovery. Tang paused, shooting Bei a glare. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me worry. Bei sighed. Who knew you wouldn't notice that? Humph. Tang supported Hui Yuhao, allowing him to lean against her as she confirmed he was indeed unharmed before finally exhaling in relief. Chapter 8. The Dreaming Ice Silkworm, Part 4. Bei stood up, her gaze calm as she silently guarded the surroundings. After falling into unconsciousness, Hui Yuhao felt as though he had entered a dream, one in which he found himself in a pristine white space filled with countless luminous points stretching infinitely. His vision seemed to extend to every corner of this ethereal realm. Just as he was marveling at the wonders of this space, a tempestuous wind arose, and golden rays of light surged forth. These golden beams coalesced into a colossal golden ring, suspended in midair, causing all the luminous points to expand dramatically. 10 golden rings began to rotate slowly, each harboring a milky white halo that intensified, gradually transforming into 10 immense spheres of light. The entire spatial expanse seemed to amplify in height and volume beyond measure. At that moment, near one of the light spheres, an inconspicuous gray light mass appeared, significantly smaller than the other 10 spheres. The golden spheres radiated intense golden light as if attempting to expel it, yet the gray sphere remained tranquil, impervious to the onslaught of golden brilliance. Ultimately, the 10 light spheres ceased their futile efforts, stabilizing and emitting a soft glow. Hui Yuhao's consciousness gradually became clearer, and the luminous points that had been suspended in the air began to descend, converging into a pale golden sea that cradled the 10 immense golden white spheres. Only the diminutive gray light mass continued to float above, refusing to merge with the larger spheres. Your name is Hui Yuhao, a sudden voice echoed. Instinctively, he looked down to see his naked self standing above the golden sea, nestled between the 10 golden white spheres. Where's this? Why am I here? Hui Yuhao asked in astonishment. This is the sea of consciousness within your mind, or perhaps the sea of spirit. From now on, this will also be my home. The space is somewhat limited, so I have assisted in expanding it for you. However, your body is too weak. For now, you will have to make do. You are the dreaming ice silkworm? Am I not dreaming? The tone and voice of the speaker left Hui Yuhao even more astounded. What lay before him transcended his comprehension. Not only was he merely 11 years old, but even an adult would be petrified by such a miraculous scene. Dreaming? If such a beautiful dream were to exist, wouldn't you be overjoyed? This is certainly not a dream. As I said, this exists within your spiritual realm, the dreaming ice silkworm retorted with irritation. Hui Yuhao, still in a daze, asked, what exactly is the spiritual realm? The dreaming ice silkworm replied, you are remarkably naive. How should I explain this? Let us put it this way. You are aware of your own eyes, the martial soul you call the spirit eye. I have just extracted your memories. I am now aware of your past. This spirit eye is your martial soul, and also your eyes. The sea of spirit is where your spiritual energy is stored. To unleash the power of the spirit eye, you must convert soul power into spiritual energy and release it through the spirit eye. The storage location for spiritual energy is your sea of spirit, specifically located behind your spirit eye within your brain. Right now, your consciousness is immersed in the sea of spirit. The body you see is not your true form, but rather a manifestation I have created using spiritual energy to facilitate communication. Listening to this relatively detailed explanation, Hui Yuhao began to grasp the situation, and his internal fear gradually dissipated. Children can sometimes be more sensitive than adults. He sensed that the dreaming ice silkworm bore him no malice. Then why have you appeared in my sea of spirit? Hui Yuhao inquired again. The dreaming ice silkworm stated, did I not mention before? I intend to become your soul ring, a wise soul ring. I have already achieved that. To become your soul ring, I greatly compressed and sealed my powers. Henceforth, you will possess a soul ring, which you humans refer to as a soul master. However, your innate talent is far inferior to what I had anticipated, to the point of being remarkably poor. I truly do not know whether my choice was right or wrong. Hui Yuhao responded with a hint of shame. My talent is indeed lacking, but I will strive to improve. My innate soul power is only at level 1. The dreaming ice silkworm, feeling somewhat frustrated, said, I will think of a way to enhance your abilities in the future. As their conversation continued, Hui Yuhao's courage grew. Dreaming brother. Call me dreaming brother, the silkworm replied. All right, dreaming brother. You claim to be a million-year soul beast. Is that true? And why did you choose me? I have heard that a soul master can only bear a soul ring of up to 400 years. How can you, being a million-year soul beast, become my soul ring? The dreaming ice silkworm sighed deeply. Did you think I wished to choose you? I had no other options. Without making a choice, my life would come to an end. If I were to die, my body would likely become fodder for the creatures in the Stardew forest. In desperation, I had no choice but to cling to humanity. This was my only avenue of escape. Would you like to hear my story? We shall be together for a long time, and I do not wish to conceal anything from you, so I shall reveal everything. Hui Yuhao nodded, saying, Dreaming brother, please go ahead. The dreaming ice silkworm began. I was an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, not born in the Stardew forest, but in the frigid northern lands of the continent. Our ice silkworms are naturally adept in both spiritual and ice attributes. However, our combat capability is severely hindered by our speed, rendering us merely average soul beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies, and few of my kin can cultivate beyond 10,000 years. Yet, I was an exception. At the age of 13, while fleeing from a predator, I accidentally fell into a crevice of ice. At that moment, I believed my life was over. However, I fell into a mass of 10,000-year cold marrow, and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. At that time, I was still quite small, measuring less than 3 inches. This slumber lasted for 10,000 years. When I awakened, I found myself in an ice cave, where the original cold marrow had long since vanished, absorbed entirely by me. Thus, I became a 10,000-year soul beast. At that moment, I was utterly astonished. Yet, I soon realized I could not find my way out. Within that ice cave, surrounded by 10,000 years of ice, it was exceedingly hard. Although I had become a 10,000-year soul beast, our ice silkworm clan has always been weak in combat, making it impossible to break free. Fortunately, there were many holes within the cave that allowed me to crawl. Thus, I crawled around in search of an exit. In the end, I could not find a way out, but I stumbled upon a larger mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. With the cold marrow, I had food. And so I fell into slumber once more, this time for several thousand years. Chapter 9, The Million-Year Soul Ring, Part 1. As Hui Yuhao listened to the narrative of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, an odd sensation washed over him. Could it be that the name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm arose from the fact that it dreams every day? Although I was unable to exit the cave, the sensation imparted by the 10,000-year cold marrow was undeniably exquisite. Eventually, I ceased my search for an exit, choosing instead to crawl and explore for the coveted 10,000-year cold marrow. Upon discovering a substantial lump, I would take a moment to rest. In time, I lost track of how long I had slumbered, until the first golden pattern appeared upon my body. The golden pattern held immense significance for us ice silkworms. It symbolized my cultivation reaching the 10,000-year tier. To my recollection, our ice silkworm lineage had never boasted a being of such cultivation. I was the unprecedented first. At that moment, I evolved into the golden pattern ice silkworm. By then, I possessed sufficient strength to break through the solid ice and escape. What I was unaware of, however, was that becoming a 10,000-year soul beast would impose severe limitations on my ability to further enhance my cultivation. Perhaps it was mere fortune, combined with the inherent lack of combat prowess among our ice silkworm clan, that miraculously shielded me from any divine retribution. Cough, cough. Well, having slept so much, I grew indolent about leaving. Thankfully, I continued my slumber within the icy cavern. With my elevated cultivation, I could now access areas previously unreachable, allowing me to unearth more exquisite cold marrow, which subsequently became my sustenance. Thus, I indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, oblivious to the passage of time, save for the golden patterns upon my form, which marked my existence. At last, one day, having consumed all the cold marrow within the cave, I burrowed upward from the depths and emerged into the vast ocean. Drifting along, I followed the edge of the continent toward the south. It was during this journey that I encountered my first adversary. By then, I had acquired 9 golden patterns, signifying my strength as a formidable 90,000-year soul beast. I had assumed I was invincible in this world. Yet, the ocean harbored dangers. Perhaps the land would be safer. Thus, I ventured onto solid ground. However, I soon realized that the land was no sanctuary either. Perhaps due to my excessive absorption of cold marrow, my body emitted a peculiar scent that captivated the attention of all soul beasts, which led them to perceive me as prey. Yet, that creature underestimated my capabilities. Although I was not particularly adept in combat, I possessed the ability to amplify my aura. Consequently, I attracted every 10,000-year soul beast within the Star Doe forest. What a chaotic battle ensued, encompassing nearly all the soul beasts exceeding 10,000 years in the Star Doe forest. The ferocity of their clashes was staggering. I initially thought I might escape. Little did I know that these beings were cunning. After a while, they paused to negotiate. Thus, I found myself in a tragic predicament. They ultimately conspired to absorb my power, recognizing the vast soul energy contained within me. They ensnared me in the heart of the Star Doe forest, compelling me to release my innate energy for their consumption. The more powerful the soul beast, the closer it drew to me, reaping greater rewards. These rascals treated me as mere sustenance. Alas, I could not resist. I was left to their whims. While they exploited me, I pondered methods to escape their control. My energy was pure enough to sustain them for millennia. After thousands of years of contemplation and observation, I discerned that to break free, it was not merely a matter of fleeing. I also needed to conceal my aura. Humans began to enter my line of sight. On several occasions, particularly powerful humans ventured deep into the Star Doe forest in pursuit of those 10,000-year soul beasts. Regrettably, they met with disaster. Under my nurturing, the high-level soul beasts within the Star Doe forest had undoubtedly become the strongest of their kind on the Dolua continent. Despite the formidable weapons wielded by those humans, they still suffered significant losses. Yet, this also allowed me to recognize the merits of humankind. I am a soul beast of both spiritual and ice attributes. After much deliberation, I resolved to devise a method to become a human soul ring. By doing so, that human would undoubtedly possess exceptional strength. With my spiritual attributes, I could maintain my consciousness, becoming an unprecedented intelligent soul ring for humanity. When that time comes, I shall exact my revenge, aiding that human in vanquishing all those who have wronged me. Thus, I commenced my attempts. Yet, who would have imagined that my first endeavor would end in failure? The individual I selected seemed to be a tidal Dolua among you humans. His strength was considerable, yet he proved utterly inept. As I overwhelmed him before he even glimpsed my true form, he could not withstand the impact of my spiritual force. This revelation struck me. Becoming my host was no simple feat. The individual must possess spiritual attributes and sufficient capacity to bear my soul power. This was an even greater challenge. After several millennia of searching, I still had not succeeded. My soul power had been nearly depleted by the relentless exploitation of those 10,000-year soul beasts. As I neared the brink of exhaustion, fortune smiled upon me. In my moment of despair, the 10th golden pattern emerged upon my body. I finally ascended to the unparalleled status of a million-year soul beast. With the appearance of this 10th golden pattern, I acquired the strength to contend with those combat-oriented 10,000-year soul beasts, while also gaining the ability to conceal my aura. Henceforth, I bestowed upon myself the name Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm, no longer the Golden Pattern Ice Silkworm. However, I was acutely aware that I could not match the multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts, and my innate energy had been nearly siphoned dry, leaving only my life force, my two primary attributes, unconsumed. It became clear that I could not achieve my vengeance alone. Thus, seizing the opportunity, I finally utilized my newfound strength to conceal my aura and escape underground. Chapter 10. The Million-Year Soul Ring, Part 2. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm. Regrettably, I remain a tragic figure. The breakthrough to 1,000,000 years is indeed a double-edged sword, though I have managed to escape their control with great difficulty. My lifespan has unexpectedly reached its end due to divine retribution. Unless I find another means to survive, my life will soon wane. It is at this moment that I encountered you, little one. Though you are pitifully weak, I had no other choice. At least you possess a spiritual attribute. Thus, I reluctantly chose to merge with you. After all, those scoundrels shall not obtain my most cherished possession. Listening to the recounting of the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, Huiyuhao had long forgotten his fear, indignantly exclaiming, "They are utterly despicable. How could they imprison you for nearly 10,000 years?" The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, sharing in his outrage, replied, "Indeed, even if I am cuter, more handsome, and more powerful, they should never have viewed me as mere food. At last, I have escaped, preventing them from seizing my body. Huiyuhao, although you are somewhat younger and less capable, your innocence is refreshing. Consider this a nurturing plan. Once you grow stronger, you must avenge me. They rely on absorbing my soul power to evolve, correct? In the future, I shall transform them into soul rings and soul bones." "Humph. Very well. When I grow up, I will undoubtedly help you seek vengeance," Huiyuhao readily promised. The bond between the human and the beast swiftly deepened in this strange, yet wondrous tale. In truth, although the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm had lived for 1,000,000 years, its encounters had been limited to a small number of soul beasts. While its intellect rivaled that of humans, it remained unaware of the treachery that lurked in human hearts. Had it encountered a human in its predicament, it would never have revealed its story so readily. Choosing Hui Yuhao, another blank slate, was indeed its fortune. The sky dream, I silkworm chuckled, saying, I have my methods. After pondering for so many years, I have devised a proper plan, having previously exploded due to human interference. I have learned that any assistance must prioritize your safety. I have no retreat left. If you perish, it signifies my demise as well. My original soul power has been nearly depleted by those soul beasts in the Stardoe forest. Otherwise, even if I sealed my own power, you would still be unable to withstand it. What I have merged into your being is primarily my source power and spiritual energy. You see those 10 orbs of light? They represent the 10 layers of seals I have placed. From another perspective, they can also be viewed as the power I bestow upon your first soul ring. However, you are currently unable to utilize it. In other words, although your first soul ring is of a million-year caliber, it presently does not possess the might of a million-year soul ring. Yet, as you progress in your cultivation, the power sealed within you will gradually be unsealed, enhancing the potency of this soul ring. It may even amplify the power of your future soul rings. After all, the accumulation of a million years of power is overwhelmingly vast for you. Hui Yuhao blinked, saying, I still don't quite understand. So many? Can't soul masters only possess 9 soul rings at most? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. The sky dream, I silkworm huffed, proudly declaring, that applies to ordinary individuals. With my fusion, you are no longer an ordinary person. A single martial soul can only absorb 9 soul rings. However, you are no longer a single martial soul. By defeating a 100,000-year soul beast, you will undoubtedly obtain a soul bone and a 100,000-year soul ring with 2 soul skills. You are aware of this, right? Hui Yuhao nodded. The sky dream eye silkworm continued. As a million-year soul ring, it is the first intelligent soul ring in history, and thus, I am vastly superior to them. The first soul ring I embody can not only evolve infinitely according to your physical condition, but also bestow upon you 4 soul skills. Although I cannot provide you with a soul bone, I can grant you an additional martial soul. Though Hui Yuhao had anticipated the significant impact of a million-year soul ring, he had not imagined it would be to such an extraordinary extent. The prospect of an infinitely evolving soul ring alone filled him with uncontainable delight. But even more astonishingly, he would receive 4 soul skills and an additional martial soul. What a profound concept. Since the 4 soul skills originate from the first soul ring, it is without question that their potency will evolve alongside the first soul ring itself. This grants him an ability that can be utilized continuously. The addition of a martial soul is nothing short of miraculous. It transforms him, who initially possessed only the spiritual I-martial soul, into a prodigious dual martial soul wielder. The newly acquired martial soul can accommodate at least 9 soul rings, thus introducing 9 additional soul skills. Such an enhancement is far beyond what a 100,000-year soul ring could ever offer. Despite still being weak and requiring gradual improvement, this undoubtedly opened a gateway to boundless potential, granting the previously mediocre Hui Yuhao an infinite future. What is a soulless ice? Hui Yuhao inquired, bewildered. The sky dream eye silkworm replied. It means that the martial soul I have bestowed upon you currently possesses only attributes, lacking a defined form. Once you absorb your first ice attribute soul ring, your martial soul will take shape. The soul ring you absorb will determine the nature of your second martial soul, which will undoubtedly be a beast martial soul. You need not worry, I have already planned this for you. However, your current cultivation is insufficient. Once you grow stronger, I shall lead you to acquire the first ice attribute soul ring. Now you understand why I cannot amplify the power of your soul rings, right? Therefore, you must exercise great caution when choosing your soul rings in the future and heed my advice. Chapter 11, The Million-Year Soul Ring, Part 3. All right. Hui Yuhao replied with excitement. What are my 4 soul skills? Tianming Binkin replied, that is something you must comprehend on your own. The understanding you derive from your own experiences will be far clearer than anything I could directly impart. However, do not rejoice too soon. Indeed, I have bestowed upon you 4 soul skills, all of which possess a spiritual attribute. The power I have sealed within you is substantial. Yet, there are several points you must bear in mind. First, the power sealed within you can only enhance the age of your soul rings, thereby augmenting the potency of your soul skills. When you reach a certain level of cultivation, it cannot assist in elevating your own soul power. Secondly, the 4 soul skills I have granted you, due to my own circumstances, are predominantly supportive in nature and lack significant offensive capability. Therefore, you remain comparatively weak. The path to becoming formidable is still long. Do you understand? I understand. My mother taught me that no one can achieve greatness in a single leap. Only through steady steps and diligent effort can one aspire to reach the pinnacle of success. Rest assured, Tianming, I will strive diligently. That's good to hear. However, your innate talent is somewhat lacking. Sigh. I shall have to seek out some rare treasures for you in the future. Your Lingmu martial soul is a mutation, inherently possessing potential. But the mutation process has adversely affected your bodily functions since childhood. Your meridians are narrow and sluggish, making cultivation somewhat challenging. Take your time. There is no need to rush. Oh, and there is one more matter I must convey to you. Do you see that gray orb above? Hou Yuhao responded. I see it. Is that also your power? Tianming Binkin replied. No, I am uncertain of what it is. When I merged with your body, it suddenly appeared, seemingly drawn by my spiritual power. That gray orb contains a fragment of a soul, which appears to not belong to our world. I do not know its origin. Nevertheless, although this fragment is weak, its grade is exceedingly high, and I cannot utilize it. However, I sense it harbors no ill intent. It is likely in a state of slumber now. It may never awaken in your lifetime, but if it does, it might bring some complications. Do not worry, though. If it poses any threat to you, I will protect you without fail. Very well, it is time for you to leave. The two humans outside are waiting for you. They mean you no harm. Two humans? Hou Yuhao exclaimed in surprise as the scenery before him suddenly blurred. And he felt as if he were being swept into a vast whirlpool, engulfed by darkness. Isn't waking up? Tang exclaimed, tapping Hou Yuhao's face and exchanging a questioning glance with Bei Bei. Bei Bei smiled gently and said, his vitality is quite stable, and the soul power within him is also normal and vigorous. If I am not mistaken, he has just broken through to the soul master level. His body needs time to assimilate this new power and adapt to the soul power from his breakthrough. What a pity, merely a 10-year wind baboon, Tang scoffed. What's there to lament? It's quite normal for a first soul ring to be weak. It's impressive enough that he was able to slay a wind baboon all on his own, Bei Bei chuckled. To win a woman's heart, one must first win her stomach. Especially for someone like you, whose heart and stomach are intertwined, he added, eliciting a blush from Tangya. How dare you? You're the one whose heart and stomach are connected. Don't forget, I am your teacher, she retorted. Bei Bei merely smiled warmly at her without retorting. A soft grunt escaped Hou Yuhao's lips as he gradually opened his hazy eyes. Little Yuhao, you finally awakened. I was worried sick, Tangya exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him open his eyes. Hou Yuhao felt a bit disoriented at first, but as he regained his composure, the memory of his earlier conversation with Tianming Binkin became clear. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I truly am not dreaming, am I? Tangya giggled, pinching his arm. How is it? Are you awake now? You certainly have a lot of nerve, venturing alone into the Stardow forest. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Hou Yuhao scratched his head. After encountering the wind baboon, he had truly recognized his own frailty and overestimation of himself. However, he was soon engulfed by a sense of urgency that dispelled his embarrassment. He leaped to his feet, channeling the soul power within him. Instantly, a remarkable scene unfolded before him. The soul power within him, which had previously reached a bottleneck, underwent a qualitative transformation, and even the strength of his body seemed enhanced. The smooth flow of soul power surged forth, and everything his spiritual eye perceived became clearer, with numerous instinctual impressions of skills etched into his mind. For skills, indeed for skills. Tianming truly exists. I am not dreaming. This is all real. I have truly obtained a million-year soul ring. At this moment, Hou Yuhao could finally believe that everything that had transpired was genuine. An uncontrollable surge of joy erupted within him, and he couldn't help but shout, I succeeded. Bei Bei and Tangya witnessed a circle of radiant white soul rings rise from beneath Hou Yuhao's feet, slowly ascending until they reached his head, and then gently descending. Bei Bei instinctively thought, indeed, it is a 10-year soul ring. Yet, he felt a hint of confusion. Why did Hou Yuhao's 10-year soul ring appear so crystal clear? As if it were different from an ordinary 10-year soul ring? Could it be that the wind baboon had a higher cultivation level? Little did he know. A million-year soul ring could also be white. Not only the soul ring changed, but also Hou Yuhao's eyes. A faint golden sheen appeared over his deep blue irises. And both Bei Bei and Tang could sense the fluctuations of soul power and a disorienting spiritual wave emanating from his gaze. Earlier, the powerful spiritual force exuded by Tianming Binkin had temporarily dulled their capacity for thought. Yet, due to the vast disparity between them and Tianming, they had not perceived it. However, the proximity of Ho Yu-hao was different. The spiritual wave emanating from his eyes astonished both of them. A spiritual attribute, martial soul. Moreover, it has integrated the spiritual attributes of the wind baboon as its first soul ring. The usually composed Bei couldn't help but change his expression. According to the soul master theories he had studied, this should have been impossible. Yet, the reality lay before them. Exchanging glances, both Bei and Tang discerned each other's shock, and Tang couldn't help but inquire, "Little Yu-hao, is your martial soul of the spiritual attribute? I sensed a powerful spiritual wave just now." Tang's eyes lit up. "Lingmu? The original martial soul? Excellent." Chapter 12. The Million-Year Soul Ring Part 4. Bei clearly realized something, nodding in agreement. "I never anticipated this. Unfortunately, we arrived too late. Otherwise, we could have assisted little brother Hua in finding a more suitable soul beast for fusion." At this moment, Hua Yu-hao had already awakened from his surprise. Though he was still young, his life experiences had instilled a sense of vigilance within him. He immediately deduced that Bei and Tang must have assumed that the first soul ring he had just absorbed belonged to the baboon. Although he could not comprehend why a million-year soul ring was also white, it undeniably served as his best disguise, and he felt no need to explain further. "Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoya, have you come to find me? Is there something you need?" Hua Yu-hao inquired cautiously. Tang scolded playfully. "Initially, we merely speculated that you intended to venture into the Star Doe forest alone. I never imagined it was true. Your audacity is quite remarkable. Are you not aware that the Star Doe forest is known as a human forbidden zone? Even some highly skilled soul masters dare not delve deep within. Someone as young as you should always have a mentor accompanying you in the vicinity of the Star Doe forest. We pursued you to protect you. Bei and I are soul masters as well. However, you are indeed fortunate. While your first soul ring may not be particularly strong, at least you escaped unharmed." Upon hearing her words, a warm feeling surged within Hua Yu-hao's young heart. Despite his tender age, he had witnessed the harsh realities of life. He could discern the sincerity in Tang's eyes as she spoke, which was no mere pretense. Tang chuckled lightly. "Look at your foolish expression. Well, enough about you. Little Yu-hao, now that you've obtained your soul ring, what are your plans moving forward?" Hua Yu-hao was momentarily taken aback by her question. Indeed, what were his plans? Before arriving at the Star Doe forest, his sole objective had been to become a soul master and acquire his first soul ring. The distinction between a soul master and a soul scholar was vast. Becoming a soul master meant stepping through another grand door, opening up a world of possibilities. Yet, he had not contemplated what to do next. After all, he was merely 11 years old, and this was his first time away from home. Noticing the bewilderment in his eyes, Tang felt a surge of delight and exchanged a meaningful glance with Bei. Bei nodded in response and asked, "Little brother Hua, who else is in your family?" Hua Yu-hao's gaze momentarily faltered, then he resolutely shook his head. "There is no one left. It is just me." Tang was overjoyed and blurted out, "That's wonderful." Hua Yu-hao was taken aback, while Bei wore an expression of exasperation, gently tapping Tang on the head. "How can you say such things?" Tang realized her slip of the tongue and shot Bei a glare. "I was being rude. Little Yu-hao, since you have no particular plans, why not join our sect?" Sect? Hua Yu-hao had heard of sects during his time in the Duke's residence on the Dolua continent. Sects wielded immense power, especially those with a long-standing history. In a sense, the Duke's residence could itself be considered a significant sect. Tang nodded earnestly. "Yes, a sect. Our sect was once the #1 on the continent. If you join, you will not suffer any losses. Moreover, our sect's unique techniques are particularly suited for your cultivation. Being all alone at such a young age, joining a sect would allow for mutual care and support, which is far better than recklessly wandering alone. After all, luck cannot always be on your side. What if something were to go awry during your solo endeavors?" Hua Yu-hao instinctively asked, "Sister Xiaoya, what is the name of your sect?" Tang replied with gravity, "Tang Sect. Once the #1 sect on the continent." Upon hearing the name Tang Sect, Hua Yu-hao's body involuntarily trembled. Although the Tang Sect had since declined, its historical significance on the Dolua continent was unparalleled. As a child, his mother had recounted tales of the Tang Sect's legends. Founded 10,000 years ago, it was among the oldest sects in history. It was said that the first-generation leader, Tang San, had altered the entire continent's landscape, laying the foundation for the future of soul masters. During its prime, the Tang Sect was indeed the veritable #1 sect in the world. Moreover, according to legends, Tang San had even transcended the highest realm of soul masters, becoming an immortal being. However, the final outcome of his journey remained a mystery. 10,000 years had passed, yet the legend of the Tang sect endured. Though it had long since faded from the historical stage, few knew of its remaining descendants, and even the tales had become less detailed. Some had claimed that if it were not for Tang San's groundwork laid for soul masters on the Dolua continent, the continent might not have triumphed against the powerful beings from the Sun-Moon continent over 4,000 years ago. Little brother Hua, have you heard of the Tang sect? Bei inquired. Hui Yuhao nodded. I have heard some legends about the Tang sect, but I did not know where it was located. Tang Ya's eyes suddenly glistened with tears. The Tang sect has no residence anymore. Its foundation was seized. Currently, the only remaining members are Bei and myself. I am the current leader of the Tang sect. And Bei is my first disciple. Hui Yuhao gazed at them in astonishment. Judging by their ages, Tang Ya was only slightly older than Bei. And their conversation did not suggest a master-disciple relationship at all. Bei cleared his throat and said, as you can see, little brother Hua, there are only Tang Ya and myself left in the Tang sect. However, we will strive to restore the Tang sect to its former glory. If you are willing, you are most welcome to join us. What Tang Ya said is not incorrect. One of our sect's techniques should suit your cultivation remarkably well and greatly benefit your future development. After a moment of hesitation, Hui Yuhao replied, Then what will I need to do if I join the Tang sect? The name Tang sect illuminated Hui Yuhao's eyes, and he earnestly looked at Tang Ya. Sister Xiaoya, I promise you, I am willing to join the Tang sect. Chapter 13, Thunderous Bei Part 1. Bei expressed his surprise, saying, Brother Hua, you must think this through. Joining a sect is no trivial matter. Although our Tang sect has waned, it once stood as the foremost sect in the world. Should you come to regret this decision and wish to betray the sect, neither I nor Tang Ya will show you any mercy. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, Brother Bei, I have given it considerable thought. I have no family left, and I am still young. My experience in the Star Doe Forest has made me acutely aware of the perils of the outside world. I aspire to excel and become a formidable soul master. Joining the Tang sect is undoubtedly a shortcut, as it will not only grant me entry into Shrek Academy, but also allow me to receive your guidance. Moreover, I trust you. Your willingness to share the tribulations of the Tang sect demonstrates your sincerity. I wish to work with you to restore the glory of the Tang sect. Well said, Tang Ya exclaimed, excitedly embracing Hui Yuhao. Bei looked on with a slight nod, recognizing that Hui Yuhao exhibited a level of maturity beyond his peers. Although he had only attained his first soul ring after the age of 10, innate talent is vital, yet diligent effort is indispensable. Furthermore, he is a rare possessor of a spirit-body martial soul, making the Tang sect fortunate to have him. The faint fragrance emanating from Tang Ya caused Hui Yuhao to blush deeply, leaving him rooted to the spot in shyness. Bei came to his rescue, saying, Teacher Xiaoya. Only then did Tang Ya release her hold on Hui Yuhao, her face alight with joy, clearly satisfied with him. Of course, she would never admit that her initial desire for him to join the Tang sect stemmed from his exquisite grilled fish. Little Yuhao, let us proceed with your apprenticeship. There are only 3 of us in the Tang sect now, and we have fewer formalities. If you kneel and call me teacher, you will henceforth be a member of our Tang sect, Tang Ya stated earnestly. Hui Yuhao nodded and, with a thud, knelt before Tang Ya. Proclaiming, Disciple Hui Yuhao pays respects to teacher. Tang Ya stood still, allowing him to bow 3 times before helping him up. Excellent, Yuhao. From now on, you shall be my second disciple. Allow me to introduce you to your elder brother, she said, gesturing towards Bei. Greetings, elder brother. Hui Yuhao bowed again. Bei smiled gently and replied, No need for formalities, junior brother. We are family now. Tang Ya let out a sigh of relief and said, Yuhao, you may call me teacher Xiaoya, just as you do Bei. However, do not mimic his lack of decorum, understood? Yes, teacher, Hui Yuhao responded, noticeably more reserved after his apprenticeship. Yet, the uncertainty within him had settled significantly. Joining the Tang sect provided him with an unspoken sense of security, a feeling he had not experienced in a long time. I previously mentioned that our Tang sect possesses a unique skill particularly suited for you, known as the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. This technique, once mastered, can unleash tremendous offensive power, given that your martial soul is your eyes. There is no more fitting practice for you. Dedicate yourself to its cultivation, Tang Ya advised. Receiving the Xiantian treasure record from Tang Ya, Hui Yuhao carefully tucked it into his bosom, saying, Thank you, teacher. I will strive diligently in my training. Bei pressed a button on his belt, and a belt of solid black with circular white jade inlays appeared in his hand. Junior brother, this belt, modeled after the soul tool held by our ancestor Tang-san, is a gift from your elder brother. It is a meeting gift. With it, carrying items will become much easier for you. As he spoke, Beibei helped Hui Yuhao fasten the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night belt around his waist, explaining its usage. The 24 jade stones on the belt each possessed a half-meter cubic space for storing various items, activated by soul power. It is a remarkably precious soul tool. Although Hui Yuhao's innate talent was primarily reflected in his physical condition, he was exceptionally clever and, after a few attempts, could easily manipulate the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night. However, he found that his limited soul power was rapidly depleting during the process. "Yes, teacher," Hui Yuhao replied respectfully. Tang chuckled, saying, "Even though you have become my disciple, there is no need to be so formal. With only the three of us in the Tang sect, rigidity is rather dull." Beibei replied, "With a teacher like you, it would be strange for the disciple to be too relaxed." As the day waned, he added, "It's getting late. Let us hasten our journey. May fortune favor us in locating suitable soul beasts to hunt on the outskirts of the Stardoe forest." "Indeed," Tangya nodded. "Let us depart." Tangya led the way, while Beibei took Hui Yuhao's hand, and together they quickened their pace towards the Stardoe forest. After obtaining his first soul ring, Hui Yuhao felt a significant enhancement in his cultivation, particularly in his physical condition, making their journey considerably easier. However, he still lagged behind Beibei and Tangya in speed. The gentle soul power emanating from Beibei almost carried him forward, requiring little effort on Hui Yuhao's part. As they walked, Beibei instructed Hui Yuhao, "Junior brother, our Tang sect's Xiantian skill is among the finest cultivation methods on the continent. With diligence, you will surely reap great rewards. Allow me to share the principles of the Xiantian skill. Remember them well." "Understood," Hui Yuhao nodded, attentively listening to Beibei's explanations. Tangya, walking ahead, couldn't help but stick out her tongue, realizing that if she were the one to teach Hui Yuhao, she could never articulate it as coherently as Beibei did. Indeed, she found herself to be an inadequate leader of the Tang sect. Chapter 14, Thunderous Beibei, Part 2. Beibei and Hui Yuhao engaged in an animated exchange, during which nearly an hour slipped by unnoticed. The main road had vanished, replaced by a dense forest that enveloped them, the air crisp yet laden with a subtle, ominous aura emanating from the depths of the woodland. "This is the basic method of cultivation," Beibei explained. "You will need to experiment and explore it for yourself. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me." "Thank you, senior brother," Hui Yuhao replied, his admiration for Beibei steadily growing, leading him to adopt an even more respectful demeanor. At that moment, the petite figure of Tangya, who walked ahead, suddenly let out a disdainful huff. Her steps transformed into ethereal movements as she swiftly darted towards a large tree on her left. Hui Yuhao caught a fleeting glimpse of a glimmering cold light, as a wind baboon, which had nearly cost him his life earlier, fell from the treetops. "These wind baboons are the most detestable creatures," Tangya remarked with irritation. "They not only attack, but also strike from the shadows." Hui Yuhao, who had not activated his spiritual eye, had not witnessed Tangya's swift maneuver. "Tangya, was that a soul skill you just used?" With a hint of pride, Tangya replied, "That was not a soul skill. It was a combination of our Tang sect's ghost shadow misty steps and hidden weapons. Impressive, isn't it? If you train diligently, you can master it as well. Be careful," Beibei suddenly warned, his expression shifting as he raised his right hand, making a grabbing motion towards Tangya. Their synchronization was evident. Tangya lightly tapped her toes against the ground, her body floated upward as if weightless, pulled by the force emanating from Beibei's hand. In an instant, a dark shadow landed softly, releasing a faint sound. Immediately after, a rich, sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Hui Yuhao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but a chilling current surged from within, sealing his mouth and nose. A puff of icy mist escaped his lips, dispersing the previously inhaled sweet, toxic aroma into the atmosphere. "Ice element, my second martial soul?" Hui Yuhao surmised, instantly recognizing the origin of the frigid air. However, it was evident that he was not the one controlling this icy flow. As he reveled in the newfound potential of his second martial soul, Tangya was already drawn closer by Beibei's pull. With a press of her right hand on Beibei's shoulder, she curled her body and performed a somersault, landing gracefully behind him. Two luminous rings rose from beneath Tangya's feet, their bright yellow hues pulsating rhythmically. Both of her soul rings were of the century level. In that instant, a flurry of blue vines erupted from Tangya, one of which ensnared Hui Yuhao around the waist, while the others swiftly dispersed into the distance. In contrast to Tang, Hui Yuhao was profoundly struck by Beibei's transformation. He had always perceived his senior brother as gentle and refined, often adorned with a warm smile that invited closeness. Yet, at this moment, Beibei had morphed entirely, as Tang soared over him. A dazzling blue light ignited from Beibei's forehead, instantly spreading throughout his body. Blue and purple arcs of electricity erupted like serpents, swirling around him. On the surface, Beibei's transformation seemed minimal. Aside from the blue lightning insignia on his forehead, only one aspect had altered due to the manifestation of his martial soul. However, this singular change profoundly shifted Hui Yuhao's understanding of soul masters. A third ring, a soul master of the soul zone rank. His senior brother, merely 4 or 5 years his elder, had already attained a level exceeding 30. Moreover, his soul rings boasted the optimal configuration of 2 century rings and 1 millennium ring. In the hierarchy of soul rings, white represents 10 years, yellow denotes a century. Purple signifies a millennium, while black represents 10,000 years. The formidable 10,000-year soul beast that had once tormented the heavenly dream eye silkworm would manifest as a crimson ring if it were to become a soul ring. Previously, Hui Yuhao had inquired about Beibei and Tang. Both were merely 15 years old, with Beibei being slightly older. To reach the rank of Soul Zun at such a tender age, and to possess 3 soul rings of this caliber, was nothing short of extraordinary, aptly describing Beibei as a child of destiny. In terms of cultivation, he clearly surpassed Tang, who, despite being a teacher, was merely a great soul master above level 20. With a cacophony of shrill cries, the shadow that had landed on the ground sprang back to life, lunging towards Beibei. Beibei emitted a cold grunt, a layer of purple light igniting in his eyes. With a powerful swing of his robust right arm, an electric net formed in the air, obstructing the shadow's path. It's a mandala snake. Wow, a millennium-level beast. Splendid. Beibei, I want this one, Tang exclaimed with delight. At that moment, Hui Yuhao finally discerned the attacker, a 3-meter-long, entirely rose-colored serpent, adorned with a small protrusion on its forehead resembling a flower. Beibei, however, did not share Tang's enthusiasm. His expression was grave. Despite being a soul zone, confronting a millennium soul beast remained a daunting challenge, primarily due to the formidable nature of his own martial soul. A typical soul zone would likely flee upon encountering such a creature. Xiaya, ensure Hui Yuhao's safety, Beibei commanded firmly. As the first soul ring on his right arm began to glow, a powerful surge of soul energy coalesced into a dragon claw of blue-purple lightning, shooting forth towards the mandala snake. Thunder Dragon Claw, Beibei unleashed his first soul skill. The mandala snake, cunning and agile, had been lying in wait. As Beibei initiated his attack, it sprung into the air, its long tail sweeping through the atmosphere like a streak of pink light, lunging towards Beibei. Undeterred, Beibei advanced, swiftly adopting the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, executing a rapid maneuver as the previously launched Thunder Dragon Claw veered mid-air, chasing after the mandala snake. Simultaneously, the second soul ring on his right arm illuminated, unleashing countless lightning bolts that coalesced into bolts of electric arrows, enveloping the mandala snake in a net of thunderous energy. Chapter 15, Thunderous Beibei, Part 3. The earlier Thunder Dragon Claw was merely a means to provoke the mandala serpent, while the second soul skill, Thunderous Net, formed a true trap. Once ensnared by the electric web, the Thunder Dragon Claw could catch up from behind, gaining the upper hand even if it could not deliver a devastating blow. However, the formidable nature of a 1,000-year soul beast is not to be underestimated. As the electric net began to close in, a plume of pink mist erupted from the mandala serpent's mouth, emanating a sweet aroma tenfold more potent than before. Tang, accompanied by Hui Yuhao, retreated swiftly, anxious to avoid even the slightest contamination, her delicate features betraying a hint of concern for the first time. The arrows of electricity, transformed from thunderous net, were met with the pink toxic mist, which shattered their potency, dissipating their might as if doused with water. The mandala serpent showcased its fierce side, abruptly lunging into the electric net, creating a breach, and with a flick of its tail, the tip glowed with a brilliant pink light, striking the pursuing Thunder Dragon Claw and obliterating Beibei's initial soul skill. Nevertheless, Beibei's assault was not entirely in vain. As one of the most powerful beast martial souls, his offensive capability ranked among the elite of his class. Despite the mandala serpent's ferocity, after enduring 2 thunderous soul skills, it exhibited a layer of fine electric light upon landing, unable to maintain its assault. Beibei refrained from pursuing, wary of the spreading pink mist. and hastily withdrew while producing a porcelain vial, consuming a pill before tossing the vial to Tanya. She caught it deftly, pouring out 2 pills, swallowing one and placing the other into Hui Yuhao's mouth. Bebe, allow me to assist you, Tanya spoke as she ingested the medicine. Bebe shook his head, replying, this foe is tenacious. We must prepare for a protracted battle. There may be other soul beasts lurking nearby. Your priority is to protect Hui Yuhao. I shall handle this creature. This marked Bebe's second reminder to Tanya regarding Hui Yuhao's safety, stirring a warm current within him. For the first time in his life, apart from his mother, someone cared for him so deeply, igniting a surge of emotion. I will assist senior brother. I am not useless. Hui Yuhao swiftly summoned his soul power, channeling it into his spiritual eye, the newly acquired soul skill flashing vividly in his mind. Within his deep blue eyes, a faint golden glow re-emerged as a pristine white soul ring ascended from beneath him. At a glance, there seemed to be no other indications. But in the next moment, both Bebe and Tanya felt a tremor, their eyes filled with astonishment. Time appeared to slow, and everything around them became strikingly clear. Information flooded their minds in an instant. As Bebe focused on the mandala serpent, he could perceive the distance between them and the fluctuations in the strength of every muscle in the serpent's body. Every nuance was vividly presented in his mind. Moreover, within a 30-meter radius, there was no need for sight. The entire surroundings materialized in 3 dimensions in their consciousness, with any minute changes instantly relayed to their brains. This is both Bebe and Tanya immediately thought of Hui Yuhao. Was this truly his first soul skill? How extraordinarily miraculous! With this probing assistance, confronting any adversary became significantly easier, particularly against the mandala serpent, which excelled in speed. For Bebe, whose offensive power was substantial, there was no better advantage than this assistance. A skill provided by a 10-year soul ring was surprisingly potent, with such exceptional supportive capabilities. Indeed, it was a rare manifestation of a spirit mutation. Hui Yuhao, unaware that Bebe and Tanya attributed his extraordinary display to his mutated martial soul, was actually utilizing 2 skills, mental detection and mental sharing, both auxiliary in nature. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of these skills, they proved immensely beneficial, given his current physical strength. The soul ring derived from the Dream Eye silkworm provided a skill equivalent to that of a 400-year soul beast. Thus, both mental detection and mental sharing operated within a diameter of approximately 30 meters. However, with his present prowess, he could share his mental detection capability with at most 3 targets simultaneously. Beyond that, it would overwhelm him. Both skills required minimal soul power, but did demand a certain amount of mental energy from Hui Yuhao. Essentially, he was sustaining these skills with a combination of mental and soul energy. At his current level, sustaining them for at least 15 minutes was well within his capabilities, though the exact duration would only be determined through further experimentation. A deep rumble suddenly erupted from Bebe, as he was enveloped in a vibrant blue-purple electric aura. The scales on his right arm rapidly spread across his body, engulfing his right chest, and his aura surged dramatically. His purple third soul ring radiated a dazzling brilliance. The technique of the 1,000-year soul ring, Thunderous Fury, significantly enhanced Bebe's soul power attack effectiveness by more than 50%, with his lightning attributes doubling. Although not a direct offensive skill, it elevated Bebe to an extraordinarily formidable state. Even some 4-ringed soul masters, if their martial soul was inferior, would not stand a chance against him. Despite his youth, Bebe possessed considerable combat experience. With Hui Yuhao's mental detection and mental sharing aiding him, he recognized his opportunity. Uncertain of how long Hui Yuhao could maintain this state, Bebe resolved to unleash his utmost power immediately. In his right hand, the dragon claw crackled with blue-purple lightning, forming a thunder dragon claw that was twice the size of the previous one. However, instead of launching it outright, Bebe darted towards the 1,000-year mandala serpent. The mandala serpent, cunning in its own right, sensed the danger emanating from Bebe's aura, and without hesitation, unleashed a spray of toxic mist before retreating swiftly. Humph! Bebe snorted coldly, his gaze deepening as a cascade of fragmented electric light erupted from him, dispersing the toxic mist. Simultaneously, he gestured with his right hand, the thunder dragon claw poised to strike. Chapter 16. The Thunderous Bebe, Part 4. At this moment, the efficacy of Hui Yuhao's mental detection became fully evident. It was precisely because he shared his mental probing with Bebe that Bebe could anticipate the enemy's movements. When the mandala serpent leaped to escape, it fortuitously fled towards Bebe's left front. At that instant, A tremendous force of attraction manifested on its path, as if it had willingly delivered itself into Bebe's grasp. The immense pull swiftly neutralized the mandala serpent's momentum, drawing it towards Bebe. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the mandala serpent erupted in retaliation. A brilliant pink light emanating from its head. A piercing hiss echoed as the floral protrusion atop its head suddenly burst open, unleashing a stream of pink venom aimed directly at Bebe. However, Bebe was once again quick to respond. In the fleeting moment before the floral protrusion detonated, his thunder dragon claw was unleashed with ferocity, striking the mandala serpent precisely as the protrusion exploded. The pink venom, having traveled only a few inches, was violently dispersed by the explosion. Yet, Bebe broke into a cold sweat for the moment his thunder dragon claw contacted the pink blood. It too was transformed into the same hue. Had he not anticipated the attack, the consequences of that venom could have been dire. The millennium-old mandala serpent was renowned for its formidable physical prowess and lightning speed. Yet, in Bebe's capable hands, its defenses proved to be negligible. In the state of thunder's fury, Bebe exerted his strength through the dragon claw, crushing the serpent's head with a series of audible cracks, as if its bones were on the verge of shattering. "Xiaoya," Bebe called out sharply. Tang seized the opportunity, swiftly joining Hui Yuhao by the side of the mandala serpent. A flying dagger, approximately half a foot in length, materialized in her hand and was thrust into the serpent's mouth, thus ending the life of the millennium mandala serpent. As the radiance of lightning retracted, Bebe finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a circle of purple soul rings began to coalesce from the serpent's head. Tanya looked at Bebe with excitement, and he nodded in encouragement to begin. They had not anticipated encountering a millennium soul beast even at the fringes of the Stardow forest. The quality of soul beasts in the Stardow forest was indeed on the rise. Tanya chuckled. "I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Please protect me." As she spoke, she quickly seated herself in a meditative position beside the mandala serpent. A blue glow radiated from her right hand, and with a delicate lift of her hand, she touched the purple soul ring hovering above the serpent. Instantly, the purple soul ring was drawn towards her, merging with her essence. Tanya's smile faded as she concentrated intently on absorbing the soul ring. Hui Yuhao realized then that Tanya had reached a bottleneck at level 30, and her journey to the Stardow forest was likely to seek a suitable third soul ring. But what was Xiaoya's martial soul? Was it the blue vine? Xiaoya's martial soul is blue silver grass, Bebe gently explained, as if sensing Hui Yuhao's curiosity. Blue silver grass? Is it akin to that legendary figure from the Tang Sect? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Bebe nodded. A millennium ago, the first-generation leader of the Tang Sect achieved greatness through the blue-silver grass martial soul. After his ascension to divinity, he left no descendants within the Tang Sect. To commemorate him, his successors insisted on honoring the blue-silver grass when choosing a leader and focused on nurturing soul masters with this martial soul. Unfortunately, it has been proven that not everyone can wield the true power of the blue-silver grass. Since that legendary figure departed, no one with the blue-silver grass martial soul has stood at the pinnacle of the continent. Nevertheless, this tradition has endured, unchanged. Xiaoya's talent with the blue-silver grass is commendable. I hope she can achieve a breakthrough. Hui Yuhao, filled with curiosity, asked, "Senior brother, if the Tang Sect was indeed as powerful as the legends suggest, why did it decline?" Bebe smiled slightly. "This question will gradually become clear to you upon your arrival at Shrek Academy. There are many internal and external factors. Currently, only a few of us remain in the Tang Sect, but this may not be a misfortune. At least some constraints are no longer applicable to us. As for you, little junior brother, you have truly surprised me." Hui Yuhao understood that Bebe referred to the soul skill he had just employed and felt a bit bashful, scratching his head. "I merely tried it. It was fortunate that it worked." Bebe's demeanor turned serious. It did more than just work. "I lacked the confidence to confront a millennium soul beast. And had it not been for your extraordinary mental ability assisting me, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed." Previously, during the confrontation with the mandala serpent, Bebe had relied on Hui Yuhao's shared mental detection to accurately predict the serpent's movements at every critical juncture. Most crucially, in the moment the mandala serpent's crown exploded, Bebe felt distinctly the illumination of the crown through the realm of mental detection, a sensation entirely invisible to his eyes, derived solely from Hui Yuhao's three-dimensional mental perception. Thus, he could instinctively react promptly. Otherwise, had even a drop of that venom touched him, he would have been unable to escape unscathed. This realization dawned upon Bei Bei, highlighting the immense significance of Hui Yuhao's recently demonstrated skill in combat. He conservatively estimated that with Hui Yuhao's skill aiding him during confrontations, his strength could be augmented by at least 20 to 30%, a remarkable enhancement. Moreover, this was merely the first skill Hui Yuhao had displayed. Hui Yuhao, still shaken, remarked, "That serpent was truly formidable, senior brother. What kind of soul beast was it?" Bei Bei replied, "It is known as the mandala serpent, notorious for its potent venom, which not only induces paralysis but also wreaks havoc on the body's nervous system. It ranks among the most fearsome of poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is extraordinarily resilient, impervious to ordinary blades, with only its mouth and eyes being vulnerable. However, the mandala serpent is adept at protecting these weak points and possesses astonishing speed. Its most terrifying trait is its aggressiveness. Once it locks onto a target, it seldom relinquishes its pursuit." Chapter 17. A Glimpse into the Path, Part 1. Of course, what Bei Bei did not mention was that if Hu Yuhao were not present, he and Tang would not have found it too challenging to slay the mandala snake. Otherwise, they would not have dared to venture into the Stardow forest. As Bei Bei recounted his tale, Hu Yuhao gained newfound knowledge. It turned out that the mandala snake possessed such remarkable qualities. Would it undergo further transformations if it reached a millennium of age? Bei Bei nodded and said, "A millennium-level mandala snake would turn yellow, becoming a truly terrifying existence. Even a Soul King at level 50 would not dare to provoke a millennium mandala snake lightly. It would take at least a Soul Emperor at level 60 to secure a certain victory." Junior brother, while Tanya is absorbing her spirit ring, "Tell me about your soul skills. What was the name of the skill you just used, and how long can it last?" This is crucial. Hu Yuhao had previously received a warning from the heavenly Dream Eye Silkworm, reminding him not to divulge its secrets. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Senior brother, the skill I just used is called mental detection sharing. You have sensed its range. It currently operates within a diameter of approximately 30 meters. As my soul power increases, I believe this range will expand. I am uncertain how long I can maintain it, but it seems that the skill does not consume much soul power. Is that so?" Bei Bei gazed at him in astonishment. "A skill of such magnitude does not consume much soul power? Your spirit eye martial soul appears to be extraordinarily powerful, and your soul ring was derived from a 10-year spirit beast, the wind baboon. This truly baffles me. Soul masters on the Doloa continent have been researching martial souls for over 10,000 years. Yet I have never encountered such a phenomenon in any of the texts I have perused. It is indeed unimaginable." After pondering for a moment, Bei Bei broke into a smile and said, "Junior brother, you need not think too much about it. Having a powerful soul skill is ultimately a good thing. With this skill as a foundation, any soul master would likely be eager to collaborate with you in the future. However, junior brother, as a mental attribute soul master, do you intend to pursue the path of an auxiliary soul master or a control-type battle soul master?" Hu Yuhao hesitated. "I am uncertain." Bei Bei responded, "Choosing your cultivation path is vital, as it will influence your future decisions regarding soul ring skills and your training tendencies. Although you have just acquired your first soul ring, your mental attribute has already demonstrated immense potential. To restrict yourself solely to auxiliary capabilities would be somewhat wasteful. While I cannot predict what other mental attribute skills you might acquire in the future, I would prefer to see you evolve into a control-type battle soul master, focusing on mental control. If all goes well, you may become the core of a team in the future." "A team? Must soul masters always operate within a team?" Hu Yuhao inquired with curiosity. Throughout his life, he had relied solely on himself for cultivation, having navigated his journey without guidance. Now that he had joined the Tang sect, this senior brother had become even more significant to him than a teacher, imparting invaluable knowledge in less than half a day. Bei Bei patiently explained, "Our profession as soul masters has developed over many years. Yet the concept of a team was fully shaped a millennium ago by the legendary figures who founded our Tang sect. Back then, they and their companions were known as the Shrek 7 monsters. Each of the 7 possessed formidable abilities, and when combined, they could unleash exponentially greater combat power. Since then, collaboration among soul masters has become an indispensable path for advancement. After all, individual strength is always limited. For instance, the synergy between you and me earlier made combat significantly easier for me. I also share certain cooperative strategies with Tanya. Generally, a soul master team comprises no more than 10 individuals, including defensive battle soul masters, offensive battle soul masters, and control-type battle soul masters. with these three roles being the most pivotal. Additionally, there are auxiliary spirit masters, food-type spirit masters, and agile attack-type soul masters, among others, each fulfilling a unique function within the team. Hu Yuhao suddenly realized, "So, senior brother, you are an offensive battle soul master?" Bei smiled and nodded, saying, "My martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which is considered relatively powerful among beast martial souls, excelling in offense. Tangya's martial soul, blue silvergrass, aligns her with the legendary control-type battle soul masters of our Tang sect's ancestry. However, her control primarily manifests through her blue silvergrass. If you also become a control-type battle soul master, your mental control abilities combined with Tangya's blue silvergrass could enable you to lead a formidable soul master team without the need for auxiliary spirit masters." Hu Yuhao nodded earnestly. "Senior brother, I will heed your advice. I shall strive towards becoming a control-type battle soul master. However, my talent is rather lacking, and my progress is slow." He lowered his head, reflecting on how, at 11 years of age, he had only just acquired his first soul ring. Feeling inferior compared to Bei and Tangya, Bei gently patted Hu Yuhao's head and smiled. "Talent is merely one aspect of success. It appears that you have not had anyone to guide your cultivation, and lacking suitable methods, it is remarkable that you have achieved this level through your own efforts. Furthermore, your martial soul is quite commendable, and its potential for future development is significant. Therefore, there is no need for self-pity. Instead, invest your time in diligent cultivation. If you can break through to level 30 or above before the age of 20, you will have the prospect of becoming a powerful soul master. Both Tangyo and I will do our utmost to assist you." "Thank you, senior brother." Gratitude filled Hu Yuhao's expression. "Indeed," Hu Yuhao responded respectfully, holding Bei in high regard, even more so than Tangya, viewing him almost as a mentor. Chapter 18, A Glimpse into the Path, Part 2. "My dear junior brother, you mentioned uncertainty regarding the duration of your skills, did you not? Perhaps we should conduct an experiment. This will enhance our coordination in future battles and provide you with a deeper understanding of your abilities, allowing you to become accustomed to the new skills you have acquired." With Bei's suggestion, Hui Yuhao once again unleashed his mental detection sharing. A faint golden light flickered in his eyes, and a three-dimensional image materialized in the minds of both him and Bei, encompassing a radius of 30 meters. The mental detection was all-encompassing, capable of discerning even the subtlest of changes. As Hui Yuhao delved into the intricacies of these two skills, Bei likewise experienced the benefits of this mental amplification. The more he perceived, the more astonished he became. This mental detection sharing was not merely an auxiliary measure, but akin to granting him an additional mind for judgment. Within the 30-meter radius, every detail was laid bare, leaving no blind spots. With this skill, it felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing from every conceivable angle. Even more astonishing was what followed. As Hui Yuhao wielded his soul skill, he appeared remarkably at ease, showing no signs of exhaustion. Within the realm of mental detection sharing, they could even sense the changes in Tangya's body as she fused with her soul rings. Tangya's figure seemed to elongate subtly, her aura burgeoning at an incredible pace, her skin glistening with vitality, and her blood energy surging robustly. Before they knew it, a quarter of an hour had elapsed, and Hui Yuhao's complexion was merely slightly pale. Bei silently admired him. Such an extended duration of mental detection would suffice in a battle. Moreover, Hui Yuhao's capability with mental detection extended beyond combat, proving invaluable in various other situations, such as navigating the path of adventure and seeking soul beasts. If, as he claimed, the detection range could expand with his cultivation, it would indeed be a remarkable skill. At last, as the continuous exertion of skill approached half an hour, Hui Yuhao could no longer maintain it. His body swayed, and he concluded the mental detection sharing. A sharp pain surged through his brain, and a profound dizziness nearly caused him to collapse. He hastily sat cross-legged to meditate, striving to restore his depleted soul power and mental energy. This was the first time Hui Yuhao had experienced the torment of mental exhaustion. The sensation of a blank mind was anything but pleasant. Bei observed him silently. When he noted that Hui Yuhao did not falter after exhausting himself, but instead managed to sit cross-legged and meditate, a smile crept onto his face, and he nodded approvingly. He valued temperament over talent. Undoubtedly, this junior brother had passed the test in his eyes. The absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring required considerable time. Bei scattered some soul beast repellent herbs around them, and fortune favored them. During Tangya's cultivation, only a few 10-year and 100-year soul beasts appeared, all of which were successfully driven away by Bei. They encountered no millennium-level creatures, and thus, the experience was relatively safe. Taking a deep breath, Tang slowly opened her eyes, her bright gaze radiating brilliance, and her entire demeanor reflected a significant enhancement. In the journey of a soul master, reaching level 30 is a pivotal threshold. Crossing it to enter the realm of soul respect signifies a true powerhouse, with limitless potential ahead. Many soul masters with lesser talents struggle their entire lives to break through this 30-level barrier. She succeeded. Tang joyfully leapt from the ground. And as her soul power surged, her 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose rapidly from beneath her feet. The most striking was, naturally, the purple millennium-level soul ring, exuding an air of nobility. From this moment on, Tang's strength had ascended to an entirely new tier. Bei smiled and said, "Congratulations, Xiaoya." Tang cheered, leaping into his embrace and giving him a heartfelt hug. "Thank you, Bei." Holding her petite form, Bei's smile deepened with a touch of affection. "I promise to help you realize your dreams, and I shall fulfill that promise." Leaning against Bei, Tang inadvertently caught sight of Hui Yuhao's wide eyes. Astonished at their interaction, suddenly reminded of his presence, she quickly extricated herself from Bei's embrace, feeling a tad embarrassed. "What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a teacher-student romance before?" Hui Yuhao replied candidly, "I haven't, actually." Watching Bei and Tang embrace, he felt an inexplicable envy rise within him. Though he harbored no jealousy, the senior brother and Xiaoya truly made a splendid pair. Bei cleared his throat and said, "All right. Since you have completed the absorption of your soul ring, let us depart post-haste." Over the years, incidents involving soul masters in the Stardew Forest have increased. With Millennium Soul beasts lurking even at the periphery, it is prudent to leave as soon as possible. Tang nodded in agreement. "Let us go?" By now, darkness had descended, yet camping in the Stardew Forest was evidently unwise. The trio, disregarding their fatigue, hastened towards the outskirts of the forest. Rejuvenated, Hui Yuhao activated the mental detection sharing once more, providing them with an added layer of security as they exited the Stardew Forest, even managing to evade a Millennium Soul beast that was not particularly aggressive. Naturally, Hui Yuhao was once again conscripted into service, at Tang's insistence. He became the fish grilling chef once more. However, this time, he was not the one to catch the fish. Bei simply dipped his hand into the stream, and in a flash of blue-violet electricity, dozens of stunned catfish floated to the surface, which he effortlessly drew to the bank using his control techniques. They instantly had their meal. Tang also produced some provisions stored in her soul-guiding device, and the trio gathered to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. Tang, bubbling with excitement, ended up eating a bit too much and, after satisfying her hunger, leaned against a tree by the campfire and fell asleep. In contrast, Hui Yuhao, who had reaped greater rewards, resisted the dual fatigue of body and mind, requesting Bei to guide him as he began his first practice of the Xiantian Gong. Bei greatly admired Hui Yuhao's diligence. After draping his outer garment over Tang, he began to explain the essential techniques of Xiantian Gong to Hui Yuhao and assisted him in entering a state of meditation. The pathways of the Xiantian Gong were significantly more intricate than Hui Yuhao's previous meditative methods, engaging at least 10 times the meridians he had ever utilized. Many of these meridians had never even been traversed by his soul power. To ensure Hui Yuhao's safe practice, Bei sat cross-legged behind him, placing his hands on Hui Yuhao's back and gently inputting his soul power into Hui Yuhao's body, guiding him through the initial operation of the cultivation. Chapter 19. A Glimpse into the Path, Part 3. As the guidance commenced, Bei's expression grew solemn. Although Hui Yuhao possessed remarkable insight and intellect, he was undeniably deficient in physical aptitude. Upon the infusion of soul power into Hui Yuhao's body, Bei discovered that his meridians were exceedingly narrow, with some areas being alarmingly frail, rendering vigorous manipulation impossible. Indeed, there were even signs of disorder where multiple meridians converged. At this moment, Bei realized the immense difficulty Hui Yuhao must have faced to cultivate to his current level, achieving his first soul ring under such adverse conditions. Despite acquiring his first soul ring, his meridians remained so fragile, illustrating a physical talent inferior to that of many ordinary individuals who had not awakened their soul power. It was a testament to the extraordinary willpower required to cultivate to level 10 and become a soul master. Bei, possessing a calm demeanor, did not feel disheartened upon discovering these issues. Rather, he harbored a newfound respect for Hui Yuhao. At such a young age, Hui Yuhao exhibited a commendable tenacity, suggesting that despite his physical shortcomings, he could still achieve greatness in the future. Through his examination of Hui Yuhao's physical condition, Bei speculated that the formidable abilities of Hui Yuhao's spirit and martial soul were likely linked to its mutation. While a mutated martial soul could be incredibly potent, it also inflicted significant harm upon Hui Yuhao's body during his formative years. Without proper care and nurturing, this had resulted in his current physical state. Had he received medicinal treatment immediately upon birth, perhaps this junior brother of his would have emerged as a prodigy. Bei's conjecture was only partially accurate. Hui Yuhao's physical frailty indeed stemmed from the mutation of his martial soul, compounded by a lack of adequate recuperation. However, the true power of the Spirit Eye skill was largely attributed to the added influence of the million-year wisdom soul ring, the Dream Eye silkworm. It took Bei an entire night to help Hui Yuhao clear his meridians, guiding him through the initial cycle of the Xian Gong. This arduous process, albeit challenging, proved immensely beneficial for Hui Yuhao. As a mouthful of stagnant blood erupted from Hui Yuhao, he simultaneously opened his eyes. At that moment, he felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body had opened, a sensation of unprecedented relief coursing through him. The expelled blood was a manifestation of the impurities caused by stagnation within his meridians, which Bei had finally enabled to flow freely. Although his meridians remained thin and frail, they were now capable of circulating soul power, which would nourish him during future cultivation, effectively altering his constitution to some degree. Even though Bei was an exceptional peer and a powerful soul ancestor, he felt exceedingly fatigued after completing Hui Yuhao's guidance and clearing. Junior brother, rise and face the east. Follow my lead and gather your focus, Bei urged, suppressing his weariness as he placed his hands on Hui Yuhao's shoulders. At that moment, Tang, who had been in a deep slumber, suddenly awakened and sprang to Bei's side. The three gazed intently towards the east, where a faint, brightening hue appeared on the horizon, seemingly flickering with a hint of purple. Such a sight could only be perceived with remarkable vision and unwavering concentration. The appearance of the purple aura captivated their full attention, and they ceased exhaling, taking only gentle, measured breaths as their eyes remained fixated on the ethereal purple. This ephemeral purple presence did not linger for long. As the pale light of dawn gradually enveloped the horizon, the purple hue vanished entirely. They then slowly closed their eyes, exhaling deeply to release the stagnant energy from within. Bei and Tang expelled streams of white energy, which gradually dissipated after a few moments of rhythmic inhalation. Though Hui Yuhao's cultivation was far inferior to that of his mentor and elder brother, he felt an unparalleled shock at that moment. As he beheld the distant purple glow in the east, a profound warmth flowed into his mind through his spirit eye, invigorating his vision to an unprecedented clarity. Even without the infusion of soul power, it was as if his perspective had expanded in an instant. Upon closing his eyes, the purple essence gradually seeped beneath his eyelids, prompting his spirit eye to instinctively draw upon his soul power and merge with the purple aura. The initial warmth transformed into a gentle, refreshing sensation, indescribably pleasant. The purple extreme demon eye, this was the very technique that his mentor, Tang, had deemed most suited for his cultivation. Remarkably, even during this first session, the effects were profound. Hui Yuhao felt that the soul power he had painstakingly cultivated over months paled in comparison to the efficacy of this infusion of eastern purple energy. After a full quarter of an hour, the refreshing sensation gradually faded away. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovered a faint glimmer of purple emerging within the depths of his clear, deep blue irises. It seemed the results were indeed promising. Tang regarded Hui Yuhao with satisfaction. Hui Yuhao quickly rose, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, elder brother. As the purple hue in Bei's eyes began to wane, his expression still bore signs of fatigue. He patted Hui Yuhao's shoulder and said, from now on, we are family. There is no need for thanks. I require some rest. We may need to depart later than anticipated. Teacher Tang, please prepare some provisions. Junior brother, practice Xian Gong once more to solidify the memories from last night. Understood. Hui Yuhao's respect for his elder brother deepened, and without hesitation, he seated himself to begin circulating his soul power according to the Xian Gong technique. With the vivid recollection from the previous night and Bei's guidance, he found it significantly easier to manipulate his soul power. The energy he had obtained through meditation was refined into a soft white hue as it flowed through the pathways of Xian Gong, with impurities gradually being eliminated in the process. An hour later, Bei was the first to awaken from his cultivation. With his formidable prowess, the fatigue he had felt was swiftly dispelled. Tanya handed him some provisions and quietly inquired, "How did it go?" Bei smiled slightly and replied, "You were correct this time. Junior brother is indeed a promising talent. His physical condition may be lacking, but his insight is commendable. He possesses resilience and a calm demeanor, qualities of a fine candidate. Furthermore, the Xin Tian Gong inherently promotes physical health. Long-term practice will aid in repairing his meridians, making it the most suitable technique for him. As for his future development, it will ultimately depend on his own efforts and opportunities. Our role is merely to open a door. How far he can go is up to him." Chapter 20. A Glimpse into the Path, Part 4. Tanya softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Bei chuckled. "What's gotten into you? You rarely say thank you to me. Is it because of the junior disciple? Am I going to have to compete with him?" Tanya playfully punched him, saying, "You know exactly what I'm thanking you for, so stop pretending." Bei leisurely wrapped his arms around her, confessing, "I admit. I initially agreed to join the Tang sect because I was taken with you. It was love at first sight. However, as I delved deeper into the Tang sect's profound legacy, I realized that despite its decline, it would be quite intriguing if we could revitalize it through our own efforts. Thus, my dedication to the Tang sect is no longer solely for you, but for the sect itself." Tanya blinked her large eyes and inquired, "Does that mean that even if I no longer have feelings for you, you would still strive for the future of the Tang sect?" Bei's expression suddenly changed, and he retorted, slightly flustered, "Behave normally." Tanya giggled, "I just love seeing your true colors. You always act so righteous. Don't you get tired of it?" Bei playfully flicked her forehead, asserting, "That's called decorum. Not everyone is as transparent as you." Tanya clutched his hand with a feigned pout, saying, "You mustn't flick my forehead again. That's an affront to our master. By the way, do you think Xiao Yuhao will manage to persevere at the academy?" Bei shook his head. "It's hard to say. It depends on him. I can only say that if he truly endures and stays at the academy for 12 years, his potential might even surpass mine." Tanya was taken aback, surprised by Bei's high regard for the junior disciple. Bei smiled slightly, explaining, "Xiao Yuhao's mutated martial soul is quite extraordinary. Let me illustrate. The difference between his first and second uses of the mental detection skill shows that he has yet to master it fully. Yet it has already provided us with substantial enhancement. Moreover, as he mentioned, this skill seems capable of evolving. If each of his future soul skills reaches this level, he is bound to become a top-tier spirit control soul master." Tanya added, "But his self-preservation capability is somewhat lacking, at least until he reaches a certain level of cultivation." Bei countered, "No, you're mistaken. He doesn't need to worry about self-preservation because, even with just the soul skill he currently possesses, he is destined to have companions by his side." Yuhao practiced longer than Tanya and Bei had anticipated, his training extending until noon. During this time, Bei meticulously monitored the route of his Xian Tiangong cultivation, demonstrating remarkable precision. It could be said that Yuhao had genuinely entered the threshold of cultivation. Once he awakened from his meditation and consumed some food, the three set off westward. Most of the Star Do forest lies within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, with only a small portion in the Heaven Do Empire. Shrek Academy is located in the northwest of the Star Do forest, not too far from it. Tanya and Bei chose to enter the Star Do forest from the south, as this direction has fewer formidable soul beasts, thus ensuring greater safety. In contrast, the soul beasts to the east, near Shrek Academy, are the most powerful. Shrek Academy frequently sends its students into the Star Do forest to hunt soul beasts, which has led to deep animosity from the powerful soul beasts dwelling within. There have even been incidents where numerous soul beasts surged from the forest to launch a beast tide against Shrek Academy. Consequently, within the academy, no one below the rank of Soul King is permitted to enter the Star Do forest from the front. Even Soul Kings require the guidance of a mentor to enter. As Yuhao and his companions made their way to Shrek Academy, their pace was not particularly swift, as they needed to navigate around the Star Do forest, extending their journey to nearly 1,000 miles. Along the way, Tanya and Bei imparted the Tang sect's secret arts to him. Among these, Yuhao grasped the most from the Xiantian Gong and the purple extreme demon eye, while the skills of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, shadowy steps, and Xian Jade hand were merely introductory for him. Yuhao's diligence astonished both Tanya and Bei. At merely 11 years old, he remained committed to his training even while on the move. After hearing Bei explain that the frequent use of soul skills could subtly enhance soul power, he continuously utilized the mental detection skill whenever he could. Once he took a break, he would immediately resume practicing the Xiantian Gong. While on the road, He divided his focus between releasing skills and contemplating shadowy steps, controlling the crane, capturing the dragon, and Xian Jade Hand. It was due to Hui Yuhao's prolonged meditative states during his practice of the Xian Tian Gong that their journey to Shrek Academy was delayed. However, Bei Bei and Tang Yi did not urge him to hurry. They even increased their own training duration under his influence. Xiaoya, if only you could match half of the junior disciples' diligence with your talent, you would have likely surpassed me by now, Bei Bei remarked, observing Hui Yuhao, who was sitting cross-legged beneath a large tree, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. Tang Yi rolled her eyes. Are you really that diligent? You think you can compare to Xiao Yuhao? But it seems he harbors some issues. It's south his emotions that drive his relentless effort, which is hard to say whether it's good or bad. Bei Bei smiled. Having a goal is never a bad thing, and he is still young. Under our subtle influence, his emotional knots will eventually unravel. For him, the most crucial thing now is to break through level 30 before turning 20. At that moment, Hui Yuhao awakened from his meditation, a faint white aura swirling around his face. As he opened his eyes, a golden glimmer sparkled within his clear gaze, and his spirit eyes appeared even more translucent. Hui Yuhao's determination to cultivate stemmed not only from a desire to excel, but also from the entirely different experience he had after practicing the Xian Tian Gong. With the assistance of Bei Bei and Tang Yi, his physique underwent noticeable improvements, and the Xian Tian Gong proved to be an exceptionally superb technique. They had been traveling for 4 days, during which Hui Yuhao had likewise practiced the Xian Tian Gong for 4 days. Throughout this period, his soul power had completely transformed into the soul power required for Xian Tian Gong cultivation. During this transformation, his originally muddled and impure soul power gradually became refined. After each session of meditation, he felt a warm and indescribably comfortable sensation throughout his body, better than the restorative effects of sleep. Although the total amount of soul power did not increase significantly, the complete replacement with pure Xian Tian Gong soul power allowed Hui Yuhao to perceive distinct changes in his bodily functions and an enhancement in the endurance of his soul power. Such remarkable progress was unprecedented in his cultivation history, so how could he not exert himself diligently? Xiao Yuhao, you cannot remain so tense all the time. You must take breaks. Otherwise, over time, won't you become like a wooden puppet? Tang Yi said seriously. Hui Yuhao nodded, responding, Yes, teacher Xiaoya. Tang Yi chuckled. Don't be so earnest and obedient. It's rather dull. Come on, we are nearing the academy. You've been so absorbed in your training these past few days that I haven't had the chance to share the important matters regarding the academy with you. Now is the perfect time for you to rest and clear your mind while I tell you about it. Chapter 21. The First Academy of Doluo Continent, Part 1. Oh. Hui Yuhao was initially engrossed in contemplating the grappling techniques Bei Bei had taught him the day before, but upon hearing Tang Yi's words, he was momentarily taken aback. The three of them rose and set off on their journey, with Tang Yi taking the opportunity to enlighten Hui Yuhao about the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy. Founded over 10,000 years ago, Shrek, in ancient terminology, means monster, indicating that the original founders aimed to establish an academy for extraordinary talents. The academy's earliest motto proclaimed its intent to cultivate only prodigies, not ordinary individuals. Even the founder of the continent's foremost sect, the Tang sect, hailed from Shrek Academy. And it was that generation of students who forged the academy's initial glory. At that time, Shrek Academy had only a handful of students, famously known throughout its history as the Shrek 7 monsters. The tale of the Shrek 7 monsters has been passed down through the continent, with the most renowned being the couple who led the Tang sect. Although the Tang sect eventually waned, Shrek Academy remained steadfast and gradually ascended to become the continent's premier institution. Today, Shrek Academy holds a pivotal position on the continent, a status largely attributed to the cataclysmic continental war that ensued over 4,000 years ago when the Doluo and Sun-Moon continents collided. In the initial stages of the conflict, the three major empires of Doluo were disunited, resulting in significant setbacks for Doluo continent. The forces of the Sun-Moon Empire even managed to penetrate deep into Doluo's territories. At this critical juncture, the then president of Shrek Academy rallied nearly 60 title Doluo-level super experts from across the continent, who heeded his call and took command of the armies, decisively defeating the Sun-Moon Empire's forces and ultimately securing victory. The continent was unified under the name Doluo Continent, while the Sun-Moon Empire was compelled to cede territory and pay reparations, leaving them significantly weakened and unable to contend with the coalition of Doluo's three great empires. Their military strength reduced to that of merely one empire. This monumental battle not only amplified Shrek Academy's renown due to the assembly of 60 titled Dolua, but also because the president of Shrek Academy emerged as the supreme commander of the coalition. In the wake of his rallying cry, the royal families of the three empires were astonished to discover that nearly all of their commanding generals were alumni of Shrek Academy. Under the president's unified direction, discord among the three empires vanished, allowing them to achieve victory through their collective might. From that moment on, Shrek Academy transcended the allegiance of any single nation, existing as an independent entity. The Academy has since produced a succession of remarkably astute presidents. Despite its esteemed status, Shrek Academy has never sought to claim credit, treating all nations with equal regard and refraining from maintaining a private army, even keeping the number of instructors at a manageable level. Consequently, Shrek Academy has consistently remained an institution of learning, posing no threat to any nation. Thus, it not only endures but maintains a prestigious position that no nation can easily undermine. Shrek Academy is located in the southeastern region of the Heaven-Do Empire, adjacent to the Star-Do Forest to the southeast, with the Do-Ling Empire to the east and the Xing-Luo Empire to the south, placing it at the intersection of the three great empires. Tang informed Huiyuhao that the Dolua continent is currently divided into an outer court and an inner court. Each year, approximately 1,000 new students are admitted, yet the total enrollment never exceeds 5,000. Completing all subjects at Shrek Academy takes 12 years, resulting in a high annual dropout rate. Those unable to meet the Academy's rigorous standards are unceremoniously expelled. However, those who do graduate are invariably exceptional talents, making Shrek Academy a true cradle of the strong. Each year, the admissions to Shrek Academy elevate to a matter of political significance for the Heaven-Do Empire, Do-Ling Empire, and Xing-Luo Empire, underscoring the Academy's formidable reputation. On the other hand, the Sun-Moon Empire, perhaps fueled by animosity toward Shrek Academy, has never sought to send representatives to study there. The Sun-Moon Empire also boasts several prestigious academies that have developed significantly over the past few millennia. However, the military strength of the Sun-Moon Empire has consistently been constrained by the agreements established post-war, preventing substantial expansion, leading to a facade of modesty. Once you enter the academy, you will begin your training in the outer court. The outer court is divided into various departments. For now, you should focus on the control department while also dabbling in the soul engineer department. How does that sound? Tang suggested after briefly outlining the particulars of Shrek Academy. Teacher Xiaoya, what is the soul engineer department? Huiyuhao inquired. Tang replied, the soul engineer department is dedicated to the study of crafting soul-guided weapons. There was a hint of bitterness in her tone as she spoke of soul-guided weapons. Soul-guided weapons? Huiyuhao still appeared puzzled. Given that Shrek Academy is the foremost institution in the continent, it was understandable that he, having grown up in a secluded environment, had limited exposure. Noticing Tang's slightly troubled expression, Bei interjected, the topic of soul-guided devices is closely related to our Tang sect. In a sense, soul-guided devices are weapons powered by soul energy. The higher the quality of a soul-guided device, the more formidable its power. This means that even if you are merely a weapon soul master, possessing a powerful soul-guided device grants you considerable offensive capabilities. The evolution of soul-guided devices is also the primary reason for our Tang sect's decline. Our Tang sect once thrived over 4,000 years ago. The collision with the Sun-Moon continent was the root cause of our downfall, Tang lamented. Our Tang sect was renowned for its hidden weapons, which constituted our main economic source. Historically, nearly every nation has purchased a significant number of our concealed weapons, including various sections. However, after the conflict between the Sun-Moon continent and our Dolua continent commenced, the armies of the three great empires, armed with our Tang sect's hidden weapons, clashed with the forces of the Sun-Moon Empire. Although the Sun-Moon Empire was not particularly strong in terms of soul masters, they possessed unique expertise in soul-guided devices. Those soul-guided devices, powered by soul energy, surpassed the efficacy and range of our hidden weapons, leading to devastating losses for our three empires in the initial stages of the war. Chapter 22, The First Academy of Dolua Continent, Part 2. Although the war ultimately ended in triumph, the efficacy of our Tang sect's hidden weapons faced considerable scrutiny. Subsequently, nations began to drastically reduce their procurement of our crafted concealed arms. While the Tang sect amassed significant wealth, the majority of our income was donated, as per the wishes of the first-generation sect master, to enhance the living conditions of impoverished regions and to construct schools and other public facilities. Thus, we found ourselves with little surplus. At that time, The Tang sect comprised thousands of members. The speed of our decline was alarmingly swift. In merely 2 centuries, we had rapidly fallen from grace. The once illustrious sect of the continent was no longer recognizable. By the time it reached my generation, only my father, mother, and I remained. Tragically, during an encounter while hunting soul beasts, my parents departed from my life, leaving me as the sole remnant of the Tang sect. As I recounted this, tears streamed down Tang's smooth and delicate face, her fists clenched tightly in anguish. Wu Yuhao murmured, "Teacher Xia, do our Tang sect's hidden weapons truly pale in comparison to those soul-guided devices?" Tang sighed and replied, "In certain aspects, it is indeed fair to say so. The Sun and Moon continent brought not only soul-guided devices, but also abundant and diverse mineral resources. These rare minerals serve as excellent conduits for soul power, particularly suitable for the fabrication of soul-guided devices. Consequently, over the course of the following millennia, soul-guided devices experienced rapid advancement, further diminishing the market for our hidden weapons. However, when it comes to intricacy and ingenious design, our Tang sect's hidden weapons undoubtedly surpass those of the soul-guided devices, especially the elite ones. Yet, the crafting of those concealed arms is exceedingly complex." Bei gently patted Tang's head and said, "The progress of soul-guided devices has indeed imposed a substantial impact on our Tang sect's hidden weapons. When I first met Xiaoya, she stubbornly believed that hidden weapons were superior to soul-guided devices. Yet, reality has proven that soul-guided devices could replace our hidden weapons, gaining acceptance across the board for good reason. Primarily, they are far more accessible to the general populace, particularly for those soul masters who do not engage in combat. The advent of soul-guided devices has almost instantaneously transformed them into battle soul masters, requiring only the expenditure of soul power. Therefore, after much deliberation with Xiaoya, we concluded that for the Tang sect to thrive, we cannot remain stagnant or ensconce ourselves in isolation. To restore the Tang sect's former glory, we must not only comprehend soul-guided devices but also integrate the crafting of our hidden weapons with those devices, creating even more formidable soul-guided artifacts. Only then can we discover a pathway to growth. Thus, every disciple of the Tang sect must, in addition to cultivating their own martial soul, also pursue proficiency in soul-guided devices." Wu Yuhao inquired, "Teacher Xia, senior brother, if soul-guided devices are so powerful, how did the Sun and Moon Empire initially lose to our coalition of 3 kingdoms?" Bei smiled calmly and replied, "That is because, while soul-guided devices were competent at the time, the most potent of them could not rival the might of a tidal Dolua. However, over the course of millennia, particularly powerful soul-guided devices have begun to emerge, some even posing a threat to tidal Dolua. Yet, soul-guided devices have a limitation: the more potent the device, the more formidable a soul master is required to wield it. Without sufficient soul power to support it, the device's effectiveness remains markedly constrained. Thus, upon the unification of our 2 continents, an intriguing phenomenon arose. We endeavored to learn the crafting methods of soul-guided devices, while the Sun and Moon Empire focused on nurturing powerful soul masters. After thousands of years, this has seemingly achieved a degree of balance. With Bei and Tang's insights, Wu Yuhao finally garnered a preliminary understanding of Shrek Academy. After wiping her tears away with Bei's sleeve, Tangya addressed Wu Yuhao, "Little Yuhao, the most crucial thing for you now is to remain at Shrek Academy. Bei and I are already 3rd-year students. After I acquire my Millennium Soul Ring, I should be able to advance to the 4th year alongside him. Once in the 4th year, the elimination rate decreases significantly. In a few years, we all have the opportunity to enter the inner court. But your situation is different. As a newly enrolled 1st-year student, you face the fiercest competition. The Academy conducts evaluations for new students every 3 months. Only those who pass will be allowed to remain, although our Tang sect has reserved spots for admission. Whether you can continue studying at the Academy depends solely on your own abilities. This is something no one can assist you with. Do you understand?" Wu Yuhao nodded earnestly, saying, "Teacher Xia, I will exert every effort. However, with your and senior brother's capabilities, how come you are not yet inner court students?" Tang replied, "Gaining entry to the inner court of Shrek Academy is no simple feat. The Academy's motto has never changed. The outer court was established later, in response to the demands of the 3 great empires, to cultivate more talents. However, only those in the inner court can be considered, in a certain sense, true Shrek Academy students. They are all prodigies, eccentrics, or even monsters. After persevering through to the 6th year, outer court students face an examination. Passing that exam allows for graduation. Only the exceptionally outstanding few among them have the chance to undergo another evaluation for the inner court, and only upon succeeding can they be permitted to enter. The inner court requires 6 years of study. It is said that those who graduate from the inner court are at least sole emperor-level practitioners, receiving the finest treatment offers from all nations, including the Sun and Moon Empire. Tang Yu continued, I have also heard that a 12th-year senior graduated with a cultivation level exceeding 70, possessing a red 100,000-year soul ring. That senior was subsequently retained by the academy to be groomed as the next dean. Listening to their accounts, Hui Yuhao felt an overwhelming eagerness. His days spent with Tangya and Bei had made him acutely aware of the immense benefits of having a good teacher for his cultivation. Undoubtedly, Shrek Academy represents the pinnacle of choices. He silently vowed that regardless of the effort required, he would ensure his place in the outer court and strive to enter the inner court of Shrek Academy in the future. Chapter 23, The First Academy of Dolua Continent, Part 3. With such sentiments, Hui Yuhao could not help but ponder the Tang sect's profound skills as he walked. The introduction to Shrek Academy by Tangya and Bei had thoroughly ignited the flames of ambition within him. Observing Hui Yuhao's expression, Tangya and Bei exchanged knowing smiles. Had they not mirrored his current enthusiasm when they first entered Shrek Academy? After several hours, Hui Yuhao finally beheld the institution itself. Rather than merely an academy, it resembled a grand city. Emerging from a thicket onto the main road, he saw the towering city walls stretching expansively across the plains ahead. Shrek Academy was established atop the vast Luma Plains, encompassing an extensive area that could easily be classified as a city in its own right, known as Shrek City. Among the great cities of Dolua Continent, Shrek City ranks among the top, housing over 2 million inhabitants. Moreover, Shrek Academy possesses independent governing rights over this city, exempt from taxation by any nation. A privilege unmatched by any other academy, including those of the Sun Moon Empire. Shrek Academy is not situated in the heart of Shrek City, but rather in its eastern section, facing the Stardoe Forest. The city enjoys robust transportation links in all directions, making it not only the home of Shrek Academy, but also a vital commercial hub at the intersection of the 3 major empires of the Dolua continent. Thanks to the presence of Shrek Academy, the city boasts excellent public safety, rendering trade not only fair, but also secure. Hence, merchants from the 3 empires often choose Shrek City for their cross-border transactions. The southern, western, and northern gates of Shrek City allow for unrestricted entry, while the eastern gate is exclusively for Shrek Academy. Hui Yuhao, guided by Bei and Tangya, arrived at the eastern gate. Despite being designated solely for the academy, the gate was bustling with activity, with over 5,000 people gathered outside, creating a vibrant atmosphere that likely surpassed that within the city itself. Hui Yuhao quietly inquired, Brother, is the assessment very challenging? Bei hesitated, instinctively glancing at Tangya. She readily replied, He will find out sooner or later. This will serve as his motivation to strive harder. Little Yuhao, there are 2 requirements for admission to the outer court of Shrek Academy. First, you must not exceed 12 years of age, and second, your soul power must be no less than level 15. From a purely evaluative standpoint, you do not meet the criteria. She refrained from stating that Hui Yuhao should exert even more effort, for he was already striving diligently. Hui Yuhao responded earnestly, Then will the first assessment in 3 months also test soul power? Given my condition, it seems utterly impossible to elevate my soul power from level 11 to level 15 within 3 months. Bei shook his head. No, at Shrek Academy, our assessments are always practical. A wise teacher once remarked that any data pales in comparison to real combat. Hui Yuhao nodded vigorously. Teacher Xiaoya, brother, perhaps I may not measure up to the majority of the new students at present, but I shall undoubtedly surpass most of them in the future. His tone carried a calmness beyond his years, and his eyes reflected an unwavering determination that belied his age. Bei, towering over Hui Yuhao, placed a reassuring arm around his shoulder, saying, Let us proceed. If you can endure the next 3 months, I believe you will reach the end. Together, Bei and Tang led Hui Yuhao past the throng, arriving at the eastern gate. At the gate, a group of young men and women of similar age stood guard, each clad in yellow uniforms adorned with a green emblem, the attire of 2nd and 3rd-year students of Shrek Academy's outer court. Bei greeted each of them warmly, engaging in brief conversation with the leader. Upon glancing at Hui Yuhao, the student nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that there was no doubt regarding Bei's words. You may bring this young brother in for registration, he said amiably. After a hearty laugh, he added, We certainly won't miss this opportunity. Bei exchanged a high five with him, assuring that they would not disappoint. With that, He and Tang led Hui Yuhao through the eastern gate, a symbol of Shrek Academy. Not far away, a newly admitted student, having just completed his assessment, inquired of the senior responsible for his evaluation. Senior, who was that senior just now? That was Brother Bei, known as Bei Bei. Affectionately called Thunderbolt Bei Bei. He possesses the extraordinary blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, and his natural talent is remarkable. He broke through to level 30 at merely 13 years of age, and it is said he is nearing level 40 now, poised to become a soul master within a year or two. He ranks among the strongest in our outer court. Had it not been for his dedication to accompany Junior Tang, he could have easily qualified for the 5th year assessment by now, should he reach level 40. Even the 6th year assessment would likely pose no challenge for him. Not only is Brother Bei immensely powerful, but he is also well-liked among our outer court students. He is the most popular, often regarded as the Prince Charming in the hearts of many female students. However, he remains devoted to Junior Tang, having turned down countless advances from admirers. Even senior students from the inner court have been known to harbor feelings for him. Everyone predicts that within 2 years, Brother Bei will surely enter the inner court. As Bei Bei and Tang escorted Hui Yuhao into Shrek Academy, he found the environment to be far more enchanting and serene than he had envisioned. The academy boasted lush greenery and diverse flora, with meticulously manicured plants visible from every direction along the wide avenues. After walking 200 meters, they encountered towering sculptures that obscured their view. There were over 10 statues, each standing 10 meters tall, crafted from the sturdiest granite. Chapter 24, The First Academy of Dolua Continent, Part 4. In the front row stood 3 statues. The central figure was an elderly gentleman, adorned with spectacles and a gentle smile, of medium height and slightly plump, exuding an aura of amiability. Bei Bei turned to Hui Yuhao and said, "This central figure is none other than the founder of our Shrek Academy, the first dean, Flanders. To his left stands one of my ancestors, Yu Shaojiang, renowned as the Master, who established the foundational teachings of various spirit systems at Shrek Academy and is recognized for his contributions to the 10 core competencies of the spirit world. My mother is his direct descendant. The woman to his right is also an ancestor, Lu Erlong, who is the wife of the Master. Together with Dean Flanders, they formed a golden triangle of excellence. If Dean Flanders created Shrek Academy, then the Master is its true soul, having single-handedly nurtured the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters." The statue of the Master depicted a somewhat gaunt middle-aged man, while Lu Erlong was portrayed as an elegant middle-aged woman. Behind them were 7 statues, and as Hui Yuhao's gaze fell upon the foremost statue, he involuntarily shuddered. It depicted a tall and handsome man with striking heterochromatic eyes, adorned with a royal insignia on his forehead, emanating a formidable presence despite being merely a statue. The 7 statues behind the golden triangle represented the once glorious Shrek 7 monsters. Leading the group was the White Tiger Dolua, Daimubai. In second place stood the Sausage Dolua, Oscar, and third was our Tang Sect's forebear, the Thousand Hands Dolua, Tang San. Among them, Tang San was the most striking, with flowing blue hair cascading behind him, clad in simple yet robust attire. His statue entwined with blue-violet vines symbolizing his blue-silver grass spirit. A faint smile graced his lips as his gaze seemed to be directed towards a woman with scorpion braids, who ranked 5th among the 7. The 4th was the evil phoenix Dolua, Ma Hongjun, and the 5th was the wife of our Tang Sect ancestor, the soft-boned Dolua, Xiao Wu, who was said to have once been a 100,000-year spirit beast. Following them was the 9 treasure Dolua, Ning Rongrong, renowned as the strongest support spirit master, who is the wife of the sausage Dolua. Lastly, the ghostly Dolua, Zhu Shiqing, is the wife of the white tiger Dolua, Daimubai. The 7 statues of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters were distinct in form, and their status as titled Doyuos attested to their formidable strength. Tang's gaze remained fixed on the statue of the Thousand Hands Dolua, Tang San. The Golden Triangle and the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters laid the foundation of Shrek Academy. Over the millennia, countless exceptional talents and powerful individuals have emerged from Shrek Academy, yet only 10 statues stand here, never increasing. Bei Bei explained to Hui Yuhao, "From here, we shall part ways. To the left is the Spirit Department, and to the right is the Soul Guidance Department. These are the 2 major divisions of our Shrek Academy, both external departments. Relatively speaking, the Spirit Department is larger, while the Soul Guidance Department is smaller, with numerous subdivisions. We shall first proceed to the Spirit Department to register. Only after passing the initial assessment can we qualify for the Soul Guidance Department." As they moved leftward from the statues, the path remained broad enough to accommodate 4 or 5 carriages side by side, with a signpost indicating lakeside path, through the verdant trees on their right. A vast expanse of water was subtly visible, suggesting that behind the 10 statues of the Golden Triangle and the Shrek 7 monsters lay a magnificent lake. Tang, noticing Hui Yuhao's gaze, proudly remarked that artificial lake was constructed in memory of our Tang sect ancestor, the Thousand Hands Dolua, Tang San, and his namesea god lake. Legend has it that our ancestor Tang San inherited the divine legacy of the sea god. Sea god lake is expansive, fed by underground springs. The inner academy of Shrek Academy is situated on an island at the heart of Sea God Lake. All external disciples take great pride in having the opportunity to step onto that island. Bei gazed intently towards Sea God Lake, determination and passion gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Sea God Lake was vast, stretching south along the lakeside path for nearly a quarter of an hour before veering westward. After another lengthy walk, the path began to narrow, revealing a spacious rectangular plaza. A sign labeled Shrek Plaza appeared beside it. Behind Shrek Plaza stood imposing teaching buildings, each painted in various hues, primarily white, yellow, purple, and black. Looking northward at a distance, Hui Yuhao noticed what appeared to be a cluster of gray teaching buildings. Bei pointed to the teaching buildings on the opposite side of the plaza, explaining, the colors of the teaching buildings represent different grades, distinguished by the colors of spirit rings. White signifies the new student teaching building, akin to the lowest 10-year spirit ring. Yellow represents the second and third year external students. Purple is for the fourth and fifth years. Black is for sixth-year students. Those who emerge from the black teaching building will have earned their external academy graduation certificate. The distant gray teaching buildings belong to the Soul Guidance Department. In terms of area, the Soul Guidance Department occupies about 1/3 of the main teaching zone, while the Spirit Department takes up 2/3. Beyond these initial teaching buildings, there are various specialized instructional venues, such as the Battle Arena, Assessment Area, Dormitory Area, and Faculty Offices. The white new student teaching building was situated at the southernmost end, closest to the lakeside path. As Hui Yuhao and the others passed through the southern side of Shrek Plaza, they entered the teaching building. The atmosphere was abuzz with activity, as it was the enrollment period for new students, and many who had passed their assessments were registering here. With Bei and Tang Ye's guidance, Hui Yuhao's registration went smoothly. Bei covered the tuition, which was a staggering 10 gold soul coins for a single academic year, not including meal expenses. Furthermore, if one failed to pass the assessment and withdrew, the tuition would not be refunded. Tang Ye informed him, "Little Yuhao, the dormitory is right behind the teaching building, in the largest building of the academy. You can head there on your own later. The new academic year officially commences in 3 days, so you have some time to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. We have already covered your tuition for the first year. Thereafter, it will be up to you." The academy hosts various competitions with monetary rewards, and as a registered soul master, you will receive a monthly stipend issued by the 3 great empires. If you manage your expenses wisely, it should suffice for your meals. Hui Yuhao committed Tang Ye's words to memory and was preparing to bid farewell to his teacher and senior brother when Bei's brow furrowed slightly as he gazed at a notice board in the distance. Hui Yuhao, utilizing his soul power, activated his keen visual perception to discern the text on the notice. Though he had never formally attended school, his mother had taught him to read, and his literacy level was commendable. The notice read, Class 1 New Student Homeroom Teacher, Zhou Yi, Class 2 New Student Homeroom Teacher. Zhou Yi? It seems I am in Class 1. Hui Yuhao had registered early and was directly assigned to Class 1. Tang Ye also noticed Bei's focus and gasped softly, "Huh? How could it be that old hag Zhou Yi? Isn't she supposed to teach third-year students? Why is she assigned to the new student class?" Bei chuckled wryly. "I heard that teacher Zhou was excessively strict while teaching her third-year students, resulting in only 1/10 of her class advancing to the 4th year. She was reported multiple times by her students to the academy, which led to her demotion to the new student class. Little junior brother, you must be cautious. While there are not many monstrous students in our Shrek Academy's external department, there are certainly quite a few monstrous teachers, with this teacher Zhou being the most notorious." Chapter 25. The New Student Enrollment, Part 1. Upon hearing Bei's introduction of the teacher, Zhou Yi, who would soon guide him, Hui Yuhao was taken aback. "Senior brother, does the academy not take action regarding this teacher's methods?" Bei whispered. "Although teacher Zhou Yi is strict, she is undeniably a good teacher. Every student who has advanced in her class speaks highly of her. Her strictness primarily stems from her high expectations and rigorous teaching methods. Remarkably, nearly a quarter of the students she has taught and promoted have entered the inner academy, a figure that ranks among the best in the entire institution." It is only due to the recent uproar that she has been assigned to the freshman year. However, if you are diligent and exceptional, you will only benefit from her guidance. Bebe smiled slightly and continued, "All right, Shaya and I must proceed to our promotion tests. If we pass, we will advance to the 4th grade. I reside in dormitory 316, so if you need anything, feel free to find me there." Bebe and Tang indeed had numerous matters to attend to, as Tang was eager to acquire her 3rd soul ring to successfully pass the 4th grade promotion examination. There were many more responsibilities awaiting them after the promotion. Huiyuhao had previously ventured alone into the Stardow Forest and acquired a soul ring, demonstrating his strong ability to care for himself, alleviating any concerns they might have had. As Huiyuhao traversed the space between the white freshman teaching building and the black buildings for the 2nd and 3rd years, he soon spotted the dormitory building. The dormitory was expansive, consisting of a single structure adorned in white, yellow, purple, and black, clearly indicating the residential areas designated for different grade students, rising 6 stories high. Upon reaching the entrance of the white building, Huiyuhao noticed an elderly man who appeared to be of considerable age seated there, dressed in gray cloth. The wrinkles on the man's face seemed capable of squashing more than a dozen flies, his eyes dim and heavy-lidded, embodying the essence of someone in the twilight of life. The sun's rays filtered through the building, casting a warm glow upon him, making the reclining chair appear quite comfortable. Huiyuhao quickly approached. The old man squinted at him before handing something back, instructing, "Go ahead. Room 108 is the 3rd one on the left on the 1st floor. The 4th floor and above are for female students. Entry is prohibited. Anyone caught will be expelled." "Thank you." Huiyuhao bowed respectfully once more before stepping into the dormitory building. The old man resumed his previous position, murmuring, "A rare polite child." As he spoke, a few more newcomers passed by, seemingly oblivious to the elderly man by the entrance, entering without a second thought. The old man did not intervene, remaining in his drowsy state. Following the old man's directions, Huiyuhao swiftly located his dormitory. The student dormitory resembled a long corridor lined with doors marked with numbers. It was evident that the building had aged significantly, its wear and tear suggesting many years of use. At each end of the corridor, there were communal restrooms. Upon unlocking the door, a musty air escaped, prompting Huiyuhao to step aside, holding his breath until he could rush in and open the window. It was clear that the room had been unoccupied for over a month, as dust coated every surface. While airing out the room, Huiyuhao took in the modest furnishings. The dormitory was small, roughly 10 square meters, with 2 beds occupying most of the space, alongside a desk and 2 metal wardrobes, and a light fixture on the ceiling. The walls bore several metallic protrusions, which Bebe had informed him were simple soul-guiding devices requiring soul power to illuminate. After a brief ventilation, the stale air finally cleared. And as Huiyuhao surveyed the small space, he felt an indescribable excitement. From this day forward, this would be his residence for the coming year. It appeared he would have a roommate. Time to tidy up. As the saying goes, the children of the poor mature early. Although born into a duke's family, Huiyuhao's upbringing had been less privileged than that of an average commoner. He purchased a basin and a used rag from the student supplies store with his meager funds, promptly beginning to clean the dormitory. In just half an hour, with Huiyuhao's meticulous efforts, every corner was spotless, free of dust. While the dormitory remained simple, it now exuded a refreshing ambience. Huiyuhao had no intention of buying bedding. The wooden bed was sufficient for someone dedicated to diligent training. Feeling a pang of hunger, he ventured out to inquire about the location of the cafeteria. After acquiring the cheapest food container from the student supplies store, he made his way to the cafeteria. Each grade had its own designated cafeteria, situated just behind the dormitory area. Upon entering the new student cafeteria, Huiyuhao was astonished. The cafeteria was sparsely populated, appearing quite desolate, with no tables or chairs in sight, merely a vast empty space, save for a side equipped with sinks for washing hands and utensils. The inner side featured windows for purchasing meals, each marked with prices. There were 8 windows in total, each offering different dishes, with prices increasing from right to left. Was it truly the case that there was nowhere to sit while dining? A sign at the entrance stated that food was not permitted to be taken outside the cafeteria. As Huiyuhao ate, he observed the cafeteria, discovering that the most expensive meal was priced in gold soul coins, a sum beyond his imagination. Seated cross-legged on the hard wooden bed, Huiyuhao quickly entered a meditative state to practice the Xiantian Gong. Although his cultivation speed paled in comparison to Bebe and Tang, he had made significant progress compared to his previous self. Since adopting the Xiantian Gong, He could feel a sense of daily advancement, a marked improvement from before. Moreover, after several days of practice during his journey, the chaotic and impure soul power he once possessed had transformed entirely into the energy of Xiantian Gong. The soul power derived from the Xiantian Gong had one notable benefit. It nourished his meridians as it circulated. Although the advantages were not immediately apparent, Bei had assured him that sustained practice would inevitably enhance his physique. Chapter 26. The New Enrollment, Part 2. Hui Yuhao had meticulously arranged his daily schedule. Each morning, he would devote time to practicing the purple extreme magic eye, followed by an hour engaging in controlling the crane and seizing the dragon, ghost shadow mysterious steps, and Xian Yuhan techniques alongside some grappling methods taught by Bei. The remainder of his time, excluding meals, was entirely dedicated to cultivating the Xiantian Gong. Soul power forms the foundation of a soul master, and he recognized the necessity of allocating more time to this vital cultivation. This technique is indeed remarkable. It suits your current condition perfectly. You humans truly possess remarkable capabilities. Just as Hui Yuhao entered a meditative state, a sudden blinding white light enveloped him, accompanied by the voice of the dreaming eye silkworm, transporting him once more to his spiritual sea. "Brother Tianming?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed with a hint of surprise. The languid voice of the dreaming eye silkworm emerged. "Your physical condition has improved significantly over the past few days. This is indeed a promising start. Your body's endurance is gradually enhancing. Excellent, excellent. The abilities you are cultivating are quite well suited to you, especially this meditation technique and the method for training your eyes. You must have felt the effects of the 4 skills I've imparted to you. Regular practice, particularly with the last skill, in conjunction with your eye training method, should yield commendable results, providing you with a foundational offensive soul skill. This is even better than I had anticipated. Brother Tianming, I will definitely strive to cultivate diligently." Hearing the voice of the dreaming eye silkworm once more reaffirmed for Hui Yuhao that his fusion with a million-year-old soul beast was not merely a dream. "Will I still be able to seek you out?" Hui Yuhao inquired. "If you encounter insurmountable danger, I will certainly assist you. Rest assured. Only by ensuring your survival can I continue to exist." With that, the white light receded, and Hui Yuhao awoke from his meditation, astonished to find that the outside world had plunged into darkness. He had been cultivating for at least 3 hours, and it seemed that his Xiantian Gong had made some progress. It was now evening, and his stomach grumbled with hunger. However, judging by the darkness outside, the cafeteria had likely closed for dinner. Fortunately, a few pieces of dry rations remained in his pack. After quenching his hunger with a bit of water, Hui Yuhao resumed his cultivation. Once he completed these tasks, the sky brightened, and after washing up, Hui Yuhao made his way to the cafeteria for a meal. Upon arrival, he found himself wearing a troubled expression. Since beginning his training in the Xiantian Gong, his appetite had significantly increased. Enhancing his physique required ample nutrition. Yet he was short on funds. His tuition had already been covered by his senior brother, and he hesitated to ask Bei for more. Fortunately, breakfast options were limited and inexpensive. Hui Yuhao purchased several eggs and a bowl of porridge, reluctantly spending 3 copper coins. At last, he had managed to replenish his nutrition. What had previously seemed like affordable meals suddenly appeared pricier than those outside the Shrek Academy. "Junior brother, you cannot skimp on meals. Insufficient nutrition is unacceptable. The Academy offers some jobs suitable for students that you could consider for financial support." Unbeknownst to him, Bei had approached Hui Yuhao's side. "Senior brother," Hui Yuhao exclaimed with surprise. So far, he had only acquainted himself with Tang and Bei at Shrek Academy. Bei, appearing somewhat apologetic, replied, "Not providing you with direct funds is intended to encourage your self-sufficiency. Combat prowess is merely a facet of strength. A person's capabilities encompass many attributes, the most vital of which is the ability to survive under any circumstances. Do you understand? Senior brother, you have already helped me immensely. I comprehend. I still have a few silver coins. Once classes commence, I will seek out some work to undertake." Bei affectionately ruffled his hair. "I must take my leave now. Remember, money can be earned again, but you must not skimp on nourishment. You need proper sustenance." Hui Yuhao followed Bei out of the cafeteria, resolved to heed his senior brother's advice and treat himself to a hearty meal that afternoon. At that moment, a young man emerged from a room, momentarily pausing upon seeing Hui Yuhao. The youth possessed an elegant appearance, fair skin, and strikingly unusual pale blue eyes. His neatly cropped hair matched in color, and he was undeniably handsome, perhaps even more so than Bei. He was the most attractive peer Hui Yuhao had ever encountered, standing at a similar height and age. "Who are you?" Hui Yuhao instinctively asked. The youth shot him a haughty glance, stepping aside. Seeing the boy's superior demeanor ignited Hui Yuhao's irritation. "Why should I listen to you?" With a dismissive snort, the youth replied, "If you choose not to heed my words, I will simply expel you. Go ahead, test it." Having been oppressed since childhood in the Duke's residence, Hui Yuhao detested such arrogant attitudes. "If you wish to test me, then so be it. Let us step outside." The youth, amused by Hui Yuhao's defiance, smiled. His smile was charming, yet it carried an air of disdain that further fueled Hui Yuhao's anger. "I don't even know your name," the youth scoffed. Hui Yuhao replied in a serious tone, "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before inquiring about others' names?" "Whatever, I'm Wang Dong." The youth retorted nonchalantly. "I am Hui Yuhao." Wang Dong smirked slightly, suddenly closing the distance between them. "Very well, I suspect your name will soon vanish from Shrek Academy. Come along, fool." With that, he turned and strode outside. Hui Yuhao clenched his fists tightly, following swiftly behind. Though he was aware of his limited combat strength, he would never allow himself to be bullied, especially by someone who would be his roommate for at least the coming year. Chapter 27. The Monster Teacher, Part 1. The Shrek Academy sprawls across an expansive area, with substantial open spaces between its numerous buildings. Upon exiting the dormitory, Wang Dong halted in the open area just outside, turning to beckon Hui Yuhao with a flick of his finger. Though a fiery rage surged within him, Hui Yuhao refrained from rushing forward. Having endured life and death trials in the Stardow Forest, he had at least learned the virtue of composure. At the dormitory entrance, an elderly man reclined in a chair, slightly lifting his head, curiosity flickering in his dim golden eyes as he observed Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong with keen interest. A faint golden light glimmered in Hui Yuhao's eyes as a white soul ring rose from beneath him, activating his spiritual, martial spirit. Upon seeing Hui Yuhao's decade-old soul ring, Wang Dong chuckled lightly. "I am quite intrigued by how you managed to enroll here. With such meager abilities, you dare to challenge me? I need not even employ my martial spirit to deal with you." As he spoke, Wang Dong's left foot tapped the ground, propelling his body forward like an arrow. His speed was remarkable, and he appeared exceptionally agile, reaching Hui Yuhao in the blink of an eye. He lifted his right foot, aiming directly at Hui Yuhao's chest. In that instant, Hui Yuhao sprang into action, swiftly stepping to the right while simultaneously striking at Wang Dong's ankle with his left hand. It was as if he had foreseen Wang Dong's movement. As Wang Dong's leg shot out, Hui Yuhao crouched low and, in the next moment, leapt up to collide with the underside of Wang Dong's thigh. Both their movements were rapid. To an observer, it would seem as if Wang Dong had intentionally presented his leg for Hui Yuhao to shoulder. Wang Dong possessed extraordinary physical prowess. While most would lose their balance from such a collision, he raised his right leg high, executing a perfect split while his left foot remained firmly planted on the ground. Hui Yuhao felt the softness and elasticity of Wang Dong's thigh against his shoulder and, seizing the moment, propelled himself forward in an attempt to knock Wang Dong down, hoping to exploit his precarious one-legged stance. However, Wang Dong executed a remarkable maneuver. His elevated right leg arched back with his torso, while his left foot snapped up to kick at Hui Yuhao. At this moment, the extent of his legs spread exceeded what any ordinary person could imagine. Anticipating the attack granted a significant advantage. As Wang Dong's left foot aimed for Hui Yuhao's chin, he instinctively pressed both hands downward, meeting the kick with a clash. Wang Dong's strength was astonishing. The force of his kick unleashed an indescribable shockwave, causing Hui Yuhao's hands to tingle painfully. Reacting instinctively, he summoned the power of his Xian Jade hand, yet he was still jolted backward. During his retreat, Hui Yuhao swiftly reacted as Wang Dong's right foot struck the ground, propelling him back. He deftly sidestepped to the left. With a resounding thud, Wang Dong's descending right foot left an imprint on the hard stone floor, a testament to its immense power. In an instant, he became a whirlwind, charging toward Hui Yuhao, his legs striking like steel whips, launching a torrential barrage of attacks. After their initial skirmishes, Hui Yuhao found himself surprisingly calm, fully activating his spiritual sensing ability and coolly predicting Wang Dong's every strike. Employing the elusive ghost shadow steps, he navigated Wang Dong's relentless onslaught like a small boat bobbing amid tumultuous waves, refusing to capsize. Wang Dong grew increasingly astonished, despite his clear superiority in speed and strength. He could not land a hit on Hui Yuhao. The latter's movements were not swift, yet he consistently anticipated Wang Dong's actions, evading effectively. Even attempts at feints failed to deceive his opponent. Wang Dong, proud and stubborn, had resolved not to employ his martial spirit, opting instead to intensify his offensive, convinced that Hou Yuhao could not endure indefinitely. Indeed, Hou Yuhao was beginning to falter. Wang Dong's powerful and rapid leg strikes required Hou Yuhao's utmost concentration to counteract. But as time progressed, the disparity in their physical capabilities became more pronounced. Having endured a difficult childhood and suffering from malnutrition, the nourishing effects of his Xiantian Gong were only just beginning to manifest. Compared to the deeply rooted Wang Dong, he was still far behind in physical prowess. Although Hou Yuhao had activated his martial spirit, Wang Dong had yet to resort to his. However, the internal fortitude provided by soul power was becoming evident. As the battle wore on, Hou Yuhao could not avoid minor missteps, suffering several painful grazes from Wang Dong's strikes. His still-developing ghost shadow steps grew increasingly erratic, leaving him more on the defensive. This cannot continue. He would surely be defeated if this persisted. Hou Yuhao retreated faster, realizing he could scarcely evade Wang Dong's impending assault. Suddenly, he lifted his head with great urgency, prompting Wang Dong to instinctively glance at his face. Hou Yuhao's eyes glimmered with a faint golden light, and a flash of purple surged within. In an instant, Wang Dong felt as though his brain had been pierced, agony coursing through him as his mind blanked out. Seizing the opportunity, Hou Yuhao lunged forward, leaping into the air, wrapping his arms tightly around Wang Dong's, while his legs ensnared Wang Dong's waist, forcefully bringing him down to the ground. Wang Dong had relied solely on his legs for his attacks, and in this desperate moment, Hou Yuhao's legs clung to him, rendering Wang Dong unable to exert power through his limbs. It was enough to subdue him. The piercing pain in his head caused Wang Dong to furrow his brow tightly. But within 2 seconds, he regained his senses, only to find himself already toppled by Hou Yuhao, with his waist firmly locked by Hou Yuhao's legs and his arms embraced. The distance between their faces was but an inch, their breaths almost palpable. Chapter 28, The Monster Teacher, Part 2. Hou Yuhao gasped heavily, his voice a low growl as he asked, "Do you concede?" "Concede? Not a chance. Let go of me." Wang Dong retorted angrily, struggling fiercely. Yet Hou Yuhao exerted every ounce of strength within him, drawing upon his soul power, and escaping was no easy feat without employing his martial soul. "Will you deny your defeat? If I had brandished a blade earlier, you would have perished." Hou Yuhao roared defiantly. In their close proximity, he noticed with surprise that Wang Dong's physique was not only remarkably flexible and resilient, but it also exuded a subtle, refreshing fragrance that was quite pleasant. At his words, Wang Dong paused, his resistance wavering. Indeed, the brief moment of dizziness and pain had not lasted long, but given their closeness, Hou Yuhao had ample opportunity to harm him if he wished. "I admit defeat. Just get up," Wang Dong declared, his eyes filled with indignation and resentment. However, Hou Yuhao did not relent, coldly stating, "The 5 conditions you mentioned earlier are not beyond my capability. But it is not due to your threats. Rather, it is out of respect for a fellow roommate. I acknowledge your superior strength, and if you were to utilize your martial soul, I would undoubtedly be no match for you. But remember this, should you dare to insult me again, even if it costs me my life, I will at least take a piece of flesh from you." As he observed Hou Yuhao's increasingly ferocious demeanor, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty soul beast, the hatred in Wang Dong's eyes dissipated, replaced by a flicker of fear. Although his opponent was evidently weaker, the pressure Hou Yuhao emitted had him at a disadvantage. Hou Yuhao gradually released Wang Dong and stood up, taking a few steps back before turning to head towards the dormitory. After a moment of sitting on the ground, Wang Dong stood up and slowly followed suit. As he reached the dormitory entrance, an elderly voice echoed in his ears, "You have indeed lost, not just in battle, but in spirit." "Why?" Wang Dong exclaimed, turning sharply to face the elder, his expression one of disbelief. "I am clearly stronger than him. If I wished to confront him, he wouldn't even come close. How could he possibly defeat me?" The elder pointed to his heart, saying, "Because of this, he possesses a fearless heart, while you do not. Not everyone can face death without flinching." Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, he bowed deeply to the old man. "Thank you for your enlightenment," he said, before striding towards the dormitory. Upon returning, Wang Dong found Hou Yuhao meditating on his wooden bed. He considered speaking but ultimately refrained, snorting softly before preparing his own bed. In stark contrast to Hou Yuhao's modest accommodations, Wang Dong's bed was adorned with a thick fur quilt, made from the hide of an unknown soul beast, appearing both plush and inviting. His belongings were already crammed into the cabinet on his side, with additional items cluttering the desk. In a fit of petulance, he pulled the quilt over his head and fell asleep. For the next 2 days, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong ignored one another, each engrossed in their own affairs. Wang Dong was somewhat astonished to observe that, aside from meal times, Hui Yuhao was perpetually in a state of cultivation. He could vaguely sense Hui Yuhao's soul power intensity, yet the more he sensed, the more incredulous he became. How could someone with such strength have bested him? The enrollment process for the new academic year finally concluded, and the new student dormitory buzzed with activity. Although each room was small, they accommodated 2 students each. The outside was lively, yet the dormitory was remarkably soundproof. Hui Yuhao had been diligently cultivating during these days, and his clash with Wang Dong had proven enlightening. His victory stemmed from a technique inspired by the awakening from the heavenly dream ice silkworm. The ice silkworm, though not a formidable soul beast, endowed Hui Yuhao with 4 skills that were not particularly powerful: mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference, and soul impact. He had become quite adept with the first 2 skills, having already verified their efficacy with Bei Bei. The mental interference skill, being area-based, could disrupt any life form with mental fluctuations within a 30-meter radius centered around Hui Yuhao. However, its effectiveness was limited at his current cultivation level. It could merely induce a momentary state of mental disorientation, and he could only sustain it for less than 3 seconds, consuming significantly more soul power than the previous 2 skills. The soul impact was the only skill with an offensive capability among the 4. Being a single-target skill, it was inherently more forceful than the area effect mental interference, although still not overwhelmingly strong. Hui Yuhao's ability to triumph over Wang Dong in their battle was largely due to his integration of the purple extreme demonized capabilities into the soul impact technique. The results surpassed his expectations, particularly because Wang Dong was caught off guard. Had he been prepared, the effectiveness of Hui Yuhao's soul impact would have been considerably diminished. Nonetheless, through these 4 mental attribute skills, Hui Yuhao had begun to take on the semblance of a control-type soul master. However, his elder brother had once informed him that during the first year of study, there would be no classification of soul masters. One must endure the entirety of the freshman year first. Are classes starting now? Hui Yuhao inquired instinctively, marking their first exchange since their earlier confrontation. Wang Dong, without sparing him a glance, replied indifferently, in about half an hour. Oh, Hui Yuhao responded, closing his eyes to meditate. After days of diligent practice, he had become increasingly proficient in the Xin Tian Gong, and half an hour would suffice for him to circulate the technique, allowing for even the slightest improvement in his soul power. The entrance to the white teaching building swung open, and new students clad in white uniforms streamed in, each adorned with a green monster emblem on the left chest, symbolizing Shrek Academy. Different grades wore uniforms of varying colors, mirroring those of their respective teaching buildings. As Hui Yuhao hurriedly approached the new student teaching building, he heard the bell ring. He dashed inside and spotted the sign for Class 1 in the first classroom on the left side of the first floor, promptly rushing in without hesitation. Chapter 29. The Monster Teacher, Part 3. At this moment, the spacious classroom was filled to capacity. As the last to arrive, Hui Yuhao found it challenging to locate an empty seat, and after some effort, he finally settled into one. His desk partner was a remarkably beautiful young girl. Though her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Wang Dong's when he first encountered her, proud and aloof, she held her head high and scarcely acknowledged his presence. Once seated, Hui Yuhao took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The classroom was expansive, accommodating nearly 100 students from his class. Given the scale of 1,000 new students, it was evident that there would be around 10 classes in total. It did not take long for him to spot Wang Dong, largely due to her striking appearance. Surrounding her were girls, each as captivating as the one beside Hui Yuhao. Just then, an elderly woman entered through the classroom door. She was frail and silver-haired, her hair elegantly coiled atop her head, adorned in a flowing white robe. Remarkably, her eyes sparkled with a vibrant brilliance, radiating a fierce intelligence. Hui Yuhao, whose martial soul was the spirit eye, was particularly attuned to the eyes of others, and he sensed a formidable mental pressure emanating from this woman's gaze. Despite her advanced age, she stood tall and strode confidently to the podium, undoubtedly the instructor for this new class. As the teacher entered, the previously chaotic classroom fell into a hushed silence, all eyes gravitating towards the front. The elderly woman's calm gaze swept from left to right, instilling an unspoken pressure within the hearts of every student present. I am Shoei, your homeroom teacher. I cannot predict how many of you will remain with me over the coming year. However, I must inform you that in my class, no mediocrity will pass my scrutiny. I seek to cultivate monsters, not fools. Ms. Zhou's voice was a harsh rasp, akin to the sound of a cracked gong. upon hearing her words. Many students wore expressions of indignation. They had all been meticulously selected from across the continent to join Shrek Academy, undeniably elite among their peers. Yet, in the eyes of Ms. Zhou, they were deemed as rubbish and imbeciles. Hui Yuhao remained composed, recalling the words of his senior brother and Ms. Xiaoyou. He understood that Ms. Zhou would be strict and temperamental, yet undeniably skilled. Those who have engaged in fights, please stand. Zhou Yi's next statement sent shockwaves through the class. These students had just been admitted. Who would dare to fight in the academy? Even if they had, who would confess? While the room fell silent, one individual rose, Hui Yuhao. He stood not out of honesty, but rather a premonition that Ms. Zhou would not conform to expectations. Upon seeing Hui Yuhao stand, Wang Dong scoffed and defiantly rose as well. Among the 100 students, only the 2 of them stood, instantly becoming the focus of attention. Just the 2? Zhou Yi raised an eyebrow. What a bunch of useless individuals. Do you not understand that avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity? Everyone else, outside. Run 100 laps around Shrek Square. Those who fail to complete it will be expelled. At her utterance, the classroom erupted in disbelief. It was merely the first day of school, and they had not even begun the lessons. Yet they faced punishment for their lack of fighting. Who would accept such a decree? Suddenly, one student stood up. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. Why should we be punished for not fighting? Zhou Yi replied coolly. Because I said so. If you disagree, you may leave. As the homeroom teacher, I possess the authority to expel any student. You have 1 minute. If I do not see you running around Shrek Square within that time, you will all be expelled. As she spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from her, enveloping every student in the room with an oppressive sensation, making it difficult to breathe. Rings of spirit energy began to rise from Zhou Yi's feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 spirit rings radiating an indescribable power. This teacher was indeed a spirit emperor, equipped with 2 10,000-year spirit rings. It was not an exaggeration to say that if she desired, subduing the 100 new students would be a simple task. Being mere freshmen, none dared to defy her under such pressure. They all shuffled out of the classroom, heads bowed. Zhou Yi silently watched them leave, her expression impassive. Let me remind you. You have 1 hour. Anyone who fails to complete 100 laps will be deemed unqualified. This is your first assessment for enrollment. And those who do not meet the standard will be dismissed. Upon hearing this, the students quickened their pace, and soon after exiting the classroom, they made their way to the playground. Wang Dong cast a surprised glance at Hui Yuhao. They were now the only 2 remaining in the classroom. Zhou Yi's demeanor seemed to soften somewhat, and she beckoned them closer. As they approached, Zhou Yi nodded in satisfaction. Good, at least there are 2 spirited children among you. Now, tell me, who did you fight with, and what was the reason? Wang Dong was about to speak when Hui Yuhao interjected, Report, teacher, we are roommates. And we had a conflict over a trivial matter. Zhou Yi appeared intrigued. Oh, roommates? Excellent. Fighting among roommates fosters competition and mutual growth. Standing before Zhou Yi, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. The earlier display of authority was overwhelming, and indeed, she did not adhere to conventional norms. Her thought process was distinctly unconventional, truly befitting the title of monster teacher as described by the senior brother. Zhou Yi's face contorted into a smile that was more unsettling than sorrowful, her aged visage seeming to twitch slightly. Fighting can be a good thing, but I do not appreciate my students squabbling amongst themselves. Remember, if you must fight, target students from other classes. Our Academy's rules are generally lenient, designed to promote individuality among students. While we typically overlook fights, there are limits. Allow me to explain. Upperclassmen are prohibited from provoking or attacking underclassmen. Violations will result in immediate expulsion. However, underclassmen may challenge upperclassmen, provided a teacher witnesses the encounter to ensure it is not bullying. As for fights among students of the same grade, feel free. As long as no fatalities occur, the Academy will not intervene. Combat is an excellent means of enhancing one's capabilities. If you manage to advance to the 2nd year, you will even have the opportunity to compete in the soul fighting arena. Victories can lead to rewards from the Academy. But for now, you may proceed with your running. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Teacher, did you not just say that we possess spirit? Chapter 30, The Monster Teacher, Part 4, Zhou Yi maintained her smile. Yet I never claimed that you need not run. Engaging in a brawl with your roommate right at the start of the semester, you truly have some ambition. Since you are so ambitious, the difficulty of the assessment should be elevated compared to others. Moreover, you ought to share the trials and tribulations with your peers. The time it takes for you to complete 100 laps shall be the same as everyone else's. Oh dear, it seems quite some time has passed inadvertently. Wang Dong intended to say something further, but was abruptly pulled by Hui Yuhao, who unhesitatingly turned and sprinted outside. Although Wang Dong felt frustrated, he followed suit, asking, "Why are you dragging me? This week's teacher is utterly insane." Hui Yuhao retorted, "Can you argue with her? Can you defeat her? If you cannot, and you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, then you must adhere to her instructions. Hurry." I firmly believe her warning about expulsion for failing to complete 100 laps is absolutely genuine. Upon exiting the freshman teaching building, they arrived at Shrek Square. The square was not particularly vast, measuring approximately 300 meters per lap. For an ordinary person, running 100 laps around the square would be quite a formidable task. Yet for these young students with a foundation in soul mastery, it was relatively manageable. A diligent run could certainly be accomplished within an hour. As Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong joined the running throng, a chorus of schadenfreude erupted around them. However, they paid no heed to the jeers, as they had already fallen behind by a quarter of an hour and needed to catch up. While running, Wang Dong suddenly inquired, "What skill did you use to defeat me that day? I still cannot fathom it. Is your martial soul of the mental attribute?" Hui Yuhao nodded in affirmation. Wang Dong was taken aback. "It truly is a mental attribute. No wonder I could not discern your martial soul after you employed a soul ring that day. At least I can console myself that my defeat was not entirely unjust." Hui Yuhao expressed his exasperation. "You were simply too arrogant. Had you also utilized your martial soul, I would have stood no chance. I can feel that your soul power is considerably more potent than mine." Wang Dong, brimming with pride, replied, "Naturally. Among this year's freshmen, only a select few can rival my strength. You possess merely a decade-old soul ring, so you are no match for me." Hui Yuhao could not tolerate his haughty demeanor, reminding him, "Do not forget that you recently lost to a decade-old soul ring." Wang Dong retorted, "Fine, enough of that. Given that you defended me before that eccentric teacher, I shall consider the past forgotten. From now on, I will look out for you. Should anyone dare bully you, I shall protect you." Hui Yuhao sighed, "I do not require your protection." As he spoke, he quickened his pace, leaving Wang Dong to follow suit. His physical prowess far surpassed that of Hui Yuhao, allowing him to easily match the increased speed. "You truly are rather unapproachable," Wang Dong complained. Hui Yuhao shot him a glare, saying, "If you treated me as an equal classmate, you would not feel this way." Wang Dong scoffed, "In all my life, I have yet to encounter anyone among my peers worthy of equal regard." Hui Yuhao scoffed in response, choosing not to look at him any longer. As their conversation had grown stale, Wang Dong fell silent as well, suddenly accelerating past Hui Yuhao, his astonishing speed allowing him to lap Shrek Square with ease. It must be noted that although Wang Dong was proud, his cultivation was indeed extraordinary, and his physical capabilities were remarkable. His burst of speed left the entire freshman class struggling to keep up. At this moment, Zhou Yi had arrived at the side of Shrek Square, quietly observing the students as they ran. Her gaze was soon drawn to Wang Dong, her expression shifting momentarily before returning to normal. Time flew by, and as the laps increased, the breathing of the running students gradually grew heavier. At this point, physical stamina and cultivation became evident. Zhou Yi had not prohibited the use of soul power for assistance, thus everyone relied on their soul power to replenish their energy for the long run. Leading the pack were a dozen or so individuals, all moving at a swift pace, with Wang Dong at the forefront. Though he had started later, within half an hour, he had caught up to the leading runners and even surpassed them. Judging by his appearance, he showed no significant signs of exhaustion, maintaining his speed without faltering. Trailing behind the leaders was the main contingent, comprising over 70 students who maintained a steady pace without excessive strain. At their current rate, completing 100 laps within an hour posed no significant challenge. Bringing up the rear were a dozen or so students, including Hui Yuhao. In his eagerness to catch up, Hui Yuhao had started off quickly, but after completing 20 laps, he began to feel the strain of exhaustion. Not only was he at the back, but he had also fallen behind in laps due to starting later than the others. As time passed, Zhou Yi's voice suddenly resonated in each student's ears, urging them to accelerate, with her position as the finish line. At that moment, Wang Dong swiftly zipped past her, the first to complete 100 laps. Upon finishing the race with remarkable speed, a flush graced Wang Dong's handsome face as he slowed his pace, taking a lap around the square before finally coming to a stop. Gradually, other students began to complete their 100 laps, with just a quarter of an hour left in the hour. After halting, Wang Dong's gaze quickly found Hui Yuhao, his brow furrowing as he murmured, "How did I end up losing to him?" Hui Yuhao's speed had diminished considerably compared to the start. his uniform drenched in sweat. His martial soul was of the mental attribute, which, comparatively, provided less physical support. Had it not been for his training in the Xiantian skill, he would be in a far worse state. Completing 100 laps within an hour was a strenuous endeavor for Hu Yuhao. But due to the time wasted earlier with Zhou Yi, he now found himself in a precarious position. His deliberate increase in pace had significantly drained his energy. At this point, he lagged behind several students by 3 laps and still had 20 laps remaining to complete 100. Running 20 laps in a quarter of an hour was nearly an impossible task. Chapter 31, The Goddess of Light Butterfly, Part 1. No, I must persevere. I cannot afford to be eliminated. Hu Yuhao gritted his teeth, hastening his pace once more. In an effort to invigorate his weary spirit, he even channeled his soul power to unleash a soul impact upon himself. The intense pain in his head stimulated his bodily functions, and indeed, his speed increased yet again. Surpassing a few remaining competitors, Zhou Yi stood quietly, her gaze fixed not on the students who had completed their laps, but rather on those still struggling. Among them, Hu Yuhao appeared the most fatigued, his uniform drenched in sweat. Yet, he clenched his jaw and pressed on. As time swiftly elapsed, Hu Yuhao forced himself to run another 8 laps, with only 5 minutes left before the hour concluded. Alongside him, 7 others were also yet to finish. But their remaining laps ranged from 3 to 5, and they had begun to exert their utmost effort to accelerate. There was still a glimmer of hope for them. However, Hu Yuhao still had a staggering 12 laps to go. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the Shrek square, swiftly closing the distance to Hu Yuhao. In a breathtaking display, the individual, having caught up with him, unfurled a pair of azure butterfly wings. The colors at the edges of the wings shifted from deep blue to azure to light blue, resembling a brilliant sky adorned with radiant halos in a V shape, illuminating the world below. Their form and hues were unparalleled in beauty, exquisite beyond compare. The sudden appearance of such resplendent wings left the audience in awe, eliciting gasps from nearly all students, regardless of gender. The wings were breathtakingly beautiful, reminiscent of white waves cresting upon a vast azure sea, with colors and patterns that were strikingly magnificent, transitioning through deep blue, azure, and light blue. The white markings on the wings sparkled like embedded jewels, captivating all who beheld them. Though those wings were but an ethereal illusion, under the sun's rays they instilled a sense of dizzying enchantment in everyone. Even among the teachers like Zhou Yi. Once the butterfly wings were unfurled, the figure swiftly maneuvered behind Hu Yuhao, slipping arms beneath his armpits. With a powerful beat of the wings, he effortlessly lifted Hu Yuhao off the ground. You, what are you doing? Hurry and channel your soul power to lighten your body. Wang Dong exclaimed, accelerating with the dazzling wings as they spiraled around Shrek Square at high speed. Hu Yuhao was momentarily entranced by the beauty of Wang Dong's wings. It was simply magnificent. Was this truly his martial soul? He could even feel the V-shaped patterns on the wings absorbing the warmth of the sun. Beyond this, the ability to fly was already a formidable power in itself. And nature often whispered of the legend that the more beautiful something is, the stronger it becomes. A glimmer of satisfaction mixed with surprise flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes as she murmured to herself, the goddess of light butterfly? The most beautiful butterfly martial soul on the continent. Excellent, very good. At least you haven't completely disappointed me. Wang Dong's flying speed was astonishing. Completing 12 laps in 5 minutes, transforming what once seemed an impossible task into reality. As they finished the final lap and landed simultaneously, both stumbled slightly. Hu Yuhao quickly turned and caught Wang Dong's shoulder while he himself fell backward, causing Wang Dong to land on top of him. Wang Dong scrambled up with a look of disgust. You smell terrible. Do you think I wanted to land on you? Hu Yuhao, unfazed, stood up alongside him. Gasping for breath while giving him a thumbs up, Wang Dong paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement and returning the gesture. A smile crept onto both their faces, and the previous tensions dissipated in that instant. All students completed 100 laps within the allotted time, now standing loosely on the Shrek Square. Zhou Yi turned to the students, her expression unreadable as she calmly stated, "Those whose names I call, step forward. Cheng Cheng, Qiu Jianrao, Tang Dao, Shangwan Qintang, Lin Ziyu, Zhuge Yun, Tai Long, Tang Ling, Yin Xiaopiao." 9 students had their names called, much to the astonishment of their peers, who had not anticipated that Zhou Yi could so effortlessly recall the names of those who had not introduced themselves. The chosen students stepped forward, bewildered. Why? Tai Long? A tall youth with an expression of anger stepped out, having been among the first to finish the laps. Zhou Yi replied coldly. Shrek Academy does not require students who resort to underhanded tactics. Those with strength but lacking a righteous mindset will only bring calamity to any nation they serve, rather than assistance. Tai Long, did you truly complete 100 laps? Tai Long protested, of course I did. Zhou smiled. Did you? If my memory serves me correctly. At the start of the run, before I arrived at Shrek Square, you sauntered for 2 laps, only beginning to keep pace when the leaders were on their 5th lap. Thus, you completed not 100 laps, but 97. I believe several others noticed your initial sluggishness. Tai Long's face flushed crimson. He had never expected Zhou, who had not been present at the start, to so accurately recount his deceit. But even if I ran a few laps short, you can't just expel me, he argued. Zhou scoffed dismissively. As I stated before, you do not deserve to be called a student of Shrek Academy. Pack your belongings and leave. Chapter 32. The Goddess of Light Butterfly, Part 2. Tai Long was utterly stunned. In truth, with his capabilities, running 100 laps posed no challenge. He could easily rank among the top in his class of first-year students. Yet, he never anticipated being eliminated in such a manner. Zhou glanced at the other students and remarked coolly, although I possess a rather volatile temperament, I uphold my word. The 9 individuals I have pointed out all resorted to underhanded tactics during the running test, failing to complete the full 100 laps. If you disagree, feel free to report me to the academic office, but for now, you may leave. Teacher Zhou, I contest this decision, protested Lin Ziyu, another eliminated student. His indignation palpable as he pointed at Hui Yuhao. He didn't complete 100 laps either, he only managed that with help. Why was he eliminated? Zhou smiled, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Are you dissatisfied? His name is Hui Yuhao. If he too had failed to complete the 100 laps, he would be joining your ranks. I assure you, my words are immutable. However, he did finish 100 laps. I never stated that assistance was prohibited. Wang Dong aided him of his own volition. If anyone wishes to help you during the run, they are welcome to do so. But did anyone assist you? I do not concern myself with the process, only the outcome. The result is that Hui Yuhao completed the laps, while you did not. Now leave, lest you provoke me further and face the destruction of your martial souls. Under Zhou Yi's formidable presence, the 9 pointed-out students slinked away, not to pack their belongings, but to rush to the academic office to lodge complaints. It was the very first day of school. How could they accept this? Hui Yuhao felt an increased trickle of sweat on his brow as he witnessed Zhou Yi's ruthless dismissal of the 9 students. He couldn't help but feel anxious. If not for Wang Dong's assistance, he might have found himself among them. With this thought, he cast a grateful glance at Wang Dong. The expressions of the remaining students had shifted dramatically. They dared not even breathe in Zhou Yi's presence. In the span of just an hour, Zhou Yi had established her absolute authority over the first-year class. No one dared to linger. They scattered like the wind, rushing at full speed to their dormitories. Thank you, Hui Yuhao said. If it weren't for you, I might have. Wang Dong scoffed and replied, no need for thanks. If you hadn't fought with me, you'd have completed it on your own. Hurry and change. I barely broke a sweat. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Aren't you coming in with me? Wang Dong retorted. Did you forget what I told you about 5 points? I'm not fond of seeing other people's bodies. I fear they might sprout needles. Now hurry up. It was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. What kind of martial soul was this? While others may have overlooked the wings, Hui Yuhao clearly saw that when Wang Dong unleashed his martial soul, 2 spirit rings appeared, one yellow and one purple, indicating that his second ring was of 1,000-year level. This was beyond the conventional understanding of soul masters. No wonder he exuded such pride. He indeed had the right to be proud. In terms of strength, Hui Yuhao realized he fell far short of Wang Dong. Zhou Yi allowed a quarter of an hour for changing, yet in reality, even the slowest student took less than 10 minutes to gather in the classroom. The void left by the 9 students still lingered in the air. Their fear not yet dissipated. Everyone had heard the saying that entering Shrek Academy was easy, but leaving was difficult. It was only when faced with such a reality that they truly felt the pressing danger, and no one dared to entertain thoughts of trickery. When the quarter hour elapsed, Zhou Yi entered the classroom promptly. Observing the 91 students present, she nodded and announced, "We shall begin our lesson now. The recent test has mostly met my expectations. The vast majority completed the running assessment." Hui Yuhao stand. Yes, teacher. Hui Yuhao quickly rose, standing tall. Zhou Yi's voice was cold. State your soul power level. Yes. My soul power is level 11. Hui Yuhao respectfully replied. He understood from Zhou Yi's earlier address that she was quite well acquainted with them, and he suspected his cultivation level would not remain concealed. Upon hearing level 11, a wave of skepticism washed over the assembled students, with Wang Dong even covering his eyes with his hand. How embarrassing. To lose to someone with merely level 11 soul power. Wait a moment. How was he only level 11? Wasn't he the admission threshold for Shrek Academy 15? With this thought, Wang Dong looked up in astonishment at Hui Yuhao. Indeed, Hui Yuhao possesses only level 11 soul power. I know you are all curious as to why he was admitted to the academy despite this. I will address this only once. Until he is eliminated, no one is permitted to inquire about this matter. He is a specially invited student and did not need to pass the assessment upon entry. However, this is the sole exception for invited students. Should he fail to complete the academic tasks assigned by the academy, he too will be eliminated. Now, Hui Yuhao, you may sit down. Thank you, teacher. Hui Yuhao sat back down surprised. Zhou Yi's words clearly shielded him, clarifying his situation regarding insufficient soul power, ensuring that no one would raise this issue again. Zhou Yi appeared utterly unconcerned with the students' reactions. She turned to the blackboard and wrote 2 large characters: offense, defense. Afterward, she faced the students again. I understand that most of you are dissatisfied with my earlier decision to have you run laps and expel 9 individuals, but you are merely suppressing your feelings out of fear of my authority. I see no need to explain myself. Those with understanding will come to grasp this in time. While the foolish may remain perplexed, we shall now commence our lesson. Hui Yuhao mused that Shou-Yi had indeed taken a stance against him and Wang Dong today. Yet he was relieved not to have been expelled. With a flash of insight, he stood and proclaimed, "It's due to soul guidance devices." Zhou Yi's stern face softened slightly. "You are not entirely foolish. It's no wonder you have become a specially invited student. Correct? The emergence of soul guidance devices has blurred the lines of offense and defense, which is the very topic of today's lesson. Sit down. I trust you all know well that over the past few thousand years, soul guidance devices have developed rapidly. The arrival of the Sun-Moon continent brought with it more rare materials and the fundamental methods for crafting soul guidance devices. Through millennia of evolution, the production of soul guidance devices has become increasingly refined, with their power growing exponentially. This phenomenon has led to the reality that even a food-type equipment soul master wielding a sufficiently powerful soul guidance device can unleash an attack that rivals or even exceeds that of a strong assault-type battle soul master. Conversely, a sensitive attack battle soul master equipped with a robust defensive soul guidance device can temporarily fulfill the role of a defensive equipment soul master. It can be stated that the advent of soul guidance devices has significantly altered the direction and status quo of soul master cultivation. In truth, it is the efficacy of soul rings that has been diminished, provided one possesses sufficient soul power. They can compensate for the diminished potency of soul rings with soul guidance devices. This has led many to overlook the significance of soul rings, resulting in the current trend among soul masters of the 4 great empires, all pursuing soul power as their primary cultivation method. Undoubtedly, this cultivation method proves effective in the short term, particularly for soul masters below level 50, where the results are quite pronounced. However, I must inform you that Shrek Academy does not cultivate such soul masters. Once you surpass level 50, they become worthless. You do not understand, do you? Allow me to provide an example. If you are an equipment soul master who has reached level 50, and I am a sensitive attack battle soul master who has also attained level 50, you possess a soul guide device that poses a threat to my very existence. While I remain devoid of such a weapon, in this confrontation, the victor is unequivocally me. Why, you may ask? Because my speed renders you incapable of hitting me with your soul guide. Even armed with the most formidable soul guides, I can outpace you until your soul power is completely depleted. The more powerful the soul guide, the greater the consumption of soul power it entails. Thus, while defense, support, and sustenance soul masters can utilize soul guides to approximate the offensive capabilities of attack-type soul masters, they do not truly possess the combat prowess of their counterparts. This is a point you must firmly grasp. Therefore, although soul guides significantly enhance the defensive, supportive, and sustenance soul masters, if your physical condition is lacking, you will invariably be the first to fall on the battlefield. Your foes will not spare you simply because you lack the status of an attack-type soul master. On the contrary, they will target you first, knowing that while your attack power may be formidable through your soul guides, your overall weaknesses render you an easy target. Conversely, if I possess exceptional physical attributes and innate combat strength, wielding a powerful soul guide would indeed be like adding wings to a tiger. This epitomizes true strength. The lines between offense and defense blur. Any member of a soul master team can assume the role of an attacker. However, it is essential to enhance one's own capabilities to maximize survival on the battlefield. Unless one day soul guides evolve to completely supplant the physical body, The cultivation of physical attributes and the selection of soul rings will remain paramount in your future training. Zhou Yi remains unaware that in 10,000 years hence, soul guides will indeed evolve to the extent she described. In the upcoming 3 months, my primary training for you will focus on enhancing your physical capabilities. Regardless of your identity or background, if you cannot pass my assessment after these 3 months, you shall be dismissed, just as the 9 who preceded you. This morning's class concludes here. I suggest you partake in a hearty meal at noon, as physical training will commence in the afternoon. Class dismissed. Hui Yuhao, accompany me to my office. With that, Zhou Yi turned decisively and exited, even as the morning bell had yet to ring, until she departed the classroom. A profound silence enveloped the room, with the majority of students still engrossed in her earlier discourse. Despite her unconventional methods, they could not help but acknowledge the validity of her insights. Hui Yuhao rose to follow Zhou Yi, who led him to one of the makeshift offices within the teaching building, situated not far from the classroom. Zhou Yi gestured for him to close the door and took her seat behind the desk. Despite her age, her movements exhibited no signs of frailty. Hui Yuhao, I am not one for superfluous conversation. Wang Dong's martial soul surprised me, yet I find myself intrigued by yours. My experience does not allow me to discern what your martial soul is. I must know the answer. Zhou Yi's authoritative tone left no room for doubt. There was no need for Hui Yuhao to conceal his martial soul from his teacher, so he responded, My martial soul is the spiritual eye, a mental attribute. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of excitement flashing within her bright gaze, which belied her aged visage. A primary martial soul. A mental attribute? An eye? Hui Yuhao nodded in affirmation. Zhou Yi closed her eyes momentarily, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, she inquired, Could you share what your first soul skill is? It is entirely normal for a teacher to inquire about a student's martial soul. But the soul skill represents the most crucial ability and secret of every soul master. Even Zhou Yi, with her commanding presence, adopted a tone of inquiry. While others might hesitate, Hui Yuhao felt no such compulsion. His first soul ring boasted 4 skills, and revealing a couple was entirely reasonable. What mysteries lie within a primary martial soul? That is a tale that unfolds over time. You may speculate. This is something not present in the first part of the story. I am crafting a new narrative, set 10,000 years later, with the backdrop of the original. Yet the vast majority of the tale is entirely fresh. I endeavor to weave a new story, rather than merely transforming the previous one. I sincerely hope you enjoy it more as you read, as I will present more novel elements that differ from the first part while still retaining the essence of the Dolua universe. I earnestly aspire to perfect every word of this book. Zhou Yi is not to be compared with Bei Bei or Tang. She is a soul emperor exceeding level 60. Although she is not a mental attribute soul master, her cultivation grants her considerable mental power. Rebuffing Hui Yuhao's mere 11th level soul master mental skill would be a trivial matter for her. Yet at this moment, she exhibited no inclination to reject it and readily accept it. Upon acceptance, Zhou Yi's pupils dilated in surprise. The mental detection shared with her revealed an entirely altered perception of her surroundings, as if stepping out of a fog. Everything became clear and orderly, describable in precise data. The acute judgment, akin to the emergence of a second brain, shifted alongside her line of sight. After a brief moment of astonishment, Zhou Yi murmured, What a remarkable skill. No wonder Tang Sect selected you as a special recruit. Just based on this skill alone, Tang, you made an astute choice. I wondered how this seemingly unremarkable, yet clever girl would choose an 11th level soul master with average physical attributes. It seems there is more to it than meets the eye. Hui Yuhao, follow me. As she spoke, Zhou Yi swiftly rose and led Hui Yuhao out of the office with purpose. Hui Yuhao was left bewildered. Sensing that Zhou Yi was significantly affected by the revelation of his martial soul and soul skill, yet he could not ascertain whether this was a positive or negative reaction. Nor could he fathom her intentions. The scenery around him blurred as they moved at astonishing speed, his own body seemingly enveloped in an invisible shield. Without a doubt, Zhou Yi was the most formidable soul master Hui Yuhao had ever encountered. What astonishing speed! He hastily activated his mental detection to discern her trajectory. After heading west for a while, Zhou Yi shifted to the north, leading him to believe they had exited the Outer Academy's Martial Soul Department and entered the Soul Guide Department. After several minutes of this breakneck pace, Zhou Yi finally halted, bringing Hui Yuhao before an immense structure. The teaching building they had just left appeared diminutive in comparison to the long, gray edifice before them. The total area of this building could rival that of the dormitories associated with the Martial Soul Department. The gray structure exuded a sense of weightiness, constructed not only from stone but also adorned with metallic luster in various places. A low, rumbling sound resonated within, causing a subtle tremor beneath Hui Yuhao's feet. A nearby sign indicated their location, the Soul Guide Experimentation Zone. Hui Yuhao's mind buzzed with questions. Why was Zhou Yi bringing him to the Soul Guide Experimentation Zone? What could she possibly want? Zhou Yi, however, offered no explanation, releasing her grip on his shoulder and striding toward the experimentation zone. Upon entering, Hui Yuhao immediately noted that the interior was entirely composed of metallic structures, featuring a dark brown metal he had never encountered before. The entrance led to a long horizontal corridor, reminiscent of the dormitory area, yet with doors lining one side at intervals of 30 meters, each labeled as Experimentation Zone 1, Experimentation Zone 2, and so forth. Zhou Yi seemed to frequent this place, navigating its intricacies with ease. She led Hui Yuhao along the corridor, heading north until they reached a door marked as Experiment Zone Number 12. With a flick of her wrist, a hexagonal silver token appeared in her hand, which she pressed against the door. A miraculous scene unfolded as a crack formed in the door, perfectly accommodating her token. After a brief surge of soul power, the token rebounded from the opening, and with a series of mechanical sounds, the door swung open horizontally. Hui Yuhao was astonished to discover that this entirely metallic door was an impressive 2 feet thick. Tracks at both the ground and the top allowed it to open smoothly. Once the door was fully ajar, Zhou Yi gestured for Hui Yuhao to enter. As Hui Yuhao stepped through the threshold, a sudden loud bang startled him, accompanied by a powerful shockwave and a rush of air that rustled his uniform. Zhou Yi, however, appeared unfazed and continued onward. Upon entering Experiment Zone Number 12, they found it to be a veritable wonderland, with heavy metal panels dividing the space into various sections, akin to a series of metallic boxes. Under Zhou Yi's guidance, they soon arrived at the largest area, a vast expanse of approximately 2,000 square meters, soaring over 10 meters high. At the edge of the field, a group of individuals were engaged in manipulating peculiar objects. "Fan Yu," Zhou Yi called out, instantly drawing the attention of the nearby crowd. One notably tall middle-aged man approached, his brow slightly furrowed. He stood around 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered, clad in simple cloth garments, his muscular arms exposed, resembling granite. His defined features and intense gaze commanded a presence akin to that of a mountain. "Zhou Yi, what brings you here?" The middle-aged man, evidently Fan Yu, inquired. "Do you remember what you mentioned last time?" Zhou Yi replied, her excitement palpable. "Do you mean regarding the spirit attribute soul masters utilizing soul guiding devices?" Fan Yu's eyes brightened at her words, instinctively shifting his gaze to Hui Yuhao. "He possesses a spirit martial soul?" Zhou Yi nodded. "Indeed, this is Hui Yuhao, a freshman this year. His innate martial soul is the spirit eye, a spirit attribute." After scrutinizing Hui Yuhao for a moment, Fan Yu shook his head. "No. He is too weak in both body and soul power. He likely cannot even handle the weakest fixed-position soul-guiding device. Moreover, his talent appears mediocre, far removed from my requirements." Zhou Yi huffed. "Are you underestimating my judgment?" "True, Hui Yuhao's strength is currently lacking, but his soul skills are exceptional, among the most practical spirit attribute abilities I have encountered." Hui Yuhao, show him. As a mere student, Hui Yuhao could only observe. He promptly unleashed his mental detection ability, directing it towards the middle-aged man. To his astonishment, he nearly lost his composure. When his mental probe connected with Fan Yu, the man's brow furrowed slightly, and in that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao felt as if a fearsome beast had opened its maw before him, threatening to engulf him whole. This sensation even aroused the dormant dream ice silkworm within him, a refreshing presence emerging in his mental ocean, alleviating his shock. Fan Yu's terrifying aura vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, allowing Hui Yuhao's mental probe to establish contact. In an instant, Fan Yu recognized the intricacies of Hui Yuhao's mental detection, his previously calm demeanor now rippling with intrigue. Hui Yuhao refrained from revealing the existence of the dream ice silkworm, opting instead to mention the wind baboon. A 10-year-old wind baboon? Both Fan Yu and Zhou Yi exchanged perplexed glances. Zhou Yi turned to Fan Yu. Could it be a mutation of his soul skill? Fan Yu nodded thoughtfully. It's possible. This young man possesses both a physical and a spirit martial soul, an inherently mutated existence. The soul beast he chose for his soul ring is entirely incompatible with his martial soul, triggering a rare mutation. It is already miraculous that a spirit martial soul can absorb a wind attribute soul ring without backlash. But to witness such a mutation is likely a phenomenon that cannot be replicated. Kai Tu, come here. Fan Yu beckoned to a group nearby. Instantly, a young boy dashed over. Upon seeing him, Hui Yu Hao was taken aback. The boy appeared to be around Bei's age, but towered over him at over 2 meters tall. With shoulders broader than Fan Yu's, his bare torso revealing dark muscles. He was completely bald and had a rugged, honest demeanor. Teacher, the boy respectfully greeted Fan Yu. Fan Yu pointed to Hui Yu Hao. Try firing a fixed-position soul-guiding cannon with this young man assisting you on a moving target. Understood. The robust boy asked no questions. Grinning at Hui Yu Hao. Little brother, come with me. Zhou Yi instructed. Hui Yu Hao, just use your skill to assist him. All right. Hui Yu Hao began to grasp Zhou Yi's intentions for bringing him here, and quickly followed the sturdy boy. Hello, little brother. I'm He Kai Tu. But everyone calls me Kai Tu. You can call me that too. The boy smiled broadly. Hello, brother He. I'm Hui Yu Hao. When Hui Yu Hao addressed him as brother, Kai Tu paused momentarily before giving him a thumbs up. Little brother, you're not bad. Little did they know, the friendship between Hui Yu Hao, the Eye of Shura, and He Kai Tu, the source of destruction, began with such a simple address. The two arrived at the edge of the testing ground, and He Kai Tu patted a dark belt at his waist. A flash of light revealed an object that appeared quite peculiar to Hui Yu Hao. It was a black metal tube about 1.5 meters long, with a diameter of approximately 15 centimeters, broader at the rear, adorned with intricate patterns. He Kai Tu expertly grasped it, pressing 2 buttons at the back, causing a lid to pop open, revealing an opening about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. He swiftly retrieved a shuttle-shaped metal piece from his waist and carefully placed it into the tube's opening before sealing it again, raising the tube to his broad shoulder. He Kai Tu's demeanor transformed dramatically, and Hui Yu Hao's spirit attribute heightened his senses, perceiving a formidable danger emanating from him. Hui Yu Hao, shall we begin? He Kai Tu's voice resonated. In the glimmer of his eyes, a radiant light shone as Hui Yu Hao's mental detection focused precisely on He Kai Tu. A flicker of surprise appeared in He Kai Tu's eyes as he excitedly shouted into the distance, moving target, fire. On the other side, it seemed someone was operating a mechanism. With a swift motion, a disc-like object shot forth from a distant corner, hurtling towards Hui Yu Hao and He Kai Tu. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from He Kai Tu as 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, flashed into existence. The metallic tube on his shoulder trembled slightly, enveloped in a thick, dark halo. He Kai Tu's body shifted gently, aiming the tube directly at the speeding disc. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant burst of black light erupted from within the metallic tube, creating a massive shockwave that nearly caused Hui Yu Hao to stumble. The turbulence persisted for several seconds before gradually settling, while the disc that had been launched landed not far from them, remaining within the confines of the test area. Is it akin to the soul guide devices you imagined? He inquired. I have mentioned before that the distinction between Dolua 2 and Dolua I lies in the contrast between hot and cold weapons. A millennium has passed, and the times have progressed. The Dolua continent is evolving as well. Soul masters remain the mainstream, yet soul engineers are on the rise. Take your time to observe. I promise to present you with a uniquely splendid world. He Kai Tu, looking somewhat dejected, remarked, it's still not working. Fan Yu and Zhou Yi approached. The latter's expression somewhat grim, while Fan Yu appeared to have an epiphany and turned to Hui Yu Hao. Hui Yu Hao, what is the range of your mental detection? Hui Yu Hao replied, approximately 30 meters in diameter. Fan Yu, enlightened, responded, ah, that makes sense. After all, this is merely a 10-year soul ring skill. Achieving such precision within a certain range is already quite remarkable. We cannot expect too much, though it is somewhat regrettable. Suddenly, Hui Yu Hao stated, Teacher Fan Yu, my mental detection range will increase as my soul power rises. Fan Yu paused, incredulous. That's impossible. How can a soul skill evolve? Yet Hui Yu Hao insisted earnestly. It truly can. Since I acquired this skill, the detection range has already expanded by 1 meter in diameter. Moreover, I am not yet able to fully control this skill. Perhaps in the future, I could decrease its range while extending its distance. Zhou Yi had brought him here, and during their conversation, Hui Yu Hao acutely sensed that this might be an opportunity for him, even though he was uncertain about its nature. He seized the moment, believing that opportunities should never be overlooked. Fan Yu glanced at Zhou Yi, who nodded subtly. All right. If one day your mental detection can reach over 100 meters in one direction, come find me. I will teach you how to create soul guide devices. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Hui Yu Hao responded respectfully, bowing deeply. Fan Yu waved his hand. Kai Tu, take him aside and explain to him what a fixed soul guide device is. Of course, He Kai Tu said cheerfully, gesturing for Hui Yu Hao to follow him to the side. As they walked away, Fan Yu turned to Zhou Yi and asked, "What are your thoughts on this child? His skill is undeniably powerful and his role in a team is unquestionable. Am I holding him to too high a standard? However, to integrate his skill with a fixed soul guide device, he will need a range of at least 100 meters. I dare say, if one day his mental detection can reach a straight line of 1,000 meters, he will become the most formidable support-type soul master on the continent." Zhou Yi replied, "I have only just begun to interact with him, so it is hard to say. However, you should have noticed that while his cultivation is not strong and his physique is relatively weak, this child possesses a maturity beyond his peers. Other students might not have articulated such thoughts." She continued, "I will keep an eye on him for you, but if he cannot pass the new student assessments this year, I will have to expel him. Rules cannot be disregarded." Fan Yu contemplated this, saying, "Please observe him closely. Even if he fails the martial spirit assessments, as long as his mental detection skill continues to improve, I can recommend him to the Soul Guide department. I have dedicated over a decade to the research of fixed soul guide devices, combining the wisdom of predecessors to develop this formidable soul guide. Yet what I lack is a capable user." Zhou Yi sighed softly. "Do not be too fixated. You must understand that aside from the scarcity of users, the exorbitant cost of fixed soul guide devices is also a fatal flaw, rendering them unsuitable for widespread use." Fan Yu declared proudly, "Soul guides are inherently powerful weapons meant only for a select few exceptionally talented soul masters. I have never intended for the fixed soul guide device to be widely adopted among soul masters. If but a handful of soul masters can wield it, then the fixed soul guide device will become our Academy's true trump card." "Brother, what exactly is a fixed soul guide device?" Hui Yuhao asked curiously. Hikaido chuckled. "There are many classifications of soul guides, and it's difficult to explain them all at once. Primarily, there are close-range and long-range soul guides. Close-range soul guides resemble the weapons we usually use, unleashing greater power through the infusion of soul power. Comparatively, within a certain range, close-range soul guides tend to be more potent. Long-range soul guides, on the other hand, utilize infused soul power to launch remote attacks. The more powerful the soul guide, the more soul power it requires to activate. Thus, the higher a soul master's cultivation, the higher the grade of soul guide they can utilize. A fixed soul guide device is a unique creation, synthesized from the wisdom of predecessors. It enables long-range attacks without necessitating excessive soul power infusion. As you saw in my recent demonstration, it essentially separates the soul guide from the attack weapon. The soul guide merely serves to launch and detonate the projectile. The fixed soul guide cannon I used earlier was responsible for firing the shell. Its greatest advantage lies in its minimal soul power consumption, allowing even those without a formidable cultivation to wield it. However, its drawback is its difficulty in targeting, especially against moving targets, making it challenging to hit accurately. Yet against stationary targets, its power is immense. The production of shells is quite complex and consumes many precious materials, which is why my teacher usually forbids me from firing them casually. Theoretically, a fixed soul guide device can amplify a soul master's attack power tenfold. However, it too has its limits, influenced by the materials used, and thus can only be equipped by a select few suitable soul masters. Though Ikeda's explanation was not particularly captivating or entirely clear, it nevertheless opened the door to the realm of soul guides for Hui Yuhao, granting him a preliminary understanding. He vaguely sensed that Teacher Fan Yu must have achieved considerable success in the field of soul guides. Teacher Xiaoyu had mentioned her desire to learn soul guide crafting as well, and becoming a disciple of Teacher Fan Yu seemed the most favorable choice. "Hui Yuhao, let us go," Zhou Yi's voice called out. Hui Yuhao turned to Hikaido. "Brother He, I must take my leave now. It was a pleasure meeting you." Hikaido smiled. "You must be a new student this year. Do your best. I hope you can become my junior brother in the future. I'm often confined here by the teacher. It's rather dull." As Zhou Yi departed, Hui Yuhao headed straight for the cafeteria, where students from other classes were already finishing their day, and the entrance was bustling with activity. Removed superfluous punctuation, promotional solicitations, and covert promotional URLs irrelevant to the narrative. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path, startling Hui Yuhao. He looked up to see Tang Yu. "Teacher Ya?" A cryptic smile graced Tang Ya's face as she drew Hui Yuhao aside, whispering, "Yuhao, you're a bit short on funds, aren't you?" Hui Yuhao nodded. "Indeed. Senior instructed me that the academy offers some tasks. I intend to explore those after school, with annual tuition at 10 gold coins, plus daily expenses." Hui Yuhao preferred dedicating his energy to cultivation, but he also needed to subsist. Tang Yu giggled. "As a disciple of our Tang sect, the teacher must provide." I've devised a plan. I know the Andy overseeing food procurement at the cafeteria. I'll have her procure an extra 20 fish daily for you. I've also commissioned a grill and sourced some charcoal and seasonings. After school, you can sell grilled fish at the academy entrance. With your skill, they're bound to sell. Our fish cost about 1 copper coin. You can easily sell them for 5. Wouldn't that solve your financial woes? Wei Yuhao's eyes lit up. Teacher, yeah, that's brilliant. With my spirit eyes, I can precisely control the heat. Shall I try it tonight? Tang nodded eagerly, finally revealing her ulterior motive. Since I've arranged all this, you must prioritize me when you grill fish. I'll pay, of course. Afterward, you'll need to procure the materials yourself. Since tasting Wei Yuhao's grilled fish, she'd been obsessed. After completing the assessment, she devised this mutually beneficial plan yesterday, unbeknownst to Bei. Seeing Tang Ye's eagerness, Wei Yuhao understood and smiled knowingly. All right, teacher Ye, shall we meet here tonight? This cultivation session brought Wei Yuhao pleasant surprises. After the strenuous running in the morning, he discovered that circulating the mysterious heaven skill for 1 cycle at noon amplified his soul power more than usual, even if only slightly. He was quite content. He mused that pushing the body to its limits stimulated soul power growth. Given his ordinary physique, he should train, as it would be mutually beneficial. When Wei Yuhao woke from his meditation, he was startled to find Wang Dong staring intently at him. Wang Dong murmured, Wei Yuhao, I've been curious about your spirit. You saw mine today. Can you tell me about yours? Wei Yuhao put on his shoes and stood up straight. My spirit is my eyes, which I call the spirit eyes. It's of the spiritual attribute. I know what you're wondering. My soul skill is spiritual detection. You couldn't hit me that day because I anticipated your movements with it. Wang Dong exclaimed, I see. So you have a body spirit. He added, let's go, or we'll be late. I heard our teacher, Zhou, is nicknamed Perverted Old Hag. She's expelled more students than 10 other teachers combined. Our luck is terrible with such a homeroom teacher. Wei Yuhao chuckled. Don't say that. Teacher Zhou is just strict. If we hold ourselves to the same standards, we'll meet her expectations. By the way, I saw your spirit, but I don't know its name. Your spirit rings are yellow and purple. How can you use a 1,000-year spirit ring as your second? Wang Dong smirked. My second spirit ring is a secret. My spirit is the butterfly of the goddess of light, the most beautiful butterfly on the continent, now nearly extinct. It's even rarer than your body spirit. You'll see its power later. What did Teacher Zhou want with you today? They left the dormitory and headed for the teaching building. Presumably, no student in class 1 would dare be late. Wei Yuhao told Wang Dong about meeting teacher Fan Yu. There was nothing to hide. What? Your spiritual detection can be shared? Let me try? Still only 11 or 12, Wang Dong excitedly requested, succumbing to curiosity. Wei Yuhao had no choice but to release his spiritual detection sharing, allowing him to experience it. Everything within 30 meters became clear, with data feedback, leaving Wang Dong stunned. It was like a blind man suddenly seeing the world, an overwhelming sensation experienced by every soul master encountering Wei Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing. As Wei Yuhao became more proficient, he recalled Fan Yu's words and subconsciously focused his spiritual detection in one direction, trying to extend its range. Concentrating, Wei Yuhao didn't realize that the faint gold in his eyes intensified, and his spiritual fluctuations strengthened. The all-encompassing spiritual detection gradually narrowed to the front. Wang Dong felt the shift. The three-dimensional images to the sides and rear vanished, leaving only the one in front, which was slowly extending. The seconds felt longer than 15 minutes of normal spiritual detection. Wei Yuhao felt his soul power convert to spiritual power and drain away at an alarming rate. Weakness washed over him. Staggering, Wei Yuhao grabbed Wang Dong's arm to steady himself, ending the spiritual detection sharing. Wei Yuhao, what's wrong? Wang Dong steadied him. Wei Yuhao was pale, with sweat beading on his forehead, looking weak. Wei Yuhao waved, indicating he was fine. I used too much spiritual power. Wang Dong, how far could my spiritual detection reach when you looked straight ahead? Wang Dong replied, about 60 meters. Wei Yuhao perked up, fatigue lessening. Great. It works. But it consumes too much spiritual power. By narrowing the range and extending the distance, he'd used nearly 10 times the normal amount of spiritual power, causing him to overexert himself so quickly. But Wei Yuhao believed that with practice, he could improve. Teacher Fan Yu had said he could become his student when his spiritual detection reached 100 meters. After witnessing the terrifying power of the soul guidance device and listening to Hikade's introduction, he found himself captivated by this miraculous existence. In the classroom of the new students, 10 minutes before the afternoon class bell rang, all 91 students were seated, and an unusual silence enveloped the room. Not a single student dared to raise their voice. Thus, it can be said that sometimes a teacher's strictness is not a detriment, but rather beneficial in fostering students' dedication to their studies. With no designated seating arrangement, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao found themselves sitting together. Despite their tender age of 11, both children wore pensive expressions. Hui Yuhao was naturally contemplating the implications of adjusting the direction of his mental probe, weighing his gains and losses. The thoughts of Wang Dong, however, remained a mystery. As Zhou Yi gracefully entered the classroom, the atmosphere among the new students shifted to one of solemnity, pulling Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from their reverie. Though not much time had elapsed, Hui Yuhao, possessing a lesser base of soul power, had already regained most of his mental and soul energy, feeling no longer feeble. All rise, gather in the square, she commanded. Surprisingly, after uttering this single statement, Zhou Yi turned and exited the classroom. None dared to linger. The students swiftly followed her outside, forming an orderly and quiet procession to the Shrek Square. Unbeknownst to them, a hint of amusement flickered in Zhou Yi's eyes. This seemingly harsh teacher was contemplating the advantages of instructing new students, as their rebellious nature was somewhat diminished, making them easier to manage compared to those in higher grades, who, having achieved certain accomplishments, were often more arrogant and defiant. At some point, a pile of iron chains had been assembled in the Shrek Square. Under Zhou Yi's directive, the students lined up neatly. Wang Dong, she called. Present, Wang Dong stepped forward. Zhou Yi addressed the entire class. I have reviewed your entrance examination results, along with this morning's assessments. As of now, Wang Dong holds the highest cultivation level among you all. Therefore, I announce that he is the class monitor from this moment onward. The position of monitor is fluid. Anyone who can defeat him may take his place. Is that understood? Understood. Some male students, confident in their abilities, cast sharp glances at Wang Dong, while the female students regarded him with a gentler demeanor. Zhou Yi gestured towards the iron chains. These are iron jackets, specifically designed to enhance your physical prowess. Each of you will don one. Once equipped, you will begin running laps around the square. You will run until the class bell rings. You may use your soul power, but not your soul skills. Rankings will be determined by the number of laps completed. The last place will be expelled from the new student class. I must emphasize once more, in my class, elimination is not reserved solely for assessments. It can occur at any time. Today, we will reduce the 91 to 90. Let us begin. As she spoke, Zhou Yi flicked her foot, and an iron jacket composed entirely of thick chains appeared before Wang Dong, who hastily accepted it and donned it. Upon wearing the iron jacket, his expression shifted slightly. Its weight was at least 30 pounds. Upon hearing of the elimination for last place, the students wasted no time and rushed to put on the iron jackets. The male students fared slightly better, while most of the female students turned pale upon encasing themselves in the heavy gear. Zhou Yi coldly stated, I am aware that many of you wish to protest, claiming unfairness due to inherent physical differences between genders or the disparities between weapon soul masters and beast soul masters. However, I must inform you that in my class, all are treated equally. Consider this. On the battlefield, would an enemy spare you simply because you are female or a weapon soul master? Now, begin running laps. Despite their internal grievances against Zhou Yi, the students dared not voice their dissent and, under Wang Dong's leadership, collectively surged toward the edge of the square. Burdened by the weighty iron jackets, none wished to face expulsion. From the outset, their spirits were markedly different from the morning's session. Wang Dong took the lead, excelling among his peers in both martial spirit and soul power. Even clad in the iron jacket, his speed remained impressive. Several male students, eager to compete with him, quickly surged forward in pursuit. Hui Yuhao, however, refrained from accelerating. He understood his own physical condition. Zhou Yi had stated that they would run until the class bell rang, which would span nearly 2 full hours. This was merely the beginning. He set the most reasonable goal for himself, to persist in running until the bell signaled the end of class, rather than racing against others. As a result, when he began running, his pace was noticeably slower than the other students, and he watched as they passed him one by one. Yet, he remained unfazed, maintaining a steady, albeit slower, rhythm. By the time he completed 2 laps, he found himself in last place, having even been overtaken by some female students. Yet, he remained undeterred. By the 4th lap, Wang Dong had already lapped him by a full circuit. As he passed, Wang Dong cast a surprised glance in Hui Yuhao's direction. Zhou Yi stood expressionless at the edge of the square, observing the students as they ran, her thoughts a mystery to all. Chapter 11. The Weakest Class Leader, Part 1. As Hui Yuhao, drenched in sweat, completed his 10th lap. Wang Dong, who was leading, had already surpassed him by 3 laps. The other students had at least a lap's lead over him as well. Many cast him disdainful glances, fully aware that Hui Yuhao possessed the weakest soul power among them. However, at this juncture, the front-runners began to slow their pace. The longer the race continued, the more the weight of the iron armor became apparent. Even Wang Dong was now glistening with sweat. The few male students who had initially trailed Wang Dong had fallen behind, with some even being overtaken by those behind them. Sweat dripped onto the track, forming small puddles. After a little over half an hour, a frail female student suddenly collapsed, struggling to rise, but failing miserably. Just then, Wang Dong passed by her side and helped her up, offering a questioning glance. The girl shook her head, sitting down on the ground and refusing to stand again. Unable to utter a word, the fall of one student led to another, and perhaps due to Hui Yuhao's presence at the back, while the students persevered, their willpower began to wane. The burden of the heavy iron armor made running immensely challenging, especially since they had started at full speed, quickly exhausting their soul power. For students of their age, relying solely on their physical strength to bear the weight of the armor was a Herculean task. By the time an hour had passed, at least half of the students had collapsed. Zhou Yi stood impassively, showing no signs of urging them to continue. Hui Yuhao was nearing his limit. Although he had maintained a steady pace, minimizing his physical exertion, his soul power was indeed the weakest among them, and his stamina was lacking. That he had managed to endure until now was already a significant achievement. In terms of laps, due to his prolonged endurance, he was no longer the last. Darkness clouded his vision, and he felt as if a flame were burning in his chest, his mouth parched, and his body drenched in sweat. The heavy iron armor rubbed against his uniform, causing sharp pangs of discomfort. "I can't hold on any longer," a voice echoed repeatedly in Hui Yuhao's mind. Struggling to channel his remaining soul power into his spiritual eye, he felt a refreshing wave wash over him, slightly reviving his senses. At that moment, he suddenly sensed a warm sensation in his lower abdomen. Despite his nearly depleted soul power, this warmth began to circulate slowly through his limbs, alleviating his muscle soreness. Is this the power of Xiantian Gong? Hui Yuhao quickly recognized the source of the warmth. After practicing Xiantian Gong, it would eventually coalesce in the lower abdomen. Although he had only recently begun his training, his previous foundation in soul power had allowed him to convert it into Xiantian Gong, thus achieving the first level of this technique. Both his senior brother and the Tianming ice worm had mentioned that Xiantian Gong suited him well, nurturing his meridians. Was this its effect manifesting now? As he pondered, Hui Yuhao's consciousness naturally followed the flow of Xiantian Gong, and as he did so, the warmth in his abdomen began to traverse through his meridians. He observed that it was a faint stream of Xiantian Gong's soul power, gradually dispersing within his meridians, explaining the warmth he felt. To his astonishment, his meridians were eagerly absorbing this soul power, which was the source of the comfort alleviating his fatigue. Though Hui Yuhao was born with a poor constitution, he was undeniably intelligent. The fact that Xiantian Gong could be absorbed into his body while at his limits indicated he could operate it even during movement, rather than solely in meditation. This operational method differed from regular practice. The speed of soul power enhancement was modest, yet it integrated more closely with his body. Realizing this, Hui Yuhao focused intently, deliberately slowing his pace while quietly activating Xiantian Gong. The Xiantian Gong of the Tang sect was brought to this world by the first-generation sect master, Tang San. In a sense, it did not originally belong to Dolua continent, yet it was undoubtedly a top-tier technique with immense benefits for health. By a stroke of fortune, Hui Yuhao gradually devised a method to operate Xiantian Gong in a non-meditative state, transforming its effects primarily into nourishing his body. The soul power was nurturing his meridians. As Xiantian Gong circulated, it began to restore itself within him, creating a remarkable cycle, a form of cultivation in action. Hui Yuhao was unaware that even Tang San, the first-generation sect master of the Tang sect, had not achieved such a feat. Only he possessed a unique advantage. His cultivation was still weak, placing him at the limits of his physical capabilities, while his mental strength was formidable. Possessing a mental spirit soul allowed him to perceive and manipulate this peculiar phenomenon. The Tang sect had produced numerous powerful figures, yet none had the conditions Hui Yuhao possessed at this moment. After reaching their peak, they would neither easily encounter their limits nor closely sense the subtle warmth emerging from their dantians. Thus, Xiantian Gong experienced an evolution within Hui Yuhao. The warmth flowed along the route of Xiantian Gong, and as it completed a cycle, the faint warmth approached depletion. At that moment, the cycle was completed. and the warmth seemed to strengthen, continuing its journey. Though his body grew increasingly fatigued, Hui Yuhao's spirit soared. The nourishment of Xian Gong for his meridians was precisely what he needed. Some previously fragile meridians, which had required utmost caution, became more resilient and even slightly widened under the warmth's influence. The unprecedented sense of smoothness where the warmth traveled assured Hui Yuhao that his actions were entirely correct. Around Shrek Square, the number of fallen students continued to rise, even those at the front gradually losing their strength. The sound of iron armor striking the ground echoed intermittently. Suddenly, Wang Dong passed by Hui Yuhao once more. He too was struggling, shocked to see Hui Yuhao with his eyes slightly closed, revealing only a narrow slit through which faint golden light flickered. His pace was slow, yet he persisted, each step leaving a sweat mark on the ground. "Don't force yourself," Wang Dong murmured before continuing forward. He had amassed a considerable lead in total laps, but his physical state was approaching its limits. An hour and a half had passed, and the final bell grew ever closer. Only 9 students remained running in the outer circle of Shrek Square. Remarkably, Hui Yuhao, who had initially been at the bottom, was among them. Zhou Yi had been observing Hui Yuhao closely, and as the time surpassed 1 hour, her astonishment only deepened. Given her calculations of Hui Yuhao's stamina and soul power, she could not fathom how he had managed to endure, despite his advantage gained from running at a steady pace. His cultivation and physical condition were evident. Can a person's willpower truly reach such extraordinary heights, especially at such a tender age? Thud, thud. 2 more students collapsed. Their fall resembled a cascade of dominoes, leading several others to succumb as well. One of them inadvertently brushed against Wang Dong as he staggered by. Wang Dong stumbled. His already weary legs could no longer endure, and he too sank to the ground. In that instant, the resolve he had clung to crumbled. He had completed the most laps, and it was impossible for anyone to surpass him now. Only 3 remained, including Hui Yuhao. 5 minutes later, the other 2 students also fell, leaving Hui Yuhao, the weakest in the first-year class, standing alone on the field. Though his steps were unsteady and his speed barely exceeded a walk, he persevered while all others had fallen. This astonished many who watched him. Indeed, Hui Yuhao had reached his limits. The warmth brought by the Shantian Kong could soothe his body and alleviate fatigue to some extent, but it could not truly empower him. Time and again, he pushed himself beyond his limits, gritting his teeth to endure. Hui Yuhao understood clearly that among his classmates, he was the weakest. To remain, he would have to exert 200 or even 300% more effort than others. Miraculously, this extreme physical trial seemed to expand his meridians and enhance his soul power. He resolved to endure as long as possible. Hold on, persist. Hui Yuhao continuously urged himself in his mind. At this moment, he lacked the soul power to infuse into his spiritual eyes to sharpen his clarity. Gradually, a rallying cry formed in his throat. Mother, mother, for the sake of my mother's last wish. To one day reclaim her remains from that place with dignity, to avenge her and cleanse her shame. No matter what, I must persist. Thud, thud. Hui Yuhao's footsteps grew increasingly heavy, his legs and body trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he did not fall, mechanically repeating the motion of lifting his foot, placing it down, then lifting it again. Gradually, the mocking glimmers vanished from the eyes of those who had fallen, for the power of example is profound. One by one, they began to rise, staring in awe at Hui Yuhao's determination. Wang Dong, after a moment of daze, was the first to rush forward, following Hui Yuhao, but this time, he did not surpass him. With Wang Dong leading, others began to join in. Gradually, the entire first-year class gritted their teeth, lifting their stiff legs and laboriously returning to the track. Zhou Yi was moved. Since becoming a teacher, she rarely felt touched by her students' performances, but this time, she truly was. Because of Hui Yuhao, and because of the 90 students who rose to follow him, this was no mere physical training. It was a trial of their spirit. In the faces of these 11 and 12-year-old children, Zhou Yi saw a resolute determination amidst their exhaustion. This lesson had far exceeded her expectations, in every conceivable way. The bell signaling the end of class finally rang. Crash, crash. This time it truly was like a cascade of dominoes. The jarring sound of the bell instantly toppled the multitude. The clanging of iron against the ground created a cacophony. As the fallen first-year students stirred up a cloud of dust. At last, Hui Yuhao too fell, the bell marking the culmination of his steadfastness. However, he did not crash directly to the ground. As he fell, Wang Dong grasped his iron armor, and together they tumbled down, gasping for air. Looking up at the sky, Hui Yuhao felt a wave of darkness wash over him, while warmth enveloped his body, an indescribable comfort. His soul power was depleted, and his physical strength was utterly exhausted. Yet his meridians provided a soothing sensation. He sensed that after this ordeal, he must have made considerable progress in various aspects. Wang Dong fell beside Hu Yuhao. His condition and cultivation significantly stronger. Though fatigued, he was not incapacitated like Hu Yuhao. I cannot fathom what force has sustained you thus far. You, a soul master with only 10 years of soul rings, have managed to endure longer than I, a greater soul master. Truly a marvel. Hu Yuhao chuckled weakly. Yet he lacked the strength to speak. Zhou Yi took a deep breath, waved her hand, and a man clad in white appeared, gliding effortlessly to her side. After nodding to her, he turned to address the students. A dazzling array of soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. A total of 7. A soul sage, he was indeed a formidable presence, nearly at the pinnacle among soul masters. Remarkably, he appeared no older than 30. Though his eyes bore the weight of experience that belied his youthful appearance. Raising his hands, a gentle green began to emanate from his palms. His 7th soul ring swirling with dark light. In a mere moment, he transformed into a towering tree. As a gentle breeze swept through, emerald leaves fluttered from the expansive canopy, precisely 91 falling softly onto the first-year students. Each felt an overwhelming wave of refreshing coolness as the comfort surged through their bodies, rapidly healing sore muscles and wounds inflicted by their armor. Even their stamina began to gradually recover, though their soul power remained hollow, untouched by the verdant leaves. Wang Dong, the most advanced among them, was the first to regain composure. He flipped over and sat up, his gaze fixed intently on the towering tree, gasping in awe. This was one of the pinnacle manifestations of plant-type martial souls, the Tree of Life. 70-level, martial soul manifestation. Teacher Zhou had indeed summoned a plant-type soul sage of over 70 levels to restore and heal us. One by one, the students rose from the ground, although fatigue lingered. Surpassing their limits brought an indescribable exhilaration. Hu Yuhao emerged from his semi-conscious state, rejuvenated by the divine soul skill, the refreshing sensation banishing his muscle fatigue, while his meridians remained enveloped in the warm embrace of Shantian Kong. It was a juxtaposition of ice and fire, since awakening his martial soul at 6. He had never felt such comfort. Zhou Yi observed the student standing and calmly remarked, I must say, you have provided me with a surprising answer. Today, no one will be eliminated. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in cheers, especially those who had struggled in the final laps, feeling a profound sense of relief. Zhou Yi continued, you should thank Hu Yuhao. Initially, I had prepared a punishment for you. My task required you to run until the bell rang before counting laps. Yet none, aside from Hu Yuhao, managed to run the entire duration. However, seeing how you could ignite a spark of tenacity under his influence, I shall forego the punishment. Wang Dong stepped forward. Teacher, Wang Dong called out as he advanced. Zhou Yi spoke softly, stating as the class leader, you have only considered yourself and failed to set a proper example. From now on, I shall revoke your leadership position and bestow it upon Hu Yuhao. Until the next physical training class, Hu Yuhao will be the class leader. If anyone wishes to challenge him, Wang Dong, you shall be responsible for the match. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yi's cold tone pierced through the air. What? Do you have any objections? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Dong quickly shook his head and replied, No, Teacher Zhou, I completely accept your decision. The other students erupted in agreement. Yet they did not disperse. Instead, they collectively rushed towards Hu Yuhao, lifting him into the air with exuberance. For these young individuals, excitement and joy were palpable emotions. Thanks to Hu Yuhao, no one was eliminated, thus sparing everyone from punishment. In that moment, Hu Yuhao became their hero. Moreover, following the arduous and painful physical training, Teacher Zhou had summoned a remarkable plant-type soul master to aid in their collective recovery. This experience allowed them to clearly perceive the immense power of high-ranking soul masters. The physical pain dissipated, and their resentment towards Teacher Zhou diminished significantly. Unbeknownst to these 91 students, the lesson they had just undergone had gradually instilled a sense of collective honor among them. The class had only been established for a day, yet a sense of camaraderie had already begun to emerge. Undoubtedly, this was a testament to Zhou Yi's effective teaching, combined with the fortunate circumstances surrounding Hu Yuhao's performance. The newly formed Class 1 had already taken the lead, with Hu Yuhao emerging as the weakest class leader. At this moment, Hu Yuhao remained lost in his unique understanding of the Xiantian skill and did not dwell on other thoughts as he proceeded to cleanse himself. The Xiantian skill continued to operate within him, but he noticed that the warm current that had previously surged was beginning to diminish. Why was that? Was it because my physical strength has recovered? Hui Yuhao pondered, feeling perplexed. After washing up, he began to suspect that the warmth only emerged when his soul power was nearly exhausted and his body was extremely fatigued. Now, with his body recovering from treatment and his soul power gradually replenishing, the warm current ceased to manifest. I should have known better than to undergo treatment, Hui Yuhao thought with a sense of regret. Perhaps his meridians could have reaped greater benefits had he not sought healing. At that moment, a voice called out to him, jolting him from his reverie. He beheld a dazzling sight, a figure. The slender yet rounded shoulders tapered downwards, gently curving at the waist, and the hips rose gracefully. The long, slender legs, proportionately elongated, appeared delicate. All of this was understated due to their youthful age, yet the glistening skin, adorned with droplets of water, exuded an irresistible allure. Do not gaze inappropriately, disciples of the Tang sect. Ahem, indulging in fantasies is fine, but remember to vote. See collections and recommendations. Today marks the first update of the day, with 2 more to follow. By the way, we actually placed second in the Sanjiang vote. The uncle can endure, but the aunt cannot. Hurry and help us reach first place, or you shall never gaze upon that enchanting figure again. A sharp cry pierced the air, and suddenly, the white before Hui Yuhao transformed into a brilliant blue. Enormous wings unfurled, revealing a V-shaped formation of golden rings that illuminated fiercely. The sapphire wings shifted to a striking blue-violet, unleashing a tempestuous wave of soul power that seemed poised to engulf him. Fortunately, the tidal wave of soul power ultimately subsided. What are you doing? Why didn't you knock? Wang Dong's furious voice rang out. As the blue light receded, Hui Yuhao noticed that he had donned his school uniform and was rushing over. Yet he refrained from attacking Hui Yuhao. Having just cleaned himself, Hui Yuhao was clad only in his trousers, his body pristine. However, his skin tone paled in comparison to Wang Dong's fair complexion. Someone called for me outside. I was in a hurry. My apologies, Hui Yuhao replied, bewildered by the rapid beating of his heart as he hurriedly donned a clean uniform and dashed away. Upon exiting the dormitory, Hui Yuhao's heart settled somewhat. Yet the image of that enchanting figure lingered in his mind, particularly the subtly curvaceous hips. What am I thinking? Hui Yuhao scolded himself internally, swiftly redirecting his thoughts towards the Shantian skill. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his ear, prompting Hui Yuhao to exclaim. Tang Ya's teasing voice chimed in. Oh, so you remember to come out? I've been waiting for quite some time. She released her grip, glancing at Hui Yuhao's slightly pale complexion, her brow furrowing slightly. Did that old hag Zoe give you a hard time? Be cautious. She is known for her ruthless demeanor. If you fall into her hands, you will emerge either severely punished or not at all. How do you feel? Is your body all right? If not, we can postpone for tomorrow. Hui Yuhao quickly shook his head, replying, Teacher Xiaya, I'm fine. Let us go. The day's physical training had made him realize the necessity of nutrition, ample nutrition. The warmth from the Xiantian skill had faded, only to be replaced by an intense hunger. With no money, how could he afford food? Tang Ya grinned. I've prepared 20 grilled fish for you. It won't take much of your time, certainly less than the hours you waste working for the academy. Where will we sell them? Hui Yuhao inquired. Tang Ya appeared to have already devised a plan. At the academy's entrance. Our Shrek Academy's gate is the eastern gate of Shrek City, which is always bustling with vendors. Many of our Academy S students conduct business there. We shall join them. With your grilling skills, there's no way they won't sell. And if they don't sell, we can always eat them ourselves. Following Tang Ya, Hui Yuhao stepped out of the academy and was astonished. The enrollment period had ended, yet the eastern gate was alive with vendors selling a myriad of goods, particularly food. Their calls echoing in the air. Clearly, they had gathered here to cater to the students of Shrek Academy. Tang Ya, brimming with enthusiasm, set up her stall near the city gate, even encroaching upon the thoroughfare as she prepared her goods. She had indeed come well prepared. With a metal grill crafted by a skilled artisan, iron racks, various spices, and freshly cleaned fish. In no time, she had everything organized, even setting up a small table for her supplies. Hui Yuhao helped her set up the grill, chuckling inwardly at how low Tang Ya's resistance was to the allure of delicious food. She placed the charcoal on the ground, declaring, All right, my task is complete. Now it's your turn. I'm off to buy something else to eat. Remember, there are 2 fish in there for me. Selling them for 5 copper coins each is fine. In the future, if you need to buy ingredients, just ask Aunt Lin in the cafeteria. With that, she dashed off, full of excitement. Hui Yuhao inspected the spices before starting to prepare the fish. There were indeed quite a few seasonings, indicating Tang's thoughtfulness, as she even procured some perilla leaves. Huiyuhao tore the perilla leaves and mixed them with the other spices before stuffing them into the fish's belly, skewering them with bamboo sticks. Starting a fire was a task he accomplished with ease. In a short while, the grill was adorned with several glowing embers. The grill was quite sizable, capable of accommodating 4 fish simultaneously. He proceeded to roast them directly. It must be said that Huiyuhao's skill in grilling fish was truly exceptional. Before long, a rich aroma wafted through the air, more effective than any advertisement. Not only did the students from the academy turn their heads, but even the nearby vendors cast curious glances in his direction. "Hey, brother, how much for your grilled fish?" inquired a male student clad in a yellow uniform as he approached. Huiyuhao replied courteously, "Senior, the grilled fish costs 5 copper coins each." The student, pleased by the enticing scent, responded with enthusiasm, "That sounds great. I'll have one." As he spoke, he handed Huiyuhao 5 copper soul coins. This was Huiyuhao's first successful transaction, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. After receiving the coins, he became even more diligent in his grilling, even channeling some of his recently regained soul power to assess the fish's cooking progress through mental observation. With the first inquiry made, it was only natural for others to gather around. However, as it was Huiyuhao's first appearance here, no one knew how delicious the fish would be. The onlookers were primarily students from Shrek Academy, just released from classes. Upon handing a perfectly grilled fish to the student in yellow, the attention of the other spectators inevitably shifted toward him. This concludes today's second update. Please show your support with your collections and recommendations. Today, I also enjoyed some fish, which inspired me to write with great enthusiasm. Chapter 12. Su Sanshi and Jiang Nanan, Part 1. The golden-baked fish glistened with a light sheen of oil, emanating a rich aroma that wafted from its belly. As teeth sank into the tender flesh, a soft crackling sound resonated, revealing that the skin had been perfectly crisped without a hint of char. Beneath the crunchy exterior lay succulent, flavorful fish meat. With just one bite, the yellow-clad student's eyes widened in delight, too overwhelmed to voice his admiration, consuming an entire fish in mere moments. In a remarkably short span, Su Sanshi's grilled fish garnered an outstanding reputation. Situated at the academy's entrance, where foot traffic was abundant, his modest stall quickly became encircled by eager patrons. "It's simply delicious, truly exquisite," exclaimed the first student to purchase a fish, finally managing to squeeze through the crowd. "Brother, please give me 3 more. I'll have my dinner here today," a senior student clad in purple coldly interjected. Queue up behind. Su Sanshi had anticipated such a booming business and apologetically addressed the throng gathered around the grill. "Esteemed seniors, today marks my inaugural venture. I can only offer 18 grilled fish, for have already been sold, leaving 14. Please adhere to the order of arrival. Those who haven't queued may return tomorrow." One by one, the fish emerged from the grill, meticulously prepared by Su Sanshi, who maintained his high standards despite the growing crowd. Each student who received a fish expressed immense satisfaction, with some even inquiring about pre-ordering for the next day. Weighing his options, Su Sanshi opted to stick to the queue policy, as the flavor was at its peak when the fish was freshly grilled, and he didn't want latecomers to miss out on the experience. At that moment, several female students in purple uniforms exited Shrek Academy, and the one at the forefront captured countless gazes. Appearing no older than 14 or 15, she possessed a tall, slender figure, with long golden waves cascading down her back. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like clear water, exuding an aura of elegance and grace. Her beauty was captivating, overshadowing everything around her. "Nana, it smells wonderful. What is that fragrance?" inquired another girl beside her, whose beauty paled in comparison to her radiant companion. The stunning girl appeared to have caught the enticing aroma as well, and the group of girls instinctively turned their attention towards Su Sanshi's stall. Perhaps it was the striking presence of the leading girl that caused the students previously gathered around Su Sanshi to part, allowing her and her companions to approach the grill unimpeded. The enchanting girl, however, did not exhibit arrogance. She smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement to those who had made way for her, causing the students to blush with excitement. Su Sanshi found himself momentarily entranced by the exquisite girl's beauty. Until now, the most beautiful girl he had encountered was Tang, but this purple-clad student not only matched her in appearance, but also radiated a gentle, warm demeanor, accentuated by a hint of melancholy in her expression that evoked sympathy. In contrast, Tang embodied a vivacious and cheerful spirit, making the comparison a matter of personal preference. "Brother, how much do your grilled fish cost?" The captivating girl inquired softly. At that moment, Su Sancher had just completed the sale of 18 fish, leaving merely 2 on the grill, reserved for Tangya. Sister. They are 5 copper soul coins each. The enchanting girl frowned slightly. That seems a bit steep. Considering the cost and your effort, 3 copper soul coins should suffice, and you would still earn a profit. Su Sancher was taken aback. He had never encountered a student who attempted to negotiate pricing before. I apologize, but my prices are fixed, and today's stock is sold out, he replied calmly. The price had been set by Tangya, and he was unwilling to alter it, especially as this income was crucial for him. The enchanting girl hesitated, then said, I'm sorry, I was merely calculating. If there's another opportunity, I shall certainly try it. With that, she turned to leave. Su Sancher sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Many of the students who had earlier looked at him with eager anticipation now glared with resentment. Kid, do you dare refuse to sell? A deep, thunderous voice boomed, followed by a flash of golden light hurtling towards Su Sancher's stall. Clang! The golden coin struck the grill, embedding itself within, revealing itself to be a gold soul coin. A figure strode forward, swiftly bypassing the enchanting girl to reach Su Sancher's stall. Reaching for the 2 fish on the grill. Having maintained his spiritual perception to monitor the cooking process, Su Sancher felt an overwhelming pressure as the voice echoed. Instinctively releasing his mental probe, the hand reaching for the fish was swift, yet Su Sancher, through his mental awareness, anticipated the move. Deftly withdrawing the 2 fish he had reserved for Tangya, the assailant's hand missed the fish and instead grasped a few embers from the grill. At that moment, Su Sancher could see the intruder clearly. Clad in black, he was a 6th-year student, tall and imposing, reminiscent of Kai-Tu, with thick brows and sharp eyes. His fair skin flushed with anger. Kid, are you seeking death? The black-clad youth bellowed, crushing the embers in his hand, sparks flying, yet he seemed impervious to the heat. With a swift kick, he sent Su Sancher's grill tumbling aside, stepping forward with his hand aimed at Su Sancher's chest. Through his mental perception, Su Sancher discerned that the black-clad youth was not merely aggressive. His seemingly simple grasp was filled with complexities. Though Su Sancher detected some openings, his own abilities were insufficient to evade, and he found himself caught by the youth's grip. Hey! The black-clad youth hoisted Su Sancher into the air with one hand while snatching the 2 fish from him with the other. The entire sequence transpired with blinding speed, leaving the surrounding students stunned. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. What are you doing? Stop! The first voice belonged to the enchanting girl, her face a mask of surprise and anger. The second was a figure darting in like lightning. With a swift motion, a palm struck toward the black-clad youth. Clearly taken aback by the sudden assault, he had to choose between defending his hold on Su Sancher or the fish. He opted to relinquish Su Sancher, shaking him off, and the 2 collided, each stepping back a pace, neither gaining the upper hand. The newcomer was none other than Tang Min's esteemed senior, Bei Bei. As Hui Yuhao was flung into the air, his body spun twice before a graceful figure appeared beneath him. With a deft motion of her hands, she smoothly caught him, ensuring his safe descent. The one who assisted him, of course, was Tangya, her delicate face now etched with fury. Su Sancher, how dare you bully my companion? I shall not let this pass. As she spoke, Tangya raised her right hand, sending a glimmer of golden light hurtling towards Su Sancher. The young man in black swiftly waved his right hand, unleashing a fierce, dark light aimed at intercepting the golden beam. However, to everyone's astonishment, the golden light flashed brilliantly and vanished into the thick darkness of his soul power, disappearing into his very being. Su Sancher's body trembled violently, his gaze freezing in shock as fierce anger ignited in his eyes. In an instant, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath him. His previously fair skin darkened, muscles bulging as he grew larger. Most remarkably, a black turtle shell shield, approximately 1.5 meters in diameter, materialized in his right hand. Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual perception, acutely aware that Su Sancher's aura, upon releasing his martial soul, rivaled that of Bei Bei when he had summoned his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul. Tangya, do not think that with Bei Bei protecting you, I am powerless against you, Su Sancher growled, his eyes aflame. With a cold laugh, Tangya replied, come on, I fear you not. Bei Bei interjected calmly, Su Sancher, you have wronged my junior brother. You must provide an explanation for today's events, or we shall settle this in the soul-fighting area. Su Sancher was momentarily taken aback and pointed at Hui Yuhao, asking, he is your junior brother? Bei Bei nodded impassively. Su Sancher retorted coldly, so what? If he disrespects Jiang Nannan, he disrespects me. It's just 2 roasted fish. I have already paid for them. Tang furiously declared. Those were left for Yuhao. Turning to Bei, she insisted, why waste words with him? Beat him up until he cannot fend for himself, and I shall grant you a kiss. Initially, Bei had maintained a stern expression, but at Tang's chaotic words, his facial muscles twitched slightly. Su Sancher sneered, addressing Bei. Your little Tang is still as unpredictable as ever. It's been a while since we sparred. Shall we head to the soul-fighting area? Jiang Nanan, usually warm towards others, turned icy as she faced Su Sancher, stating coldly, Su Sancher, I have told you before, there is no possibility between us. Please do not bother me again. With that, she turned and strode away. Su Sancher felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He straightened up and glared at the onlookers, barking, What are you staring at? Disperse. He then turned to Bei, let us go. As he spoke, he tossed the roasted fish directly at Hui Yuhao. Tang swiftly intercepted the fish before Hui Yuhao could reach for it, her movements graceful and fluid. Without hesitation, she took a bite of the fish, then tugged Hui Yuhao along, saying, Let us go join the excitement. The soul-fighting area was a crucial part of Shrek Academy. Located in the northwest corner of the Martial Soul Department, not far from the Soul Tool experimental zone that Hui Yuhao had previously visited. It was a favored venue for many upperclassmen. Here, various competitions could take place, overseen by designated teachers who acted as referees to determine victors, safeguard students, and provide medical assistance when necessary. Of course, all of this required a fee to engage in a soul-fighting match. Both parties had to pay at least 10 gold soul coins for the venue. Nonetheless, many students eagerly participated as the fights were unrestricted. And there was no fear of severe repercussions. The referees maintained a firm grip on the proceedings. Victors in the soul-fighting area also earned academic credits, which would contribute to their scores in annual examinations. After reaching the 4th year, students needed these credits to progress. For example, to advance from 4th to 5th grade. They would require at least 10 victories against peers in the soul-fighting area, and even more for higher grades. Once in the 6th grade, gaining entry to the inner academy would reportedly require even greater soul-fighting credits. The soul-fighting area was open to all students, provided they paid a ticket fee of 1 silver soul coin. Hui Yuhao was astonished to see that the duel between Bei and Su Sancher had attracted considerable attention. A majority of the students who had witnessed the earlier commotion at the Academy's entrance, regardless of their grade, chose to follow and watch. On a new day, everyone was once again endowed with fresh recommendation votes. Vote for the Tang Sect. Came the call, alongside a plea for collections. The Academy truly knows how to generate revenue. Hui Yuhao remarked after Tang provided a brief overview of the soul-fighting area. Tang replied, It's only natural. The Academy is vast, and expenses are substantial. If we do not find ways to earn more, how can we sustain ourselves? However, the taxes from Shrek City are also considerable. Our academy is, after all, the wealthiest on the continent. She then added, By the way, Hui Yuhao, your roasting skills have improved. Or perhaps my spices are simply exquisite. It's delicious. Before they even reached the soul-fighting area, Tang had already devoured both roasted fish. Hui Yuhao, feeling quite hungry, seized the opportunity to buy dinner as they passed the cafeteria. By the time he and Tang arrived at the soul-fighting area, a considerable crowd had already gathered, and more students continued to arrive as word spread. Tang paid 2 silver soul coins and led Hui Yuhao into the soul-fighting area. The area was hexagonal, roughly the same size as Shrek Square, with a large open space at its center designated for student competitions. Surrounding this space were tiered seats that could accommodate around 3,000 spectators. At that moment, a few hundred spectators were already seated around the perimeter, and Hui Yuhao and Tang, having arrived relatively early, claimed seats in the front row, closest to the arena. The arena itself, however, was empty. Hui Yuhao wondered where Bei and Su Sancher had gone. Understanding that Hui Yuhao was still unfamiliar with the rules of the soul-fighting area, Tang explained. The soul-fighting area opens every day after classes and remains accessible until midnight. Students wishing to compete must first pay a fee and register. If the competitors are well known within the academy will broadcast the match across dormitory areas using soul-guided amplifiers, drawing in more spectators. The ticket fees are split, with half going to the academy and the other half awarded to the victorious competitor. Your senior brother has earned quite a bit here already. Moreover, Su Sancher is a 5th-year student, while your senior brother has just entered the 4th year, making this a challenge beyond his level. Thus, if Su Sancher loses, he must also provide an additional 10 gold soul coins. Both your senior brother and Su Sancher are quite renowned in our outer academy, hailed as geniuses. I estimate today's audience could exceed 500. Wu Yuhao inquired, who was that Jiang Nanan just now? Tang playfully tapped his head, chiding at such a young age. You should focus on your studies, not on pretty girls. Wu Yuhao winced but dared not press further. He opened his lunchbox and began to eat. Tang, observing his obedient demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I'll tell you. Jiang Nanan is reputed to be the most beautiful girl in the outer academy. She hails from a common family, is friendly to everyone, and has a fair number of admirers at the academy. Do you think she is more beautiful than me? Wu Yuhao hurriedly shook his head. Tang, feeling a bit smug, declared, exactly. I don't see her as superior in any way. Humph. As for Su Sancher, he possesses a powerful mutated martial soul known as the shimmering turtle, with dual attributes of water and earth, providing him with formidable defensive capabilities. He is said to be as solid as a fortress. His cultivation is comparable to Beibei's, both possessing top-tier beast martial souls. Rest assured, I have already avenged you. Just now, I delivered a dragon whisker needle to him, enough for him to endure. If he wishes to pursue Jiang Nanan, so be it. But anyone who dares to offend me shall face the consequences. Curiously, Jiang Nanan seems to have some issues with her orientation. Many outstanding male students in the academy pursue her, yet I have never heard of her showing any inclination towards anyone, while others politely decline. She responds to Su Sancher with an unusual coldness, which makes one wonder if that fellow has taken advantage of her. The spectators here are truly innocent. They only know that Beibei and Su Sancher are reputed to possess the strongest offensive and defensive martial souls in the outer academy. Yet they remain oblivious to the fact that these two are already acquainted. I suspect they have come to the soul-fighting arena with the intent of making some profit. Wu Yuhao exclaimed in astonishment. Senior brother knows Su Sancher? Tang nodded. Rest assured, although they are acquainted, your senior brother will still compete fiercely against him. He cannot let Su Sancher bully you without consequence. In the soul-fighting arena's lounge, Su Sancher, with a disgruntled expression, lifted his shirt to reveal a sizable lump the size of an infant's fist on his right side. Despite this, he maintained his martial soul's release, causing his surrounding skin to appear as hard as iron. Beibei scoffed. Serves you right. Who told you to bully our junior brother? Enough of your nonsense. Give me a Xian Shui Dan, and I will help you remove the dragon whisker needle. Otherwise, prepare to carve out a piece of flesh yourself. This needle is a legacy from the first generation of our Tang sect, passed down only through the generations of sect leaders. Xiaya is genuinely furious this time. Su Sancher inquired, that fellow is indeed one of your Tang sect members? I couldn't discern any of his abilities. Forget about the Xian Shui Dan. Hurry up. I can't maintain my martial soul indefinitely, and this dragon whisker needle is exceedingly vicious, causing me excruciating pain. Caught unprepared, I fell victim to Tang Ye's trickery. It is truly vexing. Beibei gazed skyward and replied, Suit yourself. Whether you give it or not is up to you. You harmed my junior brother and ruined his stall. So you can endure the effects of the dragon whisker needle. The competition is about to begin. And I do not believe you can contend with me while afflicted by it. Su Sancher huffed in anger. Fine, Beibei, just wait. I will show you no mercy in the soul-fighting arena. Beibei smiled slightly. Do I need your mercy? As he spoke, he gestured with his right hand towards Su Sancher. Reluctantly, Su Sancher retrieved a small white jade porcelain vial from his pocket and tossed it to Beibei. Beibei caught it and said, Thank you. Withdraw your martial soul, and I will assist you with the dragon whisker needle. Swiftly, Beibei pressed his right hand around the injury and began to inject a stream of gentle soul power into the tightly clenched muscles. His movements were incredibly swift, each finger's motion infused with varying degrees of soul energy. After a brief moment, a slender golden thread, finer than a hair, gradually emerged from Su Sancher's waist. Su Sancher sighed in relief, though his face remained filled with anger. Beibei, you are taking advantage of my misfortune. You know how precious the Xian Shui Dan is. Let us make a wager. If I win this battle, you must return the Xian Shui Dan. What is the purpose of the Xian Shui Dan, you ask? I encourage everyone to guess, and do not forget to cast your votes of recommendation. Also, please seek out some collections. Beibei replied lightly, smiling. What if you lose? Su Sancher retorted. I will accept 1,000 gold soul coins from you, Beibei countered. Beibei shook his head. That will not suffice. The Xian Shui Dan is worth far more than a mere 1,000 gold soul coins, and I will not engage in an unfair wager. Su Sancher barked. This is all the money I have. If you refuse, I will take issue with you. Beibei sighed. Do you think I lack money? Very well. I will give you a chance. I know you have another Xian Shui Dan, Wager that one instead. Su Sanchi's eyes flickered with suspicion. I feel as though I have fallen into your trap. It seems you were quite confident about winning. Su Sanchi scoffed. Will I lose? While I may not necessarily win, it will not be easy for you to defeat me. What if it ends in a draw? Bebe maintained his smile, while Su Sanchi, despite his best efforts to discern any changes in his expression, found no clues. You are not foolish, however, whenever matters concerning Jiang Nan arise. You seem to lose your wits. I wonder if you two are fated enemies from a past life. Although Jiang Nan is beautiful, there are many outstanding female students among our peers. Why must you fixate on just one? Su Sanchi retorted, do not speak carelessly. If you have the capability, why not let Tang be with me? Bebe stood up and said, you should quickly adjust your mindset. Otherwise, you will be disgruntled if you lose. I will step outside. As he spoke, he walked toward the door. As Tang had predicted, the number of students gathering in the soul fighting arena continued to rise. It was estimated that they would soon surpass 400, and ultimately, 500 would be no problem at all. Hui Yuhao jumped at the sound of a grating voice behind him, turning to find a furious Wang Dong striding toward him, fully dressed. Wang Dong's face flushed with anger as he sat beside Hui Yuhao, whispering, speak. What have you seen? Hui Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. Huh? I didn't see anything. Wang Dong huffed. If you do not knock next time, I will kill you. Hui Yuhao, sensing his guilt, muttered, we are all men. Seeing is seeing. You are not at a loss. What did you say? Wang Dong shouted angrily, reaching out to grab Hui Yuhao. A slender hand intervened, brushing Wang Dong's hand aside. Tang Ye's voice chimed. Xiao Yuhao, you have yet to introduce me. Only then did Wang Dong notice Tang Ye's presence. Upon seeing her stunning beauty, he momentarily froze but quickly regained composure, straightening up and ignoring Hui Yuhao. After Hui Yuhao had fled, Wang Dong hastily dressed but could not find Hui Yuhao anywhere. He had intended to meditate but found it impossible to settle his mind. Just then, he heard the dormitory broadcast, prompting him to step outside for a breath of fresh air, only to stumble upon Hui Yuhao and Tang Ye. Hui Yuhao introduced, Xiao Ye. This is my roommate Wang Dong. Wang Dong, this is Tang Ye, our senior. Wang Dong nodded at Tang Ye, who smiled, what a lovely little boy. I like him. How about this, Xiao Yuhao, why not convince him to join our Tang sect? Upon hearing the name Tang sect, Wang Dong's body trembled slightly as he exclaimed in surprise. You are members of the Tang sect? Tang Ye nodded repeatedly, indeed. It is just the three of us left in the Tang sect now. I am the current sect master. Surprised? Come, the Tang sect welcomes you. She merely spoke offhandedly, despite her carefree demeanor. Anyone who underestimates her will eventually suffer the consequences. She had already discerned Wang Dong's exceptional talent, his essence contained, and soul power solid. One glance at his cultivation level revealed it far surpassed Hui Yuhao's. However, to Tang Ye's surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, Wang Dong nodded at her and said, all right. I have long heard of the wonders of the Tang sect's hidden weapons. Sect Master, I wish to join the Tang sect. Please accept me. Ah? You truly wish to join us in the Tang sect? Tang Ye replied, astonished. We are down to only 3 members now. Tang Ye was taken aback. Her gaze towards Wang Dong filled with confusion. Wang Dong nodded earnestly and said, I wish to join the Tang sect and learn the art of concealed weapons. Just as they were conversing, Bebe had already stepped into the arena from the lounge. The moment he appeared, the spectators by the sidelines began to chant his name. Thunder Bebe, Thunder Bebe. Bebe smiled and waved to the onlookers. Yet his eyes searched the stands. Tang Ye rose and waved at him. It was then that Bebe noticed their presence, due to the distance. He could not hear their words, so he gestured towards Tang Ye. Xiao Yuhao, what is the maximum distance of your mental detection sharing? Tang Ye whispered to Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao replied, if it's just in one direction, it can reach about 50 meters. He had just tested the limit of his mental detection in a single direction with Wang Dong. If he were to release his mental detection normally, it would only cover a diameter of 30 meters, meaning the actual detection range in any direction would only be 15 meters. However, 50 meters was more than twice that limit, albeit at a significant cost to Hui Yuhao's soul power. Tang Ye immediately raised her right hand and gestured several signs towards Bebe, who nodded in response. At that moment, Su Sanchi also entered the battle arena, accompanied by a teacher who appeared to be in his 40s. Once in the arena, Su Sanchi and Bebe donned expressions of fierce determination. This was not their first competition in the arena, and in their previous encounters, they had each emerged victorious at times, but the most common outcome was a draw. They had indeed earned quite a bit from these battles, and thus could not easily reveal the close nature of their relationship. The referee approached the center of the arena and declared in a solemn voice, "Fourth grader Bei Bei challenges fifth grader Su Sanshi. Should Su Sanshi lose the match, he will need to pay an additional 10 gold soul coins. You have both made private arrangements regarding the wager. Are you prepared?" Bei Bei and Su Sanshi nodded simultaneously at the referee. Chapter 13, The Mysterious Water Elixir, Part 1. The competition commenced with the referee's decisive announcement. Swiftly retreating to the sidelines. At that very moment, Bei Bei and Su Sanshi unleashed their martial spirits. The previously raucous arena fell into an immediate hush. All eyes fixated on the two figures within the arena. As prominent figures from the Shrek Academy's outer court, every duel they engaged in was a spectacle, captivating the students who eagerly placed their bets in secret. A surge of blue electricity coalesced as Bei Bei's right arm expanded rapidly, enveloped in a shimmering azure light, heralding the release of his blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial spirit. Su Sanshi, undeterred, also transformed, his body swelling to fill his attire. And the massive tortoiseshell shield materialized in his right hand. They both advanced cautiously, their sharp gazes locked onto one another, as their formidable soul power surged, one a brilliant blue, the other an ominous black, distinct in the arena. On the surface, they appeared evenly matched, both being soul masters with 3 spirit rings and exceeding the 30th rank. Yet, the nature of their martial spirits revealed a disparity. Bei Bei was evidently an offensive soul master, while Su Sanshi, brandishing his shield, likely embodied a defensive archetype. With the unmatched offensive prowess of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus against the formidable defensive capabilities of the mutated shimmering turtle, it was challenging to predict who would emerge victorious. Wang Dong seemed to have forgotten his earlier concerns with Hui Yuhao, his full attention riveted on the duel unfolding before them. Hui Yuhao, too, found his emotions intertwined with the clash between the two soul masters. Upon releasing his martial spirit, Bei Bei's demeanor shifted from gentle to fierce, while Su Sanshi exuded a calm, mountain-like stability. Just as Su Sanshi sidled closer to the stands where Hui Yuhao and the others were seated, Bei Bei suddenly shouted, dashing towards Su Sanshi like a bolt of blue lightning. Su Sanshi was momentarily taken aback. He had not shown any openings, and this was hardly the ideal opportunity. When had Bei Bei become so impulsive? Though he pondered this, he did not dare to underestimate the explosive power Bei Bei possessed in an attack. As Bei Bei leapt within 5 meters of Su Sanshi, he swung his armored right arm downwards, the dragon claw crackling with blue-violet electricity, poised to unleash a soul technique at any moment. Unfazed, Su Sanshi retreated slightly. Crouching low, his heavy shield raised before him, enveloping himself in its protection. Simultaneously, a torrent of dark soul power surged from the tortoiseshell shield, forming a faint black barrier around him. The impact of Bei Bei's dragon claw struck the formidable black shield with a resounding crash. Both combatants jolted from the force. Bei Bei halted midair, plummeting to the ground, while Su Sanshi slid back a meter. The first of Su Sanshi's 3 soul rings, a century-old yellow ring, ignited, intensifying the darkness of his shield, a powerful black aura radiating outward, covering a substantial area like a massive protective dome, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This was Su Sanshi's first soul technique, shimmering shock. It was a wide-area recoil technique with a stunning effect. If his opponent was weaker, they would not only be pushed back but also rendered dizzy. However, Su Sanshi did not anticipate Bei Bei's resolve. As he unleashed his first technique, Bei Bei's second and third soul rings flared to life simultaneously. The third, a millennium-level ring, shone brilliantly, and a deep rumble erupted from Bei Bei as he was enveloped in a tempest of blue-violet lightning, the scales on his right arm rapidly spreading across his body, amplifying his aura dramatically. This was Wrath of Thunder. Following closely, the second soul ring ignited, unleashing thick arcs of serpent-like lightning that exploded outward from Bei Bei's form. By combining his second and third techniques, he boldly confronted Su Sanshi's shimmering shock. Even with Su Sanshi's renowned defense, his technique could not withstand Bei Bei's onslaught. The black barrier was forcibly torn open, and disregarding the impact of the dark energy, Bei Bei surged through. Su Sanshi, taken aback but swift to respond, activated his second and third soul rings. He was all too familiar with Bei Bei's capabilities. While he may not secure victory, he was confident that steadfast defense would prevent Bei Bei from overcoming him. However, at the moment he attempted to unleash his techniques, a sharp pain pierced his mind, momentarily clouding his consciousness, causing a brief halt in his techniques. Bei Bei's form became ethereal as he executed the Tang Sect's ghost shadow misty steps, gliding low to the ground, swiftly maneuvering behind Su Sanshi's shield. Su Sanshi's attempt to counter was too late. Allowing Bei Bei to circle behind the shield sealed his fate. Bei Bei's right foot struck Su Sansher's calf, the unleashed thunderous energy surging forth, leaving Su Sansher trembling in place, while Bei Bei's massive claw clamped down on his shoulder. The outcome was clear. The match concluded far more swiftly than anyone had anticipated, with many spectators scarcely grasping the entirety of the contest. Bei Bei had deftly bypassed Su Sansher's defensive shield, claiming victory. The referee's declaration rang out, yet it did not deter Bei Bei from unceremoniously toppling Su Sansher to the ground. With the mysterious water elixir secured. Please for recommendations echoed. Daily updates. Striving for more support, our recommendation count had yet to reach the pinnacle. Fellow comrades, lend your strength, so I might have the vigor to continue my endeavors. How dare you deceive me? A wager is a wager. Hand over the mysterious water elixir. Bei Bei smiled as he infused a spark of lightning soul power into Su Sansher, causing his towering figure to tremble. Little did Su Sansher know that. To aid Bei Bei in his triumph, someone in the stands had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, the sting Su Sansher felt when attempting his second and third techniques stemmed from Hui Yuhao's purple extreme magic I paired with a soul shock. Though Hui Yuhao's cultivation was modest, the combined might of his two skills unleashed a formidable attack that caught the fortified Su Sansher off guard. The distance from Hui Yuhao to Su Sansher was approximately 30 meters, conveniently within the range of his soul shock technique. Furthermore, prior to executing this skill, Hui Yuhao had utilized his spirit detection and spirit sharing abilities to identify Su Sansher's vulnerabilities. It could be said that in that fleeting moment, Hui Yuhao showcased his peak performance since becoming a soul master. The successive deployment of 3 techniques, alongside the purple extreme magic eye, decisively turned the tide of an evenly matched battle. This victory rightfully belonged to both Bei Bei and Hui Yuhao, the brotherhood they shared. Apart from Tang and Bei Bei in the arena, only Wang Dong perceived the fluctuations of Hui Yuhao's soul power. Despite his deliberate effort to conceal the appearance of his soul rings, the ripples of soul power were not easily masked from Wang Dong, who stood nearby. Wang Dong observed with clarity as a pale golden hue appeared in Hui Yuhao's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a more intense shade of gold. Finally, a flash of violet light flickered from his gaze, and in the next instant, he toppled over, leaning toward Wang Dong. Instinctively, Wang Dong caught Hui Yuhao, but by then, the competition had already concluded. What has happened to him? Wang Dong inquired, astonished. Seeing Hui Yuhao collapse, Tang Yu was equally startled. She hurried to assess his condition and sighed in relief upon realizing it was merely a depletion of soul power. He would be fine. Let us go? It's best to leave after causing trouble. Moreover, Tang Yu pondered internally about the remarkable extent of Hui Yuhao's shared mental probing ability. Wasn't Bei Bei's intention merely to assist in gaining the upper hand? Bei Bei and Su Sansher were evenly matched. Whoever gained the initiative would have a significantly higher chance of victory. Yet, it was unexpected that they secured a decisive win. Hui Yuhao was indeed utterly fatigued after a day of physical training, coupled with repeated exertion of his mental skills, leading to a complete fainting spell, a natural response of the body to protect itself. Little brother, please take good care of him, Bei Bei implored. Senior students were prohibited from entering the dormitories of junior students, as per school regulations. Thus Bei Bei had no choice but to rely on Wang Dong. Wang Dong, momentarily lost in thought, recognized the deep blue pill Bei Bei had dispensed. It was the size of a cherry, adorned with intricate white patterns of varying shades. And upon being released from the porcelain vial, it exuded a faint mist. A refreshing aroma lingered in the air, intoxicatingly pleasant. Is that the Xin Shui Dan? Impossible! Wang Dong exclaimed, astonished. Not only he, but even the elderly man who had been lazily reclining near the dormitory entrance momentarily opened his eyes before returning to his previous state. Bei Bei quipped. All you do is eat. You nearly put our little junior brother in jeopardy today. Tang Yu scoffed. Don't play innocent. You've been plotting behind Su Sansher's back for a while, haven't you? That fool was easily deceived, and you seized the opportunity perfectly. Tang Yu stuck out her tongue at him, adding, I meant to beat him to the point where he couldn't care for himself. What about you? It's all about cultivation. Suddenly, Wang Dong spoke. Senior Tang Yu, please consider me. I genuinely wish to join the Tang sect. Tang Yu nodded, waving him off. While Bei Bei wore a contemplative expression, smiling at Wang Dong before turning to leave with Tang Yu, Hui Yuhao fell into an exceptionally deep slumber. The first proper sleep he had experienced since joining the Tang sect, following a rigorous practice of the Xiantian Gong. In his dreams, it felt as though he were submerged in a refreshing pool, a sensation so delightful it nearly made him moan in pleasure. After a brief meditative pause, Wang Dong reopened his eyes, surprised to see Hui Yuhao on the opposite bed. He had been awakened by the palpable waves of soul power in the air. Indeed, the intense fluctuations were emanating from Hui Yuhao, whose faint blue glow was particularly striking against the night's darkness. A thin mist appeared to hover around his body, releasing a subtle yet fragrant aroma. Wang Dong leapt from his bed and quietly approached Hui Yuhao, squatting down to observe closely. He noticed Hui Yuhao's skin subtly undulating, with fine streams of air emanating from his pores. This was the soul power he had sensed. The light blue mist continuously surged in and out through his pores. As time passed, the mist darkened in hue while the fragrance gradually diminished. Soon after Wang Dong departed, the mist surrounding Hui Yuhao transformed from a fresh scent to a foul odor, its color deepening, and Hui Yuhao's breathing became increasingly steady. He had enjoyed an exceptionally sweet and refreshing sleep, only to be awakened by a sticky sensation. As consciousness returned, he could not suppress a massive sneeze. "What is that terrible smell?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, instinctively suspecting Wang Dong of playing a prank. However, upon opening his eyes and glancing at the opposite bed, he found it empty. Wang Dong was nowhere to be seen. The room remained enveloped in darkness, yet Hui Yuhao quickly noticed something amiss. Everything in the dormitory was vividly clear, unaffected by the shadows. He had previously possessed such vision only when activating his soul power to unleash his spiritual and martial spirit, yet now it was unbidden. Looking down, he discovered his school uniform had turned pitch black, the vile odor emanating from it, where the uniform did not cover. His skin was coated with a layer of grimy filth, as if he had tumbled into muck and been unceremoniously pulled out. Could Wang Dong really hate me this much? Hui Yuhao mused, bemused by his appearance. Upon rising, he noticed his wooden bed was similarly covered in a layer of black grime. The stench was unbearable. Hui Yuhao, without a moment's hesitation, leapt from the bed, flung open the dormitory window, and dashed out the door, heading straight to the restroom at the end of the corridor. The grime on his body felt oily, and the cleanup of his bed and clothes consumed a considerable amount of time. Once he had tidied up, he settled into a meditative position and began to channel his soul power according to the Xian Tiangong's flow. In a mere 3 seconds into his meditation, Hui Yuhao abruptly opened his eyes, astonished, his spiritual eyes wide with disbelief. "Am I dreaming?" he pondered, quickly shutting his eyes again. 3 seconds later, when he opened his eyes once more, his face radiated with uncontainable joy. Indeed, an incredible transformation had occurred. As he entered a meditative state and activated his soul power, he experienced a sensation unlike any before. If his previous soul power flow resembled a snail's pace, now it felt as if he were moving at the speed of a spider. The velocity of his soul power had escalated by 3 to 5 times, and its potency had significantly increased, flowing with unprecedented ease. During this process, a sensation of power coursed throughout his body. As though all his meridians had unfurled, the feeling was utterly exquisite, a delightful tingling throughout his limbs and bones. Hui Yuhao, eager to replicate this experience, closed his eyes once more and resumed the circulation of his soul power. It was confirmed. Everything was indeed real. Typically, a complete rotation of his soul power along the Xian Tiangong's pathway would take at least half an hour, yet this time, he accomplished it in less than a quarter of that duration. Moreover, the growth of soul power within his body has multiplied several times compared to before. It is no longer a gradual increase, but rather an evolution in strands. Simultaneously, through meditation, Hui Yuhao discovered that his meridians have become unprecedentedly unobstructed. Previously constricted and thin areas have been significantly widened and thickened, and his meridians now possess a certain supple elasticity. The substantial influx of soul power poses no danger whatsoever. Could it be that he has undergone a complete transformation overnight? At this moment, he is reluctant to engage in extensive contemplation. Since he began cultivating at the age of 6, he has never experienced such a direct sense of enhancement. Having finally grasped this feeling, he is unwilling to relinquish it. He continuously urges the operation of his soul power, and the speed of the Xiantian skill's operation seems to be subtly increasing. Under the nourishment of the Xiantian skill, a warm and comfortable sensation begins to emerge within his meridians. Hui Yuhao is unaware of how many cycles his soul power has traversed until the dawn gradually breaks, revealing a hint of fish-belly white on the horizon, at which point he awakens from his meditative state. His legs, crossed in a lotus position for half the night, show no signs of stiffness or numbness. With just a slight movement, he finds himself at the window, gazing at the purple aura gradually appearing in the eastern sky. The soul power within Hui Yuhao naturally flows into his spiritual eyes, initiating his practice of the purple extreme magic eye. The changes in his body and the enhancement of his soul power seem to render everything different. As his spiritual eyes fixate on the layer of purple aura rising in the east, he distinctly feels as if something within his mind is ruptured. An invisible suction begins to emanate from his spiritual eyes, drawing in the fleeting purple essence that flickers within the fishbelly white. The surface of his eyes radiates warmth, while the interior remains refreshingly cool. Hui Yuhao senses that his mental energy is expanding outward, swiftly surpassing his original limits, until it extends to a diameter of approximately 40 meters before coming to a halt. The purple essence within his eyes deepens significantly, and even his skin takes on a layer of lustrous sheen. His essence, energy, and spirit stand in stark contrast to the previous day. He knows that something must have transpired within him. Otherwise, such a remarkable enhancement would not be achievable even after 6 months of cultivation. Just as confusion fills Hui Yuhao's mind, the door to his dormitory swings open. With a puzzled expression, Hui Yuhao looks at Wang Dong and asks, "What on earth happened? Why did I awaken covered in grime? Yet my cultivation has significantly improved. It truly feels as if I have undergone a rebirth, just as you mentioned." Wang Dong's ancient golden bracelet glimmers, and a spherical metallic object materializes in his hand, which he tosses to Hui Yuhao. "First, let us see how much your soul power has increased. This testing soul guide can measure soul power levels from 10 to 30. Just infuse your soul power into it." "Oh," Hui Yuhao replies, taking hold of the metallic sphere and gradually channeling his soul power into it. Initially, the sphere emits a faint yellow glow, which gradually expands outward, and a number appears on its surface, first stabilizing at 11, then swiftly jumping to 12. As the yellow light continues to spread, the number 12 begins to tremble. But Hui Yuhao, having exerted all his strength, cannot make it fluctuate further. Wang Dong's expression is one of astonishment. "Truly remarkable. The Xin Shui Dan has elevated your soul power by nearly 2 levels overnight. You are now at the pinnacle of level 12, just a step away from 13. Hui Yuhao's eyes widen in disbelief. "Is that really true? What is the Xin Shui Dan?" Wang Dong snatches the testing soul guide from Hui Yuhao's hand and replies, "This device is quite accurate. There is no advantage for me in deceiving you. By the way, you should thank Senior Bebe. What is your relationship with him? He casually handed you a Xian Shui Dan worth its weight in gold. I suspect he may have mistakenly given you the wrong pill." Observing the confusion on Hui Yuhao's face, Wang Dong elaborates, "The Xian Shui Dan is an extraordinary elixir, said to be unique to a water attribute martial soul sect. However, I am unaware of the specific sect. The preparation of a Xian Shui Dan requires the essence blood of numerous water attribute soul beasts and various water-based plants, meticulously combined through unique processes. Water serves a purifying function. The Xian Shui Dan not only provides substantial nourishment and enhances soul power, but its medicinal properties are exceptionally gentle, allowing soul masters of any level to absorb its effects effectively. For soul masters below level 20, it can elevate their soul power by at least 1 level. Yet, its most precious attribute lies in its ability to cleanse the body and refine the marrow, while we wash ourselves to rid our bodies of surface dirt. The Xian Shui Dan purifies the impurities within. This elixir is beneficial for anyone. For exceptionally gifted soul masters, it serves merely as an enhancement, while for those with average talent, it can be a life-changing boon, eliminating internal impurities and nourishing the meridians. One Xian Shui Dan can significantly augment the potential of an ordinary soul master, equivalent to a 1-level increase in innate soul power. In other words, if your martial soul awakens with an innate soul power of level 1, consuming a Xian Shui Dan would elevate it to level 2. This represents a substantial enhancement of both talent and physique. Unbeknownst to Wang Dong, his analogy is remarkably accurate, as Hui Yuhao's innate soul power is indeed level 1. However, Hui Yuhao can distinctly sense that the transformation brought about by the Xian Shui Dan transcends a mere increase of 1 level in innate soul power. His cultivation speed has effectively quadrupled. While he may still not compare to prodigies like Wang Dong and Bei Bei, he can at least be on par with an ordinary soul master, no longer facing the arduous challenges he once did. Senior brother. Hui Yuhao's eyes well with emotion. It is his senior brother who bestowed upon him the invaluable Xian Shui Dan. This bond of friendship is etched deeply in his heart. Hui Yuhao's fortune is indeed remarkable. Wang Dong's description of the Xian Shui Dan is entirely accurate. Under normal circumstances, the enhancement of the Xian Shui Dan is precisely as he described. However, Huiyuhao's opportunity to consume the Xian Shui Dan comes at an opportune moment. After a day of rigorous training, his body has undergone an extraordinary trial, akin to having completed a comprehensive warm-up before taking the Xian Shui Dan. Furthermore, his comprehension of the Xiantian skill has deeply permeated his meridians, placing them in a state of nurturing. Having consumed the Xian Shui Dan while in a state of mental exhaustion, Huiyuhao does not consciously control the process, allowing the effects of the Xian Shui Dan to unfold uniformly within him. This results in the elixir's nourishing effects being perfectly assimilated by his body. An additional crucial factor is that the Xian Shui Dan is a water attribute elixir. While the second martial soul bestowed upon Huiyuhao by the heavenly dream eye silkworm is ice, representing a form of water, thereby facilitating his absorption of the Xian Shui Dan. As the Xian Shui Dan transforms his body, the first of the 10 massive sources of power sealed within Huiyuhao by the heavenly dream ice silkworm finally cracks open, releasing a portion of energy to integrate with his body. Consequently, in comparison to the enhancement of his soul power, the elevation of his mental energy is even more substantial. This explains why his mental perception expands from 30 to 40 meters. One could assert that this single Xian Shui Dan has activated a comprehensive enhancement of Huiyuhao's body, leading to such a significant transformation. It promises immense benefits for his future cultivation, even resulting in the evolution of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye. The Purple Extreme Magic Eye encompasses 4 realms: observation, insight, seed, and vastness. Huiyuhao, through the cultivation of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, has indeed achieved remarkable efficiency. As he enhanced his abilities with the Xian Shui Dan, he simultaneously activated the primal force of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. During his previous training of the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, this primal force exerted a siphoning effect on the violet aura of the heavens, allowing Huiyuhao's cultivation to leap directly from the broad observation realm into the realm of fine perception. It can be said that he is the fastest individual in history to cultivate the Purple Extreme Magic Eye, even surpassing the founder of the Tang Sect, Tang San. At this moment, Huiyuhao remains unaware that this advancement in his Purple Extreme Magic Eye has significantly enhanced his control over all mental attribute skills. When controlling soul skills, the consumption of soul power will consequently diminish greatly. Observing Huiyuhao's red eyes and somewhat dazed expression, Wang Dong patted him on the shoulder and said, "Let us go. It's time for breakfast. I want to eat double portions today." Huiyuhao chuckled. "Sure, I could eat 4 portions." Wang Dong shot him a look. "You're the real pig here." As the words escaped their lips, both erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling the awkwardness of the previous night. At this innocent age, they still held on to their pure hearts. This marks the 5th consecutive day of triple updates. If we reach the target this week, we shall continue with daily triple updates next week. Chapter 14, The Dream of Heaven, Part 1. Yesterday, after earning some money from grilling fish, before heading to watch Bei and Su Sanshire compete with Tangya, Huiyuhao had not forgotten to extract that golden soul coin from the oven. When he and Wang Dong arrived at the cafeteria, they felt a subtle sense of affluence. Their breakfast was particularly sumptuous, greatly replenishing their physical needs. They were among the earliest to arrive at the cafeteria, and by the time they finished their meal, few students had shown up. Since coming to Shrek Academy, his mood had gradually brightened. Here, he finally had friends and a caring teacher in Tangya, as well as his senior brother Bei. This was a far cry from the cold atmosphere he had experienced at the Duke's residence. All right, Huiyuhao readily agreed. Having been at the academy for a few days, he had yet to visit Sea God Lake, and with class time approaching, it would be nice to take a stroll. The two exited the cafeteria, bypassing the new student teaching building, and walked east along the southern side of Shrek Square, soon arriving at the lakeside path. As they traversed the wooded area beside the path, the shimmering Sea God Lake unfolded before their eyes. A gentle mist mingled with the fresh air enveloped them. Although Sea God Lake was merely an artificial lake, its waters were remarkably clear, a deep blue that was pure and serene, akin to a soft satin surface that rippled gently like the playful waves of a young maideness gaze, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds along with the lush trees lining the shore. How beautiful! Wang Dong couldn't help but take a deep breath, stretching his body. As he did, his shirt inevitably rode up, revealing his rounded, pert backside. Huiyuhao did not intentionally gaze there, but a fleeting glance reminded him of what he had seen the previous day. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he turned his head to look towards the distance of Sea God Lake, which spanned an expansive area, likely surpassing the main campus of Shrek Academy to the west. There was also a layer of mist hovering over the water. With the evolution of his Purple Extreme Magic Eyes, Hui Yuhao's vision had significantly improved. Even without channeling his soul power into his spiritual eyes, he could still see far. He vaguely discerned what appeared to be buildings among the mist on the far side of the lake. Remembering Tang and Beibei's descriptions, he thought to himself that must be the inner courtyard. His senior brother, such an outstanding soul master, was still only studying in the outer courtyard. How powerful must the seniors in the inner courtyard be? Suddenly, while Hui Yuhao was lost in thought, he noticed a red dot appear amidst the lake's mist. What is that? Wang Dong asked in confusion. Hui Yuhao pointed in the direction he had seen. Look, there seems to be a red dot over there. Wang Dong followed Hui Yuhao's finger but only saw a veil of mist. What red dot? Just as he was questioning Hui Yuhao's words, his eyes widened in surprise as he too saw it. A crimson figure racing across the water's surface at an astonishing speed, seemingly heading in their direction. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged a glance, both exclaiming, "An inner courtyard senior?" The speed of that crimson figure was truly astonishing in mere moments. It had reached the center of the lake. With each delicate touch of its toes on the surface, ripples spread outward, propelling it forward like a swift red cloud. As it drew closer, Hui Yuhao could discern more details. The figure was not only clad in red attire but had blood-red hair, a tall stature, and exuded an intimidating aura akin to a fearsome soul beast. Its face was masked in red, with blood-red eyes, and the air around it shimmered slightly, causing the mist beneath to ripple. This senior looks formidable. Look, they're running on the lake without even releasing their martial soul. Wang Dong excitedly analyzed. Though Hui Yuhao was not as skilled, his perception was far more acute. Wang Dong, something feels off. The crimson figure was approaching far too rapidly as they conversed. It was already within 100 meters of the shore. A wave of terrifying heat surged forth, and both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a simultaneous chill of dread. They sensed an indescribable, frenzied aura emanating from the senior, one that was far from normal. With a swish, blue wings unfurled from Wang Dong's back as he seized Hui Yuhao, attempting to take flight. However, just as he moved, the crimson figure closed in. In an instant, a horrific heat enveloped them, making them feel as if they were engulfed in flames. Wang Dong's wings curled in on themselves, preventing him from ascending, and both fell to the ground. All vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters instantly turned to charred yellow. The disparity in their cultivation levels was overwhelming. Wang Dong attempted to unleash his soul skill, but as soon as he summoned his soul power, it was met with the crushing wave of heat, causing him to groan and fall unconscious. Hui Yuhao, possessing an inferior cultivation level to Wang Dong, was not without defenses. He had an undeveloped martial soul of ice. The intense external heat stimulated his ice attribute martial soul, activating it. Yet, his peak soul power at level 12 was quickly consumed by the external blaze. A massive hand from the crimson figure descended menacingly toward him. The surrounding temperature was already unbearable. If struck directly, his fate would be dire. Hui Yuhao's last resort was to unleash a soul shockwave. However, the gap between them was too vast. His soul shock dissipated in the suffocating heat before it could even penetrate the fiery aura. As he faced imminent destruction beneath that searing palm, everything around him suddenly faded to white, blurring into obscurity. Can you guess what happened next? At the moment when death loomed, he felt not resentment, for everything had unfolded too suddenly. He was engulfed in confusion. Then, the scene sharpened, and Hui Yuhao witnessed a bizarre sight. He saw himself. If Wang Dong were conscious at this moment, he would undoubtedly be struck with disbelief. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to be engulfed by that fiery hand, the color of his sparkling eyes suddenly changed. The deep blue irises, flickering with a faint golden light, transformed into a pure white, reminiscent of eternal ice. An extreme chill erupted from Hui Yuhao, driving away all the surrounding heat. The crimson figure emitted a muffled groan, its body recoiling. As Hui Yuhao activated his spiritual eyes, a white soul ring rose beneath him, which then transformed into a brilliant golden hue. The dazzling golden light radiated as if a sun were rising from beneath his feet. Within 100-meter diameter around Hui Yuhao, the environment instantly morphed into a realm of ice and snow. Even the sea god lake ahead froze solid. The crimson figure trembled violently as a terrifying pressure coalesced in the air. Hui Yuhao's right arm slowly lifted, his index finger turning a striking ice blue. His eyes alight with white brilliance. A somber voice resonated through the air. The one chosen by dare move must not disturb my slumber. Perish. With a pointed finger. A flash of icy blue light surged through the air, racing towards the crimson figure. The temperature surrounding the red silhouette plummeted dramatically under the extreme chill emanating from Hui Yuhao, perhaps sensing the imminent danger. The figure suddenly writhed. and then a piercing phoenix cry shattered the silence. From behind him, a colossal fire phoenix soared, its 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rising in tandem. An Emperor Soul Master. Among the 6 soul rings, the second, third, and 6th began to shine simultaneously. Instantly, the flames behind him morphed into a dark crimson hue. A fire line, slender as a finger, erupted from the phoenix's mouth, colliding with the icy blue beam shot from Hui Yuhao's fingertip. A series of peculiar hissing sounds echoed as the fire line rapidly disintegrated, and the massive fire phoenix lunged forward, positioning its grand form in front of the crimson figure. Just as Hui Yuhao was about to pursue, he hesitated, as the previously heard voice echoed once more. How annoying, more intruders have arrived. Ah. This little one's physical prowess has improved remarkably. Perhaps I can grant him a bit more power. With that, he vanished. Moments ago, the shores of the sea god lake had been rife with terrifying soul power fluctuations. Now, they lay tranquil. Only Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong lay unconscious on the ground. In the distance, from the depths of the sea god lake, several figures approached at an astonishing speed, reaching the shore in the blink of an eye. This is bad. An external academy student has been harmed. At the forefront was an elderly man clad in white. He stepped forward, seemingly traversing space, and arrived beside Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. With a gentle gesture, their bodies floated into the air. Fortunately, they are merely unconscious and not seriously harmed. Teacher Li, please administer treatment. Understood. Another middle-aged man in white hurried forward to assist Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If they had been conscious, they would have recognized this teacher Li as the soul sage who had restored their entire class by utilizing the Tree of Life martial spirit the day before. As the soul rings radiated, a series of green halos enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, subtly infusing them with revitalizing energy. Miraculously, the surrounding wilted plants began to recover at an astonishing rate, with the vast vegetation along the shores of the sea god lake emanating a faint green glow that surged toward Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, gradually merging with their beings. Xiao Tao is here. With a splash, a figure in white emerged from the water, retrieving the previously submerged red-clad individual. Soaked through, the person revealed a graceful female form. The elderly man approached her, resting a hand on her shoulder, and a surge of potent white soul power rapidly flowed into her body. Strange. The elderly man's brow furrowed, as if puzzled by something. Teacher Li, how are the 2 external academy students? He inquired of the teacher treating Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. They are fine and will awaken shortly. The last 4 words were directed at the others. Cradling the red-clad woman, he flickered away like a beam of white light, heading deeper into the sea god lake. At the moment Hui Yuhao fell unconscious, his consciousness was severed from the outside world, leaving him oblivious to the subsequent events. Dream brother, was that you who intervened just now? Hui Yuhao asked vacantly. Of course it was me, replied the dream-eyed silkworm. Otherwise, you would have become a charred corpse. That individual possesses an exceptionally strong fire attribute, with a hint of divine beast phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, my initial strike would have obliterated her. Nevertheless, it seems she has lost her senses. Her flames are rather sinister, but after consuming the ice essence for so many years, I am not to be trifled with. She is still far from my level. Little Yuhao, your cultivation is progressing smoothly, and your physical prowess has significantly improved. Of the 10 seals I left within you, the first has been partially activated. Do you remember the sinister fire? It evokes a sense of familiarity. For this sense of nostalgia, cast your votes for recommendation. It appears we are on the verge of a breakthrough. Really? Hui Yuhao exclaimed with delight. Upon entering Shrek Academy, he had increasingly recognized his own insignificance, and, after witnessing numerous formidable beings, his thirst for strength had grown. However, due to his lackluster talent, he could only strive quietly. Now, even the dream-eyed silkworm commended him. How could he not feel elated? Yet, the dream-eyed silkworm added with a hint of annoyance. I employed my primordial power just now. This is my essence spirit, which, in a sense, is wisdom attached to your soul rings. Only by doing so could I safeguard your body before unleashing my power. Moreover, after the recent impact, your body cannot be imbued with my power for at least a year. You must exercise caution. If we encounter another opponent that you cannot withstand, we will both be in dire straits. Enough of this. I shall return to slumber. Strive diligently. Once you reach the second ring, you will no longer need to rely on me. The dream-eyed silkworm was always so hasty upon departure. Hui Yuhao had intended to inquire about soul skill control, but it had already succumbed to slumber, and everything around him faded into darkness. Wang Dong was the first to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the middle-aged man in white before him. Before he could speak, Hui Yuhao groaned softly and gradually opened his eyes. "You are both fine now," the middle-aged man stated calmly. "Please forget everything you witnessed earlier, or you will be expelled from the academy." He tossed a green object to both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, who instinctively caught it. The middle-aged man then soared into the air toward the sea god lake. "Attend to your classes. Remember to forget all that you have seen." Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged bewildered glances, remaining in a daze for a moment. Hui Yuhao shook his head. "I don't know. It seems we have encountered a madman." Wang Dong glanced at the green object in his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment, followed by a radiant smile. "Wow, this is incredible. A soul-rising pill. It's actually a soul-rising pill." Hui Yuhao looked curiously at the green object, which was the size of a walnut and emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Its surface was a vibrant green, with a subtle glow swirling within, crystalline and brimming with vitality. "What is a soul-rising pill? Is it like the Xian water pill?" Hui Yuhao inquired. "Indeed, it is of the same grade as the Xian water pill, but comparatively, the Xian water pill is rarer, as it possesses the ability to cleanse and refine one's essence. However, for soul masters above the 30th level, who have already stabilized their cultivation, the soul-rising pill proves to be superior to the Xian water pill. Thus, their values are roughly equivalent. You should cherish it. It is said that crafting such a pill is exceedingly challenging, and I never expected that teacher would offer such a generous compensation for our silence." Hui Yuhao pressed. "Could you please clarify the function of this soul-rising pill?" Wang Dong chuckled mischievously. "I won't tell you. You'll have to beg me." With that, he turned and dashed toward the direction of the new student teaching building. Hui Yuhao was momentarily at a loss for words as he carefully stored the Ascension Soul Pill within the confines of the 24 bridges under the moonlight, before hastily pursuing Wang Dong. While running, he called out, "If you refuse to tell me, I shall inquire with the senior brother. He undoubtedly knows the answer. If you reveal it now, lunch is on me." Wang Dong slowed his pace, waiting for Hui Yuhao to catch up. "Then I expect a good meal." Hui Yuhao rummaged through his meager possessions, stating, "After all, I am but a homeless orphan. This is all I possess. You may decide how to proceed." Wang Dong was taken aback. You are an orphan?" Hui Yuhao nodded in affirmation. Wang Dong continued, "Yet your dormitory bed lacks even a blanket. Is it not due to your rigorous training that you forego such comforts? Is it that you cannot bear to spend money on bedding?" Hui Yuhao replied, "I believe it is more vital to save money for meals. The cafeteria food is rather expensive." Unbeknownst to them, Wang Dong had unconsciously stopped, prompting Hui Yuhao to halt as well. "What are you doing? We are nearly late for class. We must hurry." Wang Dong pressed his lips together, gazing intently at Hui Yuhao. Feeling uneasy under Wang Dong's scrutiny, Hui Yuhao asked, "What is wrong? Has that earlier encounter affected your mind?" Wang Dong inhaled deeply through his nose and exhaled slowly. "Hui Yuhao, I apologize. I was unaware of your situation and should not have bullied you." Hui Yuhao chuckled softly, replying, "You hardly managed to bully me." Wang Dong, somewhat annoyed, slapped him on the shoulder. "Could you refrain from interrupting my moment of sentiment? Let us proceed to class. From now on, I shall cover your meal expenses." As they resumed their journey towards the lecture hall, Wang Dong shared the properties of the Ascension Soul Pill. It primarily serves to enhance soul power and is crafted from rare medicinal ingredients. Each soul master may only consume one throughout their lifetime, yielding an increase in soul power comparable to a soul master advancing from level 30 to 31. This singular level up in soul power is a rare and precious boon. However, excessive consumption could hinder future cultivation potential. Furthermore, the Ascension Soul Pill shares similarities with the Xian Shui Pill, as both aim to stimulate latent potential by providing enhanced nourishment, thus exhibiting a gentler potency. It can be consumed by any soul master with a cultivation level exceeding 10. Should I consume it? How much soul power will I gain? Hui Yuhao inquired cautiously. Wang Dong shook his head, replying, "I do not know. I have yet to hear of anyone willing to consume an Ascension Soul Pill at such a low cultivation level. This item is highly sought after at any auction and is rarely available for sale. It is said that only a handful of plant-type soul masters can produce it, with an annual yield of no more than 20 pills. We have truly stumbled upon extraordinary fortune this time. It seems the Academy is fair. That individual threatened our safety yet provided us with such a valuable item." Unlike Wang Dong's admiration, Hui Yuhao felt little joy, for he knew that had it not been for the Tianming ice worm, he and Wang Dong would likely have perished. No amount of pills would have salvaged their lives. Taking the pill. I seek support and recommendations." When do you believe is the most opportune moment to consume it? Hui Yuhao asked again. This thought ignited a fire within him. Though he did not feel inferior, he was acutely aware of the looming sense of urgency, given his original talent. Passing the first assessment after 3 months as a new student seemed daunting. However, the rapid progress he had made in the past few days instilled a glimmer of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to succeed. In contrast to yesterday's grueling courses, today's lessons were rather light for the students. The morning was devoted to classes on the classification of martial souls, while the afternoon focused on identifying the ages of soul beasts. Many students, due to their familial backgrounds, did not regard these subjects with much seriousness. However, Hui Yuhao was different. He listened intently, for he lacked not only talent and cultivation but also knowledge. As expected, Wang Dong treated him to a sumptuous lunch, and immediately after school, Tang arrived. As they conversed, she handed Hui Yuhao a porcelain vial. Wang Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had just seen this type of vial yesterday, when Bei Bei had given Hui Yuhao the Xian Shui pill. Is this the second Xian Shui pill? Hui Yuhao asked. Unlike the Ascension Soul pill, the Xian Shui pill had no consumption limitations, though the first one yielded the best results, with diminishing effects thereafter. After all, the impurities within each person's body were finite, and the increase in soul power was not as substantial as that provided by the Ascension Soul pill. Teacher Xiaoya, have you considered my situation? Wang Dong eagerly inquired of Tangya. Tangya chuckled. I have discussed it with Bei Bei. He mentioned that if you achieve first place in the upcoming freshman assessment, you may join our Tang sect. Agreed. It's a deal, Wang Dong replied without hesitation, for the benefits of the Tang sect were simply too enticing. Hui Yuhao now possessed 2 Xian Shui pills. While he believed himself to be exceptionally talented, he thought the Xian Shui pill would not be of much use to him. However, there could be other valuable items within the Tang sect. Moreover, his primary motivation for joining was not merely the benefits. Hui Yuhao placed the vial within the 24 bridges under the moonlight and did not inquire further. Following Tangya, they exited the academy. Wang Dong hurriedly followed, declaring, I shall accompany you. Hui Yuhao, we are roommates. I must support your business by purchasing a couple of grilled fish. Hui Yuhao chuckled, allow me to treat you. Wang Dong shook his head, that won't do. Friends are friends, and business is business. I shall buy my own. As he spoke, he produced a silver soul coin, insisting on placing it in Hui Yuhao's hand. Initially, he thought he was helping Hui Yuhao, but once they exited the academy gates together, Wang Dong realized he was the one benefiting. Outside the academy, more than 30 individuals awaited Hui Yuhao to sell grilled fish. Among them, the most conspicuous figure was Su Sanshur, who had lost to Bei Bei in the soul duel competition yesterday. Upon seeing Su Sanshur, Hui Yuhao paused. But Tangya stepped forward immediately. What? Are you dissatisfied? Would you care for a duel in the soul arena today? Su Sanshur replied curtly. You? Spare me. I do not fight women. I am here to purchase grilled fish, not to cause trouble. Do you not see that I am first in line? Hearing this, Tangya's expression softened slightly as she retorted, buying for Jiang Nanan? Indeed, Su Sanshur nodded. Tangya teased, I did not expect you to be so infatuated, but alas, she does not return your feelings. Su Sanshur retorted angrily, Tangya, do not provoke me. Yesterday, Bei Bei tricked me terribly. I have yet to settle the score with you. Tangya stuck her tongue out and turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, let us begin, little Yuhao. Considering that someone provided some valuable items yesterday, I shall sell him 2 today. Setting up the grill. Hui Yuhao began selling his grilled fish outside Shrek Academy for the second time. However, the first 2 were not given to Su Sanshur. He held no fondness for the individual who had attacked him the previous day, and furthermore, Wang Dong had paid first. Thus, the initial 2 grilled fish were given to Wang Dong, while the 3rd and 4th were for Tangya. Only when Su Sanshur's expression darkened did he finally receive the 5th and 6th grilled fish. He tossed the coins down and turned to leave. Delicious, truly delicious. I never knew fish could taste so exquisite, Wang Dong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he savored the grilled fish, his face and hands becoming greasy after devouring 2. Meanwhile, as Hui Yuhao continued to sell his grilled fish, within a secret chamber on the island at Shrek Academy's Sea God Lake, an individual gradually awakened from unconsciousness. A soft murmur escaped her lips as the woman in red stirred slightly, instinctively placing her right hand over her chest, murmuring, it's so hot, so uncomfortable. I feel so distressed. Gradually, she opened her eyes, revealing a gentle shade of pink that had lost its former vibrancy. Her gaze held a hint of confusion. How peculiar. Why is it no longer hot? Suddenly, she flipped over and sat up, instinctively glancing down at herself. The once damp fabric of her attire had completely dried. She leaped off the bed, swiftly removing the mask from her face, unveiling a slightly pale, oval visage. Appearing to be in her 20s, her facial contours were somewhat sharp, yet they could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Standing tall, she showcased a figure that was both alluring and voluptuous, reminiscent of a ripe peach. "You have awakened," a voice, aged and weary, resonated. With a long sigh, it continued, "Xiao Tao, you have narrowly escaped a grave mistake this time. Perhaps it was mere happenstance. But a surge of external ice energy has entered your body, quelling the malevolent fire within you. Do you recall what transpired after you fled from the Sea God Lake?" Chapter 15. 3 months. In the dimly lit chamber. The woman in red was none other than the Fire Attribute 6-ring Soul Emperor who had nearly brought disaster upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she truly appeared to be around 20 years of age, her talent could not merely be described as extraordinary. A Soul Emperor at the tender age of 20 was an exceptional feat in the history of the Dolua continent since the emergence of Soul Masters. She could even be compared to the original Shrek 7 monsters from Shrek Academy. The elder in white approached her with a furrowed brow and spoke in a grave tone. "How could you not inform me that the evil fire within you is uncontrollable? Do you understand that it nearly led to a catastrophe? 2 external academy students almost lost their lives due to your malevolent flames." Xiao Tao, taken aback, stammered, I didn't realize it was this serious. I thought I could manage it, but..." The elder sighed heavily. "The longer you suppress it, the more violent the eruption will be. Xiao Tao, from this moment forth, cease your cultivation. Although you are the greatest talent Shrek Academy has seen in centuries, you must not sacrifice yourself for the Academy. If the evil fire were to destroy your sanity next time, I would regret it for the rest of my life." Xiao Tao, with a stubborn glint in her eyes, replied, "No, master, I must continue to cultivate. I promise it won't happen again. I can feel that the sinister heat of the evil fire has been completely suppressed. It won't be an issue for the time being. But what force could possibly contain my Phoenix evil fire?" The elder pondered. "It is a form of extreme ice attribute, a force of absolute coldness. Its purity far surpasses your Phoenix evil fire, reminiscent of the ancient ice dragon's absolute icy breath. This is what has comprehensively restrained the influence of the Phoenix evil fire on your body, even more effectively than any method we have previously employed." Xiao Tao questioned. "But there cannot possibly be an ancient ice dragon, and certainly not within our academy. Could someone have infiltrated the academy?" "Let it be, master," Xiao Tao interjected. "This concerns your future. How can I not be anxious?" The elder insisted. "If we could find a possessor of an extreme ice attribute martial soul, preferably a male, and have him paired with you, it would alleviate the negative effects brought by the Phoenix evil fire within you. Only then can you truly soar in the future. As it stands, you are entirely constrained. Not only is your cultivation speed diminished, but your life is also in jeopardy." Xiao Tao's cheeks flushed. "I do not wish to marry, especially not for the sake of a martial soul." The elder sighed. "The problem is that the evil fire cannot be suppressed." Xiao Tao huffed. "I will control it. I simply refuse to marry." The elder retorted angrily. "Ma Xiao Tao, if you continue to be obstinate, I shall no longer recognize you as my disciple." Seeing the elder's anger, Xiao Tao subdued her defiance, looking dejected as she murmured, "But, master, I..." The elder gently patted her head. "Silly girl, while feelings can be cultivated, life is singular. Moreover, you are exceptionally talented, regardless of the circumstances. I will ensure you find a suitable future." Jiang Nanan shook her head. "No, thank you." Su Sancher tentatively inquired, "Do you think I was too aggressive yesterday?" "I'm not usually like this. It's only because of you that I..." "Nanan, I know you harbor grievances from the past, but isn't our reunion at Shrek Academy a kind of fate? I have genuinely fallen for you, and I assure you of my unwavering devotion." Jiang Nanan coldly replied, "I recall telling you that after that meeting, we would each pursue our own paths. There is no possibility of any intersection between us. Su Sancher, you are a lofty noble. Why burden a mere girl like me? I have nothing to offer you. Please do not interfere with my life any further, or I will report you to the academy, and refrain from bullying other students because of me." After saying this, she turned to leave but was blocked by Su Sancher, who raised his voice. "Me, bullying other students? You have no idea how badly I was bullied by that Bebe. The fish I grilled yesterday was his junior disciple. He took the opportunity to swindle 2 Xian Shui pills from me. Tang even gave me a dragon whisker needle, and I still have a large bruise on my waist. What have I done wrong? You just refused to give me a chance." Watching her retreating figure, Su Sancher fell into a daze before biting into the grilled fish with a fierce expression, muttering to himself, "Su Sancher, You truly lack ambition. What is so impressive about this? I can eat by myself. This grilled fish is quite delicious. I sincerely thank every supporter of Lao-san. We have finally reached the top of both charts. There is no other way to repay your support but to deliver 3 updates daily next week for your enjoyment. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude to each reader. Huiyuhao chuckled. You can't possibly eat grilled fish every night, can you? No matter how delicious something is. Too much of it can become tiresome. Wang Dong replied, It's all right, I don't mind. I just want to savor it first. It's settled then. I want to eat 4 pieces tomorrow night. 2 pieces are simply not enough. Besides, look at how many people are still in line today. I think you should prepare more. It won't take too long anyway. Otherwise, before you sell them, they'll all be consumed internally. The senior brother also gave me a Xian Shui pill. Wang Dong, should I take this first or the ascension pill? Huiyuhao inquired, pulling out both pills. Wang Dong, evidently more knowledgeable about pills, suggested, if it were up to me, I would advise you to hold off on taking both for now. Why? Huiyuhao asked, puzzled. After listening to Wang Dong's analysis, Huiyuhao felt it was reasonable. Thank you for telling me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to consume them. What about you? Are you taking it today? Wang Dong nodded. I am already at level 21. My physique and meridians are in excellent condition, making it the perfect time to absorb the ascension pill. I'll take it now. I have a whole night to digest its effects. Hee. Tomorrow I should at least be at level 22 or even 23. Didn't senior sister Xiaoya say that once I achieve first place in the new student assessment, I can join the Tang sect? Taking this ascension pill will significantly increase my chances. All right, I'm starting now. You can continue your cultivation. As he spoke, he retrieved the walnut-sized ascension pill, bringing it to his lips and gently biting into it. Instantly, a rich, fresh aroma erupted from the pill. Wang Dong inhaled lightly, drawing the green liquid into his abdomen, and he didn't neglect the pill's shell, chewing and swallowing it whole. At that moment, the dormitory was enveloped in a fragrance reminiscent of a blooming garden, and Huiyuhao felt his mind clear. As though all 36,000 pores in his body had opened simultaneously, an indescribable exhilaration coursing through him. Not daring to be negligent, he quickly settled into a meditative position, utilizing the opportunity presented by the fully mobilized soul power within him to cultivate. With the cleansing effect of the Xian Shui pill, Huiyuhao found that his current cultivation was truly a pleasurable experience. He swiftly entered a state of tranquility, with the Xian Tiangong circulating freely within him, nourishing his body while steadily enhancing his abilities. After the tumultuous first 2 days of school, Huiyuhao's academic life stabilized and gradually gained him a measure of renown. His fame, of course, does not stem from his prowess but rather from his unparalleled skill in grilling fish. Nearly all the students and teachers who have tasted Huiyuhao's grilled fish sing his praises. Initially, he prepared 20 fish daily, which later increased to 30. Yet, this still fell short of the demand from students and instructors alike. He, however, refused to further increase his output, as he wished to dedicate more time to his cultivation. To savor a single grilled fish, many students rushed out to queue immediately after classes, and due to the scarcity, a limit of 1 fish per person was instituted. Nevertheless, Huiyuhao has never raised his prices, earning him unanimous acclaim from the students and the chance to forge numerous friendships. The most beautiful girl in the outer academy, Jiang Nannan, finally managed to taste his grilled fish, having queued for it herself. Interestingly, although Su Sanshur could not win over Jiang Nannan with the grilled fish, he developed a fondness for the flavor himself and became Huiyuhao's loyal customer. In the blink of an eye, 3 months of the new student studies had passed. Under the stringent and almost obsessive guidance of Zhou Yi, the first-year class underwent a remarkable transformation. However, the academy's higher-ups were astonished to find that, after 3 months of rigorous training, Zhou Yi's class still boasted 67 students, a stark contrast to the academy's prediction of merely 1/3 remaining. If one were to identify the student who had changed the most over these 3 months, it would undoubtedly be Huiyuhao. Upon entering the academy, his soul power was a mere 11th rank, and he had only recently acquired his first soul ring, ranking at the very bottom among the students. Yet today, 3 months later, Huiyuhao had undergone a complete metamorphosis, and since being appointed class leader, no one had contested his position. This was not due to his remarkable strength but rather because his spirit commanded genuine respect from all the members of the first-year class. This, too, is a significant reason why, despite Zhou Yi's harsh teaching methods, 2/3 of the students remained. Huiyuhao's diligence was extraordinary. Nearly every instructor who taught his class was aware of his existence. Regardless of the time or subject, there was always a pair of eyes intently focused on the teacher, absorbing every word with utmost concentration. His talents may not have been exceptional, nor his abilities particularly strong, but he was undoubtedly the most earnest among them. Zhou Yi's strictness was unrivaled across the academy, yet even she could find no fault in Hui Yuhao. Her grueling physical training was a torturous ordeal for students of his age. However, Hui Yuhao not only persevered through every session but also engaged in additional training each night. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Yi observed a figure with a bare torso, drenched in sweat. His iron shirt was thoroughly soaked, and each step he took seemed heavy, leaving a trail of water on the track. This figure, not particularly tall yet unwavering and resolute, was Hui Yuhao. On that occasion, Zhou Yi was deeply moved. He was indeed training late into the night. Zhou Yi called out to Hui Yuhao, inquiring about his actions. Hui Yuhao simply replied, "Teacher, my talent is lacking, so I must work harder than others. After physical training, I meditate. It seems to enhance my progress." Zhou Yi initially suspected he was aware of her presence and was merely putting on a show, but she soon dismissed that thought. For regardless of the weather, every night, a solitary figure would appear in the Shrek Academy square, running for over 2 hours. Moreover, his iron shirt gradually transformed from 1 to 2 pieces. Although Hui Yuhao had not disclosed this to anyone, his classmates were aware. Other students had previously attempted to join him for late-night runs, but none could endure beyond 3 days. The daytime was already filled with intense study, and continuing to train late at night was not merely rigorous physical training. It was a torment of the body. Yet, Hui Yuhao persevered. His tenacity earned him the respect and admiration of all his classmates. Under Zhou Yi's rigorous demands, he managed to last 3 months, becoming one of the 67 students who remained in the first-year class. Diligence can compensate for mediocrity, a simple phrase. Yet how few can truly embody it. Hui Yuhao accomplished this, and thus reaped rewards. Indeed, the 2 Xianshui pills and 1 Xinghundan were pivotal in his significant improvement over these brief 3 months. However, his advancement extended beyond mere soul power. It was holistic. In terms of knowledge and various skills, he underwent a profound transformation 3 months later. He had grown to nearly the same height as Wang Dong, and his physique had noticeably strengthened. While he did not possess exaggerated muscles, his physique was remarkably well proportioned, with each muscle seemingly harboring abundant explosive power. More importantly, Hui Yuhao's constitution had undergone a revolutionary transformation during these 3 months, a change that was deeply internal and not solely attributable to the 2 Xianshui pills. After attaining special insights into the Xian Tian Gong, Hui Yuhao shared his understanding with Tang and Bei Bei. However, despite their attempts, they could not replicate the same nourishing effect on their meridians. Hui Yuhao's nightly physical training was crucial, as only when both his physical and soul powers were thoroughly exhausted would the nourishing effect of the Xian Tian Gong manifest. Each subtle enhancement expanded his meridians slightly, and this sensation, over time, had grown increasingly faint. His cultivation speed had also surged remarkably. After consuming the second Xianshui pill, Hui Yuhao's cultivation speed escalated to 7 times its original rate, with impurities in his body being further expelled. Following 3 months of training, his meridians continuously widened, growing more resilient, and he was now achieving nearly 10 times his initial cultivation speed. What an astonishing improvement! As a result, Hui Yuhao's cultivation had reached the average level of his classmates. Even more commendable was the fact that through his own efforts, his soul power steadily increased. 3 months later, he had reached the pinnacle of 17th rank, on the verge of breaking through to 18th rank. This was still due to the rapid advancement facilitated by the earlier potions, necessitating a solid foundation. It could be said that his talent had evolved far beyond the ineptitude he exhibited upon entering Shrek Academy. Today's physical training class was suspended. Zhou Yi stood behind the podium, her aging face maintaining a cold indifference. Yet, whenever she taught, nearly all students sat upright, none daring to move. 3 months had elapsed since the start of the semester. You are about to face your first assessment at Shrek Academy. Only by passing this assessment can you officially become a first-year student and truly join the ranks of Shrek Academy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, you should be able to continue your studies here until at least the graduation examination of the first year. The assessment will commence tomorrow, and today I shall discuss its key points with you. S' voice was notably calm as her gaze swept over the 67 students before her, a sense of satisfaction blossoming within her. While this cohort may not have exhibited superior qualities compared to previous classes, Their willpower had undeniably surpassed that of any class she had previously guided after 3 months of rigorous training. This was a delightful surprise for, largely credited to the pivotal role played by the class leader. Over the past 3 months, S. respect for had grown profoundly, not merely due to her authoritative demeanor. Although her teaching methods were often unconventional and at times seemingly torturous, S. instructional prowess was extraordinary, and the effectiveness of her peculiar approaches far exceeded their expectations. Consequently, the transformation in the demeanor of the first-year students was remarkable. By this point, each of the remaining 67 students exuded an aura of unwavering determination. Had also observed his peers in other classes and noted a distinct lack of the same spirit among them, as had remarked, despite sternness. Those who persevered under her guidance were bound to emerge as exceptional students and potentially formidable individuals in the future. With a wave of her hand, beckoned to the podium. He promptly approached, accepting a stack of papers she extended, and without needing further instruction, swiftly distributed them to each student in the class. After the new student assessment, we will tailor our teaching methods accordingly. Please write down your intended paths for cultivation and submit them to me shortly, she instructed. The path she referred to included classifications such as offense, defense, control, and support for soul masters. While the first 3 months of instruction allowed for collective learning, the onset of true first-year studies necessitated differentiation, as the training inclinations of various types of soul masters varied significantly. You are all my students. Although there will be reassignments following the new student assessment, I hope you little rascals will not forget the lessons I have imparted. Please hand in the papers after class. Now, let me discuss the key points of the new student assessment. As she spoke, turned towards the blackboard, sketching a few lines and prominently writing the word battle in the center. Yes, the new student assessment would indeed revolve around combat, and every student was required to participate. I understand that among you, particularly the auxiliary and food-type soul masters, there may be confusion regarding your necessity to engage in battle. However, I assure you, you too must take to the battlefield alongside the combat soul masters. Although Shrek Academy cultivates well-rounded talents, the paramount skill remains one's ability in combat. As I mentioned on the first day of school, with the advent of soul-guiding devices, the classifications of soul masters have become increasingly blurred. Even if you're an auxiliary or food-type soul master, you can unleash formidable combat prowess through the use of soul-guiding devices. Yet, from where will your combat instincts arise? Can a soul master merely wield a soul-guiding device and naively survive on the battlefield? Certainly not. Combat abilities must be honed through actual combat experience. Thus, all of you must undergo combat assessments. Of course, the Academy would not pit auxiliary soul masters against powerful offensive soul masters, as that would be unjust. Therefore, the new student assessment would proceed in the form of team battles, albeit with a limited number of participants. This year's team composition would consist of 3 members per group, which serves as a high standard for your age group to develop a degree of teamwork. During team formation, there can be only 1 offensive soul master per group, while the other 2 members can be any combination of types. Initially, students from the same dormitory will form 1 team, while others may freely combine. Those unable to form teams will be assigned through a draw. Shortly, I will provide you with a reasonable plan for team formation. The new student assessment will take place across the entire grade level. Given the increasing number of students at our academy over the years, this assessment will involve nearly 300 groups, yet only half will remain, specifically the top 150 groups. Rankings will be determined based on your combat performance points. Each group will participate in at least 10 battles, with final standings based on victories. The top 64 teams will advance to the knockout rounds, with different rewards for the top 4 teams. The champion team will receive a particularly rare reward, called out in a firm tone. Here. A diminutive student quickly stood up, clearly surprised to be the first called upon. Continued, each new class's homeroom teacher may nominate 1 exceptional student to pass the assessment directly. I have chosen you. Based on my observations, I believe you are better suited for the soul guiding department. Do you have any objections? You now have 2 choices, either join the soul guiding department or leave. Her assertiveness was palpable, drawing the attention of all students onto. I am willing. Thank you, teacher. He replied, brimming with excitement and showing no resistance to her authoritative stance. His goal upon entering Shrek Academy was to join the soul guiding department. Gestured for him to sit down as she proceeded with the grouping. First group, and stood up almost simultaneously, having intended to be a team. Upon hearing declare their pairing, they exchanged glances filled with mutual surprise. Alongside them stood a petite female student from the front row, who, was not particularly remarkable among her peers, possessing average abilities. Second group. Third group. Despite its commanding presence. The students felt a collective sense of relief as she announced the groupings. Observed quietly, inwardly admiring her keen understanding of each student. Her meticulous arrangements were evidently deliberate. Chapter 16. The Freshman Assessment, Part 1. As they gazed into Zhou Yi's suddenly cold and piercing eyes, every student involuntarily shivered. Undoubtedly, the memories left by Zhou Yi would soon become a haunting nightmare. In an instant, the atmosphere in the freshman class transformed, filled with a palpable sense of menace. Even if it was merely to avoid being subjected to Zhou Yi's harsh treatment, they were determined to pass the assessment with all their might. Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong. Xiao Xiao, please stay behind. Hand them over to me. Wang Dong, why are you hiding? Zhou Yi demanded as she approached the white papers in Hui Yuhao's and his companion's hands. Wang Dong immediately lowered his head, subtly retreating a step to hide behind Hui Yuhao. Zhou Yi examined the 3 sheets of white paper, her eyes twitching slightly before she turned her gaze back to Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao. Upon receiving her sharp glare, all 3 felt as if their bodies had been pierced through. Ah, so, you 3 want to give me a bit of a scare, do you? She slammed one of the sheets onto the desk with a resounding thud. Control system, Zhou Yi declared coldly. Then, she picked up the second sheet and slammed it down once more. Control system. Her voice rose noticeably. Hui Yuhao glanced in surprise at Wang Dong beside him. Undoubtedly, the second sheet belonged to him. With a final, thunderous clap, Zhou Yi struck the last sheet against the podium. Still control system. What? This time, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were equally taken aback, directing their gaze towards the demure Xiao Xiao, who was nervously fiddling with the hem of her clothing. In their recollection, Xiao Xiao was supposed to be an auxiliary system soul master. How had she transitioned to a control system? Hui Yuhao quickly interjected, Teacher Zhou. I have always aspired to become a control system battle soul master. My spirit detection allows me to survey the entire battlefield, and in the future, the soul rings I absorb will undoubtedly include offensive soul skills. Thus, I do not wish to remain merely an auxiliary system. The control system is more suitable for my development. Zhou Yi nodded slowly, acknowledging, you make a valid point. The control system holds more promise than the auxiliary system. Your choice is not without merit. You pass. Wang Dong, stop hiding and come out. While Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao's choice of control system has some reasoning. What about you? You, a powerful attack system battle soul master, chose control system, are you deliberately causing chaos? Wang Dong cautiously stepped out from behind Hui Yuhao. A sheepish grin on his face. Teacher Zhou, please don't be angry. I believe my abilities as a control system battle soul master could be quite effective. If I can control the battlefield with my offensive power, wouldn't that be control? Besides, I can both fly and attack from a distance. Controlling the situation isn't out of the question. Zhou Yi was nearly exasperated, casting a meaningful glare at him. Don't think I'm unaware. You simply don't want to be separated from Hui Yuhao. You're foolish, yet the most talented in the class. It's baffling. When have you ever seen an attack system battle soul master and a control system battle soul master separate? While classes may differentiate, attack and control system soul masters are meant to be together. Change it. As she spoke, she threw the paper in her hand towards Wang Dong. Cough, cough. Although branded a fool, Wang Dong still wore a cheerful expression, swiftly altering his designation from control system to attack system and handing it respectfully back to Zhou Yi. Humph. Zhou Yi snorted, her gaze finally shifting to Xiao Xiao. And you, Xiao Xiao, if I recall correctly, your martial spirit is the rather rare Soul Guardian Cauldron, which can be considered a top-tier martial spirit. Its primary function is auxiliary. Why have you listed control? Xiao Xiao glanced at Wang Dong and softly replied, Teacher Zhou. My Soul Guardian Cauldron is different from the ordinary ones. It possesses both offensive and auxiliary capabilities. It can even be used defensively, making it a variant Soul Guardian Cauldron, known as the 3 Lives Soul Guardian Cauldron. Zhou Yi paused. Xiao Xiao, are you not aware that having too scattered a focus could hinder your future development? I recommend you concentrate your efforts in one direction. Even for a variant martial spirit, there still needs to be a focus when adding soul rings. Xiao Xiao nodded. I understand. So I have primarily chosen offensive and defensive options for my 3 Lives Soul Guardian Cauldron's abilities. Zhou Yi frowned. But that still has nothing to do with control. It was evident that she had a degree of patience for this girl named Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao whispered, however, I possess another martial spirit that can provide auxiliary and control capabilities. What? This revelation astonished not only Zhou Yi, but also Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. who widened their eyes in disbelief. Wang Dong was particularly shocked. He had believed himself to be the sole exceptional talent in the freshman class, only to discover this hidden gem. Dual martial spirits? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed in unison. Xiao Xiao shyly lowered her head. I'm quite dizzy. I thought I had published it, yet it seems it was never released. I'm at a loss for words. I had updated everything but simply forgot to publish it. Hui Yuhao nodded, saying, Teacher Zhou, even if I attain the championship, I wish to continue training under your guidance. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. You foolish child, don't you find me too stern? I am well aware of what they call me in private. There is no need for you to flatter me. Hui Yuhao shook his head earnestly. No, Teacher Zhou. I genuinely wish to learn from you continuously, although you may be strict. It is under your tutelage that I can acquire valuable knowledge. I have observed other classes, and at least during these 3 months of freshman training, their progress pales in comparison to that of our class. A hint of a smile finally graced Zhou Yi's face, though her aged features were not particularly pleasant when smiling. It was the first time Hui Yuhao felt a sense of warmth emanating from her. Yes. The three responded in unison and exited the classroom together. As soon as they stepped outside, Xiao Xiao seemed to muster her courage. Wang Dong, can we talk? She clearly has feelings for you. There is no need to be so overtly dismissive, Hui Yuhao teased Wang Dong. Over the past 3 months, they had become quite familiar with one another, and the rigorous training environment of the academy had only served to relax Hui Yuhao's spirit, making him feel equal to his peers, far removed from the class distinctions at the Duke's Manor. With his mind at ease, his demeanor had brightened considerably, shedding his previous shyness. Hui Yuhao, you've got me there. You win. Wang Dong chuckled. Let us go. Class is dismissed early today. Let us grab some grilled fish. Tomorrow is the official registration, and the assessment will likely commence the day after that. It's time for us to showcase our talents. Hui Yuhao retorted playfully. Aren't you tired of grilled fish by now? Besides, with the assessment approaching, shouldn't you be sharpening your skills? Wang Dong scoffed. You and your stubbornness, always practicing. Aren't you afraid of practicing yourself into a stupor? Hui Yuhao chuckled. I may lack talent, but a dull bird must fly early to enter the forest. You know my spirit power reaching level 17 is largely due to medicinal enhancement. At least I have a chance to pass the assessment now that Teacher Zhou has grouped me with you and Xiao Xiao. If I don't put in the effort, wouldn't that be wasting her goodwill? Wang Dong smirked. Your talent may not be exceptional, but your martial spirit is quite impressive. Rest assured, with a genius like me around, not to mention a few freshmen, even second-year students would find it difficult to best me. All you need to do is utilize your mental detection sharing and observe from the sidelines. Once I take the stage, victory will be within my grasp. Hui Yuhao reminded. Our Shrek Academy is renowned as the foremost academy in the world, a place where talents abound. Do not underestimate this. However, I must say that Xiao Zhao's abilities are commendable. Be sure to coordinate well with him. While he possesses 4 significant mental skills, Wang Dong is only aware of the mental detection sharing. As for direct combat capabilities, although Hui Yuhao has laid a foundation after practicing Tang Sect's secret arts, relying solely on these arts and the prowess of a powerful soul master is insufficient. As Wang Dong pointed out during the assessment, his primary role will indeed be mental detection sharing. With a soul power of 17, he can now gather a stream of white energy within his body, circulating along the route of the Xiantian Gong, rendering his meridians warm and his entire being invigorated, resulting in both comfort and notable progress. After 3 months of arduous training, Hui Yuhao has begun to sense that under the nurturing effects of 2 Xian Shui pills and the profound workings of Xiantian Gong, his meridians have significantly broadened, exhibiting remarkable resilience and elasticity. In terms of physical prowess, he is no longer inferior to any of his peers. However, having entered the right path later than others, it remains unlikely for him to catch up with Wang Dong. They can only strive for mutual improvement. I sincerely apologize for the delay, especially to those who awaited updates last night. My deepest apologies for the oversight. I assure you that there will be 4 updates today. At this pace, Hui Yuhao is confident that he can break through to level 20 by the time of his first-year graduation, thereby acquiring his 2nd soul ring. Brother Tianming once mentioned that after obtaining the 2nd soul ring, his strength would undergo a significant leap, especially as his ice martial soul would finally exhibit its true capabilities. Hui Yuhao eagerly anticipates that moment, envisioning a future where he can fight alongside Wang Dong, providing even greater assistance. Time always seems to fly during meditation. And soon it was evening. As usual, Hui Yuhao headed to the cafeteria to procure some freshly prepared fish, making his way directly to the academy's entrance. Today, the flow of people at the entrance was noticeably reduced, perhaps due to the impending freshman assessments, as most newcomers felt a sense of urgency and remained in their dorms for intense training. However, Hui Yuhao's business remained unaffected. By the time he arrived, a line had already formed, and at the forefront stood Su Sanshi. Su Sanshi flicked a silver coin towards Hui Yuhao and said, "No need for change. Just give me a large one." Hui Yuhao chuckled, "Brother Su, your determination is unwavering." The earlier misunderstandings between the two had long been resolved, and they had become quite familiar with one another. Hui Yuhao discovered that although Su Sanshi's temperament was not as gentle as Bei Bei's and could be somewhat volatile, his fiery nature was accompanied by genuine warmth. Su Sanshi grinned. "Who could resist your cooking? I simply cannot enjoy my dinner without this grilled fish. I've tried many, but none have mastered the cooking like you. Even Jiang Nan praises your fish. By the way, I heard there will be assessments for freshmen?" Hui Yuhao nodded. "Indeed." Su Sanshi urged, "Make sure to do your best. You mustn't be eliminated. Otherwise, I would have nowhere to enjoy grilled fish." At that moment, he remained unaware that Bei Bei's victory over him had Hui Yuhao's influence behind it, simply believing Hui Yuhao to be of average talent, known only for his delectable grilled fish. In truth, Hui Yuhao's reputation for grilling fish at Shrek Academy overshadowed his actual abilities. Just then, a cool voice suddenly echoed, causing Su Sanshi to shiver. Hui Yuhao could see a hint of fear in his eyes, but more so, a sense of resignation. The other patrons behind Su Sanshi fell silent as well. A woman stepped out from the academy's gates, walking gracefully towards them. The crowd instinctively parted to make way for her, avoiding her gaze and lowering their heads. The effect was palpable, far surpassing that of Jiang Nan's entrance. Upon closer inspection, Hui Yuhao saw that the visitor was a woman clad in red, with a tall and well-proportioned figure. The first thing that drew attention was her somewhat exaggerated curves, firm and prominent, yet her waist was remarkably slender, flaring out only at the hips. Her long, straight legs exuded a vibrant youthfulness. However, her face was concealed beneath a red veil, yet even from her brows, it was evident she was a beauty. Her pale pink eyes possessed an alluring quality, though her cold demeanor slightly tempered the captivating allure. Su Sanshi clearly recognized her and, mustering his courage, turned to face her without making eye contact, slightly bowing his head. "Sister Xiaotao." This revelation astonished Hui Yuhao even further. Su Sanshi, with his fiery temperament and rebellious spirit, held a higher status among the Outer Academy's fifth-year students, even more so than Bei Bei. His exceptional talent commanded respect, even from sixth-year students, and teachers would not dare treat him lightly. Who, then, was this woman in red? For reasons unknown, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a strange sense of familiarity upon seeing her. The woman in red glanced at Hui Yuhao's grilling station and sauntered over to Su Sanshi, saying, "Little Su, are you here for grilled fish?" Su Sanshi nodded. "Yes. Yuhao's grilled fish has an extraordinary flavor." The woman's eyes flickered with curiosity as she turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Make one for me as well." She was not some ethereal being untouched by the world. Immersed in her training, she naturally found novelty in new experiences. Hui Yuhao instinctively replied, "I'm sorry, but I only sell 30 each day, and today SQ has already reached that number. I kindly ask you to come earlier tomorrow." He had repeated this to countless others, but this time, as soon as he spoke, those waiting in line abruptly lifted their heads, their faces filled with terror, including Su Sanshi. What left Hui Yuhao utterly astonished was that those who had been lined up behind Su Sanshi scattered in an instant, vacating the area entirely. The woman in red smiled. "Well then, with no one lining up now, I believe I can indulge." Su Sanshi repeatedly cast furtive glances at Hui Yuhao, not one to lack understanding. Hui Yuhao nodded and continued his focused grilling. However, Wang Dong was displeased, indignantly asking, "Who are you to disrupt our business?" The woman raised her right hand, revealing delicate fingers with a large ruby adorning her index finger, its vivid red hue reminiscent of pigeon blood, breathtakingly radiant. In a flash, a gold soul coin appeared in her hand, which she extended towards Wang Dong, saying, "I'll cover today's grilled fish." Wang Dong, without hesitation, accepted the gold coin and fell silent. Although the woman in red had intimidated many, she appeared reasonable enough. Yet, he could not shake a sense of unease towards her. Hui Yuhao, ever honest, remarked, "That's far too much. My grilled fish is only 5 copper soul coins each." Seemingly unwilling to engage further, the woman coolly responded, "Consider it a deposit with you. In the future, should I wish to indulge, you need not charge me. Very well, Hui Yuhao agreed, nodding as he meticulously grilled the fish. The woman clad in red initially appeared to be searching for Su Sanshi, yet she now disregarded him entirely. Her focus captivated by Hui Yuhao as he grilled fish. After a moment, she uttered a soft gasp, noting the impeccable control over the cooking process. Are you perhaps a fire attribute spirit master? As someone well-versed in the art of fire, she discerned Hui Yuhao's skillful adjustments to the fish's position over the flames. Hui Yuhao shook his head. Shortly thereafter, the first batch of 4 grilled fish was complete. Since there were no others present today, he handed 2 each to the woman in red and Su Sanshi. In truth, he had purchased more than 30 fish, with the surplus intended for Tang and Wang Dong. As the third update arrived, Su Sanshi appeared noticeably unsettled upon seeing the woman in red, his enthusiasm for the grilled fish waning. In contrast, the woman slowly lifted her veil, revealing her stunning visage, and began to eat with deliberate grace. However, what astonished Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was the peculiar disappearance of the fish bones from her hands, leaving no trace behind. What kind of ability is this? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exchanged glances, both reflecting the shock in their eyes. The 2 grilled fish were soon devoured, and the woman in red nodded at Hui Yuhao, saying, "Your grilled fish is delightful, with a taste that carries a sense of earnestness. Allow me to see your spirit." Her words bore an undeniable authority, reminiscent of the peculiar suppression she had experienced after the fiery eruption within her body was quelled by an unusual ice attribute. This relief had persisted for 3 months, liberating her from the troubling malevolence of her spirit. However, as time passed, the icy essence gradually succumbed to her own phoenix flames, and the backlash began to manifest again. Her pursuit of Su Sanshi was due to his shimmering turtle spirit, the finest water attribute spirit among the current students, which could assist in suppressing her internal malevolent fire. For Su Sanshi, this process was akin to tempering steel, replete with benefits, yet fraught with suffering. This was why he wore a pained expression upon encountering her. He had endured such torments before. Hui Yuhao furrowed his brow, while Wang Dong's indignation was palpable, only to be restrained by Hui Yuhao's hand. He gradually lifted his gaze to the woman in red, his eyes glowing with a soft golden light, accompanied by a ripple of purple within the depths of his azure gaze. Among the profound techniques of the Tang sect, Hui Yuhao's most rapid advancement had been in the purple extreme demon eye. Each morning, as he absorbed the eastern purple aura, his spiritual eye experienced a siphoning sensation, yielding results that surpassed those of Bei and Tang Ya's 10 days of training in just a single day, thus propelling the swift growth of the purple extreme demon eye. The long lashes of the woman in red fluttered slightly, sensing Hui Yuhao's remarkable spiritual probing ability. With the enhancement of his cultivation, the potency of Hui Yuhao's spirit rings began to escalate as well. As the heavenly dream eye silkworm had stated, the magnitude of his capacity determined the power of the first spirit ring it manifested. Initially, while it contained 4 skills, its effectiveness equated to that of a soul ring of approximately 400 years. Now, however, the first spirit ring boasted a power akin to that of a 600-year-old ring. The range of his spiritual probing and interference had expanded to a diameter of 50 meters, becoming increasingly refined. The first seal of the heavenly dream eye silkworm within Hui Yuhao had partially activated, and as his cultivation advanced, the might of the first spirit ring would naturally rise in tandem. This was a phenomenon beyond the imagination of other spirit masters. With Hui Yuhao's progress, the terror of his first spirit ring would only intensify, although the heavenly dream eye silkworm could not bestow him with overwhelming power all at once. It promised him a future of exceptional potential. The woman in red chuckled softly, introducing herself. "I am Ma Xiaodao. It is a pleasure to meet you. I shall return for more of your grilled fish." Turning to Su Sanshi, she added, "Come, let us depart." Su Sanshi, wearing a bitter expression, replied, "Sister Xiaodao, could you ease up a bit today?" Ma Xiaodao cast him a dismissive glance, prompting him to quickly amend his statement. "No problem at all. I am entirely agreeable." As he spoke, he hastened ahead, gesturing for her to follow. Once they entered the academy, Wang Dong muttered under his breath, "Her name is quite common." Hui Yuhao replied, "What significance does a name hold? Do you not find her somewhat familiar?" Wang Dong gasped, "Could she be the one we encountered before? The woman in red. Is she perhaps an inner courtyard disciple?" Hui Yuhao shrugged, indicating uncertainty. As soon as Ma Xiaodao and Su Sanshi departed, another group quickly formed a line, and a 4th-year student from the outer courtyard overheard their conversation. He lowered his voice, cautioning, "Junior brothers, keep your voices down. Discussions about inner courtyard disciples are not to be taken lightly, especially regarding Sister Xiaotao. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. She truly is from the inner courtyard? The senior replied. Indeed. In our Shrek Academy, anyone wearing red is an inner courtyard elder. I am unsure how many are in the inner courtyard, but it is true that they seldom make appearances. The inner courtyard has its own rankings, and competition is intense. Sister Xiaotao ranks within the top 10. Her strength far beyond our capabilities. It seems Senior Su Sanshur has a good relationship with her. Perhaps she will recommend him for the inner courtyard in the future. Wang Dong asked curiously, is a recommendation necessary to enter the inner courtyard? The senior confirmed, of course. However, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. It is said that every outer courtyard student aspiring to enter the inner courtyard must have a recommendation from an inner courtyard student. The grilled fish sold remarkably well. And as the event neared its conclusion, Bei and Tang arrived simultaneously. Hui Yuhao presented them with the stock he had prepared, offering them grilled fish. Junior brother. The new student assessment begins tomorrow. I have received reliable information. Registration will occur in the morning, followed by the assessment in the afternoon. Be prepared, Bei said. His demeanor as gentle as ever. Hui Yuhao nodded, affirming, Elder brother, I will strive to pass the assessment. Thank you, Teacher Tangya. He added as he accepted the treasure pouch, sensing its contents. Wang Dong, filled with curiosity, inquired, Teacher Tangya. The new student assessment does not allow the use of soul guide devices, correct? Tangya retorted, what soul guide device? Are you unaware of what the Tang sect is renowned for? Wang Dong glanced skeptically at Hui Yuhao's concealed weapons and remarked, your teacher Tang Yu clearly underestimates me. With my presence, there is no need for you to intervene. Chapter 17. Initial Collaboration, Dual Control, Part 1. Hui Yuhao remarked, somewhat exasperated, pride leads to regression. We must maintain a sense of humility. Wang Dong scoffed, do you think my martial soul could ever be understated? Indeed, is martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly, was always a stunning presence, making it quite challenging to remain inconspicuous. The night passed in silence, spent in cultivation. The following morning, after breakfast, they arrived at the teaching building. Upon entering the classroom, they were immediately enveloped by an eager atmosphere. Following the group assignments made by Zhou Yi the previous day, students had gathered in threes, engaged in hushed conversations. Xiao Xiao had arrived earlier than them and waved them over as soon as she spotted them. The assessment begins this afternoon. Let us discuss our tactics, she urged. Wang Dong, with a casual demeanor, replied, there's nothing to discuss. We just fight our way through. Xiao Xiao gently shook her head, countering, it's not that simple. I've heard that each class has some exceptionally talented students forming elite teams, all vying for the championship. They won't be easy to deal with. We must work in harmony to have a chance. Wang Dong intended to respond but was interrupted by Hui Yuhao, who insisted, Wang Dong, adjust your attitude, or I shall request a team change from Teacher Zhu. Xiao Xiao, perhaps still holding a grudge from her previous rejection by Wang Dong, chimed in, exactly. Excessive confidence breeds arrogance. Wang Dong huffed but chose to remain silent. Hui Yuhao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, all right, let us not dwell on that. If we collaborate well, defeating our opponents will be much easier. Let us each share our strengths. Despite having studied together for 3 months, their training had been solitary, and they were largely unaware of one another's martial souls. Hui Yuhao began, I will go first. My martial soul is of the spiritual attribute, specializing in psychic detection and sharing. I can provide detailed awareness of any movement within a 50-meter radius during battle, which also grants us a tactical advantage. Wang Dong followed, declaring, I am an assault-type soul master, capable of both ranged and close combat, and I can even fly. Though somewhat conceited, he had the prowess to back it up. His soul power and martial soul skills were unmatched among his peers. The mere fact that his second soul ring was of the 1,000-year level placed him in a league of his own within the academy. Xiao nodded, saying, my primary martial soul is the 3-life soul-dominating cauldron, which integrates offense and defense and has a significant impact on battlefield control. It primarily focuses on colliding with enemies to create a stunning effect. Once struck, opponents may experience dizziness while also sustaining damage. My secondary martial soul is the Shao, the 9 Phoenix's flute, which serves primarily for auxiliary control. Currently, my secondary martial soul has only a century-old soul ring, allowing me to slow down opponents during combat. Wang Dong expressed surprise. Isn't your auxiliary martial soul meant to enhance our allies? Xiao Xiao replied with a hint of pride, not necessarily. Sometimes, Weakening the enemy proves more effective than merely boosting ourselves. But I want to be using my secondary martial soul lightly. We should conceal some of our strength and proceed cautiously. Both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong realized that Xiao Xiao might be even stronger than they had initially thought. Little did they know that when Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao formed a dual control, they would unleash an astonishing degree of control. A series of knocks echoed, and in the next moment, the classroom fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Joey stood at the classroom door. Having just lowered her hand after making the noise, she walked to the podium, her demeanor as icy as ever. I have submitted the participating teams. The competition officially commences this afternoon. During the 10 rounds of the round-robin tournament, you will not face each other, but will encounter students from other classes. My only piece of advice is this. If anyone stands in your way during the assessment, deal with them decisively. That is all. You may disperse now. Assemble at the assessment area this afternoon. With that, the formidable woman turned and left. Wang Dong whispered to Hui Yuhao, "Don't you think Teacher Zhou is becoming increasingly impressive?" Hui Yuhao shot him a glance and replied, "Not impressive. She exudes an overwhelming presence." As Xiao Xiao approached, she chimed in with a playful smile, "What you mean is she has charisma. Let us find a place to practice. Otherwise, how will we coordinate this afternoon?" Without waiting for Wang Dong to respond, Hui Yuhao eagerly agreed. "Wang Dong, if you wish to enjoy grilled fish in the future, I require you to follow my instructions during the new student assessment. Do you consent?" Wang Dong, gazing into Hui Yuhao's determined eyes, lamented, "Hui Yuhao, you are taking advantage of me." Hui Yuhao remained unfazed. "You can choose not to eat." After a moment of hesitation, Wang Dong relented, saying, "Fine, I'll comply. But you are responsible for the cleanliness of our dormitory." Hui Yuhao scoffed. "Did you even clean during the past 3 months?" Wang Dong, at a loss for words, muttered. "Touch." Xiao Xiao, now fully aligned with Hui Yuhao, giggled. "Laziness is indeed a vice." Suddenly, Wang Dong blurted out, causing Xiao Xiao to blush, "Xiao Xiao, your capacity for shifting affections is truly remarkable." Xiao Xiao pointed her finger at Wang Dong, her face a mixture of anger and indignation. All right. Didn't we say we were going to practice? Let us hurry along. I propose we head outside the academy. There are plenty of trees beyond the campus to avoid disturbances." Wang Dong stuck his tongue out at Xiao Xiao and dashed off. After Hui Yuhao consoled Xiao Xiao, she finally smiled through her tears, and they both hurried to catch up with Wang Dong, making their way along the lakeside path out of the academy. Finding a tranquil spot outside Shrek Academy was effortless. Although the area was crisscrossed with numerous thoroughfares, lush vegetation bordered the roads, some naturally grown and others intentionally planted. The three of them discovered a relatively flat clearing within the woods. Wang Dong inquired, "How shall we proceed with the practice? Should we each showcase our soul skills?" Xiao Xiao swiftly responded, "That would be rather dull. Effective practice requires a combative element. You, as an assault-type soul master, will take one side, while the class leader and I will take the other. Let us engage in a mock battle." "You two are going to fight me?" Wang Dong raised his right hand, shaking his index finger. "You don't stand a chance." Xiao Xiao retorted with a cold smile. "How will we know unless we try? However, since you are an assault-type soul master, you cannot engage us at close range. Let us maintain a distance of 30 meters. Listening to their banter, Hui Yuhao began to appreciate Xiao Xiao's cleverness. Her suggestion to position Wang Dong 30 meters away meant that as soon as he made a move, he would enter the range of his psychic detection. Without hesitation, Wang Dong agreed. Xiao Xiao added, "You can fly, while we cannot. Remember, this is practice. Don't run away if you lose." Wang Dong casually replied, "I won't fly higher than 5 meters. That's acceptable, right? I'll step back now, and you can signal when to start." As he spoke, he had already distanced himself. Xiao Xiao turned to Hui Yuhao, saying, "Class leader, we will be flying kites. You just need to assist me with your psychic detection." They were determined to teach that arrogant fellow a lesson. Before arriving at Shrek Academy, Hui Yuhao had no knowledge of what kite flying entailed. However, he now comprehended that it was a tactical maneuver of both offense and retreat. Nodding, he replied, "All right. I shall cooperate with you." He was eager to witness the prowess of Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong firsthand. It had been 3 months since he had seen Wang Dong truly employ his martial soul in battle, yet he understood that Wang Dong, despite his arrogance, was merely confident, not boastful. Such confidence stemmed from genuine strength. The distance between them rapidly expanded, with Wang Dong languidly leaning against a large tree. Observing Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao from 30 meters away, even increasing that distance further, he raised his hand and waved at them, signaling that he was prepared. Standing side by side, Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao presented a striking contrast. Her petite figure rendered her one of the shorter members of the class, earning her the title of a pocket-sized beauty. She turned to Hui Yuhao and nodded. "Class leader, assist me." "Okay," he replied. And Xiao Xiao then called out to Wang Dong, "Let us begin." As she spoke, she swiftly unleashed her martial soul. 2 circles of yellow light erupted beneath her feet, soaring into the air instantaneously. To Hui Yuhao's astonishment, she was revealed to be a soul master of over level 20. As the 2 soul rings rose around her, her form remained unchanged, but a black silhouette rapidly coalesced above her head. This shadow distinctly resembled a tripod, approximately 1 meter in diameter. With 3 legs and 2 ears, it was Xiao Xiao's primary martial soul, the 3 Lives Town Soul Tripod. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao activated his mental detection sharing, a white soul ring ascending from beneath him, which made Xiao Xiao feel somewhat inadequate, prompting her to reflect on the class leader's relentless training due to his relatively weaker talent. However, she was soon astounded by the extraordinary sights conjured by the mental detection sharing. Everything within a 50-meter radius of their bodies transformed into a 3-dimensional map in her mind, eliminating the need for conscious thought as an array of information flooded her consciousness. Even the smallest details of the flora and fauna within that range were vividly present. The panoramic map, coupled with a cerebral assistant for her strategic thinking, left her in awe. Casting a glance at Hui Yuhao with amazement, Xiao Xiao noticed that Wang Dong had already made his move. Although he appeared to dismiss Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, he was far from careless. Having experienced Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing, he was acutely aware of its formidable capacity for anticipating enemy actions. In an instant, brilliant blue wings unfurled from his back, enveloping him in a mesmerizing hue of blue and purple. Golden orbs ignited across his massive wings, forming a V shape. 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, rose, signifying the release of his martial soul, the radiant goddess butterfly. With a sudden burst, he surged forward at high speed. This was not a soul skill, but rather an inherent ability of his martial soul, showcasing its extraordinary prowess. As Wang Dong closed into within 25 meters of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, data regarding his movements rapidly materialized in Xiao Xiao's mind, encompassing his trajectory, physical changes, and even the flow of soul power within his meridians. Unfazed, she observed Hui Yuhao's soul skill, born from a 10-year white soul ring, which had already given her great cause for surprise. As Wang Dong approached, she too sprang into action. Pointing her right hand toward him, the large shadow of the tripod above her surged forward, not directly colliding with Wang Dong, but positioning itself in his path. Utilizing the inherent capabilities of her martial soul, she refrained from activating a soul skill immediately. Wang Dong found it rather unsettling that the black tripod was set to block his path. This was undoubtedly a demonstration of Hui Yuhao's mental detection sharing. Otherwise, Xiao Xiao would have had to rely solely on her eyes and the fluctuations of soul power to gauge the situation, which could never yield such precise positioning. Reluctantly, Wang Dong slightly retracted his left wing, altering his trajectory mid-flight. Yet, to his dismay, the black tripod swiftly shifted, remaining firmly in his way. Anticipating his moves had become second nature for Xiao Xiao. With the mental detection sharing, she no longer needed to visually track Wang Dong. She could simply follow Hui Yuhao's guidance to launch her attacks, rendering the task exceedingly straightforward. Wang Dong, however, was obstinate, flapping his wings and maneuvering through the air, accelerating multiple times. Yet, Hui Yuhao's mental detection could even perceive the fluctuations in his soul power, allowing him to anticipate Wang Dong's moves. Attempting to evade the whimsically moving 3 Lives Town Soul Tripod was evidently an impractical endeavor. Frustration mounted for Wang Dong as he exclaimed, "Hui Yuhao, do you have any humanity left?" Accepting that evasion was not an option, he decided to launch a direct attack. As he spoke, his first soul ring blazed to life, and Hui Yuhao's eyes gleamed with golden light as he sensed the explosive surge of soul power within Wang Dong, furiously channeling it into his front wings while fully extending his rear wings to maintain balance. Suddenly, Wang Dong's front wings transformed into a brilliant azure hue, with golden patterns radiating outward, forming a sharp, golden edge along the tips. Xiao Xiao's expression shifted slightly, as she could perceive the astounding destructive potential of Wang Dong's wings enhanced by a soul skill through Hui Yuhao's mental sharing. With both hands raised, Wang Dong seized the inner sides of his front wings and forcefully spread them apart, creating a dual-edged blade effect. He then swung his body, aiming his right wing toward the 3 Lives Town Soul Tripod. As he had declared, if soft measures failed, he would resort to brute force. However, he underestimated the synergy between Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao. The Three Lives Town Soul tripod did not directly confront his attack. Instead, it retreated 2 meters, evading the downward strike of his right wing before surging forward to collide with the flat surface of his wings. A thunderous crash ensued, sending Wang Dong hurtling a dozen meters away, while the Three Lives Town Soul tripod remained suspended in the air. Wang Dong was utterly vexed. He believed his strength surpasses Xiao Xiao's, yet against the combined efforts of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao, he found himself unable to exert his full power. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. This time, he retreated instead of advancing, swiftly distancing himself from the 25-meter range of Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao, thereby escaping the mental detection's influence. Hui Yuhao, let us see how you detect my movements now. I possess long-range attacks, he taunted, as his second soul ring illuminated. Hui Yuhao smiled slightly. Have you forgotten that I can detect fixed directions? Currently, I can perceive a range of approximately 100 meters. If you believe your attacks can surpass that distance and still lock onto us, feel free to try. Moreover, when your long-range attack enters my mental detection range, I can assist Xiao Xiao in defending in time, unless your strength can shatter her Three Lives Town Soul tripod. And don't forget, Xiao Xiao still has her second martial soul yet to be unleashed. Wang Dong paused, contemplating. Indeed, although his second soul skill was of millennium rank with formidable power, if it exceeded 100 meters, its efficacy would significantly diminish. Furthermore, Hui Yuhao assuredly had ample time to aid Xiao Xiao in defense. However, one must not concede defeat verbally. My ranged attacks remain formidable. Even if you detect them, it will be of no consequence. Xiao Xiao chuckled. Wang Dong, do not get too complacent. Remember, I have yet to employ my 2 soul skills. Are you aware of the capabilities of my 3 Lives Soul Calming Cauldron? To be candid, in a one-on-one confrontation, you may not necessarily be my equal. As for your so-called ranged attacks, they may possess considerable power. But all I need is to create an opportunity for myself and the captain to evade. Just watch. As she spoke, she pointed her right hand once more at the 3 Lives Soul Calming Cauldron. Instantly, it trembled slightly before splitting into 3, forming a tripod above her and Hui Yuhao. Simultaneously, the first soul ring on Xiao Xiao's body illuminated. A tremendous sound reverberated through the air, distorting it within a radius of several dozen square meters above their heads. The 3 cauldrons converged once more, silently landing before Xiao Xiao. This time, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's expressions changed in unison. What a formidable martial soul! The division of the 3 Lives Soul Calming Cauldron was instinctual, while the final tremor served as the assault. Through mental detection, Hui Yuhao could distinctly sense the terrifying force of the shockwave. Wang Dong's expression quickly returned to normal. He conceded. If you two join forces, I truly stand no chance. However, Xiao Xiao, you will come to realize that in a one-on-one scenario, you are undoubtedly not my match. Yet, in circumstances where our cultivation levels are comparable, having Hui Yuhao's mental detection assistance is almost a guaranteed victory. His skill leaves no room for survival. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength to crush the opponent, one will always remain in a passive position. Although Xiao Xiao is unconvinced by Wang Dong's claim of victory in a one-on-one battle, she acknowledged his subsequent words, nodding in agreement. Indeed, with the captain's mental detection, I merely need to execute my skills during combat. Captain, your ability is truly remarkable. The synergy we share is exhilarating. I must apologize for underestimating your decade-old soul ring. She was a straightforward young lady, voicing her thoughts without hesitation, instantly earning the favor of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand, and Xiao Xiao beamed, placing her own hand atop his. Wang Dong approached and placed his hand on top of theirs. Hui Yuhao declared, from this moment forth, we are partners in the same team. In the freshman assessment, we shall strive for victory. They all shouted in unison, we shall win. Their bond deepened, and the most elated among them was Xiao Xiao, who finally felt truly accepted by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Thus, among soul masters, the language of strength is always the most straightforward and effective. The assessment area of Shrek Academy is located in the northern part of the Martial Soul Department, adjacent to the Fighting Soul Zone. Compared to the Fighting Soul Zone, the assessment area is significantly larger. For the students of the Outer Academy at Shrek Academy, it serves as a paradise for outstanding students to showcase their abilities, while simultaneously being a nightmare for those of lesser cultivation. Each year, numerous students are eliminated for failing the assessment, with most of the evaluations conducted in this very area. The assessment area is oval-shaped. Unlike the enclosed arena of the Fighting Soul Zone, it is an open space. The perimeter is bordered by a low wall, while the interior is divided into various sections by partitions that can be reconfigured to alter the area size. Each year, the freshman assessments witness the most extensive partitioning of the assessment area, not only due to the large number of freshmen but also because their destructive capabilities and attack ranges are limited, requiring only a modest area to showcase their abilities. The entire assessment area spans approximately 20,000 square meters, currently divided into 50 sections, each around 400 square meters, forming elongated squares of 20 meters. For freshmen who typically possess only 1 or 2 rings of cultivation, this is more than sufficient. After a tense morning of grouping, the afternoon assessments officially commenced. As this was the first day of evaluations, each group would only participate in one match today to allow the freshmen to acclimatize. The academy dispatched 50 teachers to supervise the assessments in each of the 50 sections. The opponents for today's evaluations had already been drawn by lot at noon, ensuring that teams from the same class would not face each other in the upcoming 10 rounds of competition. Aside from the freshman class, which consists of only 22 groups, other classes typically have over 30 groups, unless particular students have performed exceptionally poorly during the freshman period. Generally, the instructors of the freshman classes do not hastily eliminate students before the assessments, always providing them with an opportunity to participate. Ultimately, 310 groups, totaling 930 individuals, entered the freshman assessments, with only 150 groups permitted to remain and continue their studies as first-year students, while the remainder would be eliminated. Studying at Shrek Academy is undoubtedly a fierce and brutal competition. Yet, it is precisely this environment that drives students to work harder and unlock their potential, contributing to Shrek Academy's enduring legacy of excellence. A total of 50 sections are designated for the freshman assessments, meaning each section accommodates 6 or 7 competing teams. Not only today, but they will also continue to compete in the same sections against the other teams assigned to those areas until all have faced one another, culminating in a total of 10 matches for each team. Other students from different classes have also arrived to participate in the competition. Some appear anxious, while others are eager to prove themselves. All are merely children aged 11 or 12, unable to conceal their emotions, and when they exchange glances, animosity is palpable. After all, only half of them are likely to remain. Although there are 10 matches in total, each one significantly impacts their future. Attention all freshmen. Please proceed to the assessment area immediately to prepare for the freshman evaluations. You have 10 minutes to enter. Latecomers will forfeit their participation. The booming announcement echoed throughout the outer academy, resonating in every corner. The faces of the freshmen grew serious. Their first assessment was imminent, and to claim they were not anxious would be disingenuous. Hui Yuhao unconsciously clenched his fists, occasionally touching the 24-bridge Minjiwai at his waist. While the use of soul guide devices is prohibited during the assessments, concealed weapons are classified as ordinary armaments and are permissible. Generally, soul masters seldom employ weapons unless utilizing soul guide devices, but as a disciple of Tang's sect, Hui Yuhao was an exception. Wang Dong placed his left hand on Hui Yuhao's shoulder, leaning slightly against him. Don't be nervous. It's just a small matter. This time, Xiao Xiao refrained from criticizing Wang Dong's pride, and similarly nodded at Hui Yuhao. Though Wang Dong did not showcase his full strength during their earlier spar, his final resolute statement indicated that his cultivation level was at least on par with Hui Yuhao's. Coupled with their captain's extraordinary mental detection abilities, very few peers could rival them. Hui Yuhao whispered, "We will be champions." Xiao Xiao and Wang Dong nodded in unison, their hands once again stacked atop one another. Though they were young, they understood that while passing the assessments may not be overly difficult, securing the ultimate championship would hinge on their unity. Thus, even Wang Dong reigned in his pride. The significance of the freshman evaluations is immense, and while the Academy's broadcast serves as a reminder, its impact is minimal, as all students had already arrived at their designated areas, ready for the challenge ahead. A teacher who appeared to be around 40 years old arrived at the 33rd district. He bore an unremarkable appearance and lacked any imposing presence. His smiling face exuded a warm and amiable demeanor, starkly contrasting with the formidable aura of Shou-Yi. After counting the number of students, he nodded with a smile and said, "Excellent. We have a total of 6 groups of students here for the assessment, all present. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yin, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 days." "Hello, Teacher Wang." The students promptly bowed in respect. Wang Yin chuckled lightly and remarked, "There is no need for such formalities. My teaching philosophy is to consider everyone as friends. From this moment until the conclusion of the assessment, you are all my little friends. Therefore, I do not wish to see anyone get hurt. While this assessment will determine your eligibility to remain at Shrek Academy, I must remind you that it is an assessment. No one is permitted to seriously injure their opponents. If that occurs, I will regretfully have to ask that individual to leave and report the incident to the academy. His tone was gentle, and he spoke of the consequences of injuring opponents with a measured lightness. Yet every student capable of entering Shrek Academy was astute enough to grasp the underlying meaning of his words, nodding in understanding. As he spoke, he retrieved a folder, glanced at it, and then looked up to announce, first round, first match, Class 1 newcomers, Hui Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao, Class 3 newcomers, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Zhufeng, and Zhao Haochen. You may enter the arena, each taking a corner. You may only unleash your martial souls after I declare the match to have begun. Enter now. The 6 groups of students were set to engage in 3 matches in the 33rd district today. Hui Yuhao and his companions were surprised to find themselves the first to compete. After exchanging glances, they quickly stepped into the arena, positioning themselves in the northwest corner. Their arrangement was deliberate. Wang Dong stood at the forefront, Xiao Xiao was second, while Hui Yuhao took his place in the rear corner. Conversely, the 3 students from Class 3 chose the southeast corner. The trio from Class 3 were all boys with commendable appearances. The tallest among them, Ouyang Junyi, also possessed the most striking looks. While he was not as muscular as Wang Dong, he appeared significantly sturdier. Beside him, Chen Zhufeng was of average height but notably slender. The last in line, Zhao Haochen, was a portly lad with a round belly and a cheerful expression. Once both sides were positioned, Teacher Wang Yin nodded and declared, "The assessment begins." Instantly, both parties released their martial souls. Although Hui Yuhao stood in the corner, he skillfully controlled his spirit detection, ensuring it encompassed the entire arena without extending behind him. Xiao Xiao similarly summoned her 3-life soul-settling cauldron, which rapidly took shape above her head. Wang Dong's actions were more direct. He darted forward, and as he leapt into the air, a pair of resplendent blue-purple wings unfurled, adorned with shimmering golden patterns. The brilliance of his wings astonished both his opponents and the supervising teacher, Wang Yin, effectively overshadowing the presence of Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Meanwhile, the 3 opponents had also prepared, promptly unleashing their martial souls. Chapter 18. The 33 Districts, 3 against 3, Part 1. At the rear, Zhao Haochen shouted, "Come quickly. My roasted drumsticks." A circle of yellow soul rings emanated from his feet, and 2 beams of yellow light flickered in his hands. In an instant, 2 succulent roasted drumsticks appeared, which he promptly handed to the 2 individuals in front of him. Ouyang Junyi and Chen Zhufeng, while unleashing their martial souls, swiftly accepted the drumsticks and took hearty bites. Food-type martial souls? This was the first time Hui Yuhao had witnessed such a manifestation, though he was uncertain of the drumstick's effects. Zhao Haochen possessed only a single soul ring, yet it was a century-old one, suggesting a commendable amplification effect. However, the sight of Ouyang Junyi and Chen Zhufeng voraciously gnawing on their drumsticks was somewhat peculiar, prompting a chuckle from Xiao Xiao. The San Xingzhen Han Ding hovered above her head, showing no intent to intervene. Simultaneously, Ouyang Junyi and Chen Zhufeng took action. One wielded a beast martial soul, while the other possessed a weapon martial soul, both being agile attack-type soul masters. Ouyang Junyi's martial soul was the sword-billed hummingbird, and upon activation, a sharp stinger rapidly formed at the tip of his right arm. Though his martial soul was avian, he lacked wings due to insufficient cultivation. This alone highlighted the disparity between his soul's quality and that of Wang Dong, whose bright goddess butterfly martial soul inherently possessed wings, representing the pinnacle of beast martial souls. Chen Zhufeng's martial soul manifested as a soft sword. The trio, all possessing one-ringed souls, bore yellow century-old soul rings. Among them, Ouyang Junyi exhibited the greatest strength, having reached soul power level 19, while Chen Zhufeng was at 18. Zhao Haochen, being a food-type soul master, progressed at a slower pace, only attaining level 17. After consuming their drumsticks, the 2 agile attack-type soul masters surged toward Wang Dong like arrows, their speed astonishing even to him. However, he quickly deduced that the drumsticks had likely enhanced their velocity. Not only would Shou-Yi divide the teams, but other instructors would do the same. With Zhao Haochen assisting Ouyang Junyi and Chen Zhufeng, their speed advantage could be maximized. Victory was clearly predicated on swiftness. Unfortunately for Hui Yuhao and his companions, speed was their least feared attribute, as Hui Yuhao's spiritual detection rendered them vulnerable. A faint golden light ignited in Hui Yuhao's eyes, and the entire arena materialized vividly in Wang Dong's mind. Although Ouyang Junyi and Qin Juanfeng's speed was impressive, their flight trajectories, soul power operation methods, soul skill eruption directions, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities all crystallized in Wang Dong's consciousness. He finally experienced the exhilaration felt during Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao's earlier collaboration. The dual-purpose strikes from Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng were clearly aimed at him, and Wang Dong's emergence perfectly aligned with their intentions. They were confident that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao would be unable to provide timely assistance. Their plan was to incapacitate Wang Dong first, then deal with Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao separately. Ouyang Junyi, adorned with feathers covering his right arm in addition to the stinger in his hand, felt remarkably light. As an agile attack-type soul master, he aimed to outpace Qin Jufeng. With his yellow soul ring aglow, the stinger transformed into numerous shimmering lights, enveloping Wang Dong. Although Qin Jufeng was slightly slower, he clearly had experience cooperating with Ouyang Junyi. Even before arriving, his short sword was already slicing through the air. His first soul ring glowing brightly as a beam of sword light surged toward Wang Dong. Golden light patterns had already spread across Wang Dong's wings by the time they launched their attacks. He, too, activated his first soul ring. His arms and front wings converged instantaneously, revealing the winged guillotine that Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao had previously witnessed. Suspended in midair, Wang Dong's position was slightly elevated above Ouyang Junyi and Qin Jufeng. A hint of pride crossed his face as he looked down upon them. In response to their assault, he swept his left wing outward, directly countering Ouyang Junyi's sword-build hummingbird martial soul, while his right wing slashed forward, intercepting Qin Juanfeng's sword light with impeccable precision. A series of piercing sounds echoed as Ouyang Junyi was shocked to see his sword-build hummingbird's first soul skill, hummingbird flicker, merely create ripples of golden light upon striking the bright goddess butterfly's front wing. The sharpness of the sword-build hummingbird could not penetrate the strength of those wings. In the next moment, the enormous front wing swept toward him. Ouyang Junyi, possessing some combat experience, instinctively crouched as if to evade. However, Wang Dong's winged guillotine descended abruptly, as if he had made a sudden stop for Wang Dong to strike. With a resounding thud, Ouyang Junyi was sent crashing into the ground, landing unceremoniously. The immense force on his back nearly made him spit blood. Wang Dong spread his wings in midair. The alternating blue and purple lights on the bright goddess butterfly's wings shimmering as the golden patterns gradually retracted. His body floated gracefully to the ground, the pride on his face unwavering. On the sidelines, teacher Wang Yan watched with rapt attention, as did other three-member teams observing the match. After witnessing this contest, their expressions turned solemn, and the entirety of the 33 district fell silent. How formidable! What an extraordinary powerhouse of an offensive soul master. Offensive types inherently counter agile types to some extent. Yet, being all newcomers, how could the disparity be so vast? Wang Dong, single-handedly, had incapacitated 2 agile attack-type soul masters in one strike, even with the assistance of a food-type soul master on the opposing side. While 2 rings possess significant advantages over 1. To achieve such a decisive victory in a 1 versus 3 scenario speaks volumes of the prowess wielded by this bright goddess butterfly soul master. Moreover, there was yet another individual with 2 rings, whose team boasted 2 soul masters above level 20. As for Hui Yuhao, he was completely overlooked by everyone. Only teacher Wang Yan discerned the faint golden light flickering in his eyes. In truth, although Ouyang Junyi's team exhibited a notable disparity in strength compared to Hui Yuhao's group, Wang Dong would not have triumphed so swiftly if he had been alone. Yet, one must not forget that he had Hui Yuhao, whose spiritual detection shared the equivalent of 600 years of soul ring assistance. Spiritual detection sharing was not merely a single skill, but 2 skills derived from 2 600-year soul rings. The assistance Wang Dong received far surpassed that of his opponents. Furthermore, despite both having century-old soul rings, Wang Dong had already attained soul power level 24, significantly surpassing his rivals. With the addition of his second soul ring, the potency of his first soul ring's attack increased. Coupled with the comprehensive suppression of his martial soul, this culminated in a resounding victory. Wang Dong chuckled. No need to rush. Save your strength. The first 10 assessments are merely an appetizer for us. I will show off on my own. We mustn't let them discern our true capabilities. Hui Yuhao laughed in agreement. Wang Dong makes a valid point. Xiao Xiao, you are our trump card. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in affirmation. The first class of Hui Yuhao's team celebrated their victory. After teacher Wang Yan announced the results, he recorded them in his documents. Meanwhile, Ouyang Junyi and his companions had already risen, having not sustained serious injuries thanks to Wang Dong's restraint, yet their faces were flushed with humiliation, having been so easily defeated. They wished to leave without delay and fled swiftly. Once teacher Wang Yin finalized the match results, he cast another glance at Hui Yuhao's trio, pondering that this group was likely the secret weapon of the first class. Indeed, the students taught by teacher Zhou Yi were exceptional. The team of Class 1 is named the Hui Yuhao team, which indicates that Hui Yuhao is the captain of this group. However, in terms of cultivation, both Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao far surpass him. To put it more bluntly, with Hui Yuhao's first soul ring being merely 10 years old and not having broken through to the 20th level, he hasn't even qualified to enter Shrek Academy as a freshman. Yet, he is indeed the leader of this team. This raises the question of why a student with only a 10-year soul ring is considered the core of the group. Wang Yin, a representative of the theoretical faction at Shrek Academy and a moderate figure, possesses a solid theoretical foundation and exceptional teaching abilities, despite being in his 40s. He is regarded as one of the top advanced teachers in the Outer Academy. In Shrek Academy, the elevation of a teacher's rank is often more challenging and distinct than that of students. For instance, Zhou Yi is merely a mid-level teacher, which is undoubtedly related to her daunting teaching methods. Wang Yin, having attained the status of an advanced teacher, is qualified to instruct inner academy students, showcasing his formidable theoretical prowess. Yet, he still fails to grasp the situation of Hui Yuhao's group or discern what type of soul master Hui Yuhao is. After the assessment concluded, Hui Yuhao and his companions did not leave but instead watched the other two matches. They only bid farewell to Wang Yin after all 3 matches had ended. Wang Yin did not stop Hui Yuhao to inquire further. He believed that Hui Yuhao's abilities would surely become evident in the subsequent matches. The first round of the freshman assessments quickly came to an end. The primary purpose of today's assessment was to acclimate the freshmen to this combat-based evaluation format. However, tomorrow's assessments would significantly intensify, with 2 rounds each in the morning and afternoon, totaling 4 rounds. The third day would be even more grueling, with each team required to undergo 5 rounds of assessment. The entire freshman evaluation period spans just 3 days, designed not only to hone the students' practical combat skills but also their endurance in prolonged battles. When the second day's assessments commenced, the students of Class 1 sincerely expressed their gratitude toward their teacher, Zhou Yi. For matches in one day not only drained their soul power but also severely taxed their physical stamina. However, after Zhou Yi's rigorous training, Class 1 exhibited a markedly superior adaptability to this competition format compared to other classes. After the first day of matches and observations, Hui Yuhao and his companions were entirely convinced that within their group, there were indeed no opponents capable of posing a threat to them, apart from themselves. There was only one other freshman above the 20th level. In this intense competition, the other groups of freshmen were not foolish to achieve better results against Hui Yuhao's team. They deliberately eased up. Consequently, unlike the exhaustion displayed by other freshman teams, Hui Yuhao and his companions triumphed effortlessly in all 4 matches on the second day, achieving an impressive record of 5 victories out of 5. With this foundation, they could confidently assert that they had passed the freshman assessments. And these 5 victories also instilled them with considerable confidence. As the assessment instructor for Area 33, Wang Yin felt somewhat vexed. After 5 matches, the combat strategies employed by Hui Yuhao's team remained strikingly similar. Wang Dong would engage, while Hui Yuhao and Xiao Xiao observed the spectacle, concluding their battles swiftly. He still could not discern Hui Yuhao's abilities, which left him, as a theoretical instructor, somewhat frustrated. Hui Yuhao, the 3 of you come here for a moment. Wang Yin called them over after the second day's matches concluded. Teacher Wang, Hui Yuhao stepped forward, with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao flanking him on either side. Indeed. Wang Yin mused internally, Hui Yuhao is undoubtedly the core of their team. You 3 have achieved a commendable record of 5 victories in the first 5 matches. For the upcoming contests, continue to strive towards securing a place among the top 64 for the ranking matches. However, the 5 matches tomorrow will be far from as effortless as those today. After today's matches, a redraw will occur, and teams that suffered 5 consecutive defeats will be directly eliminated. During the drawing, aside from ensuring that teams from the same class do not face each other, previous records will also be taken into account. Tomorrow, your matches will likely still take place in our Area 33, but you may encounter 1 or 2 formidable challengers. Hui Yuhao nodded and replied, Thank you, Teacher Wang. We will do our best. The following morning, the request for recommendations echoed. Wang Dong chuckled, Xiao Xiao. After all that you've said, isn't it just that you're itching to express your thoughts? Well, since you've said so, I might as well indulge you a bit. Fortunately, their conversation was uninterrupted by any adults passing by, or else Wang Dong's words could have been misinterpreted. Hui Yuhao laughed lightly. Let us go. I'll treat you both to some grilled fish. I ordered extra yesterday. Just as the three were about to exit the assessment area, they unexpectedly encountered two individuals, prompting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong to pause in surprise. The newcomers were none other than Ma Xiaodao, clad in red, and Su Sanshi, whom she had taken away a few days prior. In stark contrast to his usual spirited demeanor, Su Sanshi appeared pale and drained, as if all energy had been sapped from him. He looked disheveled and utterly dispirited. Ma Xiaodao remained as beautiful as ever, yet her cheeks bore an unusual flush, and the hue of her light pink eyes had deepened. Ma Xiaodao nodded and said, All right. You can go now. Su Sanshi cast a look at Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, conveying a silent message of good luck before turning to leave. His unsupportive demeanor made Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's hearts tighten. What could Ma Xiaodao want with them? Just as Xiao Xiao was about to speak, Hui Yuhao quickly shook his head, urging her to leave first, signaling that they would be fine. It seemed that Ma Xiaodao had ill intentions. He did not wish to involve Xiao Xiao, and being in the academy, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong believed she would not dare to act against them. Reluctantly, Xiao Xiao departed, while Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong followed Ma Xiaodao towards the lakeside path, eventually arriving at the very lake where they had been ambushed. Ma Xiaodao halted before the sea god lake, maintaining a clear distance from Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, with Wang Dong displaying evident wariness. While Hui Yuhao felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. Senior Ma, what brings you to call us? Hui Yuhao inquired cautiously, with her back to them. Ma Xiaodao replied, I know you should recognize me. Indeed, I am the student who nearly harmed you after escaping from the inner academy. I have my reasons. And for that, I want to apologize to both of you here. Wang Dong scoffed silently, thinking, is this what an apology looks like? There is not an ounce of sincerity in it. After exchanging glances with Hui Yuhao, he said, Senior Ma, what has happened in the past is over. Moreover, the academy has compensated us. Ma Xiaodao abruptly turned around, her pink eyes darkening with an unspoken intensity and undeniable pressure enveloping Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. However, for me, this matter is far from over, Ma Xiaodao said solemnly. There should have been an ice attribute soul master who intervened that day, which is why you were not harmed. This person is very important to me. Speak of everything you know, or if any of you have a protector, I must find him. Wang Dong looked bewildered and said, Senior Ma, I don't understand what you mean. When you lunged at us that day, the heat emanating from you rendered us unconscious. We have no idea what transpired afterward. As for any ice attribute soul master, we cannot comment on that either. Hui Yuhao nodded repeatedly, determined not to divulge the secret of the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Ma Xiaodao's eyes revealed a hint of hesitation. In the past 3 months, she had made significant progress in her cultivation, having suppressed her evil fire with the chilling aura left by the heavenly dream ice silkworm. However, once that coldness dissipated, she had to seek out Su Sanshi again. Yet, she discovered that while Su Sanshi's shimmering turtle martial soul was indeed a top-tier beast martial soul, it was water attribute, not ice, and thus its effectiveness for her had dwindled. Unable to suppress the evil fire, she had to halt her cultivation, fearing that the malevolent flames could erupt at any moment and rob her of her senses. After much contemplation, she decided to seek out Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. If she could find the person who had once used ice attributes to restrain her, her dilemma would be resolved. Do you truly not know? Ma Xiaodao asked in a low voice. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong shook their heads in unison. Ma Xiaodao's expression suddenly changed, her voice turning cold. Then do not blame me for being impolite. If you do not know, I shall force him to reveal himself. As she spoke, a torrent of intense heat erupted from her, crimson flames bursting forth like a volcanic eruption. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had sensed something amiss when Ma Xiaodao called them over, so they remained vigilant, especially after having suffered a significant setback previously. The moment Ma Xiaodao made her move, they reacted swiftly. There was no time to be idle. The wings of the goddess of light butterfly erupted from Wang Dong's back, radiant golden patterns adorning them as they unfurled, and his wings transformed into blades in an instant. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao unleashed his mental detection and soul impact. Though only 3 months had passed, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong had made considerable progress in their cultivation, and their coordination was seamless. In a sudden burst of action, Wang Dong lifted Hui Yuhao and swiftly retreated. Ma Xiaodao had evidently underestimated them, believing she could easily intimidate them. As her martial soul was released, the dazzling red feathers enveloped her body, yet Wang Dong had already taken flight with Hui Yuhao in tow. Then, Ma Xiaotao caught sight of Hui Yuhao's shimmering purple eyes. In that instant, she felt as if two sharp needles were piercing her, causing her to instinctively close her eyes, a momentary dizziness flooding her mind. With the advancement of his purple extreme demon eyes, Hui Yuhao's soul impact had grown even more formidable, affecting Ma Xiaotao, who was at the 6th ring level, rather than being immune to it. Wang Dong's wings, adorned with golden patterns, expelled a powerful gust, propelling him further away. However, Ma Xiaotao was unwilling to let them escape. Ignoring Hui Yuhao's hidden weapons, she swiftly pursued them, her immense fiery wings unfurling. Every metallic projectile that approached her melted instantaneously, dripping to the ground. The terrifying heat enveloped Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong like a giant hand from behind. Hui Yuhao's mental detection, a powerful skill that could alter the outcome among opponents of similar rank, felt utterly inadequate against an adversary of Ma Xiaotao's caliber. Even if he could discern her intentions, knowing did little to impede her. Wang Dong exerted every effort to fly, but the surging heat quickly engulfed their bodies. From an aerial perspective, one would see Ma Xiaotao close the distance rapidly, and her colossal fiery wings surged again, converging upon Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, engulfing them in an instant. Ma Xiaotao grasped the collars of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, her formidable soul power rendering them powerless to resist. Surrounded by an expanse of fiery red, they could scarcely see the outside world. Even speaking was impossible. Ma Xiaotao's expression darkened as she waited in silence. After what felt like an eternity, she furrowed her brow. Could it be that the previous encounter was merely a coincidence? Her sole objective in confronting Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong was to compel the Soul Master who had once suppressed her with ice attributes to reveal himself. Yet, contrary to her expectations, despite seemingly having devoured Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, that Soul Master did not appear. As the flames receded and all the crimson faded, Ma Xiaotao returned to her normal state, releasing her grip on Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Both stumbled and fell to the ground. Ma Xiaotao remarked coolly, "Since it concerns you not, let it be. I understand your dissatisfaction. If you are still aggrieved, focus on your cultivation. Should you one day enter the inner courtyard, I will grant you the opportunity to challenge me." With that, she disregarded the indignant expressions of Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong and departed gracefully. "That mad woman!" Wang Dong exclaimed in anger. In her lucid state, Ma Xiaotao would never dare to harm them within the academy. Her aim was solely to draw out the heavenly dream ice silkworm. Hui Yuhao had already surmised her intentions, even if he could not. The heavenly dream ice silkworm would not emerge. The ancient being was in a deep slumber, having declared long ago that it could not assist Hui Yuhao for a year. The following morning, when Xiao Xiao encountered Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, her delicate face displayed surprise. "What happened to you two? You both look so sullen. Did that inner courtyard senior sister give you a hard time yesterday?" Wang Dong quickly interjected, "Of course not. She just had a few questions for us. Come on. Let's go for the assessment." He was unwilling to disclose such an embarrassing incident. Since they had performed exceptionally well in the previous 5 rounds, they remained in Area 33. After a reshuffling of groups, they were paired with 5 new students for the continued assessment. These newcomers were certainly not the top contenders from other regions, so the upcoming 5 rounds would likely not feature the strongest opponents. However, compared to earlier rounds, the challenges would not be so easily overcome. Teacher Wang Yin cast a meaningful glance at Hui Yuhao and the others before announcing, "All right, everyone is present. Given that Hui Yuhao's team achieved the best results in the previous 5 rounds, they will represent this area as the seed team. According to the competition order, they will be the first to compete. In the 6th round, the first match of Area 33 would see Hui Yuhao's team face Huang Chutian's team." As both sides entered the arena, Hui Yuhao and his companions were surprised to discover that among the opposing team were 2 identical female students. The 2 girls had long blue hair, rosy cheeks, and appeared quite adorable, seemingly younger than them. Twins? The girl at the front of the opposing team was a tall and robust male student, evidently Huang Chutian, the leader of their small team. "I'm Huang Chutian. To my left is Lan Susu, and to my right is Lan Luoluo. Please advise." The teams took their positions, Wang Dong at the forefront, Xiao Xiao in the center, and Hui Yuhao at the back corner. On the opposite side, Huang Chutian stood at the front, with Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo behind him. Each team could have only one assault-type battle soul master, so it was clear that the twin girls would not serve as the main attackers. They were likely dual support or control type, similar to Hui Yuhao's team. Teacher Wang Yin declared firmly, "The assessment begins." Both teams swiftly released their martial souls. With a fierce roar, Huang Chutian struck his chest with his fists. Despite being under 12 years old, he stood over 1.5 meters tall. And as his martial soul manifested, his stature surged to approximately 1.8 meters, his muscles bursting through his uniform. His exposed skin turned an iron black. His eyes shifted from black to yellow, and his canine teeth protruded slightly from his thickened lips. His limbs were exceptionally robust, with muscles that seemed as solid as steel. 2 yellow soul rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, revealing a formidable soul master of over level 20. The twin girls, Huang Chutian's companions, also unleashed their martial spirits, astonishingly manifested as their hair. Beneath them, 2 yellow soul rings appeared as well. With a flick of their heads, their long blue hair soared into the air, swiftly unfurling into flowing strands that extended over 10 meters in length, gracefully drifting in the sky without touching the ground. Chapter 19. The Soul Fusion Technique. Heavenly Net. This is a team comprised entirely of students above the 20th level. How could they not have secured first place in their original region? This also marks the first time that Hui Yuhao and his companions have encountered a freshman team comprised solely of 2-ring soul masters. Huang Chutian and his 2 companions indeed possess formidable strength, yet they found themselves up against adversaries who countered their skills perfectly, resulting in a record of 4 wins and 1 loss, ultimately placing them second in their group. On the other side, Wang Dong soared into the air, his wings unfurling. As the radiant light goddess butterfly emerged, Lan Susu and Lan Luluo, the 2 young girls, gazed at him with stars in their eyes, their expressions transformed. Huang Chutian let out a fierce roar and lunged toward Wang Dong, his footsteps resonating with powerful thuds against the ground. As he approached within 3 meters of Wang Dong, he suddenly leaped, his fists aimed directly at him. Wang Dong folded his wings behind him, bracing for the impact. With a thunderous crash, he was forcefully knocked from the sky. Upon landing, he staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Huang Chutian immediately leapt again, pursuing Wang Dong. At that moment, a massive, dark cauldron appeared silently at the apex of Huang Chutian's jump, seemingly colliding with him. Taken aback, Huang Chutian realized there was no leverage in the air to change his trajectory and reluctantly redirected his fists toward the ominous cauldron. In a bizarre turn of events, as he altered his movement, the cauldron retreated 30 centimeters, deftly avoiding his strikes before surging forward once more. Undeterred, Huang Chutian thrust his head forward, daringly attempting to collide with the 3-life soul-settling cauldron. Wang Yin, the supervisor of the match, observed with keen interest. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of Xiao Zhao's martial soul and the remarkable timing with which she executed her techniques, Huang Chutian, let us see if your iron skin can withstand my winged guillotine. With wings unfurled, he launched himself at his opponent. Employing a net to ensnare a butterfly was evidently the most effective strategy. The net was the first soul skill of the twin sisters, identical in form and enhanced by their profound connection. When the blue net descended upon Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao's mental probing revealed that it possessed no weaknesses or vulnerabilities. Huang Chutian swiftly retreated into the encroaching net, but the blue strands seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, parting to avoid contact with him. Hui Yuhao's worst fears materialized. The opposing team employed a powerful assault complemented by 2 control techniques, and the fact that the controlling soul masters were twins only intensified their synergy. Wang Dong's winged guillotine displayed its formidable might at this moment. Although the net was intended to counter his butterfly martial soul, his blades sliced through it, creating a gaping hole, and he descended rapidly, guided by Hui Yuhao's mental detection. Huang Chutian and the Lan sisters were taken aback. The destructive power of Wang Dong's light goddess butterfly was unexpectedly formidable, far beyond their anticipations. They were bewildered as to how Wang Dong, despite being obscured by the net, could still accurately pinpoint Huang Chutian's location. Huang Chutian roared, activating his first soul ring, causing his fists to swell to twice their size, gleaming with a brilliant metallic sheen as he charged toward Wang Dong's winged guillotine. Meanwhile, the Lan sisters' net surged from behind, attempting to ensnare him. When the winged guillotine struck Huang Chutian's iron fists, it unleashed a sound akin to metal colliding, and for the first time, Huang Chutian was the one forced to retreat, staggering back 5 or 6 steps. His fists were grievously wounded, each sustaining a deep gash. Huang Chutian was left in shock. His powerful great ape martial soul was renowned for its resilience and strength. Yet, it could not withstand Wang Dong's wings, not due to a lack of strength, but because of the terrifying sharpness inherent to those blades. Had he not retreated, his fist would have suffered critical damage. Having repelled Huang Chutian, Wang Dong's momentum surged. With both wings flapping in unison, he spun, wielding his winged guillotines like a top, shredding the approaching net to pieces, yet remaining unhindered. with Hui Yuhao's mental guidance. Xiao Xiao sensed Wang Dong's situation and chose to hold back her 3-life soul-settling cauldron after that initial strike. Huang Chutian, enraged, raised his hands high above his head, and his second soul ring finally illuminated. A rich yellow glow enveloped his body, expanding his arms, which swelled with explosive power. The yellow aura surged until it coalesced around his fists. Power hammer, he bellowed, launching a solid yellow orb from his fists, hurtling toward Wang Dong. The orb possessed a locking effect, and despite Wang Dong's attempts to evade 3 times, he could not escape its trajectory. As he prepared to block it with his winged guillotine, a smile unexpectedly crossed his face. He chose to abandon the block, disregarding the incoming power hammer, and instead, he dove downward, shredding the net while charging toward Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo. The 3-life soul-settling cauldron appeared silently behind Wang Dong, colliding with the power hammer. In the instant before their collision, a black aura emanated from the cauldron, unleashing a deafening roar in midair. Just a step away, my brothers. The recommendation votes are within reach. We must not only catch up but surpass them. Thank you. Please support with votes and collections. The power hammer collided with the black aura, significantly diminishing its potency before crashing into the 3-life soul-settling cauldron. Although it still managed to propel the cauldron away with its explosive force, Huang Chutian's attack was ultimately neutralized. Meanwhile, the Lan sisters found themselves facing Wang Dong's full-on assault. Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo clearly underestimated their opponent. Although Huang Chutian and Wang Dong were at a disadvantage, they had not been defeated. The sisters failed to remember that they were not alone. As Wang Dong charged toward them, their attempts to activate their second soul skill were too late, as it required a certain distance to unleash its full power. Exchanging resolute glances, the sisters' soul rings simultaneously vanished. They released their joined hands, embracing each other amid battle. Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback. What were they attempting to do? The next moment, the Lan sisters provided him with an answer. A surge of immense soul power erupted as they embraced, a deep blue halo enveloping their forms, obscuring them from view. Simultaneously, their long hair ascended, transforming into translucent blue strands. Though delicate, when the hair once again descended upon Wang Dong, the sensation was entirely transformed. Wang Dong's winged guillotine struck the net directly, but did not tear through it as before. Instead, he felt as though he had plunged into a net of remarkable elasticity and resilience. No matter how he struggled, the net tightened around him, and in that instant, Hui Yuhao's mental probing, shared connection vanished. Hui Yuhao did not cease his skill release. Rather, it was the overwhelming power of the soul skill faced by Wang Dong that obstructed Hui Yuhao's mental probing, rendering his abilities ineffective. After all, Hui Yuhao was merely a first-ring soul master. In the blink of an eye, Wang Dong found himself ensnared like a zongzi, surrounded by a cascade of glimmering blue strands. These strands did not relent. Instead, they swiftly advanced towards Xiao Xiao and Hui Yuhao. Is this a martial soul fusion technique? Xiao Xiao exclaimed. As the Sansheng Hunding surged into action, splitting into 3 and striking the vast net with formidable force. The martial soul fusion technique is a skill executed by soul masters whose martial souls are in perfect harmony, resulting in a power that far surpasses any soul skill of the same rank, existing on an entirely different plane. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, with only a select few soul masters capable of wielding them. In Huang Chutian's team, while he possessed the strongest individual power, the true trump card lay in the martial soul fusion technique of the Lan sisters. Throughout the previous assessments, they had remained reserved, even refraining from utilizing their fusion technique despite losing a match. However, with the first bout of the final 5 rounds upon them, they could no longer afford to lose. Just as Hui Yuhao's team was a top seed, Huang Chutian and the Lan sisters also bore the responsibility of vying for a spot in the top 3. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo embraced one another, initiating their martial soul fusion technique, the Heavenly Net. It was evident that even a second-ring Great Soul Master, let alone a third-ring Soul Venerable, could not escape the confines of the Heavenly Net alone. The 3 black cauldrons were instantly engulfed by the net, and with a fierce cry from Xiao Xiao, 3 resounding booms echoed within the net. At that moment, the Heavenly Net, which had previously blocked Huang Chutian's skill, was momentarily disrupted by Xiao Xiao's enhanced attack, the Ding Zhizhen. Unlike its previous singular activation, this time the Ding Zhizhen was unleashed by all 3 cauldrons, maximizing its potential. The essence of Xiao Xiao's Sansheng Hunding lay in its unparalleled defense when united, while its offensive might was unmatched when separated. Yet, the Heavenly Net was a martial soul fusion technique. Despite the formidable power of the Ding Xijin, it paled in comparison to the heavenly net. Just as the net surged once more towards Xiao Xiao, Hui Yuhao suddenly shouted, "Wang Dong." The approaching heavenly net seemed to hesitate at the sound of his voice, coming to an abrupt halt. Within the depths of the net, a brilliant blue-gold radiance flared to life. Hui Yuhao's mental probing had remained active, and although the net obscured the situation within, Xiao Xiao still felt the amplification from the mental sharing. As Hui Yuhao shouted, she was struck with astonishment as the originally expansive mental probing suddenly converged, transforming into a narrow beam that pierced towards the core of the heavenly net. Simultaneously, Hui Yuhao's soul power surged dramatically, infused with an enigmatic force she could not comprehend. In the next instant, she sensed something brush past the side of her head, leaving her momentarily dizzy. Subsequently, the all-encompassing heavenly net began to dissipate, retreating like receding tides. With a thud, Wang Dong fell to the ground, gasping for breath, evidently exhausted from the intense exertion. The Lan sisters, however, were even worse off, having collapsed into unconsciousness. Hui Yuhao's complexion was extremely pale, and he could no longer sustain the mental probing. Though he did not breathe as heavily as Wang Dong, his chest heaved with exertion. On the sidelines, Wang Yin stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. When the Lan sisters initiated their martial soul fusion technique, he had been filled with shock, believing Hui Yuhao's team was doomed. Yet, in a dramatic turn of events, they had managed to reverse their fortunes. What frustrated Wang Yin most was his inability to discern how Hui Yuhao's team had executed their counter, particularly Hui Yuhao, from his pale visage and previous shout. It was clear he had played a pivotal role. Yet, how he had managed to break the martial soul fusion technique remained a mystery to Wang Yin. The battle was far from over. Despite Huang Chutian's astonishment at the Lan sisters' collapse and the heavenly net's failure to secure victory, he quickly regained his composure and lunged towards Wang Dong, believing him to have shattered the fusion technique. Hui Yuhao, possessing nearly a decade's worth of soul rings, would not be a point of concern. Wang Dong was nearing exhaustion, and as Huang Chutian approached, he barely managed to flap his wings and retreat. "Xiao Xiao, it's up to you now," he called out. "Leave it to me," Xiao Xiao replied, and the Sanxingzhen Hunding reformed, seamlessly blocking Huang Chutian's path. Meanwhile, Hui Yuhao sat cross-legged on the ground, meditating to recover his mental strength. The recent exertion had been tremendous, but fortunately, he was no longer the novice he once was. His purple extreme magic eyes had undergone a significant transformation, preventing him from exhausting his mental energy entirely. However, the momentary output had left him dizzy, and he needed to recuperate before he could sustain both mental probing and sharing again. Could Hui Yuhao truly have shattered the martial soul fusion technique? That was, of course, impossible. He was merely a first-ring master. The million-year soul ring, while powerful, was beyond his current capabilities. The dissolution of the heavenly net was the result of various factors converging, with Hui Yuhao playing a crucial role. His shout to Wang Dong prompted him to instinctively unleash his second soul skill amidst the tightening net. While this skill could not break the fusion technique, it significantly drained the energy of the twin sisters. Then, Hui Yuhao launched his attack. Although the heavenly net had obscured his mental probing, he concentrated his probing in one direction, unleashing a powerful mental wave that pierced through the barriers and completed the probe, albeit in a singular direction. Upon locating the Lan sisters, he unleashed a soul impact amplified by the purple extreme magic eyes, which caused Xiao Xiao to experience the momentary dizziness when Hui Yuhao executed his all-out strike. In the end, Hui Yuhao's efforts bore fruit. The fusion technique of the Lan sisters' martial souls is undeniably powerful, yet it is not without its flaws. The most significant drawback lies in the fact that, given their current cultivation levels, activating this fusion technique is exceedingly strenuous, and it cannot be sustained for long. Under the comprehensive exhaustion inflicted by Wang Dong, Hui Yuhao's soul impact abruptly collided with their bodies, causing intense mental waves to shatter their skill, and the formidable backlash from the martial soul fusion technique rendered them unconscious. Nevertheless, the Lan sisters managed to incapacitate both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, demonstrating the tremendous strength of their martial soul fusion technique. Although Hui Yuhao appeared weak, he possessed a million-year soul ring. Huang Chutian unleashed a powerful blow with both fists against the Sanxingzhen Hunding, employing his first soul skill, the mighty Vajra fist. The collision between the black aura and his metallic fist sent the Sanxingzhen Hunding flying 3 meters away. Yet Huang Chutian remained rooted to the spot, his body trembling violently. The Ding shockwave had a pronounced disorienting effect, capable of not only inflicting damage but also stunning all enemies within a meter's radius. As Huang Chutian staggered, Xiao Xiao let out a cold snort. sweeping her arms to divide the Sanxing Jinhunding into three, encircling Huang Chutian in the center. The disorientation was brief, and Huang Chutian quickly regained his senses. This time, he refrained from immediate action, opting instead to pause and assess the situation before him. The Lan sisters were unconscious and devoid of combat capability, while their opponents, Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao, also appeared to lack fighting power, though they remained conscious and could potentially rejoin the fray at any moment. A swift resolution was imperative for any chance of victory in the assessment. With this in mind, Huang Chutian roared, stamping his feet forcefully before leaping into the air, his fists clasped above his head. His second soul ring illuminated brightly as he unleashed the hammer of strength once more. Xiao Xiao drew her hands inward, causing the three great ding transformed from the Sanxing Jinhunding to rise and collide inward. The power of the hammer of strength was extraordinary. She could not allow her opponent to launch an attack. However, Huang Chutian wore a cunning smile as he twisted in midair, altering his position just before the three ding converged, flipping upside down and releasing his clasped fists with all his might. Instantly, a sphere of yellow light shot forth, hurtling directly towards Xiao Xiao. Indeed, Huang Chutian had formulated an excellent strategy. For Xiao Xiao to counter his hammer of strength, the three ding needed to unite, allowing him ample time to close in. Regardless of whom he attacked among the three, they would find it exceedingly difficult to fend him off. Yet, in the instant before Huang Chutian struck, he suddenly felt as though his vision had blurred. The hammer of strength had been unleashed, but it had veered off course. The yellow sphere veered askew, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that shattered the partition used to delineate the assessment area. The other participants in the adjacent area, engaged in their own assessments, looked over in astonishment. At that moment, the outcome between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had been decided. The black light continued to swirl for over 3 seconds before Huang Chutian regained his ability to act. This was the second soul skill of Xiao Xiao's Sanxing Jinhunding martial soul, the Ding's displacement. The Ding's displacement targets a singular opponent, generating collision-based lethality while simultaneously launching them away and rendering them dazed. It can also be classified as a control skill. With her 2 skills, she rightfully claims the title of a control-type battle spirit master. Xiao Xiao, of course, could not have anticipated that her opponent's attack would go awry. She shifted from defense to offense due to the renewed support from Hui Yuhao. What she did not realize was that Hui Yuhao had simultaneously unleashed 3 skills in that fleeting moment, completely exhausting his soul power. Among these 3 techniques, the first one employed in battle was mental interference, a wide-ranging skill with comprehensive coverage. Compared to soul impact, the potency of mental interference may seem considerably weaker. Yet it is a ranged skill that operates subtly, often affecting the opponent without their awareness. Otherwise, how could Huang Chutian's clearly targeted hammer of strength have gone astray? Wang Yin declared, Hui Yuhao's team wins. As he spoke, he gently lowered the somewhat bewildered Huang Chutian and walked over to the Lan sisters, channeling his soul power to awaken them. Upon regaining consciousness, the Lan sisters were besieged by excruciating headaches, as though countless steel needles were piercing their skulls. The potency of Hui Yuhao's soul impact had intensified, affecting even the 6-ring Ma Xiaodao, let alone them. Coupled with the backlash from the martial soul fusion technique, it was evident that Huang Chutian's team had suffered significant losses. At the very least, Lan Susu and Lan Luolua would undoubtedly be unable to regain their combat capabilities today. Moreover, they still faced 4 more matches ahead. In contrast, Hui Yuhao's team was in a somewhat better situation. They had secured a victory. And neither Wang Dong nor Hui Yuhao had sustained injuries, merely expending soul power. They could at least rest during the next 2 matches. Yet in the upcoming assessments, Xiao Xiao would undoubtedly need to step up as the main force. Wang Dong supported the weakened Hui Yuhao to the sidelines, with Xiao Xiao following closely behind. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Captain, how did his attack go off course just now? Hui Yuhao smiled wryly. Let's not dwell on that for now. We need to meditate and restore our soul power. We've already exhausted ourselves significantly in the first match, and there are still 4 matches ahead. We can only hope that others have expended their power similarly. With that, he promptly settled into a meditative position. 6 teams participated in the assessment. And immediately after Hui Yuhao's team concluded their match, the second round commenced. The new student assessment had re-entered its latter phase, also the most critical moment for scoring. Each additional victory enhanced the chances of remaining in the competition. Thus, all teams were now fully committed. The previous clash between Hui Yuhao's team and Huang Chutian's team had left the other 4 teams in utter astonishment. None believed they possessed such strength, naturally opting to score against the other teams as much as possible. The first match had been a near-fatal confrontation, complicating the assessment for this group even further. Soon, all 3 matches of the first round concluded. Just as Hui Yuhao had hoped, the other 4 teams had also experienced considerable exhaustion. After all, they had not only expended energy today, but also endured 4 continuous matches the day before, leaving them far from their optimal state. As a seed team, Hui Yuhao's team was the first to take the stage once again in the second round. This time, their opponents were 3 students from the new student class 4. After both sides introduced themselves and took their positions, Hui Yuhao's team noticeably altered their formation. Xiao Xiao stood at the forefront, followed by Hui Yuhao, while Wang Dong, the assault-type battle spirit master, took the rear. Moreover, before Wang Yin could announce the start of the match, Wang Dong had already plopped down on the ground, commencing meditation right there on the battlefield. This was a task entrusted to him by Hui Yuhao, ensuring that he did everything possible to restore his previously expended soul power. Only with Wang Dong regaining peak condition could they hope for a flawless victory in the round-robin matches. Xiao Xiao, give it your all, Hui Yuhao murmured. Rest assured, Captain. We will succeed, Xiao Xiao replied confidently. With Wang Yan's declaration of the assessment's commencement, both sides unleashed their martial souls. Having observed the previous matches, Hui Yuhao's team was aware that their opponents were 3 agile assault-type spirit masters, focusing on speed. As Wang Yan's voice resonated, the trio of agile attack-type soul masters surged forth, simultaneously unleashing their martial spirits as they charged towards Xiao Xiao, splitting into 3 distinct paths. Wang Dong, seated in meditation, observed the unfolding scene. As the most formidable offensive soul master, he seemed devoid of combat power. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered. Despite having expended considerable energy earlier, they were now fully committed to the fray. Wang Yin stood at the periphery, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Hui Yuhao, determined not to miss a single detail. He was convinced that, without Wang Dong's assistance, Xiao Xiao alone could not possibly triumph over 3 adversaries. These were 3 agile attack-type soul masters, after all. He needed to discern how Hui Yuhao engaged the battle and how he released his soul skills. Hui Yuhao's eyes sparkled with a faint golden glow, albeit subtle, yet Wang Yin perceived it clearly. For soul masters, a change in eye color upon releasing their martial spirits was a commonplace phenomenon. Wang Yin also noted the fragile-looking white soul rings that appeared beneath Hui Yuhao's feet. Yet he remained unable to identify Hui Yuhao's martial spirit. At that moment, the trio of agile attack-type soul masters sprang into action. They approached from 3 distinct directions, their speeds varying slightly. 2 advanced towards the front, while 1 circled around, aiming for a surprise attack on Hui Yuhao from behind, demonstrating remarkable coordination. Xiao Xiao maintained her focus ahead, seemingly oblivious to their presence, raising her hands above her head in a gesture of invocation. In an instant, the 3 life soul calming cauldrons soared into the air, splitting into 3, each targeting one of the opponents. A stunning spectacle unfolded as Xiao Xiao, without even glancing, maneuvered the tripartite cauldron to block the path of the 3 agile attack-type soul masters. Each of the 3 was a pinnacle first-ring soul master, with soul power around level 19. With their full force unleashed, they moved with incredible speed, leaving them no time to alter their trajectory, resulting in a brutal collision with the 3 great cauldrons. They lacked the formidable strength possessed by Huang Chudian, who bore the martial spirit of the great strength divine ape. Upon impact with the 3 life soul calming cauldron, they were immediately disoriented. Yet, the most shocking events were yet to unfold. Chapter 20. The Fusion of Martial Spirits in the Bitter Winter, Part 1. Due to the swift and unexpected arrival of the 3 life soul settling cauldron, the 3 agile attack-type soul masters were unable to unleash their soul skills in time. Observers were already astounded by Xiao Xiao's ability to divide her focus among 3 tasks. It seemed implausible that she could also manage to control her tripartite martial spirit to execute skills at the opportune moment, especially considering the varying speeds of her adversaries. Yet, Xiao Xiao presented them with a breathtaking spectacle. 3 resounding booms echoed as the 3 cauldrons unleashed their force from distinct positions, all coinciding with the moment of collision with the agile attackers. Consequently, the 3 agile soul masters were not only repelled but also rendered unconscious in succession. Lacking the robust physique of a powerful attack-type soul master, their incapacitation lasted significantly longer than that of Huang Chutian earlier. The 3 life soul settling cauldrons pursued their bodies once more, striking with a series of resounding impacts. With a cacophony of sounds, the 3 figures were simultaneously sent flying out of the arena. As 3 dark lights converged above Xiao Xiao's head, they merged into one. vanishing quietly with the withdrawal of her martial spirit. The arena fell into a profound silence. Xiao Xiao's commanding victory was even more astonishing than the previous match, concluding in less than half a minute. With her singular prowess, she had confronted 3 agile opponents without allowing them to cross half the battlefield, achieving a comprehensive triumph. Wang Yan, having witnessed all previous assessments of Hui Yuhao's team, regarded Wang Dong as the strongest among the trio, while Hui Yuhao was the most enigmatic and composed. Although Xiao Xiao's martial spirit appeared commendable, it seemed to lean more toward a half-supportive, half-controlling role, placing her behind in Wang Yan's estimation. However, in that very moment, Xiao Xiao demonstrated her indispensable significance within the trio, showcasing her ability to maintain remarkable composure and accurately discern her enemy's attack trajectories to deliver decisive blows. It was hard to fathom how a mere 11-year-old girl could exhibit such poise in battle, executing fluid defensive maneuvers that even a 4-ring soul master might struggle to replicate. How did she achieve such mastery? Other teams, initially believing they could capitalize on Hui Yuhao's team's substantial energy expenditure in the first match, abandoned any such thoughts. 2 among the trio possessed the strength to single-handedly confront entire teams, truly formidable. However, the Huang Chutian team, matching Hui Yuhao's overall strength, was not as fortunate. Although the Lan sisters regained consciousness from their stupor, they suffered from excruciating headaches and severe soul power depletion, rendering them unable to participate in the match. Thus, Huang Chutian was left to compete alone. His soul power had already diminished significantly, compounded by injuries inflicted by Wang Dong's winged guillotine. In a 1 versus 3 scenario, all attention was directed solely at him. While Xiao Xiao had also faced 3 opponents, the looming presence of Hui Yuhao had undoubtedly diffused the opponent's focus. Consequently, Huang Chutian faced a tragic defeat in the second match after a brief struggle, resulting in his team's second loss. The remaining matches for Hui Yuhao's trio entered a favorable cycle. None wished to confront them head-on, opting instead to conserve strength for encounters with others. In the subsequent 3 matches, their victories came with remarkable ease. Particularly in the 4th match, with Wang Dong fully restored, he and Xiao Xiao stood resolutely before Hui Yuhao, compelling their opponents to concede after a mere symbolic resistance. Despite the Huang Chutian team's robust foundation, having lost 2 consecutive matches, the Lan sisters managed to recover somewhat and re-entered the fray. Huang Chutian showcased his fierce prowess, ultimately achieving consecutive victories against opponents who were already fatigued, culminating in a total of 7 wins out of 10 matches, securing a place among the top 64. As the round-robin phase concluded, Wang Yan could no longer contain his excitement. "Mr. Wang," Hui Yuhao approached him. Wang Yan nodded and smiled, saying, "Congratulations on achieving an undefeated record in the freshman assessment round-robin. I suspect that there are no more than 10 teams with such a remarkable performance. You are truly impressive. However, I have always been curious. Hui Yuhao, as the team leader, what is your martial spirit? Although I could not discern your contributions during the battles, I am convinced you are the core of this team. Am I mistaken?" Hui Yuhao paused, feeling somewhat shy as he replied, "Mr. Wang, you flatter me. Our success is primarily due to the formidable strength of Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. I am merely a supporting presence. As you observed, I possess only a 10-year soul ring." Wang Yan smiled gently. "You need not be so modest. If you lack sufficient strength, I find it hard to believe that talents like Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao would allow you to lead. Moreover, I have looked into your performance over the past 3 months at the academy. Do you know what the other students commonly call you?" Hui Yuhao shook his head in confusion. Wang Yan replied, "They refer to you as iron-willed Yuhao because of your indomitable spirit. Your talent may be modest, yet your diligence has rendered you a role model for the new students. However, I have refrained from inquiring about your martial spirit, as I wish to witness it firsthand to ascertain your abilities. Yet, the reality compels me to concede. I have failed to discern your martial spirit or the nature of your soul skills. Each match, I observed the brilliance of your white 10-year soul ring, yet I could not grasp the purpose of your soul skills. Might you enlighten me?" Hui Yuhao responded, "Mr. Wang, my martial spirit is the spirit eye, a mental attribute martial spirit. As for my soul skills, I would prefer to keep them confidential, for we still have assessments ahead." His martial spirit was not a significant secret within the academy. Many were aware of it. If Mr. Wang truly wished to uncover it, he could undoubtedly do so without any need for reticence. As for his soul skills, he was unwilling to disclose them. "Spirit eye? Your martial spirit is an eye?" Wang Yan's reaction exceeded Hui Yuhao's expectations. Upon hearing Hui Yuhao's explanation, he nearly leaped with excitement, gazing at Hui Yuhao with fervent enthusiasm. Hui Yuhao was taken aback. Mr. Wang, what is the matter? Hui Yuhao nodded affirmatively. Yes. Wang Yin inhaled deeply, his expression tense as he pressed. Are you affiliated with the body sect? Hui Yuhao, perplexed, shook his head. Body sect? Mr. Wang, I have not heard of it. A surge of joy illuminated Wang Yin's eyes as he released Hui Yuhao's hands, exclaiming, this is splendid news. I never anticipated that Shrek Academy would gain such an incredible asset. It makes sense now why you possess a single 10-year soul ring yet exhibit such immense potential. It turns out you have a body martial spirit. What a pity, had you arrived at the academy earlier. I would have insisted on helping you acquire a peak first soul ring. Observing Wang Yan's somewhat eccentric demeanor, Hui Yuhao exchanged glances with Wang Dong and Xiao Xiao. They had previously encountered the unreasonable Ma Xiaodao, the evil fire phoenix. This Mr. Wang had been quite normal just days ago. What had caused this sudden change? It reminded Hui Yuhao of his teacher, Xiaoya, and his senior brother's remarks. While there were few monstrous students left in Shrek Academy, many extraordinary teachers remained. Watching him depart, Xiao Xiao could not help but murmur, could this teacher Wang possibly be unwell? Hui Yuhao frowned and replied, do not speak of our teacher in such a manner. Wang Dong approached Hui Yuhao and remarked, he must have lost his composure due to your innate martial soul. I recall hearing at home that individuals possessing an innate martial soul are exceedingly rare, yet I have never heard of any innate sect. Hui Yuhao shook his head and smiled. Never mind, I suspect teacher Wang will seek me out again in the future. Given our remarkable victory, shouldn't we celebrate? Allow me to treat you to a delightful meal at the cafeteria. Xiao Xiao, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, the cafeteria will not suffice, class leader. I have yet to taste your grilled fish. Today, you must fulfill this small wish of mine. What is it, Wang Dong? What are you pondering? Hui Yuhao inquired. Observing him seated on the bed, Wang Dong contemplated, Yuhao, I am reflecting on the process of our first match today. No matter how I think about it, something feels amiss. My Millennium Spirit Ring ability might be powerful, but they were utilizing a martial soul fusion technique. At that moment, I sensed you consolidating your mental detection and probing into the essence of their soul abilities, yet you did not share that information with me. What exactly did you do? As he spoke, he raised his head, his gaze intensely fixed upon Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao's heart raced. He understood that deceiving Wang Dong would be rather challenging. Unlike teacher Wang Yin, the two had shared a dormitory and trained together for an extended period, thus Wang Dong was quite familiar with him. Fabricating a lie might allow him to evade suspicion, but it would surely sow seeds of doubt in Wang Dong's heart. Speaking the truth was out of the question. As the existence of a million-year soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm, was far too astounding, it would have an unimaginable impact on anyone. Revealing the reality to Wang Dong might only cause him harm. Yet, what alternative was there to withholding the truth? Suddenly, the phrase innate martial soul flashed through Hui Yuhao's mind, causing his eyes to brighten as a plan formulated in his mind. Wang Dong. Hui Yuhao raised his head once more, his expression now tinged with gravity. Wang Dong had never seen Hui Yuhao like this before, and his eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that you possess some hidden ace? Hui Yuhao met his gaze, momentarily taken aback by Wang Dong's strikingly beautiful eyes, long lashes arched upwards. Deep black orbs revealing only a hint of the whites, their curious glimmer making them appear almost as if they could speak. Hui Yuhao inwardly marveled. No wonder the girls were so enchanted by him. He was indeed quite handsome. It cannot precisely be termed an ace, rather. It is a secret pertaining to my innate martial soul. I only recently discovered it, Hui Yuhao whispered. Wang Dong gasped. The secret of the innate martial soul? His eyes widened. Are you suggesting that your martial soul, influenced by the purple extreme magic eye, can directly unleash a mental attack akin to a soul ability? Hui Yuhao raised a finger to his lips. Keep your voice down. Isn't it obvious that I wish to keep this a secret? This is my greatest secret, and I have just divulged it to you. In a certain sense, Hui Yuhao could not be considered a liar, for what he said was not entirely untrue. The existence of a million-year soul beast was shockingly remarkable. By attributing his soul impact skill to an appropriate source, Hui Yuhao felt a sense of relief. He understood that as he continued his studies at Shrek Academy, various assessments awaited him, and it would be impossible to conceal his soul impact ability. Therefore, he would eventually need to devise a rationale, and what he had just conveyed to Wang Dong felt exceedingly fitting. Wang Dong stared at Hui Yuhao in astonishment. Realizing that his innate martial soul was indeed formidable, capable of self-evolving abilities. Hui Yuhao scratched his head and said, isn't that just par for the course? Your light goddess butterfly possesses inherent flight capabilities, which also enhance with your cultivation. Such innate abilities should be considered the essence of one's martial soul. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dong countered, "No, it is not the same. While my light goddess butterfly's flight ability is indeed a martial soul instinct, your mental impact is different. It evolved only after interacting with the purple extreme magic eye. This implies that your spiritual eyes, as an innate martial soul, possess a certain evolutionary potential that my light goddess butterfly cannot compare to. Perhaps in the future, it may evolve further." Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly. "It cannot be classified as a skill. More accurately, it enhances my mental strength, and when I release that mental strength with the assistance of the purple extreme magic eye, it manifests in practical applications." Wang Dong nodded. "Now I understand. It is akin to purifying or compressing soul power for offense and defense. However, your mental power is formless and intangible, making it more challenging to detect its usage. I did not anticipate such a clever application." With a hint of confusion dissipating, Wang Dong's beautiful eyes reflected a sense of relief, yet his spirits quickly soared again. "Yuhao, that twin martial soul fusion technique is indeed formidable. If we were both at 3 rings, we would undoubtedly have lost today. Although martial soul fusion techniques are not enduring, their power is immense and explosive. They are considered among the pinnacle skills of soul masters. As their soul power grows stronger and they can sustain the martial soul fusion technique longer, it will be increasingly difficult for anyone of the same level to contend with them. If only we could possess such a skill." Hui Yuhao laughed. "Stop dreaming. Such fortune does not come easily. I recall our teacher mentioning that martial soul fusion techniques require a high degree of compatibility between both martial souls to manifest. The chances are exceedingly slim. When 2 martial souls resonate with each other, they can sense this compatibility. We've lived together for 3 months. Have you ever felt a sense of compatibility with me?" "I certainly have not." To his surprise, Wang Dong lowered his head, seemingly deep in thought, his cheeks slightly flushed. "What is it?" Hui Yuhao asked, puzzled. Wang Dong seemed to have made a resolution, raising his head to fix Hui Yuhao with a peculiar gaze. He earnestly stated, "Since you have revealed the mystery of your innate martial soul, it would be ungracious of me to keep mine hidden. In truth, I have always concealed my abilities, as well as my aura." Now it was Hui Yuhao's turn to be astonished. Wang Dong's prowess was apparent. The strength of the light goddess butterfly had been fully displayed during the freshman assessment. In 10 matches, Wang Dong had utilized his second soul skill only once, and no one had even witnessed its nature. Now he claimed to possess hidden strength. This revelation left Hui Yuhao astounded. Wang Dong continued, "Although you cannot perceive my aura, when I first experienced your mental detection assistance, I felt a profound closeness to your energy. The reason my aura remains concealed is due to the restraint of another force within me. Only through physical contact can you truly perceive my presence. Would you like to try? Physical contact? How do we do that?" Hui Yuhao asked, bewildered. Wang Dong was momentarily speechless. "You fool, we can just embrace." Hui Yuhao chuckled. "Is that all? You could have just said so. Do we need to remove our clothes?" "Absolutely not," Wang Dong exclaimed, startled. Hui Yuhao chuckled, "Then come here." As he spoke, he casually opened his arms to embrace Wang Dong. However, Wang Dong appeared somewhat dazed. As Hui Yuhao drew closer, he felt anything but casual, his body instinctively tensing up, entering a peculiar state of rigidity. Hui Yuhao naturally enveloped Wang Dong in an embrace, believing that such a gesture was quite normal among friends. Yet, upon truly holding Wang Dong, the sensation transformed. He had assumed that, as fellow soul masters who diligently trained their physical abilities and soul power, Wang Dong's physique would be as robust as his own. However, the reality was starkly different. Wang Dong's body, although resilient, was remarkably supple, exuding an almost boneless softness. Additionally, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted from him. With their heights being comparable, as Hui Yuhao clasped Wang Dong, his face nestled against Wang Dong's neck. The smoothness of his skin sent a subtle shiver through him. Hui Yuhao longed to express his astonishment, yet felt it inappropriate. At his age, his understanding of certain matters was still rather limited, and he did not dwell on it too much. He merely found the embrace far more comfortable than he had anticipated. "How does it feel?" Wang Dong murmured almost hesitantly. He did not reciprocate the embrace but allowed Hui Yuhao to hold him. His perception differed. Hui Yuhao's physique was solid, radiating a strong masculine energy imbued with a hint of youthful sweat. This experience rendered Wang Dong's beautiful face flushed, momentarily stunned. Wang Dong's expression swiftly morphed into one of anger. "Idiot, I wanted you to feel comfortable. I meant for you to sense my martial soul's aura. Hiki, hugs are healthier. I will keep my lips sealed and refrain from any spoilers. Please, a vote of recommendation and a collection would be appreciated. I almost forgot. Let's hold on a little longer. I'll give it a try. Hui Yuhao felt a bit embarrassed, but instinctively tightened his embrace. Wang Dong involuntarily let out a soft hum at the pressure, wanting to push him away but ultimately refraining, his hands awkwardly gripping the sides of Hui Yuhao's waist. His lips pressed tightly together, appearing as if he bore a significant grievance. Hui Yuhao gradually gathered his soul power while earnestly absorbing the aura emanating from Wang Dong. However, once he held Wang Dong closely, his first impression was that the fragrance intensified, and Wang Dong's body seemed somewhat tense, yet still remarkably pliable. Gradually, Hui Yuhao began to perceive the fluctuations of Wang Dong's aura. It was a rich and warm light aura that stimulated the soul power within him to flow slowly, imparting a delightful sensation. To his astonishment, amidst this luminous aura, he sensed a deeper, more vibrant life force emerging. Following this, a weighty and stable energy manifested. Wang Dong's aura transformed 3 times, each shift enhancing Hui Yuhao's sense of familiarity. When he sensed the final change within Wang Dong, his soul power began to operate autonomously along the trajectory of his cultivation method. What is this? Hui Yuhao's eyes widened in astonishment, and Wang Dong mirrored his surprise. As Hui Yuhao embraced him, a faint golden aura gradually emerged around Wang Dong, which then shifted to a bluish golden hue before finally becoming a dark golden color. The colors shifted in unison with the peculiar fluctuations Hui Yuhao perceived. Wang Dong, possessing more experience than Hui Yuhao, observed attentively. He noticed that a radiance began to emanate from Hui Yuhao as well, initially a gentle white aura, soft and substantial, with a quality reminiscent of the vastness of the ocean. When their auras intertwined, Wang Dong felt an indescribable comfort, as if Hui Yuhao's essence harmonized perfectly with his own. Soon after, Hui Yuhao's aura began to evolve, the once gentle and substantial energy gradually turning colder. A faint chill emanating from him, yet imbued with an endless vitality, merging seamlessly with the life energy radiating from Wang Dong. Although one was a manifestation of nature's life force, and the other an ancient, icy essence, the prolonged life fluctuations allowed their auras to unite further. Ultimately, as the colors surrounding Wang Dong transitioned to dark golden, Hui Yuhao's aura shifted from icy blue to a subtle gray. This gray was faint but heavy, and Wang Dong was astounded to realize it surpassed the depth of his dark golden hue. Indeed, Hui Yuhao's energy had undergone 3 transformations, each perfectly aligning with Wang Dong's aura. Wang Dong's hands, which had been gripping Hui Yuhao's garment, gradually rose, embracing him in return. In that moment, both of them found their minds devoid of distractions, entirely immersed in the exquisite sensations of their mutual energy transformations. The 3 distinct auras continued to fluctuate, and their soul power began to circulate gradually, with the pace of their energy exchange quickening over time. Various colored auras swirled around their bodies, faint yet perceptible only to them. Neither was aware of the implications of this state, yet they instinctively held onto each other, quietly savoring the extraordinary and increasingly pleasant sensations. Gradually, they both felt as though the other's body had melded into their own, an exquisite sensation that transcended comprehension. Their souls seemed to ascend in unison. At that moment, a cool breeze rippled through Hui Yuhao's spiritual sea, and a familiar voice echoed. What luck? Could it be? The sudden voice startled Hui Yuhao, pulling him from the wondrous sensation, and he instinctively loosened his grip. The voice urged, quick, hold on tight, you fool. Hui Yuhao tightened his embrace, trusting the voice utterly. He recognized it belonged to the heavenly dream-eye silkworm. Indeed, after months of slumber, it had awakened due to the embrace shared by Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. Yet, it soon fell silent, only to resound again moments later within Hui Yuhao's mind. From now on, follow my lead. I never expected you to find someone whose aura resonates perfectly with yours. This is truly beyond comprehension, nearly impossible. Yet, you have achieved it. This presents an exceptional opportunity for you. Grasp it firmly. It will illuminate your future boundlessly. Hui Yuhao instinctively thought, heavenly dream brother. What has transpired between Wang Dong and me? What does it mean to have a perfectly resonant aura? The heavenly dream-eye silkworm replied, simply put, your current relationship mirrors that of a human couple. One embodies yin and the other yang. 2 completely identical auras, each representing yin and yang, when combined, form a complete harmonious entity, destined to unleash tremendous power. It seems that soul masters refer to this phenomenon as martial soul fusion. In essence, your martial soul harmonizes perfectly with that of this young man you're embracing. Moreover, the fusion of martial souls can occur in varying proportions. Generally, a compatibility of at least 50% is required to achieve fusion. Yet, Your fusion is astonishingly at 100%. What astonishes me even further is that you are engaging in a tri-soul fusion, which transcends mere miracle and borders on the extraordinary. Tri-soul fusion? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in bewilderment. How can that be possible? Wang Dong possesses only one martial soul, known as the goddess of light butterfly. I too have merely two martial souls. And the nature of my second soul remains undecided. Hui Yuhao, in shock, remarked. So, does this imply that Wang Dong is also a tri-soul martial artist? Did you guess it? What can you deduce? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments. Let your imagination run wild. Wishing everyone a delightful weekend. Chapter 21. The Fusion of Three Life Martial Souls. Part 1. The dream-iced silkworm spoke softly. Fool. Of course, you should consider that even with twin martial souls, it is impossible for one to withstand the pressure of a 1,000-year spirit ring at the 20th level, as humans refer to it. It is precisely because he possesses three martial souls, each enhancing his physique, that he can bear a 1,000-year spirit ring at the 20th level. Holding on to this fellow. You might describe him in human terms as a rare genius, one in a million. Hui Yuhao never anticipated that Wang Dong possessed three life martial souls. No wonder he had declared that in a one-on-one situation, Xiao Xiao would be no match for him. No wonder he exuded such unwavering confidence. Despite being at merely the second ring, he had never shown admiration towards anyone. It was astonishing to discover the extent of his prodigious talent. Foolish boy, what is there to be surprised about? In a certain sense, you are also a three-life martial soul. Furthermore, do not forget that your first spirit ring is an unprecedented million-year spirit ring. I can assure you that there is not another million-year spirit beast in the entire Doluo continent. Thus, while he may be an extraordinary genius, you are truly one of a kind. Have a bit of confidence in yourself. Just like now, with this unparalleled wisdom spirit ring, you should take the initiative during the martial soul fusion. Relax your body and leave everything to me. As he spoke, a refreshing aura swiftly spread from Hui Yuhao's head throughout his entire being. Within that coolness, his perception of the surroundings heightened significantly. It was as though he was employing mental detection. Everything in the room appeared three-dimensional, with various colors shifting. Hui Yuhao finally observed the changes in Wang Dong's colors. Gold, blue gold, and dark gold flickered in succession. In contrast, his own colors were white, ice blue, and gray, constantly changing. As the dream-iced silkworm had indicated, the compatibility of their martial souls was astoundingly high. Whenever Hui Yuhao's color shifted to white, Wang Dong's transformed to gold. Ice blue matched with blue gold, and gray with dark gold. The three pairs of colors harmonized beautifully. However, when the dream-iced silkworm began to act, Hui Yuhao's eyes subtly morphed into a pale ice blue. Differing from the previous instance when it had helped him resist Ma Xiaodao's terrifying phoenix flames. This time, the dream-iced silkworm merely infused a trace of power into Hui Yuhao's sea of spirit without directly controlling his body, instead guiding the changes in his aura. Gradually, Hui Yuhao's aura began to strengthen imperceptibly. In this completely involuntary process of martial soul fusion, a change in one party's aura inevitably prompted a corresponding change in the other. Consequently, Wang Dong's aura also surged. At that moment, a powerful mental fluctuation emanated from Hui Yuhao, causing both him and Wang Dong to tremble and nearly lose consciousness simultaneously. Their bodies collapsed onto Wang Dong's bed, which was adorned with a fur blanket. The dream-iced silkworm chuckled mischievously. Now, let us see what unfolds. There is a hierarchy in martial soul fusion. One must seize the initiative and gain some advantage. Oh, this lad, named Wang Dong is. Since that is the case, I shall take a little less advantage. Delicate ice blue threads began to waft from Hui Yuhao's fingertips, swiftly enveloping both him and Wang Dong. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these threads were entirely composed of spirit power and certainly not Hui Yuhao's own. Given his cultivation level, he was far from capable of materializing spirit power. Gradually, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, now intertwined, transformed into a colossal cocoon, the dream-iced silkworm. Being a silkworm, naturally possessed the innate ability to spin cocoons. The two individuals' auras were entirely concentrated within that ice blue cocoon, continuously swirling and shifting within each other. The dormitory fell silent once more, with only the ice blue cocoon shimmering with an unusual luster. Outside the cocoon, no spirit power fluctuations could be detected. While the two within drifted into a deep, tranquil slumber. Time passed slowly. This was the only day Hui Yuhao did not sell grilled fish. The disappointment of missing out on grilled fish was not theirs alone. Jiang Nan had also arrived early to queue, only to leave empty-handed in the end. Yet, None were aware of the significance this day held for Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong. After 3 months as classmates, their relationship underwent a substantial transformation on this day. At Sea God Lake, on the island at its center, stood teacher Wang Yin, who had recently been conducting the freshman assessment. His expression was unusually respectful. Not far in front of him sat a disheveled elder, whose appearance was rather unkempt. His once white robes had faded to a dull brown, frayed in several places, and his hair was a disarray. His bare feet were submerged in the cool waters of Sea God Lake, and in his right hand, he held a large gourd. The gourd, a deep purple red, was of an unknown material. He occasionally lifted it to take a swig, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol. In his other hand, he clutched a roasted chicken, indulging in the greasy feast with carefree delight. Xian Lao, it is just like this. Although these students are still young and new, they are indeed noteworthy. The scruffy elder, known as Xian Lao, swallowed a mouthful of chicken and turned to glance at Wang Yin. Surprisingly, while he appeared aged in every aspect, his eyes were exceptionally bright, with a striking crimson hue that was both captivating and alarming. However, his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused, as if he were not truly listening to Wang Yin's words. Body martial soul, quite intriguing, Xian Lao murmured, his voice hoarse and aged. Wang Yin inquired, Xian Lao, does hair count as a body martial soul? Xian Lao replied while munching, it's somewhat related. Wang Yin continued, if that's the case, then sisters Lan Susu and Lan Luoluo should merit your attention. These 2 young ladies are capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques. If they can relate to body martial souls, their future potential should be substantial. Xian Lao shook his head, saying, hair? That won't do. You claim to study theory, yet your understanding of body martial souls is so lacking? Wang Yin smiled wryly. There truly are no subjects to study. Information regarding body martial souls is exceedingly scarce. The body sect has remained reclusive. Xian Lao chuckled, standing up, his damp feet pressing on the grass, appearing relaxed and comfortable. Allow me to impart a lesson. The strength of a body martial soul can be discerned from its importance to the body. The more crucial the part of the body that serves as the martial soul, the better the body martial soul. Hence, what truly captivates me is that boy with the spirit eyes. If he loses his hair, it can grow back. But if he loses his eyes? Furthermore, his attribute is mental. This implies that his martial soul fundamentally consists of his eyes and brain. You are fortunate to have encountered the pinnacle of body martial souls in your lifetime. However, I believe his body martial soul has yet to be fully awakened. Otherwise, how could he have fallen to utilizing a 10-year spirit ring? Inform Xiao Ning that I will observe the freshman assessment ranking competition. Have him reserve a spot for me. Understood. As night descended, an ethereal, cerulean luminescence persisted within the confines of Wang Dong and Hui Yuhao's dormitory. The twilight hours gradually deepened into the obscurity of night, with time elapsing imperceptibly. Simultaneously, an extraordinary transformation was subtly manifesting within Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong's very essence. The chromatic auras enveloping them intertwined and coalesced with increasing intensity. Their spiritual energies even began to permeate each other's corporeal forms, initiating an extraordinary cyclical exchange, tracing distinct pathways with each shift in the chromatic spectrum. The night passed uneventfully, and dawn gradually broke. The cerulean cocoon encompassing them gradually dissipated, revealing the scene within. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong remained locked in a tender embrace. The shifting auras that had enveloped them now extinguished. Their faces were intimately close, their breaths mingling in the air. Both were deeply immersed in slumber. This marked the first instance since Hui Yuhao's arrival at Shrek Academy that he had foregone his customary early morning cultivation and breakfast. Soon, the sounds of activity emanating from outside their dormitory indicated that the other students were stirring and preparing for the day. The growing commotion gradually impinged upon the slumber of the 2 occupants. Wang Dong stirred first, emitting a soft, languid moan tinged with a delicate tenderness. As his eyes fluttered open, he found himself mere inches from Hui Yuhao's face. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Then, as he shifted his body, he realized that Hui Yuhao was holding him tightly, their chests and abdomens pressed intimately together. A comforting warmth emanated from Hui Yuhao's body. Wang Dong felt as though he had slept for an extended duration, an unprecedented sensation. A peculiar feeling stirred within him, accompanied by an unexpected sense of unease. Hui Yuhao finally roused from his slumber, his gaze meeting Wang Dong's. The proximity between them was striking. Only Wang Dong's deliberate backward tilt prevented their noses from touching. Nonetheless, with each blink, Hui Yuhao felt the delicate caress of Wang Dong's long eyelashes against his face. Why are you so close? Hui Yuhao blurted out instinctively, his breath warm against Wang Dong's face. Upon awakening, Hui Yuhao had reflexively released his embrace. Now, with his long legs creating a barrier between them, he was fully alert. However, Wang Dong's subsequent actions served to further jolt him awake. Within the dormitory, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong possessed single beds. Wang Dong forcefully extended his legs, abruptly propelling Hui Yuhao off the bed. He landed on the floor with a resounding thud. Ouch! Wang Dong, what are you doing? Hui Yuhao exclaimed. Caught off guard and in considerable pain, his face was contorted with indignation. Wang Dong, slightly out of breath, sat up in bed and smoothed his disheveled attire. Why do you ask? What were you doing in my bed last night? He retorted. Hui Yuhao then realized that he had indeed been ejected from Wang Dong's bed. He fell silent, inwardly lamenting. Oh, brother Tianming, you've doomed me. Don't you know how fastidious he is? How could you let me fall asleep? Despite his inner turmoil, he countered defensively. It's not my fault, is it? Look, you fell asleep too, didn't you? Wang Dong scoffed, about to retort when a piercing bell shattered the silence, startling them both. Oh no, class. We're late. Let's go. Hui Yuhao leaped to his feet, grabbing Wang Dong's hand and dashing out. Wang Dong, too, recognized the urgency of the situation. He abandoned his anger towards Hui Yuhao and followed him. They rushed towards the teaching building, forgoing breakfast and even their morning ablutions. They were well aware of Zhou Yi's temperament. Tardiness in her class was tantamount to courting disaster. Their disheveled appearance was undeniable. Wang Dong had at least managed to straighten his clothing after kicking Hui Yuhao to the floor, but Hui Yuhao was in far worse shape. His school uniform was half tucked into his trousers, his hair was unkempt, and two of his shirt buttons were undone, revealing a glimpse of his bronzed chest. His clothes billowed as he ran. However, they were oblivious to their appearance, focused solely on reaching the classroom and appeasing Zhou Yi's wrath. They were already running late. Within a minute, they arrived at the entrance to the first-year classroom. Reporting, Hui Yuhao announced, his voice resonant. Reporting, Wang Dong echoed, his voice softer and somewhat feeble. He surreptitiously glanced at Hui Yuhao, his expression complex. He then raised his hand and pinched Hui Yuhao's lower back with considerable force. The other students were already present. Zhou Yi's gaze flickered with amusement as she observed Hui Yuhao's unkempt state, but Hui Yuhao, preoccupied with the sharp pain in his lower back, failed to notice. Xiao Xiao, who had arrived earlier, widened her eyes at their disheveled appearance. She mouthed a silent question. Heavens, what were you two up to last night? All eyes were fixed upon the two figures, particularly the disheveled class monitor. Zhou Yi inquired in her customary frigid tone. My esteemed class monitor, enlighten me. What is the meaning of this spectacle? Apologies, Teacher Zhou. We overslept, Hui Yuhao admitted sheepishly. He knew that the only course of action was to confess and accept whatever punishment Zhou Yi deemed appropriate. Who overslept whom? How does one even oversleep? Zhou Yi quipped, displaying a rare moment of levity. Hui Yuhao was taken aback, while Wang Dong, standing beside him, flushed crimson. The insinuation had struck a nerve. The class remained silent for a fleeting 3 seconds before erupting into raucous laughter. Wang Dong lowered his head, wishing he could vanish into the floor. He was mortified. Only then did he fully register Hui Yuhao's disheveled appearance, and he inwardly seethed, wishing he could strike him down for causing such embarrassment. Zhou Yi even smiled, although her aged countenance rendered her smile more unsettling than comforting. Nonetheless, Hui Yuhao was certain that she was indeed smiling. Zhou Yi raised her hand, asserting her authority and silencing the laughter. However, the students' mirthful expressions remained undeterred. Huh? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both looked up, their expressions conveying disbelief. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed. What? Did oversleeping impair your comprehension of the common tongue? Fortunately, they were in the first-year class, where the students, being only 11 or 12 years old, simply found the notion of oversleeping amusing without delving into its deeper implications. Had they been in an upper-year class at the outer academy, the presence of a few female students with a penchant for romanticizing male relationships might have led to a far more boisterous reaction. At her words, the students straightened up, recognizing the importance of the moment. Not every group possessed the same confidence as Hui Yuhao's in passing the assessment. Zhou Yi's aged face once again displayed that unnerving smile. I must commend you for your diligence and for bringing honor to our class. All 22 groups from our class have successfully passed the new student assessment. I am immensely gratified. The entire class, one of the newcomers, erupted in a jubilant frenzy, cheers resonating in every corner of the room. This time, Zhou Yi did not intervene. Instead, she merely smiled as she observed the children reveling in their joy. They indeed had ample reason to celebrate. Last night, All the assessment instructors and the homeroom teachers of the 10 freshman classes convened to finalize the results. Almost all the evaluators remarked that the students of Class 1 exhibited greater tenacity compared to their peers, showcasing remarkable willpower and fighting spirit throughout the intense assessment competitions. They had performed the most remarkable turnarounds among all classes. Notably, the students of Class 1 had nearly secured victory in all closely matched contests. Since Shou-yi became a teacher at Shrek Academy, this marked her first public commendation from the institution. Initially, Class 1 had the fewest participants among the newcomers. However, after the round-robin matches, half of those who participated in the assessments were eliminated, resulting in Class 1 now boasting the highest number of students among the 10 classes. Regardless of Zhou Yi's strict demeanor, her spirits were high today, which was a significant reason why Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were spared despite their tardiness. All right, quiet down. After allowing the students to cheer for a considerable time, Zhou Yi gestured for them to regain their composure. Passing the assessment ensures your place in the academy. At least until the end of your first year, you will not be easily eliminated. But remember, this is merely the first year. Should you exert less effort in the future, I fear I may not see your faces in the second year. Furthermore, merely passing the newcomer assessment is nothing to celebrate. As among your 20 groups, 14 have yet to conclude their evaluations. You have only secured a place in the top 64. The upcoming elimination matches are where you must truly prove your excellence. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong both lifted their heads, surprise evident in their eyes. All 22 participants from Class 1 had passed the assessment, and astonishingly, 14 groups had made it into the top 64, meaning their class represented over 1/5 of that group, roughly double that of other classes. Such an achievement was undeniably commendable. Zhou Yi continued. In this round of the newcomer assessment, 6 groups attained a flawless victory, but only one of those is from our class. I had intended to reward them with a class prize, but unfortunately, they were late to class today. Thus, no rewards will be given, nor will there be punishments. Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong once again became the center of attention in the class, their expressions filled with dismay as they exchanged glances. This brief connection left them momentarily stunned, as they distinctly felt their soul powers subtly fluctuate, an indescribable sense of intimacy blossoming between them, even evoking a desire to embrace one another once more. At that moment, they both recalled the events that led to their embrace and subsequent shared slumber on Wang Dong's bed the previous night. Wang Dong murmured, "Could it be that we succeeded?" Hui Yuhao's conviction far surpassed his uncertainty, bolstered by his communication with the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. However, he refrained from expressing his certainty too overly, though his eyes betrayed a glimmer of eagerness. They both nodded in agreement, a profound, unspoken understanding enveloping them, as if they could anticipate each other's next actions, akin to the instinctive bond of twins. This sensation was both enchanting and peculiar. A sudden loud noise jolted Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong from their reverie. They looked up simultaneously, only to find Zhou Yi's face contorted in anger. Caught daydreaming in class, they thought. You too, go run laps outside, wear iron suits, and don't stop until the class bell rings. Zhou Yi's gaze was stern as she observed their dejected departure. Remember, regardless of how great your achievements may be, you must maintain a humble and cautious heart. Arrogance not only leads to regression, but could also cost you your lives. The elimination matches begin tomorrow, and I will briefly outline what you must pay attention to. Unfortunately, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were destined not to hear Zhou Yi's instructions. Fortunately, Xiao Xiao remained, and though Zhou Yi did not explicitly state it, it was implied that she expected Xiao Xiao to relay the information to them. This is all your fault. As soon as they exited the teaching building, Wang Dong erupted in anger, directing his ire towards Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao, feeling unjustly accused, retorted, "How can this be my fault? You were the one who insisted that I hug you yesterday. What did you say?" Wang Dong's eyes glinted with fury as he glared at Hui Yuhao. We're a team. We need to stick together," Hui Yuhao earnestly replied, eyeing Wang Dong's clenched fists. "Stick together, my foot. You got me punished. What do you have to say for that? And also, you slept on my bed last night. What are we going to do about that?" Wang Dong's face was filled with resentment. Hui Yuhao patted his shoulder and pulled him closer, saying, "Come on, we're all brothers. Is it worth quibbling over such trivial matters? We should focus on completing Teacher Zhou's task to prevent her from getting any angrier." At Hui Yuhao's embrace, Wang Dong was momentarily taken aback, and Hui Yuhao's voice gradually diminished. As he concluded his statement, both of their movements halted, and instinctively, they glanced at their hands. Perplexed, how could this be happening? They exclaimed in unison. "Wait, let us try again." Wang Dong's hand felt unusually soft and smooth, offering a pleasant grip. Yet, Hui Yuhao was too preoccupied to fully appreciate the sensation. The instant their hands clasped, Hui Yuhao's Xiantian Gong's soul powers surged forth, rapidly flowing from his right hand into Wang Dong's left, while his left hand seemed to possess a force that drew Wang Dong's soul power into his own body. Their soul powers began to circulate swiftly, at least doubling the pace compared to Hui Yuhao's previous training. Wang Dong, a prodigy among prodigies, immediately recognized the phenomenon and attempted to control it, channeling his soul power inward. As he spoke, he withdrew his left hand from Hui Yuhao's grasp, resulting in only his soul power flowing into Hui Yuhao. In an instant, Hui Yuhao felt his soul power surging at an astonishing rate, an unprecedented sense of strength flooding his body, thanks to the transformation from the Xian Shui Dan and the enhancement from Xiantian Gong. His capacity had already reached the pinnacle for someone his age. Although a significant amount of soul power was being infused, he did not feel overwhelmed. Unbeknownst to them, an unspoken understanding had emerged between them. Hui Yuhao immediately deployed his mental sharing, enveloping Wang Dong within it. Wang Dong closed his eyes to better appreciate this extraordinary experience, and soon realized that the range of Hui Yuhao's mental sharing was expanding at an astonishing rate. Originally, Hui Yuhao's mental sharing exceeded a diameter of 60 meters, with linear detection capable of reaching around 100 meters. Yet, supported by Wang Dong's soul power infusion, the range of his mental sharing swiftly extended beyond 100 meters in diameter. The two stared at each other in astonishment, Hui Yuhao's voice trembling as he inquired, "Wang Dong, have you ever heard of soul masters who can temporarily infuse their soul power into one another to execute a martial soul fusion technique?" Wang Dong shook his head in bewilderment, murmuring, "How could this be happening? Could it be that our attempt yesterday was truly successful?" Hui Yuhao exclaimed eagerly, "Shall we find a place to test it?" At that moment, a furious roar emanated from the window of a nearby classroom. "Aren't you two going to hurry up and put on your iron suits and run? What are you doing there, holding hands and flirting?" Chapter 22. The Power of Winter, Part 1. Why aren't you two hurriedly donning your armor and running instead of standing there hand in hand, whispering sweet nothings? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong were startled, quickly releasing each other's hands and dashing towards their dormitory. Their hearts raced not from the teasing remark of Zhou Yi, but due to the extraordinary changes in their martial souls that had just transpired. Hui Yuhao couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems our slumber last night was not in vain." Ugh. Wang Dong shot him a glare, but swiftly lifted her delicate hands to try once more, eager to confirm the authenticity of their earlier experience. Hui Yuhao raised his hands to clasp hers. As their four hands intertwined, the flow of soul power resumed harmoniously. Their energies were distinct. Hui Yuhao's Xiantian Gong soul power was calm and gentle, while Wang Dong's was assertive, imbued with an air of nobility and intensity. If Hui Yuhao's soul power could be likened to a gentle and steadfast youth, Wang Dong's resembled a proud and commanding noblewoman. Despite the stark contrast in their energies, they formed a seamless cycle, flowing perfectly within their bodies. Miraculously, their soul powers began to merge, indistinguishable from one another, without any conflict, as if they had always been one. Hui Yuhao felt relatively at ease, given the tranquil nature of his Xiantian Gong, but Wang Dong was taken aback. She was acutely aware of her soul power's dominance and exclusivity, and the scene before her surpassed her understanding. In that fleeting moment of synergy, both felt invigorated. It was evident that practicing while holding hands would expedite their cultivation far beyond solitary training. Moreover, they sensed this was merely the beginning. The perfect amalgamation of their soul powers hinted at possibilities that extended beyond mere practice. Wang Dong paused, slightly dazed, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Hui Yuhao's words, coupled with the inexplicable embrace they shared last night, inevitably stirred ambiguous feelings within her. After giving a small fist pump behind Hui Yuhao, she donned her armor and followed suit. Having been accustomed to running in armor for 3 months, they navigated the path with ease until the class bell rang, halting their sprint only when Xiao Xiao arrived at the playground in search of them. Xiao Xiao informed them that Teacher Zhou had left long ago. Hui Yuhao, drenched in sweat, questioned Xiao Xiao while gasping for breath. "What did Teacher Zhou say?" Xiao Xiao shrugged. "It wasn't much. Just some encouragement, instilling a fighting spirit." And analyzing the opponents. "It seems the road to victory is steep. The round-robin matches are merely a prelude, and Shrek Academy has never been short of prodigies." Noticing her concerned demeanor, Wang Dong dismissed it lightly. "What's wrong? Has even our dual martial soul genius lost confidence?" Xiao Xiao pouted. Of course I have confidence. However, I must admit, some individuals possess talents surpassing ours. Teacher Zhou mentioned that among the 5 undefeated teams in the round robin, 3 contain 3-ring soul masters. In the face of such opponents, how confident can you be? Soul masters? Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong exclaimed simultaneously, their expressions incredulous. Xiao Xiao sighed. Exactly. Do you think I would lack confidence for no reason? What did Teacher Zhou say? Hui Yuhao pressed. She seemed quite displeased when she mentioned those 3 teams. As if she had just learned this information. Those 3 classes never disclosed having soul master students. They are all special recruits, just like you. Upon hearing this, Wang Dong chuckled. Look at that. All special recruits, yet the gap is so vast. Hui Yuhao was at a loss for words. What does it matter? We should focus on how to overcome our adversaries. Xiao Xiao replied. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Those 3 are evidently the leaders of their respective teams, and they won't be easy to deal with. Just think about it. To have broken through to the 3-ring realm before the age of 12, their martial souls must be extraordinarily powerful. Furthermore, they undoubtedly have a supportive family backing them. Their soul rings must be of the highest caliber, even if they are not as monstrous as Wang Dong, whose second soul ring is a millennium level. They shouldn't be far off. I doubt even Teacher Zhou has high hopes for us. I think we should aim for 4th place. Wang Dong scoffed. So what if they are 3-ring? Soul masters are not invincible. We possess our advantages, your dual martial soul, my yet-to-be fully explored combat prowess, and Hui Yuhao's innate martial soul and spiritual abilities. Together, we may not necessarily fall short against them. Xiao Xiao retorted. Do you think I don't want to claim 1st place? Only the top 3 get substantial rewards. 4th place is worthless. Yet, our overall strength does fall short. Just imagine, a soul master level student likely has teammates who are at least as formidable as we are. We do have our strengths. But unless the class leader also breaks through to level 20 and possesses a strong spiritual attribute soul skill, we might only have a glimmer of hope. This concludes today's 3rd update. Observing the rankings gives me a heavy heart. Despite my consistent 3 or 4 updates daily, the 3rd place remains elusive. Why is this so? We have a staggering 90,000 collections. Where are the brothers and sisters of Tang? During public periods, the site is entirely free. May I kindly request you to log into your accounts and support our Peerless team? Your backing fuels my motivation, even if you cast just 1 vote collectively. Our 90,000 could make a significant impact. How did we fall behind? Currently, we are pitifully short with just over 2,000 votes, not to mention the member clicks. For years, I have maintained my updates without fail. I have poured my heart and soul into my writing. Today, my mood is dampened by other reasons. Linlin is unwell and had to visit the hospital, and I'm suffering from stomach issues, unable to accompany him. Yet, under these circumstances, I still ensure updates. 9 years have passed, and I cherish you all dearly. Could you lend me a hand? Please log in and cast your votes while reading my updates. Thank you. Hui Yuhao glanced at Xiao Xiao and then at Wang Dong. Speaking earnestly, let us not rush. True, our overall strength may not match theirs. But if we lose confidence now, we will have no chance at all. Xiao Xiao, remember how difficult it was when we faced the martial soul fusion skills of the Lan sisters? Yet we triumphed in that match. The fusion techniques they wielded rivaled the power of soul master level skills, if not surpassing them. But we endured. Others have their advantages, and we too have ours. Our advantage lies in our hidden potential. Our only goal is clear, to claim victory. Xiao Xiao's confidence seemed to be rekindled by Hui Yuhao's words. She nodded lightly and said, let us give it our all. Whatever we can achieve is what we shall achieve. Let us strive together. Hui Yuhao extended his right hand. But Wang Dong swiftly placed his palm atop Hui Yuhao's before Xiao Xiao could, leaving her to rest her hand on Wang Dong's. We will be champions, undoubtedly. Hui Yuhao asserted. Xiao Xiao, I fear the roasted fish I owe you will be delayed for a few more days. The upcoming elimination rounds are of utmost importance to us. We must concentrate and elevate our cultivation during these days. Even a slight enhancement could increase our chances of victory. Once the elimination rounds conclude, I shall treat you to as much roasted fish as you desire. I want to set up my stall during this time. Let us focus on our training first. Xiao Xiao chuckled. That's come with interest, you know. Class leader, I'm sticking to you. I want to be paying for your roasted fish. Hui Yuhao laughed. No problem. I can afford it. Xiao Xiao continued. Teacher Zhou mentioned that we should gather in the assessment area before the bell rings tomorrow, and she instructed me to tell both of you not to be late. The first thing we need to pray for is luck. However, Teacher Zhou said that our team, having achieved a perfect record in the round-robin matches, will receive preferential treatment in the first 2 rounds of the elimination phase, meaning we 1T face each other. This is the only benefit of our good performance in the round-robin matches. As long as we perform as usual, we should have no trouble at least reaching the top 16. Beyond that, it will depend on our own efforts. Then I 1T wait for you too. I'm heading to the cafeteria. See you tomorrow. After waving goodbye to Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, she turned and left. With a soft thud, the door closed. Wang Dong instinctively looked up at the dormitory door, his expression gradually revealing a blend of confusion and complexity. Due to his tardiness that morning, he had the chance to address the matter of Hui Yuhao sleeping in his bed last night, while Hui Yuhao appeared unaffected. Wang Dong felt entirely different. I actually spent an entire night with him, and it seems we completed a soul fusion, and not just any fusion. Wang Dong was unsure of his current feelings, only sensing an inner turmoil that left him at a loss. However, this turmoil seemed to find direction. He nodded and said, "All right. What's done is done. There's no use in overthinking it. Let us focus on achieving a good ranking in this assessment." Xiao Zhao's mention of several new students at the Soul Ancestor level sparked Wang Dong's fighting spirit. He firmly believed that his potential was not inferior to those Soul Ancestor newcomers. It was merely his childhood laziness and reluctance to train that had prevented him from reaching such heights. Rank did not equate to everything. Defeating them would prove his excellence. With this realization, his internal conflict dissipated, and he joined Hui Yuhao for a hearty meal in the cafeteria. Since they arrived later, the dining hall was nearly empty by the time they finished. Back in the dormitory, Hui Yuhao locked the door to prevent any disturbances during their training and hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. Each dormitory had such a sign, and once hung, even teachers would refrain from knocking, as it indicated that the students inside were engaged in cultivation. "How do we begin?" Wang Dong inquired. Wang Dong smirked. "You seem quite organized." Hui Yuhao grinned. "Of course. Don't forget, I am the class leader. Being organized is only natural. Let us get started." As he spoke, he moved to sit on Wang Dong's bed. "What are you doing?" Wang Dong pushed him away. Hui Yuhao, puzzled, asked, "Training. How can we cultivate if we don't sit cross-legged?" Wang Dong stood up and pointed at Hui Yuhao's bed, saying, "Let us train on your bed." Hui Yuhao was momentarily speechless. "If you don't mind the discomfort, I have no objections." Wang Dong noticed Hui Yuhao's slight displeasure. Indeed, Hui Yuhao was a bit upset, as he felt they had been friends long enough for Wang Dong to stop being petty. However, Wang Dong remained steadfast in his choice, and they both settled onto Hui Yuhao's bed. Once seated, Wang Dong felt somewhat disheartened. The hard bed was far from the comfort of his own with its fur bedding. Yet, he had no choice. After all, they had inadvertently fallen asleep on his bed last night, and it would be unreasonable to let Hui Yuhao take his place now. Hui Yuhao was magnanimous, his brief dissatisfaction fading, as he thought to himself that everyone had their habits, and respect for one another was essential. With this thought, his lingering annoyance vanished. Wang Dong glanced at Hui Yuhao, who was also looking back, and inexplicably felt a mix of fluster and regret. He quickly raised his hands and said, "Let us begin. As you suggested, we'll cultivate until dinner and see how it goes." Hui Yuhao raised his hands to meet Wang Dong's, and the moment their bodies touched, their soul power began to intertwine and merge. The two types of soul power completed their fusion after just one cycle within their bodies, resulting in a unique blend of their differing attributes. Earlier, they had sensed this peculiarity, but time had not allowed for a thorough exploration. Now that they focused on their cultivation, they gradually began to perceive its distinct nature. Indeed, just as they had previously felt, their soul power surged at an accelerated rate during their joint training. Simply put, the rate of enhancement for each was akin to the sum of their individual training. In other words, if Hui Yuhao gained 1 unit of soul power from an hour of training alone, and Wang Dong gained 2 units in the same time frame, together they would elevate their soul power by 2 units. This meant Hui Yuhao's training speed had more than doubled, while Wang Dong experienced nearly a doubling as well. Undoubtedly, Hui Yuhao benefited more due to Wang Dong's higher cultivation level. However, as their cultivation levels drew closer in the future, the benefits of their joint training would become more equitable. For a soul master, a doubling of training speed is an astonishing achievement. Hui Yuhao had originally aimed to reach level 20 by the end of his first year, but at this rate, he might attain that goal in just 3 to 4 months. Wang Dong, maintaining this pace until the end of the year, could potentially break through level 30. In perfect synchrony, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong opened their eyes and exchanged glances, both recognizing the excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of the origins of this soul fusion phenomenon, it was undeniably a fortuitous development for them, especially for Hui Yuhao, who was reaping the greater rewards from this accelerated pace. Eagerly, they began to experiment with the amplification of their soul skills, discovering yet another secret of their fused soul powers. Each of their skills could be enhanced through the merged soul, and the increase in power was substantial, not merely a simple sum of 1 plus 1. When they combined their efforts to unleash a skill, not only did its potency soar beyond double, but the soul power consumption was also halved. This meant that after merging their soul powers, the cost of using soul skills diminished significantly, transforming their fused soul power into an extraordinarily advanced and novel form. Thus, their state cannot be accurately described as a fusion of martial souls. Rather, it should be referred to as a fusion of soul power. However, Wang Dong found it somewhat perplexing that, after the fusion, it was not the stronger version of himself that took the initiative. As their bodies made contact and their soul powers melded, to his surprise, Hui Yuhao assumed the dominant position. With just a thought, and while in contact with Wang Dong, he could unleash soul skills using the fused soul power, regardless of whether Wang Dong was cooperating. Conversely, if Wang Dong wished to harness this fused soul power, he required Hui Yuhao's consent and cooperation. The distinction of primary and secondary roles was unmistakable. Why was this the case? It seemed utterly unfair, Wang Dong exclaimed with indignation. Hui Yuhao, with a sense of helplessness, replied, I truly do not know. But rest assured, whenever you need me, I will wholeheartedly cooperate. Though he claimed ignorance, he harbored a suspicion that this situation was likely related to the heavenly dream eye silkworm. After all, why would the one with lesser cultivation take precedence in the fusion of soul power? Wang Dong, do not be disheartened. This new soul power we have generated through our fusion deserves a name. Let us name it after you, Hui Yuhao suggested. Wang Dong chuckled and replied, Forget it, Wang Dong power. That sounds terrible. How about we take one character from each of our names and call it Hao Dong power? Hui Yuhao scratched his head. That does seem a bit more appealing. Wang Dong stood up, patted his backside, and complained, Your bed is too hard. Let us switch sides for our training tonight. You've taken such an advantage with Hao Dong power that you owe me dinner. As he spoke, he slightly tilted his head back, resting his hands behind it as he walked outside. Observing Wang Dong's seemingly indifferent demeanor, Hui Yuhao couldn't help but smile. This fellow was all bravado. Yet he had a good heart. If you insist, then it's settled. After all, my earnings are from selling grilled fish. If we finish it all, I'll just eat yours, he said as he hurried to catch up. With the shared Hao Dong power, both Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong felt a palpable shift in their relationship. In Hui Yuhao's heart, they were no longer merely friends or classmates, they were brothers. He trusted that Wang Dong felt the same way. As for whether that was indeed the case, only Wang Dong would truly know. While enjoying their dinner, Hui Yuhao was beset by certain doubts stemming from his understanding of the heavenly dream eye silkworm. It had once mentioned that if his body could endure it, it would grant him more primal power, thus enhancing the quality of his soul rings while maximizing the potency of his soul skills. Today, the 18th of the month, was indeed a momentous occasion, marking the release of the first volume of our Doloa Continent 2, Peerless Tang Sect in physical form. Accompanied by a signed postcard from Tang Jia San Shao, a character calendar card, and a membership card for the Readers Club, published by Hunan Juvenile and Children's Publishing House. It was exquisitely crafted. Support for the official release is highly encouraged. Your backing serves as the greatest motivation for the author. However, after he and Wang Dong jointly forged the Hao Dong power, he noticed that the potency of each of his soul skills saw a significant enhancement. Although he sensed the approach of his physical limits, he found he could still endure. If that were the case, why hadn't the heavenly dream eye silkworm elevated his soul skills to this level? Fool. The voice of the heavenly dream eye silkworm echoed in his mind just as Hui Yuhao was mulling over his questions. Heavenly dream, you're still awake? Hui Yuhao exclaimed in surprise within his mind. The heavenly dream eye silkworm huffed, Of course I'm awake. Do you think I love to sleep that much? Hui Yuhao silently scoffed at the notion of not loving sleep when one could slumber for 1,000,000 years. The heavenly dream eye silkworm continued. Your concerns are quite straightforward. Indeed, I have not elevated your soul rings to your body's utmost limits because I cannot allow you to become akin to an overinflated balloon. There exists a fish known as the tiger pufferfish, which is covered in spikes. When threatened, it can instantly inflate, expanding its body and deploying its spikes to deter enemies. While it can achieve maximum attack power in such a state, what would happen if a needle were to pierce it? The same principle applies to you. If I were to enhance your soul rings to their peak, then any impact or unforeseen incident during your training could result in you bursting like a balloon. Thus, when I speak of your limits, I mean to ensure you can endure without adverse effects. Furthermore, when you and Wang Dong merged your soul powers, the very act of fusion would momentarily enhance your physical constitution, which is the primary benefit of my assistance in achieving a complete fusion of your two soul powers. In essence, when your soul powers merge, your body's resilience will strengthen due to this newly fused soul power, allowing for a greater capacity and increased potency when utilizing soul skills. This is the very essence of martial soul fusion. Unlike the typical martial soul fusions experienced by ordinary soul masters, your bodies will continuously improve through the fusion of soul powers. As long as you continue to cultivate together, your physiques will one day become the finest among humanity in this world, and your cultivation speed will be unparalleled. Naturally, this process of physical enhancement will be gradual. Should you manage to achieve a true fusion in the future, the results will be even more remarkable. Perplexed, Hui Yuhao inquired, "What does true fusion entail?" The heavenly dream-eyed silkworm seemed momentarily taken aback. "I am uncertain. I have never experienced it myself." "Well then, you and he should continue to explore. Whether through soul power fusion or martial soul fusion, the advantages for you both are immense. You will gradually come to understand." With that, the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm abruptly ceased communication. "Hey, you're almost eating your dinner through your nostrils," Wang Dong remarked, waving his hand in front of Hui Yuhao, who had been lost in thought. Hui Yuhao quickly touched his nose, noticing Wang Dong's mischievous grin. "What were you thinking so deeply about?" Wang Dong asked, amused, finding Hui Yuhao's dazed expression entertaining. Hui Yuhao replied, "I was contemplating our Haodong power. I am curious as to why we experience the soul power fusion. After much reflection, it seems there is only one possibility. Our martial soul fusion last night had an exceptionally high compatibility." Wang Dong's eyes lit up. "Exactly. What you said makes perfect sense. If it were not for that, why would we have encountered a situation that others have not? Hurry and eat. Once we finish, let us go outside and see if we can execute the martial soul fusion technique." "But do you know how to perform it?" Hui Yuhao, somewhat exasperated, replied. "How would I know? Isn't it supposed to come naturally?" They exchanged glances, unable to suppress a wry smile. Indeed, although martial soul fusion techniques were mentioned in class, they were exceedingly rare abilities, and the teacher had merely glossed over the subject without delving into the specifics of execution, as few could truly perform such techniques. "Never mind. We'll try it tonight. If it doesn't work, we can ask teacher Zoe tomorrow if she has any insights on how to execute it." "All right." Hui Yuhao agreed, while internally calling out to the heavenly dream-eyed silkworm. He was convinced that the ancient being with 1,000,000 years of experience would surely know what to do. "Fool, do you really need to bother me over such trivial matters? Last night, do as you did last night." The dream-eyed silkworm seemed to be on the verge of slumber when it was abruptly awakened by Hui Yuhao's disturbance, expressing its displeasure with a grumble before falling silent again. "What did we do last night?" Hui Yuhao pondered for a moment before the realization struck him. An embrace? After a swift dinner, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, filled with excitement and curiosity, quickly exited the academy. This evening, Hui Yuhao did not engage in selling grilled fish. Upon stepping out of the academy gates, he encountered numerous old customers who voiced their complaints. He could only apologize profusely, using the excuse of preparing for the upcoming freshman assessment ranking competition. "Let us race," Wang Dong declared with a spirited shout, his toes barely brushing the ground before he surged forward like an arrow. 3 months prior, Hui Yuhao would have scarcely glimpsed his back. However, the rigorous training over the past 3 months bore fruit, as Hui Yuhao exerted himself fully, his speed escalating as well. Although he may not have appeared as graceful as Wang Dong, he was by no means slow. With each stride, he left a distinct footprint in the earth, quickly closing the gap between them. The explosive power of his muscles surged forth, and the soul power within him flowed, constantly replenishing his stamina. The evening air was refreshingly cool, and at this moment, they felt the exhilarating sensation of racing through the wind, freed from the constraints of iron garments. Their bodies felt invigorated, allowing them to unleash their utmost speed. Wang Dong, possessing a superior foundation, soon widened the distance between them. Only when the gap exceeded 300 meters did he slow his pace to wait for Hui Yuhao. "Considering you are a control-type battle soul master and not particularly adept at direct combat, your speed is commendable," Wang Dong remarked, observing Hui Yuhao as he caught up. Hui Yuhao chuckled lightly, responding, "I believe this distance is sufficient. Shall we head into the woods?" "Agreed," Wang Dong nodded. They scanned their surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, before darting into the woods adjacent to the main road. After delving several hundred meters in, they finally came to a halt. This shall do. How shall we test it? Wang Dong inquired of Hui Yuhao. Hui Yuhao replied, let us first assess the recovery capability of the Haodong power. As he spoke, he raised his hands toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong raised his own hands to meet his, and with an afternoon of training behind them, they were quite familiar with the operation of the Haodong power. As they anticipated, the soul power fusion yielded a certain enhancement in the recovery of stamina and soul power. Though not as significant as during their training sessions, the effect is moderate, but it is still somewhat useful, Wang Dong commented after a brief moment. As his stamina was the first to recover, Hui Yuhao nodded, spreading his arms. Come here. Wang Dong was taken aback, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. What are you planning to do? Hui Yuhao responded nonchalantly, embrace, of course. You. Wang Dong's expression changed dramatically, alternating between shades of green and white. Hui Yuhao. I never imagined you were this kind of person. Do you believe I won't make you regret this? Hui Yuhao, bemused, replied, where is your mind wandering? Fool. Have you forgotten how we achieved the soul fusion? Our soul power is now capable of merging. Therefore, the simplest way to initiate the soul fusion is to replicate last night's scenario. Wang Dong finally comprehended, his face flushing crimson with embarrassment. Although darkness had fallen, Hui Yuhao's luminous eyes could discern everything with clarity. You should have been clearer before suggesting an embrace. Are you intentionally trying to embarrass me? Wang Dong retorted, masking his awkwardness and shame with indignation. Hesitantly, Wang Dong questioned, in this desolate wilderness, we won't just fall asleep like we did last night, will we? Hui Yuhao, exasperated, replied, no, the circumstances are different today. Why are you being so fussy, like a woman? Here I come. As he spoke, he swiftly stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Wang Dong. Wang Dong's body stiffened. In that instant of being embraced, his mind momentarily blanked. After their vigorous sprint, Hui Yuhao was slightly sweaty, a faint scent wafting toward Wang Dong. Wang Dong's body felt soft, and the embrace was as comforting as the previous night. However, Hui Yuhao had no intention of indulging in the moment. As he held Wang Dong, he immediately activated his soul power and summoned his spirit. Wang Dong, realizing what was happening, quickly responded in kind. Their full body contact catalyzed a rapid transformation of their soul power into Haodong power. Hui Yuhao's eyes shone brilliantly in the evening light, a soft golden glow shimmering. After a brief daze, Wang Dong hastily invoked his spirit. In that instant, both experienced a peculiar sensation. Releasing their spirits during the embrace felt distinctly different from their previous attempts to assist each other in wielding Haodong power for soul techniques. Just as Wang Dong's ice blue wings unfurled behind him, a momentary daze enveloped their consciousness. To be continued.